Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
My eighth life has begun. Frankly, the previous life ended so abruptly that I didn't feel much different. The only thing was the pain of self-induced death, akin to muscle soreness, that made me groan in bed for a while. Last time, I was too overwhelmed by mental shock, surprise, and self-loathing to notice, but the method of breaking one's heart meridian as a form of suicide was far from comfortable. In terms of pain, it was only slightly less agonizing than beheading. It was not a choice a normal person could easily make. Ugh, damn it. Still grumbling, I got up. The one good thing about the self-induced death method was that it lessened the subsequent mental trauma since it was my choice. This made me think I should research a quicker, more painless way to die. Anyway, let's summarize. At the bottom of the pond where the black and white lotuses bloom, there likely lies a relic of the 7 luminaries. The spiritual energy emanating from that shining sword was tremendous. However, to acquire it, I must defeat the guardian giant spider. Quickly reviewing the situation in my mind, the question now was how to do it. How exactly should I obtain that treasure? I figured that avoiding combat with the guardian was impossible. It was worth considering quickly crossing the narrow bridge to grab the sword before the spider emerged, but the risk was too high. Given the spider's reaction speed, there was a high likelihood of being overpowered and dying in vain. My current speed would need to be more than double to rely solely on it to win. Doubling the speed here? Maybe if I push my spiritual thunder to the extreme, but I sighed softly. My current speed was by no means slow. I was confident enough to rank among the upper echelons of the martial arts world. For instance, the guards of the Jinui Guard struggled to react when I used my Thunder Shadow Step, so it was safe to assume that masters below the first class level were slower than me. Furthermore, the enhancement of my physical abilities due to my internal energy was significant, even when facing peak-level masters. To get even faster would require breaking through 1 or 2 levels of my current martial arts realm. The challenge of fighting the giant spider and seizing the treasure was needless to say. After much contemplation, I reached a conclusion. I need to become stronger. The simple and clear goal I had set last time felt even more urgent now. I walked out of the stable and took up the horse stance, channeling my internal energy to dull the pain. This stance was quite strenuous, so focusing on it seemed a good way to quickly forget the pain. I realized it wasn't enough to blindly train at the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. I needed to delve deeper into the subtleties of martial arts knowledge. Until now, I had been too busy learning from threefold expert Li Guang and Jin Sochong to even catch my breath, but things were different now. I had years of study under them and considerable real combat experience using the Thunder God style. Now I must actively inquire about the higher principles of martial theory that I don't know. Studying alongside geniuses, I realized something. They don't mock or compare themselves with the less talented. Such petty behavior is for fools who lack confidence in their abilities. Geniuses don't need to look back because every step forward reveals the next level to them. To become even slightly stronger, I had to make them look back and explain, so I could learn as much as possible. And for that, the most necessary things were effort and sincerity. Training at the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, and getting stronger to retrieve the treasure from the 7 luminaries relics? Let's go. I set this as my goal for this life and left the stable about 2 hours later. My journey to Huangshan, after effortlessly obtaining the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries, began. The journey to Huangshan took about the same time as before. This time, having a rough idea of the Huangshan sect elders' patrol route, I managed to reach the location of the 1000-year snow ginseng without much hiding. Standing in the snowfield's cave, I stared at the 1000-year snow ginseng and black and white lotus, lost in thought. Maybe it's time to stop eating it. Not without reason, it seemed like almost all of my minor meridians were unblocked. Even without actively practicing the circulation of internal energy, pathways were continuously opening. The chi meridians inside my body had transformed, alive and writhing like dragon veins. Eating it might really make me the person with the most internal energy in the world. How many people have eaten the 1000-year snow ginseng 6 times? Put simply, it felt like a small vessel that had been expanded several times was slowly filling up from the bottom. The breadth had grown incomparably, so even thousands of times more capacity only slowly increased the water level. Adding more energy from the 1000-year snow ginseng and black and white lotus would increasingly have less effect. What to do? How should I proceed? I sat pondering, but eventually, I decided to eat it. Selling it in the outside world could instantly bring unimaginable wealth and power, but that wasn't the goal of this life. If it's not for others, even if the benefits are minor, it's better for me to consume it. Whoosh. After the energy circulation, I felt something breaking inside, but it wasn't a negative sensation. It was like the spirit medicine's energy, once obstructive, was now fully pushing through the meridians. I shivered as I felt my internal energy accelerating. Wow, it feels like a storm surging inside me. However, this alone didn't mean I had become significantly stronger. It felt more like a prelude to the next stage. Satisfied with this progress, I stood up. My eyes caught the sight of the pond blooming with black and white lotuses. Inside lies the relic of the 7 luminaries. Maybe I should try one more time. This time, if I enter the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, I plan not to come out for decades. Since I might not come out again for a long time, it seemed harmless, perhaps even necessary, to enter the pond once more. I steeled my resolve and dived back in. Splash! I turned the orb again to open the door, passing through the underwater passage into the ruins. Stepping into the cavern where the altar was set up, I searched around it more thoroughly, wondering if I had missed anything before. What's this? I discovered a box hidden far behind a pillar. Last time, I was too focused on the altar to notice it, tucked away in such a secluded spot. The box, made of an indeterminate wooden material, was surprisingly heavy and solid, more like a rock than wood. Pondering how to open it, I eventually decided to use my dagger and slashed at it. Swoosh! The sealed wooden box was cleaved open in one strike. My dagger, imbued with my internal energy, was as good as a legendary sword, faintly emitting sword energy. I carefully opened the lid of the box. Whoosh! Oh! I let out a sound mixed with sighs and astonishment. Gold bars? Though I'm no expert in appraising, their pure and clear luster left me with no doubt. I had seen silver bars at the village chief's house, but gold bars typically held 20 times the value of silver. Just selling one of the 10 or so gold bars in this box could instantly make me as wealthy as a king. I was pleasantly surprised and intrigued by this unexpected find. I had entered the ruins again just on a whim, and here I was. It felt like a lucky encounter earned by being thorough. Wait, what if? I picked up 2 or 3 gold bars and stood up. Then I went to the altar and let my blood drip onto it. Rumble. The stone wall opened. Once again, the door towards the precious sword opened in the distance. I could faintly see the narrow bridge in the darkness. I considered how long it would take to run to the end of the bridge, but quickly realized that quickly going back and forth before the guardian appeared was too risky. Instead, I walked up to the stone wall and stood at the beginning of the narrow bridge, holding a gold bar. Then, I threw it forcefully into the abyss below. Clang! Roar! Suddenly, a sound akin to a demon's roar from hell echoed from the abyss, followed by loud thuds as something rapidly climbed up. It seemed the giant spider guardian, hit by the gold bar I threw with my internal energy, was furiously reacting. I threw the torch I was holding down as well and shouted, "Eat this too!" Whoosh! I saw the torch catch on to a faint shape. The guardian seemed to flail in confusion, and I felt the cavern shaking from the tumult. Luckily, the torch must have hit the creature's eye. Slowed down? Then, I took this as an opportunity, activating my spiritual thunder and speeding across the narrow bridge. My lightness skill briefly accelerated. Whoosh! I quickly grabbed the primitive sword and surveyed the bottom, then started running back to the original spot. About 10 zhong into my run, a huge shadow suddenly surged up from below. Boom! Just one of its legs shot up, but that alone shattered the narrow bridge. Wooden fragments fell, and I was flung into the air. Believing I was on the brink between life and death, I clenched my teeth, trying to fall towards the exit. Crash! Ugh! I hurriedly deflected an oncoming bundle of silk with my dagger. Unlike before, the rebound didn't help much, and I veered slightly off course. Like a cat, I rotated in midair and momentarily touched my feet to the ceiling. In that instant, I locked eyes with the guardian giant spider furiously climbing up. The spider, with a gold bar lodged in one of its dozens of eyes and another eye burning from the torch, seemed crazed. The torch, which had fallen just right to exacerbate its pain, and the gold bar, likely embedded by my internal energy, caused it to go berserk. I felt chills seeing such intense energy from the monstrous spider. Such a gigantic spider. I hadn't fully realized it before, but the creature was truly monstrous in size. It seemed doubtful whether a sword strike would even damage such a behemoth. The notion of facing it head-on seemed ludicrous, like trying to scratch a siege weapon. Ugh, I can't be eaten. I'd rather die on my own terms. That intense desire triggered a sudden surge in my internal energy. A flash of lightning flickered on my feet and muscles, and I leapt towards the exit, propelled by my spiritual thunder. Boom! Rumble! As I leapt towards the exit, the spider's massive body rose, creating a cloud of dust. Realizing I had narrowly escaped death, I ran without looking back. From beyond the stone wall, the spider hurled its steel-like silk, each strand powerful enough to obliterate a human body. Boom! Boom! Ah! As I deflected the bundles of silk with my dagger, my body suddenly spun in the air like a swallow. I managed to fend them off, but the force carried by the silk was so strong that it hurled me involuntarily. Such force would surely be impossible for an ordinary martial artist to handle. Crash! After spinning 3 times in midair, I rolled and desperately climbed the stairs. After a while, the sounds of pursuit and collapse from below ceased. But I didn't stop running and finally managed to reach the exit of the underwater passage. Splash! Emerging from the pond, I took deep breaths, drenched and exhausted. Huff, huff, huff. I realized the madness of what I had just done. Whew! I was lucky. It was just a test to see if throwing the gold bars would hurt the guardian, and somehow it worked. But it was only because the gold bar I threw coincidentally hit the spider's weak spot, the eye, and the torch I threw added to the injury. If asked to do it again, there would be a 99% chance of failure. Had the gold bar hit anywhere other than the eye, the spider would have remained unharmed. I also realized that it was impossible to quickly grab the gold bars and avoid a fight with the guardian. The giant spider guardian was much more agile and powerful than I thought. Even with the luck of the gold bar and torch buying me substantial time, I was almost caught. A battle with the creature seemed inevitable. Lying back on the snowy ground, I laughed heartily. Still, I got the precious sword. Haha. Holding the sword in my left hand brought a sense of satisfaction. the primitive-looking precious sword. It must be one of the 7 luminaries' treasures. In this life, I was determined to rigorously train in martial arts while also exploring the origins and value of this precious sword. It's a pity I couldn't bring the wooden box with gold bars, but it doesn't matter. The value of the gold bars likely wouldn't come close to that of the sword. If what Mangryang Sansa said is true, this treasure of the 7 luminaries must have been passed down since the ancient times at novel bin at. Curiously, I tried infusing chi into the precious sword. Whoosh. Characters. Mysterious characters appeared on the surface of the sword. Unlike the indecipherable script of the Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries or the Altar, this wasn't completely unreadable. After examining it for a while, I recognized the type of characters. It's the prototype of oracle bone scripture or ancient text. During my study of the script and formation books, I learned many archaic and obsolete languages. Among them was the basic oracle bone script used in the Yin dynasty, which, though somewhat different, resembled the script on this sword. This sword was likely crafted thousands of years ago by an ancient person. Fortunately, interpreting the oracle bone script from the Yin dynasty wasn't as impossible as deciphering strange languages. With a bit more scholarly effort, I might be able to interpret it. What to do? Should I try to decipher the engravings on the sword before heading to the Azure Dragon Martial Hall? After some thought, I made a decision. Let's go to Mangryang. If anyone could determine whether this was truly a treasure of the 7 luminaries and help interpret the oracle bone script, it would be Mangryang. It was when I was heading back to Jinrang Valley near Luoyang to meet Mangryang. At a distance still a week's journey away from Jinrang Valley, I noticed a massive dark cloud rolling in unexpectedly. What is that? A rain cloud. Thanks to my excellent eyesight, I spotted it, and it indeed was a huge cloud. At a glance, it was a vast rain cloud mixed with thunderclouds, likely to reach where I was standing within an hour or so. It was filled with an immense amount of water vapor, and entering that area would probably lead to a downpour. Naturally, even with my swift lightness skill, I couldn't outpace the celestial clouds, so I headed into a nearby village. I then asked the villagers, "May I seek shelter from the rain here for a moment?" All eyes in the village turned to me. "Rain? It's so clear right now, what do you mean?" A middle-aged man who had been resting under a tree from his farming chuckled. However, before he could make more idle talk, a strong humidity hit our noses. People began to notice the black clouds gathering from afar, one by one. "Rain, it's rain. Trouble? We need to gather the dried crops quickly." The villagers started busily collecting their crops in a frenzy. The middle-aged man, who had been standing there dumbfounded, shouted at me. "Young man, sorry, but could you help? We need to get these sacks inside quickly." "Of course. I can stay out of the rain for today, right?" "Yes, we'll even feed you." I moved swiftly, quickly transferring the sacks of grain he had been drying in the sun indoors. Before I could even catch my breath, the heavy sacks were inside, which astonished the middle-aged man. It made sense, considering I had moved what would take 2 or 3 strong men to carry in a mere instant. Since there was still time before the rain, I helped a few others as well. SSSHHH. Rumble. Shortly afterward, a thunderstorm hit, bringing heavy rain to the village. The amount of rain was too much to be considered a mere shower. Fortunately, many buildings in the village were well prepared for flooding, so the damage from the rain didn't seem too severe. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the middle-aged man who let me into his house said, "Phew, I really appreciate it. But how did you know about the rain?" "I have good eyesight." "Right. There's some porridge in the kitchen, I'll serve you some. You can stay for the day." Crackle. Ugh. The fire won't start. Just a moment. Seeing that the dry firewood was not catching fire, I used my spiritual thunder technique to ignite the hearth. When I forced the fire onto the firewood, the middle-aged man looked surprised. It was probably beyond his understanding to use dry wood as firewood. "Huh. Are you a martial artist?" "I'm just wandering and practicing. Anyway, I can't thank you enough. Do you have a destination?" "I'm heading towards Jinrang Valley. I was planning to walk all day, but it got disrupted." Then the middle-aged man said, "Jinrang Valley is far away. You must be having a hard time." "Not really." "Oh, right. Since you're a martial artist, I'll give you a good tip." "Yes." He glanced around sneakily and then whispered, "If you cross 2 mountains from here, there's a place called Yongryong Valley. I've heard that a rich man living there enjoys posing intriguing problems to others. Rumor has it that anyone who solves them gets gold. Gold just for solving a problem." "Yes. That's why in recent years, many scholars and martial artists who pride themselves on their knowledge have been subtly heading towards Yongryong Valley." I found the idea intriguing. Gold, not being an ordinary commodity but a symbol of wealth, it was fascinating that such a precious item was offered just for solving an intellectual puzzle. At the same time, I realized that this Yongryong Valley must be an extraordinary place. If rumors of offering gold even to common villagers had spread, it would be enough to attract the attention of bandits, thieves, or martial arts factions aiming at the wealth of the Yongryong Valley rich man. Yet, as far as I had seen in my travels around this area, I hadn't encountered any martial artists heading that way. I guessed that the Yongryong Valley rich man must have the capability to protect his wealth. Well, it's not something to pursue right now. Meeting Mangryang is much more important at the moment. I had seen enough gold when I acquired the 7 luminaries treasure. Instead of craving material wealth, I was filled with the thought of using the treasure to find Mangryang. It was a task I could attend to later. My priority now was to hasten my journey. After being hosted for a meal and comfortably spending the night with the middle-aged man's family, I woke up the next morning to realize that something unusual was happening. SSSHHH. The rain showed no sign of stopping. By morning, the village was muddy up to our ankles with water, and the rain was pouring down furiously. The villagers had woken up at dawn and were in chaos, trying to drain the water. SSSHHH. Move quickly, bail out the water. Sodal's house is submerged, what should we do? The stream is overflowing, what can we do? People were panicking and running around in confusion. It was because when such torrential rain falls, the stream overflows and causes flooding. If things went wrong, the villagers might have to abandon their homes and flee for survival. This isn't good. Feeling something was off, I felt the need to take action. I couldn't recall ever experiencing such a massive downpour. Besides, having stayed in this village once, I felt obliged to help. I surveyed the area, looking for a terrain where water could drain. If I break that rock, the water should recede. And if I guide it to the side. Once I had a plan, I shouted to the confused villagers. Move aside, I'll try to do something. What? What can a kid like you do? Just move. When I shouted with my internal energy, the people flinched in surprise. Though I didn't use it for killing or suppression, it must have felt like a thunderous pressure to the common folks. As people hesitantly stepped back, I concentrated my energy in the palm of my hand. Hey. I assumed the horse stance and focused my energy. Energy swirled around me like mist, eventually bursting with crackling force. When my internal energy reached its peak, I used the thunder cloud palm technique, specifically the breaking form, and thrust it forward. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, and within a radius of 5 jong, about 50 feet, all rocks and boulders shattered and flew away. Even a huge rock the size of a jong, about 10 feet, crumbled to pieces. The sound of a small hillside collapsing was heard. Simultaneously, the water accumulated in the entire village started flowing through the newly formed channel, and the knee-high rainwater receded to just the feet. Rumble. Torrential rain poured down like muddy water. As the terrain was valley-like, breaking through the rocks eased the burden significantly. A few cows almost got swept away but were brought back to safety by the people. Whoa, thank you so much, really, thank you. As the water receded like a tide, people danced with joy and tears in their eyes. The immediate danger of drowning was now gone. However, looking at the sky, I realized that this rain wasn't going to stop anytime soon. It was likely to continue for at least 3 more days and nights. It was indeed the massive downpour I had initially anticipated. I looked around at the people and asked, "Is the village chief here?" "I am here." An elderly man in his 60s, looking quite robust and strong-willed, stepped forward. I addressed the village chief. "This is just a temporary solution. You must pack up and evacuate immediately." With this amount of rain, it was only a matter of time before the village would be irretrievable. Unless there was a dam or levee to block the river, the village's destruction was inevitable. This was knowledge I had acquired from my past experiences as a courier. Is there no other way? If we don't pack up within 2 shishin, about 4 hours, it will be difficult to leave the village safely. Especially, the elderly and frail among us may become casualties. It can't be helped then. The village chief then shouted to the people. "Everyone, we need to evacuate quickly. Hurry up. Oh dear, there goes all my life's possessions. Stop with the luxury talk. Thanks to that young man, at least we saved our lives." Although saddened, the villagers hurriedly gathered their belongings. I ran around frantically, helping people. After ensuring with the chief that no one was left behind or overlooked, we all left the village together. Rumble. From higher ground, as we watched the village slowly submerge, the villagers' faces darkened, their entire wealth gone in an instant. But as the chief said, at least their lives were saved, so no one openly complained or grumbled. I turned to the village chief and asked, "Do you have a place to take shelter?" "No. There are about 70 villagers. I have no idea where to lead them. Maybe you should go to the nearby government office and report the flood damage." At this, the chief let out a bitter laugh. "I doubt the high-ranking officials will even listen to us. People from a backwater village like ours wouldn't be given the time of day. And other villages are unlikely to welcome so many of us. After the rain stops, there seems to be no other choice but to rebuild the village. Wandering for days in the rain will weaken everyone, potentially leading to death. What should we do?" I realized the villagers were in a dire situation. Even if the rain stopped in a few days and they could return to the village, they would have to rise from a desperate situation, having lost a year's worth of crops. I wanted to help these people in their plight, but there was little I could do in this situation. Even though I had the 7 luminaries treasure hidden with me, what could I do with it? As I remained silent, the chief spoke. "We won't forget your kindness, young hero. We can walk, so we'll manage somehow. I must do my best to lead them." "Where will you go?" "Going to the neighboring village would likely yield the same situation. We'll head to the open plain of J Cypress Flat and think things over while sheltering from the rain." The chief spoke with a lonely look in his eyes. "You should go on your way, young hero. Take care of yourself." Following the chief and the villagers wouldn't change much. There wasn't much I could do to help. It seemed the chief preferred to do his best to manage the villagers rather than exploiting me further. I said to the chief, "Since I don't have any urgent matters to attend to, I will help you out a bit longer." "Really? Thank you." For the next 2 days, I followed the villagers, clearing large trees that blocked the road and knocking down falling rocks from the mountains. I also revitalized the weak and drained children and women by infusing them with true qi, bolstering their vitality. And when the villagers reached J Cypress Flat and sheltered from the rain for about a day and a half, the seemingly endless rain finally stopped. J Cypress Flat had a terrain that drained water well, so the people were able to shelter from the rain under the trees and in tents with less discomfort. The village chief, holding my hand, wept tears of joy. Ohua, thank you. No casualties, it's a miracle. Without you, more than 10 people might have died. I'm really grateful, young hero. It's nothing. But be careful on the way back, the roads might be blocked with mud. Don't worry about that. We can take a detour around that. Ohua, no problem. I couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling unexpectedly good about doing a good deed, although I didn't do it for money or reward. It was just that, realizing I had the capability, I felt the urge to help. Why am I doing this? Foolish of me. Normally, I would have left in annoyance, but this was strange. The village chief, wiping his tears, suddenly whispered to me. The villagers were talking about Yongryong Valley, and it seems Baika might have put the idea in your head. He's always been interested in the affairs of other villages. Why do you say that? The chief's following words contained unexpected information. Don't go to Yongryong Valley. My cousin, a martial artist, told me that among the martial artists, Yongryong Valley is rumored to be a death trap. It's true they reward those who solve their puzzles, but so far, many have failed their 3 challenges and lost their lives. Especially, the master of Yongryong Valley is rumored to be very powerful. The young hero saved our village, so make sure to visit us again. We will surely repay you. Sure. Take care then. I parted ways with the villagers and started walking on the road, which had cleared up after the rain. The road was a mess, overrun with muddy water. I used my lightning step technique to navigate the mountain paths, thinking to myself, the master of Yongryong Valley, reward for solving puzzles, but death for failing them. I had a hunch that Yongryong Valley might hold some strange secret. Although this area was a vacuum zone with little influence from major sects, it was strange that someone like the master of Yongryong Valley could act so unusually without any checks. But I chuckled to myself, muttering, maybe next time. The risk of death was enough with the 7 luminaries' ruins. It wouldn't be too late to uncover the secrets of Yongryong Valley once my martial arts were strong enough. I hurried along, thinking the journey had been significantly delayed due to the sudden downpour. I ran and ran. It felt like I was watching muddy water all day. As a result, I arrived at Jinreng Valley at least 7 days later than I had initially expected. I saw villages damaged by the heavy rain on the way, and the roads were almost completely blocked. Fortunately, Jinreng Valley was well prepared for heavy rains, with sturdy embankments and levees, so it seemed to have suffered little damage. Probably, Meng Riang, being a master of geomancy and formation, took great care to prevent his base from being flooded by natural disasters. I climbed the stairs to meet Meng Riang. This time, Meng Riang was not distracted by other things. Surprisingly, he was consulting with a guest on a platform in front of his thatched house. So, according to my judgment, it's an omen of misfortune, but it's clearly due to the celestial movements. There won't be any further cold damage or disasters. A fat middle-aged man, dressed in luxurious silk, kept admiring Meng Riang's words. Ahum. Truly, Master Meng Riang. You can rest assured. It's not a situation affected by bad luck, so you can compensate next year. To reduce the farmer's backlash, you should consider some concessions. I'll surely take care of that. Thanks for the advice. Ha. Don't mention it. Meng Riang, who had been talking intently, seemed to have noticed me standing at the entrance. He looked startled and exclaimed, who are you to have breached the web of clouds formation? Swoosh. Who are you? Reveal your identity. Then, 4 bodyguards, standing beside the fat middle-aged man in silk clothes, simultaneously drew their swords. Knowing they were first-rate experts, I was tense, but from their aura and stance, they seemed to be on the level of ordinary escorts from a courier service. While they possessed combat skills far beyond that of average people, by the standards of the martial world, they were just average. Have my standards become too high? Even these guys are quite skilled by normal bodyguard standards. It seemed my taste had become luxurious after encountering numerous top-notch experts and imperial guards. I chuckled wryly and said, I am also a guest. I have no intention of causing trouble, so I will wait until the prior guest's business is finished. Meng Riang, realizing something, closed his mouth and made a gesture of silence. He then whispered something to the middle-aged man's ear. The fat man waved his hand. Put away your swords. Such a young child doesn't seem like a wicked martial artist. Understood, my lord. The bodyguards sheathed their swords. The middle-aged man, addressed as my lord, stood up and bowed to Meng Riang. Anyway, thank you, Master Meng Riang. I will ensure to show ample gratitude to Jinreng Valley later. It was my pleasure, my lord. I am glad I could be of help in this disaster. Haha. Let's go. Thud. Shortly afterward, the lord and his 4 bodyguards descended the stairs and left. I looked intently at Meng Riang sitting on the platform, who was waving his fan and staring back at me for a while. Then, he broke the silence. Seeing you passed through the web of clouds formation without a scratch, it seems you are a martial artist with distinguished skills. What business do you have with me, Master Mangliang? I suddenly felt a surge of emotion. I knew his title was Mangliang, that he was the beloved disciple of the real Master Mangliang, untrained in martial arts, lacking in sorcery talents but possessing an unparalleled mind, enjoying studying as well as indulging in pleasure and women, grumbling yet selflessly confronting evil, a brilliant strategist, an ex-imperial astronomer, and that his fan was actually the magical treasure 5 Fires 7 Birds divine fan. Yet, to Mangliang, I was a stranger he was seeing for the first time. Meeting a colleague I almost uniquely trusted, and one who died because of me, in such a relationship filled me with overwhelming emotion. My throat burned, and I wanted to kneel before him, weep, and confess my sins right then and there. I've had a good time. Mangliang's resigned smile still lingered in my mind, as did the sensation of having slain him with my own hands. Yet, I managed to compose myself and spoke. I am Baekwang. I've come to make a request of you, Mangliang. Oh, a request from a martial artist like you must be significant. Let's hear it. He seemed to perceive me as a half-crazy martial artist. Calmly, I said. Please interpret the oracle bone script on this item. I approached Mangliang with an ancient sword in hand. Zing! As I infused my internal energy, the sword's blade lit up with an intense blue light, revealing the engraved oracle bone script. Mangliang's face looked as if he was about to faint from shock upon seeing the script. Stammering in astonishment, he exclaimed, This is. Mangliang, as if snatching it, took the sword from my hand and knelt down, observing it as if his gaze could pierce through it. His eyes sparkled with childlike passion. After examining the sword for quite some time, Mangliang finally calmed himself and asked, What's the price for interpreting this? The price? This is an extraordinary item. It can't be interpreted overnight. No, this time I'll do something special. A huge sacrifice? I'll do it for free. Watching Mangliang's flustered behavior, it seemed he too believed this sword was related to the 7 luminaries or was a treasure in itself. Naturally, a person immersed in the world of sorcery and scholarship would risk their life just to examine it. Seeing him like this, I bitterly smiled and said, Free? That's generous of you. Then I shall return in a few years to hear the interpretation of the oracle bone script. Mangliang seemed to barely contain his excitement. For him to lose composure like that indicated his immense happiness. Indeed, if the sword were truly one of the 7 luminaries' swords, researching it would be a great undertaking. Ha, leave it to me. I will definitely interpret it. By the way, when do you plan to come back? Hey, I couldn't bring myself to meet his eyes. Struggling, I managed to say what I felt deep inside. I'll come back when I feel strong enough to overcome my shame. Do you like poetry? What's with the cryptic talk? Mangliang looked baffled, but I remained silent. I could hear Mangliang grumbling. Always so busy these days. If it's not the local lord asking me to interpret astrological omens, it's unique characters like you showing up. I just wanted a peaceful and leisurely life, but it's getting tougher. I'm sorry. And don't worry, I wasn't really asking for an earful. Ha, but make sure to visit again. I'll have it interpreted by then. My own incompetence boils within me. Hearing Mangliang laugh heartily, I couldn't help but let tears stream down my face. I had been barely holding back my shame until that moment, but now, feeling pathetic and cowardly, tears inevitably flowed. I had sworn not to cry if I could help it, but now an unavoidable flood of emotions was overwhelming me at novel bin at. I'm sorry. Thump. As I knelt down and buried my head, Mangliang became flustered. What? Oh, it was really just a joke. Don't cry like that. Oh dear. Look at you. I couldn't help but cry. I was now facing my sins. I was looking at the person who had been sacrificed as the price for my foolishness. And despite knowing that I will continue to fail in my quest for power, the frustration at not being able to give up made me weep. Then, see you next time. Take care, Baekwang. Wiping away my tears, I slowly walked down the stairs from Mangliang's place. Many thoughts crossed my mind as I descended, but one thing was clear. What has happened cannot be changed. I must do my best going forward. I must move forward. I felt no regret for leaving a legendary weapon with Mangliang. Instead, I was relieved that I could compensate him in that way. By handing over something beyond martial arts, my resolve felt even more strengthened. I will return when I am strong enough not to feel ashamed. And then, I will confess my sins to Mangliang. To achieve that, I will have to train tirelessly at the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Staying still solves nothing. I will make it. Even if it means dying at the hands of threefold expert Li Guang or Jin Sochong, I will grit my teeth and endure, mastering the art of ascension. Even if it takes decades, this will be my way of overcoming failure and atoning for my sins. Without looking back, I headed towards Guangzhou. It was there that the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, the origin and foundation of my martial arts, was located. I forgot all the trivial matters like Yonggyeong Valley, tragedies, and Luoyang, and fiercely rushed towards the school. Something inside me had changed after experiencing Mangliang's death, despite having somewhat strayed due to the benefits of my reincarnation. Focusing solely on running, my lightness skill accelerated like a flying tiger, not stopping for a moment. Ignoring the limits of the human body, my straw shoes broke 5 times, but I never felt tired. Whenever my muscles showed signs of fatigue, they would instantly regenerate, recovering vitality. Swoosh. I leaped to the summit of a mountain, half a day's journey from the Azure Dragon Martial Hall in Guangzhou. From here, I didn't need to take shortcuts through the mountains. It was better to travel through the crowded roads to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Breathing in the fresh mountain air, I gazed at the distant horizon and pondered. What was that tremendous downpour all about? Strange. Artificial. In the midst of meeting Mang Riang, I hadn't thought about it, but the dark cloud that hit me on my way to Jinrang Valley was clearly abnormal. In my 8 lifetimes, I had never experienced such a massive downpour. There must be some reason behind such a powerful weather change. My regression has a clear premise: if there is a cause, the past changes. Then, what could be the reason? I thought about asking Mang Riang, but I soon dismissed it. There was no guarantee he would know the reason, and I didn't want to be distracted anymore. I had already prepared for death, so it was something I could find out later at Novel bin at. There sure are a lot of bandits and thieves around here. It's a matter of life and death. Please, save me. Ha ha ha. From the mountain top, I saw a few bandits emerging on a secluded mountain path, waving their swords, threatening to kill the passersby. About 40 zhong, about 400 feet, away, I thought I wasn't too late and kicked a pebble with my internal energy. Snap. Arg. 2 of the bandits' heads burst open upon being struck by the pebble, likely dying instantly from the concussion. As the other 2 were startled by this sudden turn of events, I kicked another pebble. Thwack. Arg. The remaining bandits fell dead, bleeding on the spot. I had killed 4 bandits in an instant, but I didn't feel guilty. By dealing with the bandits, I had saved that passerby's life. However, I've always felt that this area is unusually rife with highway robbers and murderers. Why are there so many bandits roaming around? Muttering to myself, I soon encountered another bandit preparing for his business in the woods. He seemed to operate alone, looking bold and well-built. Hehe. Kid, hand over everything you have. The bandit grinned at me, thinking he had found easy prey, but soon knelt down, trembling with his teeth clattering, after being hit with 2 punches. I extended my fist towards him and said, "Sorry, all I have is this fist. Sir, I apologize. Please spare my life." I had already killed 4 bandits today. Although they deserved death for being murderous thieves, the idea of killing without hesitation was becoming repulsive to me. So, I nodded and asked him a question. "Hey, why are these mountain paths swarming with thieves and bandits? It's been strange for a while now. Do you not live around here, sir?" "Yes, I do. If there's a reason, explain it to me. If you solve my curiosity, I'll let you go." "Oh, I'll tell you everything? I know it all very well." With a servile expression, the bandit eagerly began to explain while rubbing his hands together. "Sir, you seem to be a martial artist from Jianghu. Have you heard of the Green Forest 72 strongholds?" I responded indifferently. "I've heard of it. A gathering of Green Forest trash. The Green Forest 72 strongholds." This referred to the fact that there were a total of 72 bandit strongholds in the Green Forest, a general term for bandits and thieves. Of course, there weren't exactly 72, but it was a sarcastic way to express how infested the Central Plains were with bands of thieves. In reality, bandit bases widely known to people were soon subdued by the government forces. Well, you can think that. But although the 72 strongholds are an exaggeration, the Green Forest 18 strongholds are absolutely real, and I believe there are 5 of them in this Guangzhou region alone. What? The Green Forest 18 strongholds? Yes. I'm not affiliated with them, but the strong ones flock there to serve under their command. I felt astounded. When I was young, Guangzhou was a place with terrible public order. Even during the time I was active as a courier, there were official Green Forest strongholds, and the people there taught martial arts at the level of a courier. However, they usually acted independently and were not referred to as the 18 strongholds or such. Curious, I asked. Even if there aren't many reputable martial arts sects in Guangzhou, shouldn't martial artists, especially from the righteous sects, be eager to make a name for themselves by defeating these 18 strongholds? Well, the 18 strongholds don't act separately but always cooperate. Moreover, the leaders and sub-leaders of the strongholds are said to be stronger than the average martial artist. After several martial artists suffered harsh defeats, everyone started to avoid them. Bandits were often peasants or commoners who couldn't endure excessive taxation or the tyranny of landlords and fled. Many were slash-and-burn farmers or runaway slaves. That's why there were many murderous thieves who formed their own groups. They couldn't dream of cooperating with each other, and it was common to see bandits killed in fights among themselves. I remember seeing this often during my courier life. In short, they're usually disorganized mobs. But the bandits of this era are unusually strong. Even during the era when I was active as a courier, bandits practiced martial arts, but they weren't considered very strong. If they were a bit powerful, couriers would pay them off to pass, but if the couriers resisted fiercely, the bandits could suffer heavy losses. It was very rare to find bandits with martial arts skills above the level of an average courier. Even those who had such skills would eventually join the evil sects or the 8 gates of the demonic path and become middle managers. There was no reason to remain a bandit if one had decent martial arts skills. However, I had never thought that as many as 18 strongholds would be active and even defeat the smaller sects sent to subdue them. It's hard to believe that bandits, even if they learned martial arts, could be stronger than those formally trained in martial arts sects. Could it be that the bandits have learned advanced martial arts? That was the only explanation. The leaders of these strongholds must have at least the martial arts skills of an average courier to maintain such a force. That would explain why the government forces were hesitant to subdue them. Curious, I asked. Is there someone who leads all 18 strongholds together? Well, I've heard there's a self-proclaimed king of the Green Forest. But that's just a rumor, so I don't really know. The king of the Green Forest. He's said to wear tiger skins and wield a sword. The Tiger King stronghold he leads is rumored to be the strongest among the 18. I surmised that the rumors about this king of the Green Forest must have spread due to his high personal martial prowess. I thought this information might be useful someday. After all, the more one knows about the current situation, the better. All right, you can go now. Thank you, young hero. I then left the scene. Hand over the money. Eek. And from a hidden spot, about a meal's distance away, I watched as the bandit threatened another passerby with his knife. I sighed. Bandits are all the same, after all. Why are there so many slick-talking thieves? Of course, lecturing robbers, who resort to theft due to hardship, about morality is futile. Having spent half my life dealing with bandits while working as a courier, I knew all too well the depravity of their character. I flicked a small stone, no bigger than a thumb. Snap. Gah. Crack. The stone hit precisely on the hand holding the knife, causing the bandit to drop it. As the startled bandit hurriedly picked up his knife, he realized that I was watching him from hiding. Glancing around nervously, he then sheepishly spoke. Just go. Eek. Disgusted by the sight, I retreated from the scene and thought to myself, I must catch this so-called bandit king someday. It's because of him that the common people suffer. Soon after, I entered the city of Guangzhong. Guangzhong city was as bustling as ever. This was my third time entering the city, so I didn't feel particularly nervous. Instead, I relaxed after a comfortable wash and rest, using the money I had acquired from a few bandits. My clothes and straw shoes were dirty, so I bought new ones. While resting on the second floor of the inn and gazing out the window, I sensed the presence of several first-class experts. It must be Namgang Wan and Moyang Yian, and the elite martial artists secretly trailing them. Sure enough, there was that incident. The Heavenly Yin body tracking case? It was the incident where Namgang Wan and Moyang Yian were being pursued due to rumors that violating Moyang Yian, a peerless beauty from the Moyang family with the Heavenly Yin body, would grant immense internal strength. Namgang Wan had no choice but to seek help from the executioner Jin So Chong. It seemed I had arrived just in time for that event. Unless something unusual happened, it was an inevitable incident that was bound to occur. I could have helped Namgang Wan if I wanted to, but I didn't feel the need to. After all, the whole situation was due to Namgang Wan's reckless talk, and it had little to do with me, nor did it offer any benefit. Moreover, once the executioner got involved, those types of scoundrels couldn't even put up a decent fight. I decided to prepare myself for a smooth entry into the Azure Dragon Martial Hall the next day. After a hearty meal and good rest, I headed to the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. There I saw the familiar faces of the Bang brothers. They were Bang Il and Bang Gok, second-line disciples of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Especially Bang Il, I remember having a fairly deep connection with him, though it wasn't exactly a pleasant one. An enemy is also a connection, after all. I smiled wryly and said, I've come to take the entrance exam for the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. This was my third time saying this. It felt nostalgic. Entrance exam? Ha ha ha, you're quite the clown. This was also the third time I heard Bang Il's response. Watching him laugh, I thought it was as expected. I didn't resist the flow and quietly started to recreate the events of that time. Eventually, Bang Il and I engaged in an arm wrestling match, which I won, leading him to guide me to the Reclining Dragon Hall. While following Bang Il to Reclining Dragon Hall, curiosity struck me, and I asked him a question I had never asked before. Senior brother Bang Il. Already using the term senior brother, you're a cheeky one. His tone was brusque but not sharp. As expected, Bang Il was bad at expressing himself to others. I chuckled inwardly and continued the conversation. Senior brother Bang Il, did you enter the martial arts school aspiring to become a master in the martial world? Why ask the obvious? It's a given for a first-line disciple, but even from the second line onwards, one needs a strong resolve. Reaching the third line is almost like staking one's life. By putting in so much effort, can one definitely become a master? Bang Il snorted. Of course, we believe so. Our headmaster and chief instructor, along with the two instructors, have exceptional martial skills. We too can achieve that with effort. I see. I responded as if convinced but felt bitter inside. No, Bang Il, you're mistaken. Bang Il's talent wasn't outstanding either. At best, he was only about as skilled as I was. As far as I knew, Bang Il barely managed to reach the first-rate level even after 5 years, barely hanging on. Of course, that was enough to be a courier in any courier agency, but it was a miserable return for sacrificing his entire youth in his 20s. When I was an instructor, I even felt sorry for Bang Il at some point, so I avoided picking fights with him. His skills were barely sufficient to aspire for an instructor position in the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, making him more pitiable. He entered with dreams of becoming a master but eventually gave up and was often seen drinking. Without the power of Heavenly Tome of Dark Mysteries, I would have been no different from Bang Il, a chilling thought. How many like Bang Il are there in the Azure Dragon Martial Hall? Probably half of the second-line disciples and above are no different from him, tirelessly training day in and day out. Only a few among the third-line disciples might barely recover their investment. I could only lament the harsh reality of talent and effort. What is effort? What is talent? Stopping in my tracks, Bang Il looked at me curiously. What are you doing? Hurry up and follow me. Brother Bang Il. I look forward to working with you. At that, he awkwardly shouted. You rascal, just follow me. It's not even confirmed yet, and you're already counting your chickens. His grumbling made me smirk. Having lived several lifetimes, such matters seemed trivial. I decided to avoid unnecessary conflicts with Bang Il in this life and followed him. Soon, I arrived in front of the reclining Dragon Hall. Headmaster, second-line disciple Bang Il has brought an applicant for the entrance exam. Come in. Then a somewhat spacious area opened up, and the headmaster of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall was sitting on a chair. He seemed to be reading at the moment, with a study nearby. The headmaster's demeanor was the same as before. After looking at me with clear eyes for a moment, the headmaster asked, Bang Il, what's this boy's name? Well. As Bang Il hesitated and looked at me, I stated my name. My name is Baekwang. I knew this flow of events. All right. Bang Il, you may leave. Yes. Thud. As Bang Il closed the door and left, the Azure Dragon Martial Hall School headmaster, threefold expert Li Guang, watched me silently for a long time. Then he suddenly asked, Baekwang, did you come from the White Lotus sect? In the past, I was so flustered by this question that I desperately made up various excuses, risking my life. Looking back, I seemed to have gambled recklessly. But now, I responded calmly without showing any pathetic discomfort. No. Instead, I would like to demonstrate my martial arts skills to the headmaster. That should clear all doubts. Is there a good spear or sword in the training yard? Seeing me calmly counter-asking, threefold expert Li Guang looked at me with interest. Having been taught by him for years, I knew that look in his eyes was his intense curiosity about something. Of course. Show me your skills. Then, wish. I executed my lightning step technique with full power and went outside. A faint shadow seemed to overlap several times, creating an illusion, and threefold expert Li Guang seemed quite surprised by that alone. I then picked up a spear and sword from the training yard, sequentially displaying the techniques of the Thunder Spirit 8 styles, Lightning Shadow Sword Technique, and Thunder Cloud Palm. Finally, the power of the Thunder Cloud Palm roared, resonating the air throughout the training yard. Threefold expert Li Guang, who had been quietly observing from in front of the reclining hall, sent me a soft telepathic message, as if whispering in my ear. Are you a disciple from the Thunder God sect? Impressive level. This time, without resorting to any pathetic stories about the White Lotus sect or Sacred Lotus, threefold expert Li Guang didn't doubt me. To him, a successor of the Thunder God sect, my demonstration and application of the spiritual thunder techniques were evidence of reaching a mature level. I nodded and replied, I would like to discuss the details inside. Threefold expert Li Guang's face lit up with a content smile. He showed no hint of doubt. Seeing a disciple of the Thunder God sect is a delightful day. Perhaps I should bring out some light wine. I realized that my third entrance attempt had successfully ended. Fetching light wine. That was something threefold expert Li Guang did only when he was in the best of moods and with a guest he truly trusted. I informed threefold expert Li Guang that I had been a disciple of another branch of the Thunder God sect and had been practicing it since a very young age. While it might be suspicious to have reached such a level in just a few years, he seemed to think I wasn't a half-crazed martial artist. I honestly told him about consuming the 1000-year snow ginseng regarding my internal strength. After hearing my story, threefold expert Li Guang felt my pulse. Then he murmured softly, the 1000-year snow ginseng truly is a miraculous elixir. Almost all your major meridians are open, and you're just short of reaching the heavenly spirit pill. Heavenly spirit pill? I cocked my head at the unfamiliar term, but he didn't elaborate further. He then said, you and I are from the same sect. If you wish to accept me as your master again, perform the 9 bows ceremony here. Yes. Without hesitation, I performed the 9 bows ceremony. I had come here with the resolve to learn everything under him for decades. After completing the 9 bows, Li Guang spoke. Rise. From now on, I am your master, and I will pass on the rest of the Thunder God sect to you. Yes. Baekwang. As you must have heard from your master, the Thunder God sect is a tradition passed down to many and is a formidable martial sect. You have high potential, so train diligently to reach the pinnacle of the Thunder God sect. I understand. I didn't ask about the history of the Thunder God sect this time. Overeager questioning could create suspicion with threefold expert Li Guang, and that would be troublesome. Instead, I noticed something odd. Previously, Li Guang asked about the power of my mysterious heavenly divine skill. Why didn't he mention it this time? Did he fail to notice, or did he intentionally avoid the topic? I had learned the mysterious heavenly divine technique's true energy technique from Taoist Taiyunshan, which, mixed with my enormous internal strength, gave me control over a separate divine power. Over time, with continuous internal strength training and consuming elixirs, the mysterious heavenly divine technique also developed. But Li Guang didn't probe into the origins of the mysterious heavenly divine technique. However, revealing that out of fear would be even more foolish. Regardless of Li Guang's intentions, if he had wanted to kill me, he wouldn't have bothered with all this. I steeled my resolve and said, I've come to learn the martial arts of the Thunder God sect. I am prepared. Prepared? That's good to hear. Threefold expert Li Guang smiled contentedly. From today, you are my direct disciple, and Jin So-chong will be your senior brother. Given your skills, I'll assign you the position of an instructor for now, and you will learn directly from me for the time being. Yes. Then he muttered as if he had just remembered something. Come to think of it, So-chong said he was going to meet a friend. It seems I've entered the school on the same day as before. By now, Jin So-chong would be helping Nam Gungwan and his fiancée to escape and heading towards the Zhou clan's manor. Soon, they would secretly flee with the help of the Zhou clan's manor's owner. However, their escape would be caught by dozens of first-class martial artists, leading to an inevitable battle near the Hang Pass. I asked, what should I do? After a moment's thought, threefold expert Li Guang waved his hand. No, it's fine. He'll come back on his own. You can rest for today. Yes. Previously, I had shown an active desire to meet my senior brother directly. Therefore, threefold expert Li Guang had once assigned me the task of bringing my senior brother to him. At that time, I was keen to see Nam Gungwan, so I took the initiative. However, this time, I decided not to intervene. At this point, Jin So-chong's skills are beyond what a group of first-rate martial artists could handle. Even if left alone, he could easily annihilate them like a wolf among sheep, as history had shown. I want to save time and energy. Soon, I will be training hard to the point of death. I didn't want to waste my energy wandering around. Besides, I was already too familiar with Jin So-chong's skills to need to rewatch his prowess. Bang Il. Take instructor back to his quarters. Yes, headmaster. I followed Bang Il's guidance to the separate quarters assigned to the instructors. Even as he led me, Bang Il kept glancing at me with disbelief, unable to roughhouse or threaten me as he used to. Understandably, a trainee like Bang Il would know that when someone like Li Guang takes someone as an instructor, it implies corresponding skills. He probably figured that picking a fight with me wouldn't end well for him. Instructor, this is your separate quarters. Please rest comfortably. Bang Il's tone had turned respectful. While I was just a disciple and trainee under Chief Instructor Jin So-chong during my first entry, it was natural for him to speak formally to an instructor appointed directly by the headmaster. It must have been an unavoidable circumstance for Bang Il, who earnestly aimed to become a master. Lying on the comfortable bed in my quarters, I thought, no need for pretense. I'll go all out from tomorrow. Originally, I thought of acting a bit under my level due to my young age. However, after being taught by Li Guang and Jin So-chong over the years, I knew that half-hearted deception wouldn't work with them. It was much better to honestly collide with the level I understood and thought about. The next morning, Jin So-chong returned. Seeing me, the new instructor, he smiled brightly. I have a new disciple? I'm counting on you, Instructor Baikwung. Yes, senior brother. I forced a smile. After competing with and learning from this man for years, he felt more like a master than threefold expert Li Guang. However, I didn't show my feelings too openly and kept my emotions somewhat aloof. Then the training began. Threefold expert Li Guang decided to start with a sparring session on the first day of one-on-one instruction. It wasn't the spear sparring I had with Jin So-chong before but with wooden swords. Standing at a distance, Li Guang adopted a stance that covered half his body and said, "Come at me." I didn't hold back. I already knew that Li Guang was many times stronger than his publicly known assessment. Crackle. Instantly, the level of spiritual thunder I had mastered exploded, and my reflexes and speed increased dramatically. Blue thunder energy swirled around my wooden sword, powerful enough to dismember even a first-class martial artist. And I surged forward at a terrifying speed. Shush, shush, shush. I executed the lightning shadow step in a continuous cycle, sliding like a mirror reflection and performed a triple consecutive strike. This was a more improved attack than what I had practiced during my second entrance. My form accelerated with the lightning shadow step, creating brief sparks on the ground. Whoosh. However, I realized that all my attacks had been narrowly deflected by a mere hair's breadth. Moreover, Li Guang had not only evaded but also counterattacked with his sword energy a cup-ointment strike, a level of skill invisible to my eyes. The idea that he could use sword energy to execute a cup-ointment strikes was unimaginable to me. Is this an advanced form of the lightning shadow sword technique? I keenly felt that he had stepped into a realm of martial arts beyond comprehension. Thud. During my past lives, my extensive real-life combat experience seemed insignificant, as I was defeated in just 5 seconds. As I tried to release the acupoints that threefold expert Li Guang had sealed, he said to me, "Bakwung. Yes, your internal strength and techniques might work well against ordinary martial artists of the world. However, they lack intention, making it difficult to properly hit a master, despite having the world's greatest internal strength." This wasn't the first time I heard this. Threefold expert Li Guang had repeated it countless times before teaching me. Just one day into my training, I felt I had reached the same starting line as before. In other words, Li Guang had just objectively assessed my abilities at this moment. Right. Previously, I couldn't comprehend his words and ended up wasting time. It wasn't that I was idly passing time. I pondered over what intention and thought meant until my head hurt. I kept swinging my sword, but I couldn't understand what it all meant. Thus, I desperately sought teachings from Jin So-chong for the remaining 2 years, but even that was futile. I was then caught up in the affair of the Golden Guards and sent to Luoyang in that state. I gritted my teeth and said, I don't understand. What don't you understand? Before coming to the master, I had a duel with a formidable expert. I exerted all my internal strength as I do now, increasing my speed and power momentarily, but like now, all my attacks were read and toyed with by him. I might have the greatest internal strength in the world, but why is there such a difference? I was referring to my life or death battle with the chief of the Golden Guards. No matter how much of a top expert he was in the Imperial Palace, I was too easily toyed with at that time. Even when he was fighting with 3 moves held back, I suffered the humiliation of having my sword blade snapped by his finger. Threefold expert Li Guang looked a bit surprised. Judging that there was truth in my words, he seriously pondered before answering. You're lucky to have survived a duel with such a person. Let's reflect on that duel for a moment. Yes. Tell me about the flow of that battle as you remember it. I recalled as best as I could the sequence of my techniques and how swiftly and in which direction the chief had evaded during my battle with him. I described it awkwardly over the course of a meal's time. Although it was embarrassingly crude, Li Guang, being a master, seemed to understand it all. After pondering, he spoke. That man is undoubtedly a great master. The technique he used is called shapeshifting technique, an ultimate skill of martial arts. Shapeshifting technique. It's not well known, but this is what it is. Shush, shush, shush. My eyes widened in astonishment. Incredibly, threefold expert Li Guang's figure split into 2. To my eyes, it looked like 2 Li Guangs, a clear image of clone technique. Li Guang then sent me a telepathic message. What do you think? Can you tell which one is the real me? I concentrated chi in my eyes and scrutinized, but I couldn't tell and shook my head. I don't know. Swoosh. Li Guang's figure merged back into one. He sat back in his chair and continued. This isn't some magical clone technique. It's a skill that leaves a residual image of chi to fool the opponent. Those who rely simply on the speed of their bodies are especially susceptible to being deceived by shapeshifting technique. Its density is almost uniform, making it impossible for normal vision to distinguish the real body. Can I also use shapeshifting technique? Of course, you can. There's hardly any martial arts technique you cannot perform with your internal strength. But there's a problem. A problem. SSSSSSSSSS. In an instant, his figure multiplied into 4, 8, then 16 images, filling the training hall. Astonishingly, each one was in a different posture and location, as if time had stopped. It was impossible for me to discern the real Li Guang among these illusions. Suddenly, I felt a finger press sharply against my back without warning. I felt like lightning had struck down my spine. Had his hand been holding even a small dagger, I would have been dead at that moment. You couldn't tell at all, could you? That's because you're trying to see the chi with your eyes. With such rudimentary mastery of chi, it's impossible to learn shapeshifting technique in a lifetime. Isn't it natural to see with the eyes? When I concentrate my internal strength in my eyes, I can see the opponent's chi. Shapeshifting technique starts from exploiting that very misconception. Chi is not a tangible object. A master can manipulate it to create illusions. In battles beyond the supreme level, this play of reality and illusion becomes inevitable. Does that mean I'm bound to be defeated helplessly against a supreme master, just like now? As I was stunned, threefold expert Li Guang continued explaining. From what I see, the foundation of your Thunder God sect is solidly built. It speaks highly of your previous master's teaching. Therefore, I will focus on teaching you advanced techniques and higher-level combat strategies. Yes. I felt overwhelmed at the prospect of receiving the teachings I had always dreamed of. Previously, Li Guang would lose interest and give up after a few days of passionate teaching when he realized I couldn't understand. But this time, he seemed to have a more direct grasp of my level and his advice seemed to be more detailed. First, your initial training. I couldn't help but tense up at his next words. Since your strength lies in the Thunder Shadow Sword technique, practice it 100,000 times. 100,000 times. Yes. And do it in front of me. What connection could there be between higher-level combat methods and such an absurd repetition of techniques? Curiosity welled up inside me, but I forced myself to keep my mouth shut. Previously, I used to ask Li Guang questions immediately without further thought, but each time, he looked immensely displeased. To him, it seemed like an attitude of not wanting to think for oneself, which he found disrespectful. In other words, to get proper training from threefold expert Li Guang, I needed the mental attitude of pushing my thoughts to the limit and trying hard. I gritted my teeth and responded, I will do it. From that day on, I started practicing the Thunder Shadow Sword technique relentlessly. I had revisited the technique during solitary practice before, but never with such a desperate, frenzied repetition as now. Li Guang, with his arms crossed, watched me and would hit me with a wooden sword whenever I made a mistake or deviated from the technique. Whack. Focus? Who told you to do it half-heartedly? Perform the Thunder Shadow Sword technique exactly as you were taught. Whack. Not like that, don't be lazy. Concentrate all your mental energy and execute it quickly, as fast as possible. Precise and fast. Ugh. That day, I repeated the technique about 4,500 times, and by the end, my whole body felt bruised. If I hadn't unconsciously defended myself with my internal strength, an ordinary person would have died dozens of times over. It was unsettling to think that threefold expert Li Guang had pushed me to the brink of death, considering this as well. After the day's training ended, I thought I would be able to retreat to my room, but as midnight approached, Li Guang suddenly called someone else. Jin So-chong. Monitor him and make sure he doesn't rest until he completes 100,000 repetitions. Understood, master. Take turns watching him for 6 hours with 2 other masters. At novel bin at. Yes. With that, Jin So-chong sat down in a chair, replacing Li Guang, who went off to sleep. Not allowed to rest. It dawned on me then. What Li Guang meant by 100,000 times wasn't to do it while taking breaks for eating, sleeping, and resting. He literally meant without a single moment of rest, 100,000 times. Panting. Huff. I let out a shallow breath. How many times have I done this? I couldn't quite remember. I was sure I had counted up to 8,000, but it wasn't clear in my mind anymore. I knew I still had 92,000 more to go, but the thought of it was so mentally draining that I forced myself not to dwell on it. Beside me, Instructor Yun Kwang watched me like a hawk. He struck my calf with a wooden sword, shouting, "Focus, your footwork is off." I felt like I was going to collapse. While my body quickly recovered thanks to my nearly limitless internal strength, my mental energy was almost depleted. This was hardly surprising, considering I had been continuously practicing the lightning shadow sword technique for 2.5 days straight without a moment's rest. I never expected the training to be this intense from the start. I want to rest. I'm so sleepy. Despite my physical endurance, I keep feeling drowsy. I thought that if I could just stop this madness and lie down for a bit, I'd feel happy. As I staggered, Yun Kwang scoffed at me. "So this is the new master everyone's been talking about? Just a pushover, I guess. Ha ha ha. What did you say? I've been a master for several years now, but I've never seen such insane training. You might as well give up." Master Yun Kwang was originally a renowned martial artist in the area surrounding Guangzhong. However, after his defeat by Li Guang, he was so impressed that he gave up all his martial activities to become a master of the Thunder God style. With his background as a successful martial artist, his manner of speaking was arrogant and frivolous, but his skills are definitely solid. I muttered to myself internally. Yun Kwang and He Pyong, 2 of the instructors supporting the Azure Dragon Martial Hall alongside Chief Instructor Jin So-chong, had one thing in common: they were both late-stage masters from Guangzhong and had become quite strong as masters of the Thunder God style. They were likely on the verge of becoming top-tier martial artists. Even now, I couldn't guarantee that I could defeat Yun Kwang within 100 seconds. I clenched my teeth. I won't give up. Just watch. Humph, the young one's got some spirit. All right, keep going then. Yun Kwang smirked and resumed monitoring my stance. Jin So-chong, Yun Kwang, and He Pyong would strike me with their wooden swords whenever my stance was even slightly off. It seemed they were instructed by Li Guang to do so. Swoosh. Once again, I rallied my will and reached 10,000 repetitions. It's time to switch. He Pyong. As the third day was drawing to a close, Yun Kwang was replaced by Master He Pyong. Unlike the somewhat frivolous Yun Kwang, He Pyong was a man of stoic silence, resembling a steadfast ox. He didn't seem inclined to say much. Whack. Ugh. He Pyong, silent in his observation, struck me whenever my stance was off. Even though I used my internal energy to protect myself, the pain was significant. A blow like that could easily kill an ordinary adult man. Is he trying to kill me? However, He Pyong, with his ox-like demeanor, was an unreadable man. I struggled even harder, feeling more exhausted than before. My hands felt swollen from repeatedly executing the lightning shadow sword technique, but I forced myself to keep going. I felt like my mind was going blank. I was reaching my limit. I wanted to collapse and sleep, or at least lie down for a while. My body was screaming at its limit. I couldn't remember how many repetitions I had done. The thought of dying seemed more appealing than continuing. That's when He Pyong spoke. "If you want to give up, just say so. 100,000 times is impossible. At this rate, your ligaments will tear or my muscles will rupture completely, leaving me incapable of living as a martial artist. You should do it moderately." It was the first time I heard He Pyong, the stoic man, talk so much, but I soon realized that his advice came from genuine concern. To him, this training method seemed to be nothing more than a life-shortening exercise for a martial artist, and he felt pity for me. My mind snapped back to attention, and I replied, "I will do it." "All right then, continue." He Pyong resumed his silent vigil. Despite feeling like I was losing my mind, my body moved on its own, and distracting thoughts gradually faded away. Once the difficulty surpassed a certain level, my mind felt almost empty, devoid of any thoughts. Soon, He Pyong's shift ended, and Jin So-chong took over in the middle of the night. He looked at me, drenched in sweat, and said, "Wait a moment." Swoosh. He suddenly brought a bucket of cold water and poured it over me. I looked at him in disbelief, and Jin So-chong calmly said, "How many times have you done it so far?" "About 26,000 times. You're too slow. If you don't speed up, you'll die during this training." "What?" Jin So-chong, tore open a dry robe and said, "This training is something the master instructed with his own conviction. But it's half a gamble. He believes in your potential, thinks you'll overcome it, and is betting on your growth to the next level. So, trust and don't doubt. That doesn't matter to me. I've decided to do it, so I'll see it through to the end. Remember, the key to this training is precision and speed." Jin So-chong seemed to be giving me a clue. Has Jin So-chong already done this training? A dreadful thought crossed my mind, but I shook my head. If that's the case, Jin Sochong is not human but a deity born for martial arts. Even with my nearly infinite internal energy keeping me afloat, this training is incredibly hard. How could a normal human undergo such training? However, I decided to take his advice seriously. I continued to focus on executing the lightning shadow sword technique precisely and quickly. I was already beyond my normal limit of concentration, feeling like bugs were crawling in my brain. For a moment, everything went black. I must have lost consciousness briefly from exhaustion. I regained my senses and swung the wooden sword again. Around 35,000 repetitions, the fourth day was almost over. I was so exhausted that I could barely distinguish who was monitoring me. All I felt was a dark figure shouting and hitting me. My eyes were drooping, and the figures disappeared, continuing in a blur. Hey, wake up. Swoosh. Yun Kuang splashed cold water on me. I must have briefly lost consciousness while standing. Immediately after being drenched, I mechanically swung the sword again. Yun Kuang muttered in disbelief. Crazy. He's still going? Insane. Crazy? Am I crazy? I kept swinging the sword, reflecting on Yun Kuang's words. The path of the lightning shadow sword technique became a blur, and my fingertips felt like they had turned into swords. In that strange sensation, I briefly reflected on my past. Death. Slaughter. And the feeling of defeat. Helplessness. I had felt too much of it for decades. And then, Meng Riang died. He died because of my foolish choices, because of my weakness. If I remain weak, the same events will keep repeating. I am weak. I had never pondered why I was weak. Since birth, I had been placed in the position of an inherent weakling. For decades, I lived a hopeless life, constantly beaten and downtrodden, dominated by a sense of powerlessness. So, I endure. I don't want to let go. I'm sick of living a decaying, comfortable life. Time and again, I've felt my limitations. I realized the harsh truth of the world: you can't gain anything without sacrificing something. The only thing I can give up now is my laziness. If I quit this training halfway, threefold expert Li Guang will grow tired of me and let go. Then, I would be back to running in circles, a time of no progress, living life as if nothing happened. I refuse that. I don't want to let go. Now, I am in a position where I must seize it. And I must do so desperately, risking my life. Entering the fifth day, He Pyong looked at me with a worried expression. His normally impassive face showed concern, indicating how pitiable my condition must be. But, with no time to care about that, I numbly counted in my mind. 55321. 55322. I had just reached the halfway point. Wait. Halfway? Only halfway. My heart nearly broke at that moment. The thought of having to repeat this hellish ordeal again seemed impossible. Yet, despite that, I just clenched my teeth and endured. I no longer remember why I need to endure. I just do. My hand felt like it had merged with the sword. Time seemed to slow down, and my body adjusted to the slowed pace. Absorbed in the shining sword play in the darkness, I continued executing the lightning shadow sword technique for the 55,623rd time. I will not give up. I will not give up. I will never give up. At novel bin at. I repeated it like a mantra. Because I am. Master. This seems insane. On the 11th morning, Jin Sochong finally voiced his opinion. During breakfast, threefold expert Li Guang glanced at him. Jin Sochong's face was set hard, no longer moving his chopsticks. Li Guang, eating his stir-fried vegetables, responded. It is insane. But why? He's going to die. Jin Sochong said with a pallor. True. By conventional wisdom, Baekwang would soon be dead. Normally, a person would collapse from exhaustion, succumb to wounds and contract tetanus, or die from dehydration at this point. Or their muscles and ligaments would rupture, rendering them incapable of practicing martial arts again. In fact, Jin Sochong had trusted his master's training method. He believed there was a reason behind the master's insane training of swing a sword 100,000 times without rest. However, as he took turns monitoring, he increasingly felt this was wrong. Because he could clearly see Baekwang's condition deteriorating in real time. Pausing from enjoying his breakfast, threefold expert Li Guang finally spoke. He has to die. Otherwise, it won't work. What? Baekwang, that boy, he had desperation. And I realized that the root of this desperation was a lack of talent. It's hard to believe he mastered the Thunder God style to such an extent at his age, but he is desperately lacking the insight to understand and embody advanced martial arts. Probably, despite lacking insight, he reached such a level due to his incredibly powerful internal energy. However, that's become his poison, so I have no choice but to kill him. It's better to do it sooner before he develops worse habits. Kill him. Understanding his meaning, Jin Sochong spoke with a trembling voice. Are you trying to force him into a state of self-forgetfulness? If I don't kill him, he will remain at that stage for the rest of his life. Jin Sochong crossed his arms. Additionally, there's something suspicious about that boy. I want to see his determination through this training. Even considering his suspicious aspects, I want to see if he can be accepted as a successor of the Thunder God style. But that's too much. Enough. If you're so worried, let's go and see for ourselves. After finishing breakfast, threefold expert Li Guang and Jin Sochong headed to the training ground. In this training ground, accessible only to those at the instructor level or above, a musty smell wafted through the air. It was the odor emanating from the body of the young boy standing in the center. Swoosh, swoosh. Baekwang was still swinging his sword. However, His eyes were half dead, his movements slow and mechanical. It was as if a living skeleton was wielding the sword. But Jin So-chong was shocked to see Baekwang's movements. He's forgetting, and he's drawing out his potential. Li Guang asked Yun Kwang, the supervising instructor. How many swings has he done now? Just 150 left. A brief silence followed. All right, let's watch. Jin So-chong noticed a slight flicker in his master's eyes. Even threefold expert Li Guang seemed a bit flustered, as if he himself hadn't expected Baekwang to make it this far. He really pushed him to the edge of life or death. Was it due to vigilance towards the Thunder God style? Jin So-chong, unaware of this, didn't know that Li Guang was particularly cautious of Baekwang because of his nearly heavenly level internal energy, heavenly spirit elixir. Despite Baekwang's martial arts being incomparable, Li Guang knew the significance of heavenly spirit elixir's internal energy and was highly wary of Baekwang. It felt like he wouldn't mind if Baekwang died. Or perhaps, he didn't want him to die? At the same time, Jin So-chong looked at Baekwang with awe. He's maximizing his potential by continuously regenerating his body with his boundless internal energy. The absolute values are being raised as his body's protective instincts use the internal energy spread through the extraordinary and normal meridians for recovery. That's why he can endure what would normally kill a person. Where does such willpower come from? Jin So-chong doubted he could do the same, even if he had the same level of internal energy as Baekwang. Of course, it was largely because Jin So-chong had talent and didn't need to go through such madness, but even if he had to, he lacked the foolish willpower required. Whoosh! When only about 10 swings were left to reach 100,000, everyone in the hall witnessed a bright radiance erupting from Baekwang's body. In an instant, his body fully recovered. Bruises, wounds, pain, and muscle and ligament damage accumulated over the days completely vanished. It was as if the internal energy from the Millennium Ginseng he consumed several times erupted, resulting in an extraordinary recovery. An enormous and magnificent internal energy, unlike anything before, started erupting from Baekwang's body. Jin So-chong couldn't believe what he was seeing. All the internal energy up to now was just a part of it. He had thought Baekwang's internal energy was 100 times more than that of an average first-rate martial artist. Although Baekwang was just a child and was too clumsy in handling chi and intent, making him unable to fully utilize his power. Still, Jin So-chong had believed Baekwang's internal energy was world-shaking and unparalleled. But he was mistaken. The internal energy of Baekwang they had felt up till now was just the tip of the iceberg. Rumble. The entire training ground shook, and the trajectory of the swordsmanship vibrated noticeably, causing threefold expert Li Guang's expression to darken. Even he was perturbed by this tremendous internal energy. He never thought Baekwang's true internal energy would be 10 times what was apparent on the surface. Whoosh! Qi materialized around Baekwang's body, coiling like a dragon. It was a phenomenon of qi continuously discharging outward to stabilize the body. As Baekwang faced several near-death situations, the power of 6 Millennium Ginsengs, lying dormant within, erupted. Threefold expert Li Guang raised his hand to block its influence and muttered. A monster, indeed. 99,999. 100,000. With half-conscious and in a state of self-forgetfulness, Baekwang executed the 100,000th Thunder Shadow Sword technique. At that moment, a tremendous power of hegemony that Baekwang had never wielded before was incorporated into the swordsmanship, shining brilliantly. Jin So-chong exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the vividly shining constellation of rainbow-colored lights. Sword Qi. It wasn't made from complete enlightenment, but to think he could form sword Qi purely from internal energy? It was extremely inefficient yet beautiful for that reason. It was impossible for humans to form sword Qi in such a way. Only the greatest masters who have reached the ultimate unity of spirit and body could use such a technique, and Jin So-chong was immensely shocked that Baekwang forced it out merely with internal energy. Whoosh! The light of the Thunder Shadow Sword technique's sword Qi flowed flawlessly along the path of the swordsmanship. The 100,000 repetitions Baekwang had executed were faster and more precise than any sword path he had done before. The flowing streaks of lightning were akin to a galaxy. Suddenly, Li Guang, excited, shouted, "Excellent! Thunder God style! Secret technique! True lightning void annihilation!" Li Guang's spear split the very fabric of time and space, colliding with Baekwang's sword Qi, creating a massive surge of energy. There was no sound, but ultrasonic frequencies, inaudible to human ears, created multiple shockwaves. Rumble. As the shock subsided, Baekwang, still standing, had fainted with his eyes rolled back. Everyone was solemn. A crazy training that was thought impossible for humans, a boy in his early to mid-teens had endured to the end. Not only that, but the manifestation of sword Qi at the end seemed like a pinnacle for a martial artist. Thus, even Yun Kwang, who usually joked around, shut his mouth and watched Baekwang. Threefold expert Li Guang approached Baekwang and placed his hand on his shoulder. His energy flowed into Baekwang, stimulating his meridians, allowing him to wake up soon. Where am I? As Baekwang was disoriented, threefold expert Li Guang calmly said, "Congratulations. You have successfully completed the 100,000 repetitions. That's a relief. From now on, studying Qi and intent will likely lead to significant progress." Oh, Baekwang's face was unmistakably filled with joy. He thought he had merely survived what he believed would be certain death and had even succeeded in his training. Of course, Baekwang had no recollection of having manifested sword Qi. Threefold expert Li Guang, who had been intently watching Baekwang, asked, "What is it?" Huh. He had lost his composure. "What drives you to such desperation? The willpower you possess is not typical for a child your age. Even the mightiest warriors would find it challenging, yet where does such an absurdly strong willpower come from? What makes you so desperate to seek power?" Li Guang's question was understandable. Baekwang's willpower had surpassed his current understanding. Li Guang had realized Baekwang's talents and perception were limited, expecting his determination and venom to be average at best. But the tenacity Baekwang showed was more akin to a mindset willing to die in training. Li Guang had encountered such willpower only once in his extensive experience in the martial world. It was from a highly revered monk, a spiritual master from the Shaolin Temple, known as Monk Minghao. It was a willpower of transcendence, as if having forgotten all worldly life. Baekwang hesitated for a moment before responding. "I don't want to have regrets." Baekwang was still shouting in his heart. The hell of his 8 past lives was seething inside him. "I will not give up. I will not give up. I will never give up. Because I have decided to live and die 100 times over if necessary. That's how I have resolved to live through my reincarnations." From the next day, I began to learn advanced applications and combat methods of the Thunder God style one-on-one from threefold expert Li Guang. Although what I had learned so far was also Thunder God style, according to Li Guang, when moving to an advanced stage, I would learn the secret techniques of Thunder God style and understand new combat methods. I felt a tinge of pride thinking that I was finally on track. Unfold the Thunder Shadow Sword technique again. Yes. I stood in the morning training ground and took a mid-level stance, following threefold expert Li Guang's instruction. It was an action I had performed 100,000 times until yesterday, so I naturally unfolded it without much thought. As the first move finished, he spoke with satisfaction. "The excess has fallen away. Don't you think it has become a bit faster?" I realized then that the breathing that used to stutter between moves was now seamless. Though I had performed it unconsciously, the sword speed seemed to have definitely increased. As I stood there in surprise, Li Guang continued. "Now, you have achieved the Thunder Shadow Sword technique. It also means it's time for you to learn advanced applications of the sword technique. Your swordsmanship was only about collecting techniques, with clumsy use of internal energy and poor distribution of breath. Your high internal energy concealed these flaws, but to someone more skilled, it would have been riddled with weaknesses. However, you eliminated all unnecessary movements and vulnerabilities unconsciously in a state of selflessness, ingraining them into your body. That's why you can move to the next stage." I understood Li Guang's words. Unnecessary movements and vulnerabilities? I had been continuously correcting my posture 100,000 times, ordered to unfold the sword moves quickly and accurately, eliminating superfluous consciousness, and thereby greatly enhancing my swordsmanship. I looked down at my hands in amazement to see bruises like stamps, hardened. It was natural since I had swung them hard enough to catch fire. Threefold expert Li Guang then asked. "But I have something to ask." "Yes, please speak. If you are a disciple of the Thunder God style, you should know that the spear is much stronger. Why are you so fixated on swordsmanship? It would have been better if you had specialized in the spear." Li Guang's words were not just regret. He genuinely believed that the martial arts of the spear were far stronger than the sword. Given his level of martial arts, his words were true. I pondered for a moment before answering. "I wish to attain the ultimate in self-defense." Self-defense? Indeed. My words cleverly interpreted the theory of weapons he had explained before. According to him, the spear represented the pinnacle of combat skills, and the sword, the pinnacle of self-defense. I had turned it around, saying I was content with achieving the ultimate in self-defense. Li Guang smiled faintly and said, "Good. It's not bad to have a martial artist like you. It might be good to have someone who walks a different path than So Chong." Then, he held out a wooden sword and said, "Originally, our Thunder God style was to protect the religious ceremonies of the White Lotus sect, sometimes conducting the ceremonies in place of the priests. In the midst of this, the power of thunder energy was used to move the sword, transforming it into a sword of light, and this became the special technique of Thunder God style. This is the first I've heard of it. Of course, this is a secret only shared with those who have mastered the Thunder Shadow Sword technique to a certain level. It wasn't strange that I was only now hearing about the history of the Thunder Shadow Sword technique. Until now, my level of swordsmanship was so crude by Li Guang's standards that he didn't consider me a successor, naturally not teaching me everything about the Thunder Shadow Sword technique. In other words, I've been recognized by Li Guang in terms of swordsmanship." Threefold expert Li Guang's wooden sword began to move slowly. Crackle. After a moment, his wooden sword sparked with blue thunder energy, a phenomenon that occurred when I raised the thunder energy of the Thunder Shadow Sword technique while unfolding the sword moves. Li Guang, who had been looking intently at the thunder-infused wooden sword, suddenly shouted, "Ha! Crash!" It was an astonishing sight. Suddenly, the flickering thunder energy converged into one, forming a blade sharp as a thunderbolt. It was as if the sword energy was enveloped in lightning, and its sharpness was almost beautiful. Threefold expert Li Guang, having demonstrated up to this point, said, "This is the great achievement state of Thunder Shadow Sword technique, the Heavenly Thunder Blade. The way you've been infusing and releasing the thunder spirit energy into the sword is too slow and consumes too much energy. Only by creating the Heavenly Thunder Blade can you compete on equal footing with top swordsmen." That's right. First activate the thunder spirit, gather the dispersed thunder energy, and naturally overlay it from the sword's tip, envisioning the shape of the blade. This way, a refined and efficient heavenly thunder blade is formed. Swoosh. As threefold expert Li Guang lightly swung his heavenly thunder blade horizontally, it shot out from the wooden sword, striking a wall 5 yards away with a slashing blow. Projecting sword energy at a distance in this manner was an advanced technique. Once you can use the heavenly thunder blade naturally, you won't fear opponents with long-range weapons. And there's another ingenious use for it, which I'll teach you after you've mastered the heavenly thunder blade. Yes. Following Li Guang's instruction, I spent the entire day practicing to summon and form the heavenly thunder blade. Surprisingly, in about 3 hours, I was able to form a blade similar to the heavenly thunder blade, which seemed fast even to me. It was even fun gathering the wriggling thunder energy at the tip of the sword. You have already mastered the thunder shadow sword technique to a mature level. With diligent practice, you'll be able to learn the heavenly thunder blade in less than a month. I raised my hand. I have a question. Go ahead, ask. At novel bin at. I understand that the heavenly thunder blade is a technique for creating stable sword energy infused with the 5 elements thunder energy. But how does it differ from states like sword flame or sword strength? Can it also be achieved with the heavenly thunder blade? Threefold expert Li Guang sat down on a chair and answered my question. What do you think sword flame and sword strength are? Sword flame is the swirling stage before reaching sword strength, and sword strength is the highest realm a swordsman can reach, as far as I know. This wasn't just my own thought. It was a martial theory I had heard from Taoist Haiyunshin in the past. I wanted to confirm the story I heard from a peak master of the Wudang sect. Then, Li Guang smirked. That's a rather clumsy definition. But I guess that's what most people think. Isn't it? Let me ask again. Sword energy makes a weapon as sharp and strong as a famous sword. But why do peak masters go to the trouble of creating sword flame, which doesn't necessarily increase physical power? I had never thought about it. I had seen Taoist Haiyunshin and ghostly swordsmen fighting with sword flame, but honestly, I was just barely holding on with my internal energy, so I couldn't feel the difference between sword energy and sword flame. As I hesitated to answer, Li Guang continued. Listen. Sword flame is a technique created to break the opponent's sword energy. Technique. There are many who can project sword energy in this world. Not just peak masters, but even first-rate masters can forcibly gather energy to form sword energy. Consequently, combat techniques using sword energy have also developed. Sword flame is a fighting technique created to easily defeat those with weaker sword energy. Li Guang continued after explaining. Of course, there's a world of difference between real sword energy mastery and what you mentioned. The definition you gave is what people who don't understand sword strength might say. I was inwardly astonished. This was the theory and martial concept Taoist Haiyunshin had told me, and Li Guang had easily dismissed it. If Taoist Haiyunshin himself had heard this, he would have been furiously agitated. However, I didn't mention this and continued with my question. Then what exactly is true sword strength? What kind of power does it have? Very few masters have reached the true realm of strong qi. Those who have typically hide their power, so their true abilities rarely come to light. Masters of such caliber often avoid the tumultuous affairs of the world and focus on their cultivation. I see. There's no need for you to be curious about it now. After you master the heavenly thunder blade and enter the realm of secret techniques, you'll be able to continue this discussion. I realized I had no more time for questions, as from that day, I got up at dawn and spent most of my 12-hour days in the training ground, focusing solely on creating the heavenly thunder blade. Thanks to my immense internal energy, I could easily emit thunder energy, but concentrating it into the shape of a blade was a completely different challenge. A battle of concentration and perseverance? After about a month and 6 weeks of struggle, I finally managed to properly form the heavenly thunder blade. It took much longer than Li Guang had predicted, likely due to my own talents. Whoosh. Wow. The brilliance of the heavenly thunder blade floating above my wooden sword was dazzling. Threefold expert Li Guang, watching from the side, spoke bluntly. The light is too strong. It means you have not sufficiently controlled the thunder energy. Yes. Make it endlessly subtle, barely visible. The more you do so, the stronger the heavenly thunder blade becomes. I barely wiped the sweat from my forehead. My hard work had paid off, and I was now able to create proper sword energy. The thought of how long it would have taken me to achieve this alone, at least a decade, was overwhelming. There was no faster way than receiving instruction from an excellent teacher in a prestigious martial arts school. Now, try moving with the heavenly thunder blade wrapped around your sword, keeping the energy continuous. Practice moving the attached energy at will and releasing it externally. If you can do that, your thunder shadow sword technique will reach a different phase. I understand. To achieve the additional applications described by Li Guang, I spent several more months. During that time, he never mentioned whether my progress was fast or slow. Once, when I was eager and asked if I was progressing too slowly, Li Guang calmly reassured me every time. You are doing very well. Trusting Li Guang's words, I focused every day on perfecting the thunder shadow sword technique with tenacity. The fruits of my efforts finally paid off about half a year later. Boom! The heavenly thunder blade shot from my wooden sword, leaving a significant scar on the wall. I could finally use the heavenly thunder blade to attack at a distance. Exhausted and gasping for breath, Li Guang said, Now, if you refine the Thunder Shadow Steps, you will have almost completely eliminated your major weaknesses. Thunder Shadow Steps. 1 eye, 2 feet, 3 gall, 4 strength. Reciting an old adage passed down among martial artists, Li Guang suddenly moved swiftly, creating a vivid illusion as if another entity had appeared. Now that you've mastered the power of deploying sword techniques and learned to think, it's time to learn footwork. This was the pinnacle of footwork techniques I had never seen before. Is this the formless illusionary step? But I realized this was not the formless illusionary step. The movement was more intricate, like a series of connected chains, and the movements were lively like a carp, yet efficient without wastage, almost like a dance. Flutter, flutter, flutter. The shadows seemed to flutter like petals. Li Guang had moved 7 steps. But within those 7 steps lay incredible agility. After firmly completing the final step, Li Guang announced, "The Thunder Shadow Step's ultimate technique, Heavenly Pillar Kill? If you master this, I will grant you the title of a true successor of the Thunder God style." Really? I cheered in delight. The title of a successor? Even though Li Guang was already half recognizing me as a successor, teaching me various secret techniques and applications, being officially recognized was different. Gaining this title meant I could truly receive Li Guang's martial arts on an equal footing with Jin So-chong. In other words, this challenge itself was akin to the final test set by Li Guang. Li Guang nodded his head and said, "The period is 3 years. Master the Heavenly Pillar Kill within that time." 3 years. Yes. Considering that it took nearly a year to master the Heavenly Thunder Blade, I was given 3 times more time for the Heavenly Pillar Kill. It was clear that this technique was going to be challenging. And if Li Guang said 3 years, it likely meant it was a technique that could take up to 10 years to master. Li Guang continued. "Additionally, I'll give you another task. While mastering the Heavenly Pillar Kill, you and Jin So-chong will go on a martial hall breaking journey." Martial hall breaking, as in challenging other martial arts schools. That's right. I felt a considerable amount of astonishment. Martial hall breaking? Damn it. I might even die. While the idea was simple, I knew all too well how dangerous it could be. When I had recklessly challenged the Twin Gates sect of Luoyang in the past, I managed to defeat the sect's leader, but an elder appeared and almost took my life under the guise of a sparring match. In the world of martial arts, honor was more important than life itself, leading to frequent incidents where challengers were brutally killed in renowned sects. Martial hall breaking was a perilous act that required the challenger to be prepared to die. I steeled myself and declared boldly, "Let's do it." Good. Give it a try. The remaining time was spent under Li Guang's guidance, improving my Thunder Shadow Steps. He, like before, criticized my Thunder Shadow Steps for having too many superfluous movements and lectured me on the correct posture for quick movement. Up until then, I had thought that a peaceful and smooth training routine would continue. I would simply learn as taught and engage in dojo breaking on the side. However, the next morning, as I woke up in the quarters and headed to the training ground, I didn't see my master, threefold expert Li Guang. Instead, an unexpected figure was waiting for me. He was already packed and waving at me. "Have you arrived, junior disciple? Senior brother Jin So-chong? What brings you here?" Jin So-chong laughed heartily. "Well, we have to go dojo breaking today. We need to reach Jianggok before dawn, so let's hurry." This is so sudden. Despite my grumbling, I gathered the weapons from the training ground. I hardly felt hungry even without eating, so there was no need for extra preparations. I strapped a useful sword to my waist and suddenly felt something strange. "Wait a minute, senior. Jianggok? That place is..." "That's right, junior." My expression twisted at my senior's following words. "It's the village at the entrance of Mount Zongnan. The Zongnan sect is one of the renowned sword factions even among the 9 sects and 1 union. Although it might slightly pale in comparison to Qingyuan Martial Hall or Huashan sect, in the southern part of Shaanxi, their status was as high as the heavens. They had produced numerous peak-level masters over the generations and held numerous exceptional techniques, making them a prestigious sect among the prestigious, unquestioned by any in the martial world. They were no less than the Twin Gates sect of Luoyang I had challenged before. While the Twin Gates sect might boast not being inferior to the 9 factions and 1 union within Luoyang, the 9 sects were continental entities renowned throughout the land. In terms of recognition and influence among the orthodox factions, the 9 sects were like Mount Tai, immovable. That's why I was incredulous and said to my senior brother, "Are we really challenging them? Did junior disciple come all the way to Jianggok, unpack in the inn, and now say such things?" Jin So-chong, who was enjoying a warm tea, chuckled. "Don't worry. The Zongnan sect is a prestigious orthodox sect. They won't resort to cowardly acts rashly. We had already arrived in Jianggok village. That meant we were right at the foot of Mt Zongnan, the stronghold of the Zongnan sect." I glanced briefly at the peaks of Zongnan Mountain visible through the inn's window. Since Zongnan Mountain wasn't very high or rugged, traces of buildings were visible here and there. The buildings of the Zongnan sect of the 9 factions and 1 union must be among them. I hope so. I couldn't relax at all. The Iron Blood sect, also classified as an orthodox sect, once decapitated a rogue during a casual spar. Having been hit hard once already, there was no guarantee I wouldn't experience something similar again. Perhaps sensing my concern as nervousness, Jin So-chong said, "If you're nervous, disciple, you don't have to step forward this time. Observing is enough," as the master said. "It's not nervousness but worry. State your decision clearly. Sigh. I exhaled a deep sigh but soon responded calmly. Of course, I have to fight. How could I miss such an opportunity? Ha ha ha. Indeed, junior disciple has the spirited nature of a brave man. That's right. It wasn't an opportunity to miss just because my life might be at risk. Masters were rare in the martial world, and opportunities to fight them were hard to come by. The chance to gain real combat experience with the masters of the 9 factions and 1 union was invaluable. The thought of being surrounded and beaten by the masters of the Zongnan sect was terrifying, but I forced myself to be brave. With him here, I should be able to escape if necessary. My worries, yet grumbling upon reaching Jianggok village, were because I fully trusted, or rather, was certain of, Jin Sochung's abilities. He was a monster. After a long rest, Jin Sochung spoke. Since it's getting dark, let's climb Zongnan Mountain early tomorrow morning. What shall we have for dinner? I'd like dumplings. Then, let's eat something appropriate at the inn. Clatter. During the meal, I noticed individuals in Taoist robes or white clothes roaming around the inn. They were likely martial artists related to the Zongnan sect or its disciples. Wishing to avoid any conflict with them, I focused solely on eating. Jin Sochung seemed to have the same thought, savoring the stir-fried vegetables slowly. Jin Sochung started a conversation while eating. Junior brother's skills are the most outstanding among the young martial artists I've seen. How did you achieve such proficiency? He seemed quite interested in me. I modestly brushed off the question about my skills. I'm still quite ignorant. I just had a few fortunate encounters and good luck. Haha. The master has high expectations for junior brother. He usually says secret techniques shouldn't be passed on rashly, but he broke his own rule for you. There has never been, and probably never will be, another person he cares about as much as he does for you. Isn't senior brother is also receiving a lot of attention? Well, master doesn't interfere much with me. He teaches me what I need, then leaves me to my own devices. Jin Sochung's face held a hint of bitterness as he said this. Seeing his expression, I felt like I understood the whole situation. A genius teaching another genius, that must be why. Threefold expert Li Guang is a martial arts genius, and so is Jin Sochung. It's common for individuals with similar talents to be drawn to each other and to easily assess each other's capabilities. Likely, Li Guang refrains from unnecessary interference because he has gauged the extent of Jin Sochung's talent. However, this approach seemed somewhat impersonal to Jin Sochung himself. But I envied such a relationship. The reason Li Guang had been almost exclusively teaching me for the past half year, for 12 hours a day, wasn't due to a close emotional bond. It was because I was a slow learner, needing intensive coaching and correction to grasp the techniques. This was incomparable to leaving Jin Sochung to his own devices. Prompted by a thought, I asked, Senior brother, have you mastered all the techniques of Thunder Spirit 8 forms? Spear techniques are an endless path. It's premature to say I've mastered them all given my current level of cultivation. As I looked at him suspiciously, Jin Sochung shrugged. Yeah, I've learned everything that can be learned for now. I see. Of course, I don't plan to use any secret techniques in tomorrow's sparring. It's meaningless. What? You won't use secret techniques? I was shocked. It was a direct challenge to the renowned 9 factions and 1 gang, and he planned not to use his trump cards? However, Jin Sochung nodded as if it were obvious. Of course. How could I carelessly use techniques in a clash with another sect, especially when killing the opponent isn't an option? No matter how excellent a secret technique is, if observed repeatedly by others, countermeasures can be developed. Disciple, you should also seal all the secret techniques you've learned for tomorrow's sparring. Of course, I hadn't learned anything that could be considered a true secret technique yet, having only mastered the Heavenly Thunder Blade. Still, after half a year under Li Guang's guidance, my swordsmanship had significantly improved, and I had learned some secret moves, so I was concerned. Jin Sochung said, the Heavenly Thunder Blade is fine. Just aim to defeat your opponent with minimal movements. Senior brother, there seem to be too many precautions. The level here is expected to be very high. I grumbled, but Jin Sochung just laughed it off. Ha ha ha, don't worry. If you were in my shoes, wouldn't you worry? At novel bin at. I wanted to shout but restrained myself. We were speaking quietly, thankfully, because if our conversation was any louder, it would surely provoke the members of the Zongnan sect scattered around the inn. Our discussion was incredibly presumptuous. After finishing our meal, we lay down comfortably to sleep. Before falling asleep, I looked at the ceiling, but no particular thoughts came to mind, and I drifted off naturally. The next morning, we ascended Zongnan Mountain. The path, more like a walkway than a mountain trail, was well maintained, with places to rest scattered throughout. This indicated that the Zongnan sect frequently entertained guests and had considerable wealth. The road must have been built using donations and tributes they had received. Soon, a building that seemed to be the main entrance of the Zongnan sect appeared among the mountains. 2 white-clad swordsmen stood in front, likely disciples of the Zongnan sect. Their swords had uniquely twisted tassels, probably a mark of the Zongnan sect. As expected, one of them called out as he noticed us. Beyond here is the main mountain of the Zongnan sect. Outsiders must state their names and purpose of visit. I am Jin Sochung from the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, and this is my junior brother, Baek Wong. We have come from Guangzhou to request a match with the Zongnan sect. Jin Sochung's calm response seemed to surprise them greatly. Despite his polite phrasing, it was a direct challenge to spar. Perhaps because of this, one of the gatekeepers, unable to hide his confusion, said, "Do you realize this is the Zongnan sect of the 9 sects and 1 union? Of course. They've lost their minds. How long do you plan to keep us standing here? If you're going to report, do it quickly." After Jin So-chung's sarcastic remark, one of the white-clad swordsmen glared at us with a disdainful look and said, "Fine. Wait here for a moment." Whoosh! He then immediately used lightness skill to leap away somewhere. That lightness skill must be the cloud-light step that the Zongnan sect boasts. Judging by his skills, this white-clad swordsman seemed to hold a high position within the faction. Shortly after, the white-clad swordsman returned with 3 colleagues. He spoke in a cold voice. "Follow us. You will be received in the dueling hall." "Who said so?" "Shut up. There's no need for me to tell you who." I was astounded. Look at this guy. Of course, I was being as cautious as possible right now, so I wouldn't step up, but such an attitude seemed overly arrogant. If it had been a martial artist from an ordinary medium-sized faction, they would have been greatly angered by such words. Jin So-chung said, "You speak quite eloquently. Is this how you treat guests? Trash like you? How can people challenging for a sparring match be considered guests? It seems like you're just vagabonds trying to gain fame by clumsily challenging the 9 factions and 1 union, but don't expect to walk out of here unscathed." Jin So-chung seemed to ponder for a moment at that comment. Then he said, "It seems we have sufficiently identified ourselves, yet you call us vagabonds. Why the sour face? You don't seem to have any decent origins." Jin So-chung's face hardened. "That sounds like an insult to the Azure Dragon Martial Hall and my master." "Haha, the Azure Dragon Martial Hall? What's that supposed to be? Haha, this guy?" I was about to burst out in anger, but before I could, Jin So-chung's shadow had already shot forward with incredible speed. I realized that movement was the Thunder Shadow Step secret technique, Heavenly Pillar Kill, which I was supposed to learn. Jin So-chung had already mastered the secret technique I was to learn. Even as Jin So-chung rushed forward, the white-clad swordsman seemed unable to grasp what was happening. Wham! Ugh! Jin So-chung's palm strike swiftly hit the swordsman's solar plexus, lifting him a yard into the air. It was an attack so fast that I would have missed it if I hadn't focused my eyesight. This guy. Before his colleagues could even halfway draw their swords, Jin So-chung had already completed a 12-hit combo. His hands and feet left only white after images due to their speed. Flatter, flatter, flatter. All 3, who appeared to be first-class masters, were quickly beaten and collapsed on the spot. Jin So-chung, not stopping there, spun around and delivered a kick to the stomach of another. Thud. Ugh, ugh. That person spat out white foam and fell forward, unconscious. I won't forgive anyone who insults my master. In Jin So-chung's eyes, as he swiftly knocked down the disciples of the Zongnan sect, there was a cold madness. Seeing such a Jin So-chung for the first time, I swallowed hard. Normally, one would fear the consequences of attacking disciples of the Zongnan sect, but such thoughts didn't even cross my mind, as the aura emanating from Jin So-chung was chillingly powerful and resolute. After a moment of contemplation, Jin So-chung softly spoke. "Junior brother, hold me back a bit, will you? At this rate, there might be bloodshed today." I grumbled in response. "It seems you've already seen enough. Wasn't this already a level of bloodshed?" The men collapsed in the hall had been beaten to a point where they could end up crippled. Some were rolling their eyes back, foaming at the mouth, and writhing like insects, indicating that Jin So-chung had deliberately beaten them harshly. "Maybe we should just take down their signboard and leave." Whoosh! With a fearsome sound, Jin So-chung clenched his fist and flew off at an incredible speed. While I wasn't incapable of such speed, considering Jin So-chung's internal strength, his lightness skill was clearly at an exceptionally high level. For someone in his mid-20s, his martial prowess was astonishing. Shaking my head, I looked at the white-clad swordsman sprawled around. I clicked my tongue in disapproval. Fools! Did they really think they could pluck the whiskers of a tiger? Provoking Jin So-chung was something even I would hesitate to do. The boldness of that white-clad swordsman, who shook Jin So-chung's temper with just a few words, seemed impressive. I felt somewhat satisfied and chuckled, running forward. Thud thud thud. After running about 2 miles, the main building of the Zongnan sect came into view. There, about 10 disciples of the Zongnan sect lay unconscious, having been struck down by Jin So-chung. The remaining ones had formed a defensive circle around Jin So-chung, tense and ready. A man in his 30s, a high-ranking member of the Zongnan sect, shouted angrily, "You bastard! How dare you cause such a ruckus in the Zongnan sect? You were the ones who insulted my sect first. We came here with peaceful intentions, but this situation was provoked by you. What? Even if what you say is true, it's unforgivable." Swish swish swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding white-clad swordsmen unsheathed their swords, the sound intensifying the tension. Normally, a martial artist would be nervous or intimidated in such a dire situation. But Jin So-chung just muttered more coldly, "It's us who can't forgive." Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Jin So-chung's figure split into 3, and he showered palm strikes on the white-clad swordsmen of the Zongnan sect who were rushing in from all directions. With each heavy strike in the air, be it a double or triple hit, the sound resonated, and with every hit, swordsmen were sent flying, blood spraying. None could even properly receive a single move from Jin So-chung. Flatter flatter flatter. Arg. Ugh. As they were caught and kicked in the air, the sight of the swordsman being devastated was intense. There didn't seem to be any fatalities yet, but several were knocked unconscious with a few strikes, eyes rolling back. I was speechless at this thrilling scene. Although there were second-class martial artists present, most of them were first-class, and some were even at the threshold of peak level, yet they were overwhelmingly dominated. What was more astonishing was that Jin So-chong hadn't even drawn his main weapon, the spear, and was merely using Thunder Cloud Palm and Thunder Cloud Fist to decimate the Zhongnan sect. Wow, this isn't the time to be awestruck. I shouted urgently. Senior brother, stop. Boom. As the last white-clad swordsman trembled and leaned against the entrance of the Zhongnan sect, Jin So-chong's powerful fist shattered the massive entrance door. A door a yard wide flew off, crashing heavily onto the ground. The swordsman, crying and urinating in fear, was right next to where Jin So-chong's fist landed. Jin So-chong then retracted his hand and said, I'm still not satisfied, Junior. What? Jin So-chong slowly raised his head. Realizing he was looking at the innermost building of the Zhongnan sect and the peak-level masters there, I panicked. As expected, Jin So-chong started walking towards it. I was witnessing a true martial hall breaking in its purest sense. And I realized I had misjudged Jin So-chong. He wasn't a gentle and kind person. Usually quiet, but once ignited, he was a beast that would annihilate anyone, regardless of who they were, a destructive god with absolute confidence in his power. Let's make a scene. I wanted to protest, but I was too scared to say anything and just followed him. Trudging along, Jin So-chong led the way, and I followed him up the building of the Zhongnan sect. In the midst of furiously defeating the white swordsman, he seemed to have a rough idea of where the training hall was, showing no hesitation. Yeah? Ugh. Disciples of the Zhongnan sect sprang up from all around, swinging their swords at us, but senior brother effortlessly knocked them unconscious with barely a movement, almost like the shadowless fist. His hands moved incredibly fast. It was a distinguished martial art that I, in my current state, could not imitate. Is it the thunderous firm fist or the thunderous soft fist? Which of the two fist techniques taught in the Thunder God style is it? I tried to observe more of senior brother's divine might, but it was hard to discern. The fist techniques taught in the Thunder God style were broadly classified into firm and soft techniques, but senior brother's movements were not confined to these categories. Although learning the thunderous palm was mandatory in either style, there was a freedom in senior brother's techniques, characteristic of a grandmaster. This brat. Occasionally, one or two would target me with their swords. I glanced at them and tried to mimic something similar. So, like this, I should unleash the fist. I attempted to replicate the technique of swiftly unleashing the fist with a bit of energy infused in it. Crash. Ayah. Mother. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted, accompanied by screams. Although I stopped my fist just in time, the force of my punch, due to the pressure of the fist, sent 3 disciples of the Zhongnan sect flying through the air. I realized that if I hadn't stopped my fist, they would have turned into finely minced meat due to my internal energy. Eek. I was somewhat flustered. When did my fist become so powerful? Senior brother ahead of me spoke, maintaining his cool even in the midst of destruction. Junior brother has not yet reached the stage of the Thunder God Fist, so be careful. Using your peerless internal energy recklessly could certainly result in fatalities. Thunder God Fist. Yes. You might not have heard about it, but once one masters both the Thunderous Firm Fist and Thunderous Soft Fist to a certain level, one enters the realm of the Thunder God Fist. Then, one can completely control their internal energy, enabling more delicate combat. Thunder God Fist? A new martial art technique? These bastards? How dare they invade our base and chit-chat? Whoosh. While I was listening with interest, a figure suddenly soared from the front of the building. He seemed like a top disciple of the Zhongnan sect, an expert of considerable skill, probably at the upper echelon of first-rate masters, at the threshold of the peak. His efforts to fend off the 36 swords of the Heavenly River looked like deadly raindrops of sword energy. Swish. However, Jin So-chong once again deployed the secret technique of the lightning shadow stab, the Heavenly Pillar kill, in that brief moment. It was a mere 7-step change, but he deftly avoided all the sword energy and then broke the arm of the top disciple of the Zhongnan sect, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Boom. Arg. I couldn't close my mouth in awe. His skill was of a caliber that would stand proudly as first-rate in the martial world, yet he was so easily subdued. I could possibly defeat him, but not as effortlessly and cleanly. Of course, as you can see, one must also master the secret techniques of the lightning shadow step to enter the Thunder God Fist. The hands and feet are always with us. So that's how it is. I understood from Jin So-chong's kind explanation what I needed to learn going forward. Li Guang only told me to follow the process he showed me, without any explanation, so this advice felt as precious as gold and jade. These guys. The elders will surely avenge us. Then, Jin So-chong grinned broadly. There was no hint of fear in that hearty laugh. Is that so? Jin So-chong's grip tightened. Realizing what Jin So-chong was about to do, a disciple of the Zhongnan sect screamed in terror. Stop it. Then, forcefully lifting the arm he had broken, he hurled the disciple towards a building, presumed to be the training hall. He threw with such force that it created a whooshing sound like the wind was splitting. Crash! The disciple's body, turned into a human cannonball, smashed through the door and even buried itself inside the building. Witnessing Jin So-chong wreaking havoc so brazenly left me speechless. It was no bluff or exaggeration when he said he would cause a big scene in the 9 martial sects. Trudging. We entered the spacious training hall. There, we saw the disciple, who had turned into a human cannonball, lying unconscious in the middle of the hall, and about 10 high-level martial artists, sitting in meditation. Despite the commotion outside, they were silently sitting, watching us, the intruders. But the moment I met their piercing gaze, I felt a chilling murderous intent. It was something palpable, not just perceived through words. Real peak-level masters? So powerful. The ones who attacked us outside were, at best, dangling at the threshold of first rate, barely stepping into the peak level. However, these middle-aged men sitting here exuded a powerful aura reminiscent of the elders of the Iron Blood sect. Each one of them was a true expert, deserving of the title of peak-level master in the martial world. Sensing this, Jin So-chong also stopped for a moment to stare at them. An elderly man, who seemed to be in his early old age, sitting in the center, raised his sunken eyes to look at Jin So-chong and spoke. His energy was outstanding, a fearsome expert far beyond the ordinary riffraff outside. I have heard of the name of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, and I am well aware of its fearsomeness. However, it seems the lower ones rashly acted on impulse and made a mistake against you. We intended to invite you courteously. Jin So-chong, senior brother, replied indifferently. Whether it's an excuse or not, I have come today to take down the signboard of the Zongnan sect. Hoo. As a disciple of the Azure Dragon, you have the right to say so. But we are not yet prepared to fight to the death. Saying so, the elderly peak-level swordsman slowly rose from his seat. If the 10 great elders of the Zongnan sect attack, we could indeed take your life, but that would incur the wrath of the Azure Dragon. With the issues of the Weizhen and Wangsun factions unresolved, it would be too risky. The 10 great elders of the Zongnan sect. They were indeed the 10 peak-level masters that the Zongnan sect boasted about in the martial world. The faction was considered among the 9 martial sects because it had more than 10 such high-level masters. I could feel sweat trickling down my back. I never imagined facing off against the 10 great elders, matching energies head-on when climbing this mountain. The elder unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Jin So-chong. Let's do this. We'll have a contest of martial skills as you originally requested, and stake the signboard on the outcome. But if you lose, you must comply with our demands. I realized the situation was veering off in an unexpected direction. Given the intense killing intent that had accumulated just moments ago, the 10 great elders of the Zongnan sect were undoubtedly furious with Jin So-chong and me. I thought we would be mercilessly attacked by the 10 peak-level masters and killed on the spot. But it seemed they were making a significant concession. Normally, in such a situation where disciples are beaten and buildings destroyed, the intruders would be challenged to a life-or-death duel, especially by a faction among the 9 martial sects like the Zongnan sect. Something's off. Is the Zongnan sect backing down? Jin So-chong asked. Fine. What are your demands? If you lose, you must become disciples of our Zongnan sect. For life. Why? It's not a bad deal, is it? The elder of the Zongnan sect, seemingly at ease, laughed, but Jin So-chong replied sharply. You intend to take us as junior disciples and insult our master's honor. The elder, like a cunning old fox, chuckled heartily. Oh ha ha ha. Facing him head-on is burdensome, but we can't overlook the humiliation of losing a disciple. Isn't that right? Not a very appealing offer. I have nothing to learn from the likes of Zongnan sect. Crackle. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room grew tenser. Jin So-chong's words seemed to have provoked the 10 great elders, as their murderous intent intensified. Anyone less than second-rate might have lost their mind just standing there. However, Jin So-chong remained calm and asked. But I'll accept. What format will the duel take? Simple. Best 2 out of 3 rounds. The first to win 2 out of 3 matches is the victor. You can send out your young disciple or participate yourself consecutively. It's your choice. Understood. We'll need some rest time, so let's start in half an hour. Wait here. With that, the 10 great elders left, likely needing time to tend to and organize their disheveled disciples. Senior brother and I were left sitting alone in the training hall, and a disciple of the Zongnan sect brought us some warm tea. But ignoring the tea, I said to Jin So-chong, Senior brother, what are you planning to do? This is madness. What do you mean? Facing the top fighters of the Zongnan sect for their signboard. How can? I couldn't finish my sentence. The obsession with honor among martial artists was deep, as seen in the Iron Blood sect, where they even sent out an elder rather than accepting the defeat of their leader. Let alone a duel involving the signboard of one of the 9 martial factions? The representative would undoubtedly be one of the top 3 fighters of the Zongnan sect. Senior brother just grinned and said, we just have to win. That's the law of the martial world. True, but that's easier said than done. You don't seem too frightened, do you? Anyone else would be trembling, but since a while ago, your eyes show more annoyance than fear. That's my junior brother. Seeing Jin So-chong so pleased, I had nothing to say. Even I wasn't particularly scared. I was confident I could shake off any attack from the Zongnan sect's fighters with my formidable internal energy. My only concern was that this might complicate receiving martial arts instruction in this life. Since it's best 2 out of 3, it would be better for the disciple to go first. Me. Still don't understand. Leaning casually against the wall, Jin So-chong continued. This duel is designed to increase your real combat experience. You tend to improve faster in actual combat than in simple training, so facing off against the masters of the Zongnan sect will accelerate your growth. That's when I realized the ridiculous reason behind this direct challenge to one of the 9 martial factions. The somewhat aloof and easily annoyed Li Guang, fed up with teaching slow-wit me, had decided on accelerated training. He noticed my strength in real combat and wanted me to experience actual duels while transmitting secret techniques. But staking the signboard on this, we'll take it. The Zongnan sect is too arrogant. Relax. This is nothing too difficult by our master's standards. What could be difficult then? I was curious but didn't ask. Facing a certain peak-level master in the best 2 out of 3 rounds, especially a murderous one from the Zongnan sect, ready to maim or kill under the guise of a duel, I shook my head. Sigh. It's a long road ahead. Don't worry. You can do it. I'd rather not, honestly. Jin Sochong smiled knowingly, exerting silent pressure. You have to. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. There was no turning back now. Having resolved to train even at the risk of death, it was better to gain as much real combat experience as possible, even if it complicated this life. The memory of being beheaded at the Iron Blood Sect made me uncomfortable with this kind of duel, but I forced myself to be resolute. And precisely after half an hour, the 10 great elders of the Zongnan sect bustled in. They faced us and formally adopted the sword salute. In unison, they declared Adat Novel bin Adat. We stake the honor of Zongnan and will fight fairly. Jin Sochong stood up to return the salute, and I awkwardly joined in. On the honor of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, we will fight fairly. SHHH. The clash of auras neutralized in the middle. The 10 great elders tried to suppress Jin Sochong with their aura, but they were taken aback when my energy intervened unexpectedly. It must have been incomprehensible for them to see a childlike figure exuding such power to match theirs. Then, one of the 10 great elders stepped forward. I am Jinsu, one of the Zongnan sect's 10 great elders. I will participate in the first match of this duel. He looked strong at first glance. With a clear complexion, a well-maintained physique, and the distinctive sword energy of a peak-level swordsman, he was likely on par with Jin Paiyong, the top elder of the Iron Blood sect. Although the lord of the Iron Blood sect once claimed that Jin Paiyong's skills were superior to those of a Zongnan sect elder, the extent of this being an objective fact was uncertain. Elder Jinsu, with a stern look, said to Jin Sochong, "Your skill is truly exceptional for your age. However, I will do my best." Jin Sochong shook his head. "Your opponent is not me." "What did you say?" "My disciple will face you." Trudging. I walked onto the sparring ground as if being pulled. Not only the 10 great elders of the Zongnan sect but also a significant number of relatively intact Zongnan sect disciples were watching, their eyes filled with shock. Murmurs filled the air. Annoyed by their stares, I formally greeted Elder Jinso from a distance. "I am Baek Wong, an instructor of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. I will participate in the first match." Elder Jinso's face turned red and then pale, as if he couldn't comprehend. He burst out. "Are you jesting? How dare you put such a brat against me?" Jin Sochong, without saying anything further, gestured to me. I nodded and silently drew my sword. Sensing the escalation of my fighting spirit, Elder Jinso quickly adopted a stance. I whispered to him, "Do I look like I'm joking? Think what you will." Rumble. I held my sword upright and concentrated my internal energy to its peak. Automatically, my sword shone with the brilliance of the Thunder Dragon spirit, and the sparring ground began to tremble. My internal energy, affecting the atmosphere, rose like a mirage. Elder Jinso hastily increased his sword energy but was visibly shaken as my aura intensified. How can this be? He struggled to maintain his stance under the pressure of my overwhelming internal energy, staggering back 3 steps before regaining his focus. His expression was already a mix of confusion and despair, astonished by my immense internal energy, which seemed unfathomable. I swung my sword, unleashing the Thunder Dragon spirit. Crash! Simultaneously, the swordplay of the Lightning Shadow Sword technique blazed like lightning, shattering everything in its path. Elder Jinso hurriedly executed a Zongnan sect sword technique in defense, but it was a foolish move. My swordplay, refined enough to cover any weaknesses, made defense impossible for someone with the half-baked skills of Elder Jinso. Boom! A heavy impact sound echoed in front of Elder Jinso, and his body floated in the air. As he was flung about 2 jong away, I aggressively pursued him, unleashing the Lightning Shadow Sword technique. Gritting his teeth, Elder Jinso scattered his peak-level sword energy. Clang! Clang! Yuo! A downpour of sword flames engulfed me. I tried to parry the flurry with consecutive strikes of the Lightning Shadow Sword technique, but being a Zongnan sect elder, he was not easy to completely fend off. Instead, I decided to press forward with power and launched a triple consecutive slash. Boom! A resounding explosion followed. When I thrust my sword with a do-or-die attitude, Elder Jinso had no choice but to defend, playing right into my strategy. Each time he defended, his complexion visibly paled, and his energy seemed to drain away. Sword lights embroidered the sparring ground, and shockwaves of considerable magnitude erupted, eliciting screams from the Zongnan sect disciples watching. No, run away. The ordinary disciples began to retreat in panic as the building seemed on the verge of collapse, overwhelmed by my enormous Thunder Dragon spirit wreaking havoc. Amidst the swirling blades of thunder, only Elder Jinso remained, desperately holding his ground. Within a mere 50 seconds, Elder Jinso occasionally counterattacked, trying to outmaneuver me with the intricacy of his sword energy, but it was laughable compared to the dazzle I had seen in spars with Li Guang. I discerned his feints and relentlessly cornered him into a defensive position. The difference in internal energy was more than 20-fold. Each strike I delivered forced Elder Jinso to defend with all his might, or he would instantly perish. Then, seizing a perfect opportunity, I spun halfway around and struck down with my sword. Crash. Uaa. Elder Jinso, trying to evade my final attack, was instead struck at a vital point and flung far away. He likely used Qi Gong for protection at the last moment to avoid serious injury, but he appeared undoubtedly unconscious. After approaching to confirm, I sheathed my sword. Click. 1 victory. With this, I could confirm something. That I could now comfortably face peak-level masters. The elders of the Zhongnan sect were visibly startled by my victory. How can this be? This is not human internal energy. They seemed astonished by the unfathomable level of internal energy I had displayed. The slashing wounds etched around the area were like a horrendous scene from a monster's scream, a natural consequence considering the extent of damage that could have brought down the building. Shortly after the commotion among the general disciples subsided and calm was restored, one of the 10 great elders of the Zhongnan sect stepped forward. He was the elder who had previously spoken with senior brother, Jin So-chong. Elder Jin's skill ranks among the top within our group. We hoped that at best he would win or at least drain Jin So-chong's strength. But it seems your junior outdid him. His voice carried an undertone of fear, and it was evident they no longer underestimated me as a mere child. He's just unconscious. Give us a moment. We need some time to decide our next challenger. It seemed his purpose for stepping forward was to make this request. I smirked and pointed at him. Why not have the speaker himself step forward? You don't seem weaker than Elder Jinsu. Haha. Of course, I'm not weaker than Jinsu, but winning is a different matter. Had you invaded our main quarters, such a strategy request would be reasonable, right? He was eloquent. Remarkably smooth and articulate, he was one of the top strategists of the Zhongnan sect, as evidenced by his ability to remain unfazed by the heated atmosphere. Jin So-chong spoke when I remained silent. Do as you wish. But we cannot wait for more than one mealtime. It won't take that long. The elders then took the unconscious Elder Jinso away and seemed to be discussing something in a secluded place. I stood idly in the sparring ground when I heard senior brother's voice transmission. Junior. Come down now. Something feels off. What do you mean? No matter who comes out, I am confident I won't lose in a one-on-one match. I believed in my strength. I wanted to crush the other elders in my current state of agitation, fueled by the provocation I had faced. Then came another voice transmission. Didn't you notice the attitude of that elder just now? He's the kind who would do anything to win, harboring venomous intentions. Getting entangled in poison hands would be bad for both you and the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Jin So-chong's gentle persuasion and reasoning reached me. I calmed my boiling fighting spirit and contemplated. Reflecting on my life experiences, it seemed I was indeed in a dangerous situation. Understood, senior brother. At novel bin at. I stopped being stubborn and nodded. Engaging with an opponent who doesn't play fair would be foolish. Jin So-chong seemed confident he could handle whatever scheme they planned if he stepped in. I settled down, controlling my raging blood, and took a seat. Well thought. Who will come out next? They won't come alone. Likely a joint attack formation. Really? I was skeptical. Was it possible that the 9 martial factions would use a joint attack formation in what was supposed to be a duel? It sounded too absurd, but soon I realized that Jin So-chong's prediction was correct. We will face you with the 6 Harmony Moon Chasing Formation. Saying so, 6 elders boldly stepped forward and formed the formation according to the 6 harmonies. Oh, both Jin So-chong and I were left agape. We had harbored doubts, but never expected them to be so blatantly audacious. I was so taken aback that my ears trembled with fury. What kind of people are these? How could 6 peak masters from a renowned faction like the 9 martial factions gang up in an attack? Moreover, the 6 elders leading the formation showed not a trace of shame. One of the elders, forming the formation, shouted confidently, "Join forces if you wish. If you have any other helpers, that is." I protested vehemently. Where does such a rule exist? Did we ever say we would fight one-on-one? And the 6 Harmony Moon Chasing Formation is a legitimate martial art of the Zhongnan sect. Who are you to question our right to use our martial arts? Their brazenness left me speechless. Duels are traditionally one-on-one contests to measure martial skills, not for use in blood battles between sects. Although a 2-person joint attack formation can be considered a martial art, 6 people teaming up was unprecedented and unfair. Crazy fools. Is this what the 9 martial factions are about? I realized following Jin So-chong's advice was wise. Had I been standing there, I would have been overwhelmed and forced into a 1vs6 fight. Even with my current strength, I couldn't have won against 6 peak masters united in a formation. Calmly, Jin So-chong stood up. Then, we too shall join forces. Suit yourself. Hoo-hoo. The elder's eyes gleamed with triumphant malice. I had seen such a look before and understood their intentions. They were determined to win at any cost, even if it meant maiming us in the process. I sent a mental message to Jin So-chong. Let's stop this, senior brother. This is madness. We don't have to accept this nonsense. People won't blame us. Perhaps. But I don't feel like we're going to lose. What do you mean? Come and see. Follow my lead, and we surely won't lose. I had no choice but to follow Jin So-chong. Sigh, it's do or die. Jin So-chong's judgment in martial arts far surpassed mine. Besides, I had come here prepared to risk my life for martial arts training. I couldn't show cowardice when Jin So-chong had more confidence. With no other option, I decided to trust Jin So-chong and see it through. Murmurs. The Zhongnan sect disciples were shocked, seemingly not expecting us to confront the 6 Harmony Moon Chasing Formation. They probably thought we'd concede defeat or flee in fear. Even the elders seemed surprised, their eyes lighting up. The leading elder spoke. Do you think you can win? Once the formation is set, we can unleash the power of 10 peak masters. His words were no boast. The effect of a formation wasn't a simple sum of its parts. A 2-person joint attack could yield the effect of 4 fighters, a 4-person, even more. The 6 Harmony Moon Chasing Formation, executed in unison by 6 peak-level elders of the Zongnan sect, was indeed a formidable tactic. Jin Sochong smirked and replied, we'll see. But may I ask one thing? What is it? Considering it's 6 against 2, allowing us the first strike would only be fair. The elders exchanged looks and communicated through mental messages. Soon, they simultaneously nodded. Agreed. They were confident of victory despite granting us the first strike, a normal assumption under the circumstances. SSSSH. The stage was set. Side by side, Jin Sochong and I faced the 6 elders of the Zongnan sect, who were arrayed 3 zhang away, in a sword stance. Each adopted a different pose, likely symbolizing their position within the formation. From these poses, they would blend hundreds of variations to fight invincibly as the 6 Harmony Moon Chasing Formation. How should we attack? As I pondered, Jin Sochong's voice transmission reached me. Those fools. And it's fortunate that you followed me, Junior. What do you mean? Junior. Fully unleash the Thunder Dragon Spirit. I'll block any midway attacks, so concentrate on reaching your full strength. I instantly grasped the meaning of Senior Brother's words and smiled wryly, finding the situation somewhat amusing. All right. They're in for a bitter taste. Whoa. Ha. Concentrating deeply, I adopted an upper stance. Then, blades of thunder enveloped my sword edge, intensifying the spread of my internal energy. Zing! My arms tingled. I could feel the overwhelming surge of thunder energy. The elders of the Zongnan sect, unlike before, seemed almost unaffected by my internal energy after forming the 6 Harmony Moon Chasing Formation. Their energies were likely amplifying each other. Rumble. The atmosphere trembled intensely. The wind swirled around my sword, creating a strange vortex centered around me. The ground trembled as a storm-like force swept through the room. The intensity was much greater than when I faced Elder Jinsu, making the elders in the formation visibly unsettled. What are they trying to do? As one of them burst out angrily, trying to attack, Jin Sochong had already drawn his spear like lightning, thoroughly blocking the elder's movement. Jin Sochong, having gained the upper hand, spoke coldly. Didn't we agree to strike first? Can't the Zongnan sect even keep a promise they just made? KRGH. While they hesitated, I focused on gathering all my dormant strength and concentrated on amplifying the Thunder Dragon Spirit. Normally, gathering this much energy in actual combat is impossible, but since they verbally allowed the first strike, I had ample time. I combined my internal energy and concentration solely on the Thunder Dragon Spirit. Rumble. Crackle. The blade of lightning was no longer refined, crackling wildly, scattering thunder in all directions. What began as a 3-foot blade grew to the length of 1 zhang, and kept growing. Crackle. As I infused more than half of my total internal energy, an anomaly occurred. My sword's steel seemed to melt away, replaced by a blade of light. The handle was all that remained, but a vivid blade hovered at my fingertips. It was the result of the overpowering thunder energy. After a moment, the blade exceeded 1 zhang in length and width, becoming more like a massive club. This thunder club was so enormous that no one could survive a hit from it. The faces of the Zongnan sect elders turned pale, likely realizing the power of the Thunder Dragon Spirit. Is this the limit? I had poured 70% of my internal energy into the Thunder Dragon Spirit. I could have added more, but it might become uncontrollable, so I stopped. Jin Sochong, keeping the elders at bay, chuckled. Junior, give them a good hit. Of course. I mentally replied and swung down the Thunder Dragon Spirit. The elders' cries of alarm rang out. No yaei. Boom. Kaboom. Destructive sounds erupted consecutively. It was like a prelude to the world's end. Rumble. After the storm of thunder energy passed, clouds of smoke billowed out. At that moment, 60% of the Zongnan sect's building was obliterated, a hillside collapsed, and a massive landslide echoed in the distance. The sound of rolling boulders reached us. Kihihyuk. Ayok. The elders fell from the sky. Thud. The targeted Zongnan sect elders miraculously survived but were immobilized by the shockwave of the rebounding thunder energy, electrocuted. Especially the elder who had been smugly provoking earlier, his eyes rolled back in shock, lying unconscious. The building, now a ruin as if struck by a meteor, left the disciples of the Zongnan sect pale and gaunt. Even I blinked in disbelief at the power of the Thunder Dragon Spirit I had unleashed. I had gathered energy for over 30 breaths and poured 70% of my internal energy into it, but could this really be the power of a sword technique? The thunder energy was much larger than the one used against Elder Jinsu. The lightning strike, at least 10 times bigger, was akin to a natural disaster. Ha. I felt the aftermath in my body. My breathing grew difficult, and my head felt light. Dizziness set in from using too much energy at once, but after taking a moment to catch my breath, I returned to normal. Jin Sochong, who had come to my side, patted my back. Well done, Junior. To annihilate the enemies in one strike is remarkable. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. This is the first time I've used the Thunder Dragon Spirit like this. If you were on the battlefield, you could lead to victory alone. I'm proud of you. Jin Sochong's praise was no empty compliment. If such power were unleashed at the enemy's headquarters, it could cause hundreds of casualties. It was miraculous that the Zongnan sect elders survived. I clenched my fist, realizing my internal energy had reached an almost inhuman level. It's not far off. If I can fully utilize this internal energy and further refine my martial skills, I could defeat the leader of the embroidered uniform guard. As I was steeling my resolve, a deep voice brushed past my ears. A figure passed by my side at incredible speed. Whoosh. Then, allow me to request a match. Suddenly, a figure in white appeared in the hall, standing in front of the collapsed elders. Surprisingly, I hadn't seen him arrive. However, Jin So-chong immediately stared at him with a sharp gaze, indicating a level of caution far beyond what was shown to the elders. This indicated that the man in white was a dangerous entity. Holding his spear, Jin So-chong said, "Yan Zhonghong, leader of the Zongnan sect. The duel is already over." The man in white, Yan Zhonghong, tilted his head as if surprised. "The duel is over. Best 2 out of 3. My junior won 1 round, and just now, we won a second in a 2vs6 fight. You have no more chances." Unusually, Jin So-chong didn't speak rudely or casually as he did with the other Zongnan sect members. He was respectfully formal with Yan Zhonghong. Yan Zhonghong glanced discontentedly at the elders sprawled on the ground and sighed. "This is the problem with our sect's elders. They insisted on handling it themselves to save face, but now they have suffered the humiliation of losing the signboard. How foolish." "You are right." Jin So-chong, uncharacteristically, had a streak of sweat on his neck, a sign of his tension. "If you had come out from the beginning, we would have truly risked our lives." I felt an involuntary tension upon seeing Yan Zhonghong. If he attacks now, I've almost used up all my internal energy. How can I win? Yan Zhonghong, the first sword of Zongnan, the current leader of the Zongnan sect, also recognized as one of the few super peak masters in the world, his swordsmanship was revered in the Central Plains. I learned about him while investigating the Shuangman hermitage in Luoyang. The Zongnan sect's overall disciple strength was inferior to the Weizan faction, but they could contend with them solely because of Yan Zhonghong's martial prowess. At the time, I was surprised to hear that one person's influence could be so vast. This is a bit much. But now facing him, I understood. The despair I felt was similar to when facing the leader of the embroidered uniform guards. The difference between a peak and a super peak master might be just 1 level, but the disparity in power was terrifying. Until now, I thought I could win against the 6 Harmony Moon chasing formation with a do-or-die attitude. But against this super peak master, it seemed unlikely that such a fluke would work. SSSHH. As Yan Zhonghong slightly raised his hand, Jin So-chong and I released intense fighting spirit, ready for a life-or-death showdown. However, Yang Zhonghong brushed it off like a gentle breeze and spoke in a bored tone. "The elders acted on their own, making me late. Because of that, our sect has suffered a great humiliation. This too is my negligence. What will you do? Take the signboard. We'll close our doors for 5 years. We must strictly train our disciples to prevent such incidents." Without any fuss, Yan Zhonghong accepted the 9 martial sects closure declaration and turned around. "And convey to the Azure Dragon that I'll visit for a drink sometime soon, Jin So-chong." "Understood." Yan Zhonghong and Jin So-chong seemed to know each other. Hence, Jin So-chong seemed well aware of Yan Zhonghong's power. Surprisingly, Jin So-chong didn't hesitate or show any reluctance in attacking the Zongnan sect, which might have been his own way of showing off, confident he could end the situation before the Zongnan sect leader intervened. "Take care. Wait a moment." I stopped Yan Zhonghong. As he turned around, I asked, "My master's epithet is threefold expert, so why do you keep calling him the Azure Dragon?" The elders of the Zongnan sect and even the leader had been referring to my master, Li Guang, as the Azure Dragon instead of threefold expert. There must have been a reason for it. Yan Zhonghong looked surprised at Jin So-chong, who then awkwardly smiled and said, "My junior is new and doesn't know much about the past." "I see. Well, that can happen." Then Yan Zhonghong, with a deep gaze, said, "Ask your master directly about that. Though, how many can objectively reveal their past? I've seen your skill. Let's meet again under better circumstances." Yan Zhonghong then started to attend to the unconscious elders. Realizing it was a subtle dismissal, Jin So-chong and I began to leave the Zongnan sect. As promised, we didn't forget to take the signboard of the Zongnan sect. Carrying it on my shoulder, I asked Jin So-chong as we hurried away, "Did I ask something wrong?" Whoosh. Running alongside me, Jin So-chong responded with a wry smile. "It's not that, junior brother. If anything, your question just rekindled fear among the peak masters in the Jiangsu and Shaanxi regions. If others had heard your question, they might have been shaking in terror or gone into hiding. Really. But for a super peak master like Yan Zhonghong, it's just a thing of the past. Ask your master when we return, he'll give you a proper answer." "Okay. And about the signboard, let's take turns carrying it. It would be too heavy for one person." While senior brother showed consideration, I, who was carrying it, had a different question. "But what are we going to do with this? It's not like we can sell it." Jin So-chong pondered for a while about the practical use of the Zongnan sect's signboard and then answered, "Storing it in the warehouse might come in handy someday." I wanted to ask when exactly, but held back my question. After all, today was a day of success in challenging the Zongnan sect, and I was more inclined towards enjoying a good meal and resting comfortably. Upon returning to the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, threefold expert Li Guang looked at the plaque of the Zhongnan sect and suddenly said, "Leave that in the reclining Dragon Hall. I'll take care of it." What did he mean by taking care of it? Both Li Guang and Jin Sochong were people whose way of thinking was incomprehensible to me. While I was grumbling to myself, threefold expert Li Guang placed some medicinal wine on the table. "Let's have a drink. I want to hear how it went." Yes. Jin Sochong and I spoke about what had happened, mainly led by Jin Sochong, with me occasionally providing additional explanations. When we finished, threefold expert Li Guang seemed satisfied and said, "As expected of my disciples, you lived up to my expectations." "Thank you. Good, let's have a drink. The liquor should taste great today." The drinking session lasted until the late hours and then dispersed. Since Jin Sochong had to return to his duties as the chief instructor from dawn, he left immediately. I was busily cleaning up the leftover snacks when Li Guang spoke to me. "You seem to have something to ask." Despite drinking heavily, he was not drunk at all. He was merely feigning drunkenness. Such a master would not get drunk even if he drank a whole barrel of wine. Knowing this, I cautiously brought up the subject. "When we visited the Zhongnan sect, they referred to you not as threefold expert but as Azure Dragon. When I asked Master Yan Zhonghong about it, he said to ask you directly. Why didn't you ask during the drinking session? It was a joyous occasion to celebrate the victory. Now, during this lull, it's not a bother for you to ask." Li Guang chuckled. "You are an interesting kid. Extraordinary internal energy that belies your age, talent that's even more incongruous, and an astuteness in dealing with others as if you've been around for decades. I thought I was good at judging people, but I can't figure you out. If it's impertinent, I shall withdraw." "No. As Yan Zhonghong said, it's up to me to tell you why I am called the Azure Dragon. Sit down over there." "Yes." As I sat opposite Li Guang, facing an empty table, he gulped down a bowl of cold water and began at novel bin at. "Do you know that before my activities in the martial world, I was the chief instructor and a military officer of the Imperial Guard of the Royal Court?" "Yes. You taught me that when I first entered the section. I think it's time to tell you why I left the Royal Court and entered the martial world." I felt a sense of anticipation. Finally, I get to hear it. Being the chief instructor of the Imperial Guard meant teaching martial arts to the 100,000 soldiers, officers, ND generals stationed in the capital, Luoyang, and often serving as the Emperor's martial arts teacher. It was a position of immense honor, even greater than that of the Imperial Guards, and recognized as the pinnacle for a martial artist. Leaving such a position to run a martial hall in a modest region like Guangzhou was hard to understand. In my previous life, Li Guang never really talked about this. I had asked him before, but he would frown and dismiss it as impertinent. In my past life, I was not close enough to Li Guang to hear about his past. Li Guang spoke. "What do you think is the organization responsible for guarding the Imperial Palace?" "Well, isn't it the Imperial Guard, the Embroidered Uniform Guards, and Eastern Depot, a total of 3 organizations?" "That's correct. However, although the Imperial Guard is a standing army, it is actually organized under the direct command of the Grand General, so the ones closest to the actual meaning of guarding are the Embroidered Uniform Guards and Eastern Depot." Li Guang paused and sighed. However, ever since their establishment, the Embroidered Uniform Guards and Eastern Depot competed too much. Both were created by the Emperor who didn't trust the court's influential ministers, inevitably becoming his hunting dogs. This led them to become corrupt, wielding power without having the capability to properly guard the Emperor against external threats like the White Lotus sect. It was common for nobles to bribe their way into power by placing their sons in these organizations. The previous emperor was concerned about this and felt the need to re-establish these 2 organizations into proper elite groups. He selected the best martial artists, regardless of their affiliation, focusing on their skills and loyalty. This task was undertaken by the 4 most outstanding martial artists in the palace at that time. They were called the 4 Divine Guards. As I looked at Li Guang in disbelief, he nodded and said, "I was one of them, operating as the Azure Dragon." It was astonishing. If what he said was true, then Li Guang, the master of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall in front of me, was originally an extraordinary figure. Being one of the 4 divine guards of the palace meant he was already a supreme martial artist. Moreover, being entrusted by the Emperor to reorganize the palace's military force indicated deep trust from the Emperor and a pivotal presence in the power structure. As I swallowed hard, Li Guang gave a bitter smile. At that time, I realized there were fewer than 10 capable martial artists in the palace, so I decided to exert pressure on the martial world for stronger martial artists. Pressure on the martial world. Back then, the 9 Sects Alliance and various martial sects were skeptical about sending their best to the Imperial Embroidered Uniform Guards. It was only recently that talents from factions like the Twin Gates of Luoyang began to be supplied. Why is that? Nowadays, martial artists are eager to join the Embroidered Uniform Guards. Back then, there was incessant bloody power struggle within the palace. Being selected for the Embroidered Uniform Guards or Eastern Depot often meant being torn apart within a day, or being implicated in treason unknowingly, resulting in the destruction of their sect. Who would want to send their best disciples into such political strife? I wasn't sure when this past Li Guang was referring to was. It must have been decades ago, before I was born, as the current martial world and palace atmosphere were vastly different. I had no choice but to listen attentively. He looked up at the moon and continued. But still, I had to do it. I convinced various faction leaders that those who sided with me would never be harmed. However, they wouldn't listen to me, so I resorted to my last option. And that last option was, I traveled around Shaanxi's martial world and beyond, breaking down sects. Using sparring as an excuse, I destroyed several faction plagues a day. I think I defeated many martial artists back then, and I killed quite a few, which I still somewhat regret today. I thought that by exerting such pressure, the martial world would yield and present their top masters to the royal court. Could it really mean that? Li Guang, the great martial artist of the Imperial Palace and one of the 4 divine guards, had destroyed the Shaanxi martial world under the pretext of imperial orders, implying that such a crazy endeavor had existed in the past. And it's likely that the Zhongnan sect of the 9 Sects Alliance was involved in that chaos. I swallowed hard and asked, did you challenge even the 8 gates of demonic paths or the 9 Sects Alliance? It wasn't a challenge, it was a sparring contest. Yes, sparring. I sparred with the Zhongnan sect, Huashan faction, and even the Wudang faction for good measure. Among the 8 gates of demonic paths, I fought with Black Knight Gate, Shura Gate, and Heaven Earth Gate. What was the outcome? I never lost. His answer was exceedingly brief. But I realized the hidden meaning behind his words and shivered. Li Guang, as the Azure Dragon among the 4 divine guards, had excessively demonstrated his power in the martial world. He was undefeated against the top experts of both the orthodox and unorthodox sects. I now understood the fear Jin So-chong had mentioned. Back then, the name Azure Dragon must have been synonymous with death and destruction, a harbinger of doom from the Imperial Palace. In disbelief, I asked, how could you open a martial hall after incurring so much enmity? Those who bore a grudge against me and were capable of revenge were thoroughly crushed by me. I left enough room for compromise, so no one dared to challenge me afterward. I made sure of that before descending into the martial world. The thought of how frightening he was crossed my mind. To hear him say he handled matters thoroughly meant that for those on the receiving end, it was a nightmare they would not want to encounter even in their dreams. Li Guang was not a man to be made an enemy of. Yet, even with such pressure on the martial world, they further closed their doors. They used the excuse of sealing their gates and refused to fight me. As my goal of recruiting top masters hit a limit, I grew angry and frustrated. Li Guang drank some tea, then laughed bitterly. But, absurdly, the situation resolved itself. Once the internal strife in the palace ended, everything was settled. The martial sects began offering their best again, and the distribution of experts in the embroidered uniform guards and Eastern Depot normalized. I was discharged from the 4 divine guards due to my perceived lack of capability. Discharged. But that wasn't your fault, was it? At first, I thought so too. Descending into the martial world, all sorts of thoughts crossed my mind. I had devoted my life to the royal court, only to be cast out like this. I was filled with rage. A more relaxed expression appeared on Li Guang's face. But it turned out it wasn't so. It was indeed my fault. What do you mean? My duty wasn't to provoke the martial world and destroy its masters. It was to swiftly end the palace's internal strife and bring peace to the world. Had I done so, innocent people wouldn't have been sacrificed, and needless grudges wouldn't have been formed. I failed because I didn't think for myself and blindly followed orders, believing that to be the virtue of a military officer. Not thinking for myself led to my downfall. Li Guang looked at me intently and said, remember this. No matter how strong you are, you must think with your own mind and walk the path you choose with your will. Otherwise, power is utterly useless. Think with your own mind. That was the most significant lesson the current threefold expert Li Guang could give me. And having experienced several reincarnations, I painfully understood what he meant. I had died several times before, having acted impulsively without thinking and being swayed by circumstances. Life's experiences and wisdom are indeed essential. Seeing my expression of realization, threefold expert Li Guang wore a peculiar look. You really are unique. I've told So-chung this story several times, but he only took it as guidance for the future. But you seem to deeply empathize as if you've experienced something similar. Maybe it's the alcohol, but I've become quite talkative. I'll take a few last questions. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Li Guang's face. Even for such a stoic person, it seemed discussing his past wasn't a pleasant task. I pondered deeply and then asked him an important question. Do you know the commander of the embroidered uniform guards? Is he also one of the 4 divine guards of the royal palace? Of course. He is White Tiger, one of the 4 divine guards, and a close friend of mine. I mentally sighed. No wonder he was so incredibly strong. If the commander of the embroidered uniform guards is White Tiger of the royal 4 divine guards, it means that currently, I have no chance of winning a direct confrontation against him. If he's a friend of Li Guang and called one of the great masters, he must be a top figure in the martial world. Who are the other 2? One is Black Tortoise, the admiral of Eastern Depot, called Huan Ya. The other is Vermilion Bird. 3, including yourself, were commanders of the palace's military forces. Does Vermilion Bird not hold a special position? Vermilion Bird is a bit special. He is the true guardian of the emperor, rarely showing himself even to other divine guards. He operates in the deepest shadows, as far as I know. I see. Li Guang, who had been sharing information, then chided me. What do you plan to do with your curiosity about the 4 divine guards? With your current abilities, you can't match any of them. The information I had gathered was a significant revelation. I let his rebuke pass through one ear and focused on remembering everything. Then I said, Lastly, I have a question for my master. Speak. If the embroidered uniform guards were to lose their humanity and commit evil acts, would you stand against them? Li Guang seemed to ponder my question seriously. Perhaps he had already considered such a scenario. After a long moment of contemplation, furrowing his brow uncharacteristically, he finally spoke. If it is for the sake of His Majesty the Emperor, I cannot oppose them. Are you serious? Li Guang nodded. I've seen and been part of many inhumane activities, even participating in torture. But all those actions, I believe, were out of loyalty and sincerity towards His Majesty. Killing one's sense of justice and dedicating oneself entirely to the ruler is the duty of a military officer, so I can understand them. That's. I wanted to clench my teeth and argue against that. The embroidered uniform guards are no longer what you remember? They are driving thousands, tens of thousands of people mad and offering them as human sacrifices. However, I held back. The reason I refrained from saying this was because I thought of Mang Riang's fate. If I tell Li Guang the truth now, it might be possible to prove the tragedy over time and make him an ally. But even if I manage to recruit Li Guang, there's no guarantee that we can defeat the embroidered uniform guards. Furthermore, considering his words, he might ignore the truth and look away. Lacking power, I would face a situation similar to when I had to take Mang Riang's life. I won't depend on others' strength anymore. I joined the Azure Dragon Martial Hall in this life to grow my own power. I've sworn to relentlessly push forward, not looking back or to the sides. For that purpose, Li Guang's voice reached my ears as I bowed my head. Tonight's drinking session ends here. From tomorrow, I will begin teaching you the sky-piercing strike in earnest, so brace yourself. Li Guang's presence slowly faded away. Sitting alone in front of the empty table, I gazed out at the moon through the window. It was a full moon. I need to brace myself. I reaffirmed my resolve at that moment. The only one I can truly rely on is myself. The next day, I began learning the secret technique of Thunder Shadow Steps, the Heaven Pillar Kill. My mornings started with sitting in Caesar at the training ground, quietly listening to Li Guang's explanations. Have you seen So Chung perform Heaven Pillar Kill? What did you think of it? It seemed like he was easily and skillfully dodging the enemy's attacks. I shared my honest impression. When Jin So Chung used Heaven Pillar Kill, his movements were so fast and dazzling that they were beyond what I knew as Thunder Shadow Steps. It was not just dodging, it seemed like he was toying with his opponent. Even the torrent-like sword chi unleashed by the first disciple of the Zhongnan sect was evaded as if he was performing shadow-splitting techniques. It was astonishing. Li Guang said. The step technique of Heaven Pillar Kill can be considered the core of the Thunder God-style martial arts. It allows for freedom in advance and retreat, always staying one step ahead of the enemy, enabling you to control critical points. Without mastering Heaven Pillar Kill, no matter how diligently you practice other Thunder God-style martial arts, you cannot unleash their full power. I have a question. What is it? Why is it named Heaven Pillar Kill? It seems like a rather violent name for a step technique. Indeed. The name Heaven Pillar Kill sounded like it meant killing the Tianzi point, located near the Fengfu point on the back of the head. Why would a step technique be named with such a meaning? Li Guang chuckled and said, you'll understand once you learn it. Just follow along for/content/V1/504E5BB27839C11CD8EC/1586291883478 ISMO1T88LZAPBAC2YL/GB20+image.jpg. Then his teaching began. It took me about 7 weeks to grasp the form of the step technique used in Heaven Pillar Kill, and about 2 months to become proficient in its chi movement and techniques. During that time, I trained relentlessly without much rest, often collapsing from exhaustion and drenched in sweat. When I thought I had completed the basics, Li Guang said, now you have the foundation to perform Heaven Pillar Kill. Follow me and move 7 steps while rapidly circulating your chi. Yes. Whoosh. As I tried to execute Heaven Pillar Kill, moving 7 steps, I stumbled on the 3rd step. It was strange. I was sure I had the flow of chi right, but as I walked, I felt obstructed. I stumbled and fell, prompting Li Guang to click his tongue in disapproval. As expected, you haven't grasped the meaning of Heaven Pillar Kill. You really need to be taught everything from scratch. It seemed that Li Guang had hoped I would grasp the meaning of the secret technique while learning the basics. But if that were so easy, I wouldn't have struggled this much. Grumbling internally, I stood up as Li Guang began to explain Thunder Shadow Steps Heaven Pillar Kill properly. Watch closely. With each step, spread thunder chi from the Tianzi point near the back of your neck. The direction of the chi flow can change with each execution, and when the thunder chi spreads, your body's reflexes accelerate dramatically. With each step, the acceleration intensifies. Whoosh! The Heaven Pillar Kill that Li Guang demonstrated, though based on the form of Thunder Shadow Steps, was a completely distinct step technique. I finally seemed to understand the meaning of all the training I had undergone. The comprehensive martial art that was the secret technique Heaven Pillar Kill required the integration of all step forms, chi flow, and breathing techniques I had learned so far. It was more of an independent martial art in itself rather than just a technique. However, I couldn't help but swallow hard and protest. It's too difficult? To execute Thunder Shadow Steps while incorporating the 7-step movement of Heaven Pillar Kill, and then to mix in the breathing techniques, and on top of that, to precisely distribute thunder chi from the Tianzi point. It was an incredibly complex and challenging secret technique. While theoretically straightforward, the real difficulty of this technique lay in performing all these steps simultaneously. Each process alone required immense concentration, but doing them all at once was sure to be overwhelming. As I stood there, stunned, Li Guang spoke indifferently. That's why it's a secret technique of the Thunder God style. In theory, mastering Heaven Pillar Kill can increase the capabilities of a Thunder God style practitioner by at least threefold. That's because Heaven Pillar Kill itself enhances all martial arts. Therefore, it's difficult, and the teacher must be careful in choosing whom to teach. If not, there's a high risk of the learner going mad or falling into demonic cultivation. Originally, with your talent, I wouldn't have even disclosed the existence of Heaven Pillar Kill, let alone teach it to you. You might have ended up ruining yourself trying to imitate it. Li Guang turned his head and spoke quietly. Even Jin So-chong, who has exceptional talent, spent an entire month here just to learn Heaven Pillar Kill. For you to master it properly, it might take 10 times that long. Focus and give it your best. I understand. Jin So-chong took a month to learn the secret technique. Li Guang's words also served as encouragement that I might be able to master it within a year with rigorous effort. I decided to stop complaining and began learning and practicing Heaven Pillar Kill with gritted teeth. I devoted myself to mastering Heaven Pillar Kill, sparing only the time for eating and other basic necessities. Keep it up. Half a year passed. I realized that time was passing without any significant progress. A year had passed. I seemed to have gotten a slight grasp of Heaven Pillar Kill, but I was still getting stuck around the 4th step, far from the complete 7. Around that time, feeling utterly stuck, I even asked Jin So-chong for advice, who tried his best to explain. Time went on. As I trained daily and worked as an instructor at the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, the seasons changed rapidly outside the window. Whenever I wasn't practicing Heaven Pillar Kill, I refined my skills in Heaven Pillar Kill and other Thunder God style martial arts. I've done it. After 2.5 years, I finally grasped Heaven Pillar Kill and was able to execute its 7 steps, albeit clumsily. Li Guang, looking on with dissatisfaction, said, "You're too slow. I was planning to enter you in the next martial arts contest after you mastered Heaven Pillar Kill, but how could it take 2.5 years? I'm sorry. Anyway, you've done it. Now, go to Black Knight Gate. Alone." I was taken aback by the unexpected instruction. Black Knight Gate? It was one of the 8 gates of the demonic path and one of the most powerful factions in the current martial world. Additionally, I remembered a past life where I was killed by an assassin from Black Knight Gate, hired due to a grudge held by a village chief. Recalling that memory soured my mood, but I shook my head and asked, "Isn't it dangerous to go alone?" Li Guang looked at me with cold eyes. "If you can properly execute Heaven Pillar Kill, you should be able to protect yourself in any situation. It's unthinkable for a Thunder God-style lineage successor to fall at the hands of Black Knight Gate. You're not expecting your brother to clean up after you from start to finish, are you? No, that's not it. Even if you don't win in the martial contest, it's fine. If you can return alive, I'll consider your training a success." I then understood Li Guang's intention. In other words, this wasn't about officially challenging Black Knight Gate to a martial contest and deciding on victory or defeat. It was about provoking a faction that operates assassination squads and has highly skilled individuals, then surviving and returning from the tiger's den. And I had to do it alone? Li Guang's words echoed in my ears. "Remember, just come back alive by any means. Then, I'll teach you the next stage of Thunder Shadow Sword technique." Li Guang had given me half a year for this mission. Within 6 months, I had to find Black Knight Gate, confront them, and return with the outcome. Over the past 3 years at the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, my body had grown significantly, and my clothes barely fit. So, I had a new outfit tailored for comfort while in town. Having also bid farewell to Jin So-chong, there was nothing left to hold me back. Black Knight Gate. I sensed that the task Li Guang had given me was extremely challenging. Not only surviving a martial contest with Black Knight Gate, a secretive faction of the demonic path that didn't operate openly, but finding them was also a task in itself. They controlled the underworld covertly, buying estates with illegal money, and operated in secrecy, accepting assignments. In other words, to challenge Black Knight Gate, I first needed to find them. And Li Guang had left the method entirely up to me. Sitting in an inn, I pondered. How do I find them? Various ideas came to mind, but for someone like me who had never dealt with the underworld, it all seemed impractical and daunting. The brokers of dark information wouldn't easily reveal their identities, and a clean-looking young man like me suddenly asking about Black Knight Gate would undoubtedly raise suspicions. I pondered for a moment. How to find Black Knight Gate? That's it. I realized there was a way, without beating around the bush. The village chief? The chief had placed a request with the assassins of Black Knight Gate right after I threatened him and robbed his silver vault. Such a swift request implied that he already knew how to contact Black Knight Gate and the details of their dealings. If I approached the chief now and asked about the method of contacting Black Knight Gate, there was a high probability he would know. Of course, I could gradually learn about these contacts by surviving in the shadows of the city and increasing my knowledge in the relevant areas. But if there was a sure way, it was better to try that first. I set my first goal to negotiate with the village chief and headed back to my hometown. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Riding a borrowed horse, the sights of the mountain roads in Guangzhou evoked fresh sentiments. When a few bandits burst out, attempting to shout, I casually swung my sword. Swoosh! Despite being on horseback, my sword precisely beheaded 3 bandits, their heads flying through the air. The shocked exclamations of other bandits echoed behind me, but I paid them no heed. There was no need to waste time with such riff-raff. Have I changed again? I realized I had become quite numb to killing. Even when I was a bounty hunter, I didn't feel much aversion to killing, but in this life, especially, I hardly thought about it. Perhaps it was because my power had grown so much that I could kill someone with just a flick. The journey from Guangzhou to my hometown didn't take long. Riding a horse and not resting even for a day hastened my travel. Seeing the boundary marker of Soyul village, I couldn't help but think how often I had seen this stone. Hey, cow dung, shut your mouth. At novel bin at. Thump, thwack, whem, arg. The village youths who had bullied me in the past tried to pick a fight, but I quickly knocked them out with a blow each before they could provoke me further. Not killing them but only knocking them unconscious required a delicate control of strength. I looked down at them and sighed. I don't really want to kill you. That's fortunate. The reason for my sigh of relief was that I was worried I might go on a rampage in Soyul village. Due to the intense pleasure I felt during my previous act of vengeance in the village, I feared I might lose control if my inner desires for slaughter surfaced. Fortunately, having avenged myself enough in my past lives, I didn't feel much now. I then headed straight to the village chief's house. The chief's house was bustling with dinner preparations. I realized the scene was very similar to the day when I massacred his family and gouged out Kim Manji's eyes. The bloodbath I had created that day briefly overlapped with the peaceful evening scene. As I quietly stood watching the chief, he recognized me and approached. Is that you, cow dung? Where have you been? I went to take care of my business. Huh? Your business is cleaning cow dung in this house. Swoosh. I swiftly closed the distance of 5 yards to the chief in an instant, turning his face pale with fear. The onlookers were also startled and watched in amazement. I lightly tapped the chief's cheek with my finger and smiled slyly. Let's not talk about that and have a constructive conversation. You've become a martial arts master. Well, it's hard just standing here. Is there somewhere to sit? The chief, regaining his composure, replied. Come to the main room. I followed the chief to the main room. He seemed uncomfortable in my presence, trembling nervously. Understandably, he knew that at any moment, I could take his life if I wished. What do you want? Chief. I heard you have quite a connection with factions like the Beggars Union or martial arts sections. Who said that? I don't really interact much with those people. I spoke up. Black Knight Gate. Help me make contact with them. Then I won't do anything and will leave. I won't come to this village again. The chief scrutinized my face as if trying to gauge my sincerity, then nervously fiddled with his pipe and finally nodded. Fine. I don't know why you want to meet them, but keep your word. Never show your face in this village again. I wouldn't come even if you invited me, but the information better be accurate. The chief looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. After a while, he whispered. To contact Black Knight Gate, go to Kob village. Look for a man named Han Kwang Il. Pay him 5 silver ingots and say I'm looking for a black man. After that, Black Knight Gate will contact you. Are you sure? The chief trembled as he spoke. If I'm not sure, you might slaughter my family, so of course it's accurate. It seemed the chief had sensed the latent murderous intent and madness in my eyes. Though I didn't try to hide it, he still had the insight of a village leader. I just smirked and replied. Don't worry. You're too insignificant for me to take revenge on now. Ha, acting like a big shot, aren't you? Think what you like. I'll be going now. Whoosh. I said goodbye and left swiftly. Using thunder shadow steps, I quickly moved away from the chief's house. I realized that my hatred had significantly diminished compared to the past. The people who would have been torn apart without a second thought were now just annoying neighbors. My decreased hatred was likely because more powerful and evil enemies had appeared, like the sorcerer and the commander of the embroidered uniform guards. Just thinking about them made me feel suffocated. Sigh. What a hassle. I stopped in my tracks while traveling. It was only about 20 miles to Jobaeok village, so I wouldn't take long to reach it, but something more important came to mind. I wanted to check. I wanted to see what had become of that village. It wasn't the most appropriate thought for someone who should be dedicating every minute and second to training, but I found myself wanting to see with my own eyes what had happened to the village I had left behind. I had a strong desire to use this as a catalyst to refocus my mind. Let's go see. Thus, I decided to visit Jobaeok village later and abruptly changed my course towards the village of tragedy. I also thought it would be good to talk to Hyunchan Daoist if he was still there. With half a year at my disposal, it seemed like a good idea to gather more information while I was at it. It took about 10 weeks to reach the Kyungha River, near the village of the tragedy. I stood silently, looking at the cold and majestic flow of the river. Just about 3 miles from here, the village would appear. The last time I saw it, it was a horrific sight, completely burnt down to ashes. I had come all this way, traveling day and night for 10 days, to see that again. To confirm my sins, to fuel my hatred against the embroidered uniform guards, and to enhance my focus in training. I am sorry. The thought of that tragedy brought a solemn feeling. But then I realized something was off. Wait. As I approached the village, instead of desolation, I saw signs of life. There were traders and, crucially, smoke rising from cooking fires in the village. In the distance, I could even see a 6-story building at the village center. Buzzing sounds of life. Arriving at the entrance of the village, I sat down in disbelief. How can this be? The village of the tragedy was neither burnt down nor piled with corpses. It was unharmed. As if nothing had happened in the last 3 years, the villagers were leading bustling, happy lives, throwing me into confusion. What exactly had happened here? I entered the village first to figure out what was going on. As I headed towards the square, I carefully observed to see if there was any suspicious activity. Even after wandering around the village for about 2 hours, I found nothing unusual. It was too peaceful. Feeling confused, I sat down in an inn to ponder. This village was supposed to be the first location where the embroidered uniform guards conspired with a sorcerer to conduct a human sacrifice ritual. So, I naturally thought that by now, 3 years later, it would have been burnt down. But there was no sign of any such event. There must be a reason. Something must have changed. I am aware of the laws of reincarnation. If there are no variables, an event that occurred once will surely occur again. If there has been a change, it must be for some reason. I racked my brain, trying to remember any changes I might have made this time. I found a treasure that seemed to be the secret treasure of the 7 luminaries at Mount Huang, and I entrusted it to Mangliang. That was the biggest change. Other than that, I couldn't think of anything. Acquiring the heavenly secret manuscript and consuming the 1,000-year snow ginseng were usual affairs for me, so they couldn't be considered changes. However, I couldn't make sense of it. All I had done was to find an ancient treasure after getting past the interference of a spider, but how could that possibly prevent the human sacrifice plan of the embroidered uniform guards? The lack of correlation between the two events left me bewildered. After pondering for a moment, I stood up from my seat. Given the situation, the only option was to find out for myself. I have to go and see. I headed towards the largest mansion in the village. It was the biggest and most prosperous place in the village, with a secret passage from the well leading up to the kitchen. In my previous life, when it was attacked by the embroidered uniform guards, every member of this unfortunate family, adults and children alike, was completely annihilated. There were 4 guards standing in front of the mansion. Glancing at them, I thought to myself, should I force my way in, or take it slow? There was a specific reason I wanted to enter this mansion. It was because the most affluent and powerful family in the village would undoubtedly have exclusive access to the biggest secrets and information. They would know best what had happened in the village over the past 3 years and what the current trends were. After a moment of deliberation, I approached the guards head-on. As they saw me, they raised their spears in warning. Stop right there. Who are you? I came to seek a position as a guard. You little rascal, do you know that this is the land of the Hua family? I nodded in response. Yes, I came here knowing that this is the home of the Hua family, the wealthiest in Taikaiyang village of Jiangzhou County. The name of this tragic village is Taikaiyang village. I hadn't used the name much before, but as I began to objectify it, I found myself using it. Moreover, the owner of this mansion is from the Hua family, the wealthiest landowner in the region, known to have amassed a fortune through mineral industries and various businesses. At this, a guard from the Hua family's household furrowed his brows and said, "Do you think this household hires just anybody who comes asking for a job? There's no place here for a young fellow like you. It doesn't seem like it's your authority to make that decision." This insolent. Just as the guard was about to lash out in anger. What is all this commotion? Ah, miss. From inside the mansion, a young woman of stunning beauty emerged. She was dressed in fine silk, exuding an air of elegance, clearly indicating her affiliation with the Hua family. She appeared to be in her early 20s. The guard stuttered in response. This vagabond here suddenly asked to be hired as a guard. She looked at me with curious eyes. She wasn't a peerless beauty like Sagan Rin or Moyang Yan I had seen before, but she was definitely the kind of beauty who would make people turn around for a second glance on the street. Not only that, she had a feline grace and an intriguing aura about her, likely making her the most beautiful woman in Taikaiyang village. She asked me, "Are you a martial artist? You seem confident in your martial skills." I made up an excuse. Yes. In fact, while traveling, I ran out of money, so I came here seeking a way to make a living, even if as a guard. I'm sorry, but we can't casually employ a wanderer as a guard for our family without verifying their identity. It's not about skills, but a matter of trust. My apologies to you. The lady politely and gracefully seemed to be dismissing me. Her reasoning was so fitting that it was embarrassing to even respond. Besides, considering her apparent high position within the Hua family, I hesitated but then said, "In truth, I visited this village once 3 years ago, and it was a very peaceful and pleasant place. I thought it would be nice to stay in such a place while on my martial journey, so I returned, but it seems it wasn't meant to be. I apologize if I have been rude." I decided to bow and step back. If it was greedy to directly obtain high-level information from the Hua family, the only option left was to inquire around the village. As I was about to leave, "Wait a moment. Are you really confident in your skills?" "Yes." The lady who called me back smiled softly and then said, "If that's the case, would you be willing to subdue the 4 evils of the Blue Demon Gang that are rampaging around Taikaiyang village? If you can deal with them, we will employ you as a guard of our family." The head guard next to her was visibly shocked. "Miss, those are brutal villains that even the authorities have given up on. How could you?" "That's exactly why. It's a way to test both his chivalrous spirit and skills at the same time." If that is Mrs. Wish." I realized that a new request had come in. It meant that if I could subdue the 4 villains from the evil faction rampaging nearby, the Hua family would accept me as a guard. Since I needed to test the results of my training, I nodded in agreement. Very well. May I know your name? It's impolite to ask a lady's name first. Please introduce yourself first. Her crisp response suggested a strong personality. I smiled slightly and answered. My name is Baekwang. My name is Waraian. I'll be waiting for your visit later. With that, Waraian left and went back inside the mansion. A while after she had gone, the head guard grimaced and said, Hey, you said your name was Baekwang, right? You sound like a novice who's only trained a few years at a martial arts school. Just give up. What do you mean? The four evils of the Blue Demon are the heads who split off from the Blood Demon sect of the 8 gates of demonic paths. They've gathered bandits and built a large stronghold, robbing passersby. Their power is so great that even the authorities are troubled by them. It's impossible for you to subdue them alone, so give up. The Blood Demon sect of the 8 gates of demonic paths? Unlike the Black Knight sect, which primarily focuses on assassination, they were a martial faction known for using unique techniques involving blood energy. The four evils of the Blue Demon likely were experts from the Blood Demon sect. Moreover, if they were able to gather a large number of bandits, their martial arts would certainly surpass the level of a mere mercenary. Pretending to casually listen to him, I asked, Have you been employed by the Wa family for a long time? Huh? Why should I tell you that? The head guard spoke curtly, seemingly annoyed by my question. Yes. Me and my colleagues have been working here for 5 years. What's it to you? Adat novel bin adat. Has there been any unusual incident in Taikaiyong village or with the Wa family during this time? What a joke. If there had been any unusual incidents, would we be able to stand guard like this? Stop talking nonsense and get lost, kid. Alright then. With that, I turned around and left the front of the Wa family's estate. For the next 2 hours, I wandered around Taikaiyong village, asking various people for confirmation. And I was able to ascertain one fact. Truly, nothing has happened here in 3 years. If not for the memories of my past life, Taikaiyong village seemed to be an utterly ordinary village at present. It wasn't a place where fanatics ran amok or where a bloodbath of human sacrifices occurred. In other words, not only had the sorcerer not appeared, but the embroidered uniform guards hadn't even lurked around or scouted the area. It seemed reasonable to assume they never approached in the first place. So, what should I do now? After pondering for a while, I murmured to myself, maybe I should visit Taoist Haiyunshan first. When I arrived at Tijong Hall, it was getting dark. Standing in front of Tijong Hall with the dimming sunset behind me, the disciples of Tijong Hall noticed me and looked on guard. I greeted them with a formal bow and said, My name is Baekwang, from the Azure Dragon Martial Hall in Guangzhong. I've come from afar to inquire something from your master. From Guangzhong? You came all the way here. Yes. The master is currently meditating, so please wait for half an hour. Following the guidance of Tijong Hall's disciples, I sat in the reception room and quietly waited. It wasn't half an hour but rather an hour later when Taoist Haiyunshan appeared. He maintained the transcendent aura and vibrant complexion typical of an ascetic. Welcome. I am Haiyunshan. Surprised upon sensing my energy, Taoist Haiyunshan exclaimed his Taoist name. Amitabha Buddha. Such a rare talent in the world. Could it be that you've achieved the elixir of immortality? No, that's not the case. It was just a little enlightenment. Haha, today I feel as though I've opened my eyes anew by meeting Baekwang. Clatter. As Taoist Haiyunshan was pouring warm tea into cups, I asked him, In the past 3 years, have you sensed any evil energy around here or noticed any suspicious groups wandering about? I don't know your intention in asking, but at least to my recollection, there's been none. It's been quite some time since I left the Weidang sect, but this place has been endlessly peaceful. It's an excellent location for cultivating and communing with nature. Tijong Hall, under Taoist Haiyunshan's care, was known for suppressing the activities of bandits and night raiders in the vicinity, and he himself was not one to tolerate the presence of evil factions. If Taoist Haiyunshan says so, it means that Taikaiyong village has indeed existed without any disturbances. I've heard rumors about a group called the Four Evils of the Blue Demon in the area. Not nearby. If you go 50 li further, there's a large valley where they are said to be establishing their power. Aren't you going to subdue them? Taoist Haiyunshan shook his head. While I am eager to eliminate them, all my actions are associated with the honor of the Weidang sect. If I were to fail, I couldn't bear the possibility of those evildoers retaliating against the villagers or the disciples of Tijong Hall. I see. Haha. It seems I've only shared embarrassing stories. Taoist Haiyunshan chuckled bitterly while sipping his tea. After a moment of thought, I asked, By any chance, have you heard of something called the secret treasure of the 7 luminaries? Of course, I know of it. It's a legend of Taoism, not inferior to the tale of the 8 immortals. A legend of Taoism. Ha ha ha. But such a thing couldn't possibly exist in reality, right? It would be more believable to trust that Dong Hei's Sufu actually found the elixir of life. Taoist Haiyunshan laughed heartily, showing no sign of taking the secret treasure of the 7 luminaries seriously. This was in stark contrast to the attitude of sorcerer Meng Riang and others who treated the secret treasure as a real entity. Perhaps, unlike sorcerers who directly handle left-hand path magics, the right path Taoists like him were more focused on internal cultivation and self-improvement. A sorcerer I know said that even a novice in sorcery could gain power if they obtained the secret treasure of the 7 luminaries. Is that true? It's just a legend. Taoist Haiyunshan seemed a bit flustered but then composed himself to give a thoughtful answer. The 7 luminaries represent the fundamental forces of nature from Monday to Sunday. The secret treasure of the 7 luminaries, embodying the powers of the moon, fire, water, wood, metal, earth, and sun, would indeed possess immense power. However, despite the legend of the 7 luminaries being passed down since ancient times, no one has ever seriously believed in or sought them. Why is that? Because it's too far-fetched. Particularly, the treasure of fire is said to contain the power of the flame emperor Sheneng and can supposedly be found at the southernmost end of the world. Who would seriously believe and seek such a thing? Sheneng, you say? That's right. Taoist Haiyunshan chuckled bitterly, as if the idea was preposterous. The legend of the secret treasure of the 7 luminaries also includes oral traditions that it contains the power of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It's virtually mythological, to the extent that even Sima Qian, who wrote the Records of the Grand Historian, dismissed it as mere folklore. It's not good to take it too seriously. But at that moment, I felt a chill run down my spine. The power of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. While others might not know, I couldn't help but believe in it. That's because Mang Riang, a transcendent-level sorcerer and semi-divine being, affirmed the existence of the secret treasure of the 7 luminaries, and I had successfully acquired a treasure that seemed to be one of them. If it were true that the power of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors resided within the secret treasure of the 7 luminaries, then that changed everything. I need to search more actively for the secret treasure of the 7 luminaries. With that thought, I spoke to Taoist Haiyunshan. Taoist Haiyunshan, could you please grant me one last request? What is it? I intend to subdue the 4 evils of the blue demon, and I ask for your assistance. Alone, it would be difficult, but together we can certainly defeat those evildoers. Taoist Haiyunshan clasped my hand in his, visibly elated. Haha, of course. Together with you, we will have no problem dealing with such villains. His reluctance to act against the 4 evils of the blue demon stemmed from the difficulty of facing first-rate experts who had gathered dozens of bandits and were entrenched in their stronghold. As a human, there are limits to what one can do alone. But he believed that with my exceptional internal strength, we could easily subdue the 4 evils of the blue demon. Let's leave immediately. Good. Let's uphold the justice of the martial world. No sooner had our conversation ended than Taoist Haiyunshan and I gathered our gear and set off for Heavenly Demon Mountain, where the 4 evils were based. Although it was about 50 li away, we arrived in less than half an hour using our superior lightness skills. Swoosh. The day had turned completely dark. Atop the mountain, we could see a well-constructed stronghold, and the light of torches flickered here and there. Judging by the number of torches, there were at least 100 bandits on the outskirts alone. There are a lot of bandits indeed. If this is just the number on the outskirts, there must be twice as many inside. There could be hundreds. There's a reason why the government troops are wary of them. But once we deal with the 4 evils of the blue demon, the rest won't be difficult. I'll trust in you. Then let's go. Whoosh. Taoist Haiyunshan and I swiftly dashed towards the Heavenly Demon's stronghold. The bandits, taken aback by our sudden and rapid approach, let out cries of alarm. Intruders are. However, before they could sound the alarm, my sword had already sliced through their throats. Taoist Haiyunshan, using the supreme techniques of the Weidang sect, neutralized the bandits before they could even react. It took less than 10 seconds to break through the stronghold and leap inside. That way, as soon as I entered, I sensed a strong energy. With 4 individuals, it wasn't hard to deduce that they were the 4 evils of the blue demon. Leading the way with my thunder sword technique, I cut down the bandits as Taoist Haiyunshan followed, clearing the path behind me. Boom. 4 rugged-looking men, presumably the 4 evils of the blue demon, looked at me with panic in their eyes. Each appeared to be a first-rate master, already aware of the disturbance outside, each holding their weapons at the ready. One of them, with a gaunt face, glared and shouted, "What is the meaning of this, you scoundrels?" I noticed that they were half-naked, holding only their weapons, and the hall reeked of a disgusting odor. Behind the 4 evils, nude women were visible, having been abused and violated in the most heinous manner. They were likely local women or travelers who had been captured to satisfy the bandits' lust. Sizzle. Taoist Haiyunshan, who landed beside me, wore a look of disgust. Despicable beasts. Taoist Haiyunshan, I will take care of these 2. Please handle the rest. Of course. Whoosh. My sword crackled with celestial thunder, and Taoist Haiyunshan's sword surged with energy. Realizing we were peak-level experts, the faces of the 4 evils turned ashen. Ugh. For them, even combining their strength, it was barely enough to face one of us, let alone 2. One of them, in a tone of desperation, cried out, "Where have you come from? We'll give you all the gold we've gathered, please just spare us this once. I hail from the underworld, so just quietly surrender your necks." Swoosh. Taunting the 4 evils of the blue demon, I unleashed the Thunder Shadow Step secret technique and surged towards them. Strangely, as I swung my sword to strike their upper bodies, they seemed unable to react. Swoosh. My sword path flowed smoothly, and I decapitated one of the evils, blood spurting out. I realized that my speed had become incomparably faster than before. Taoist Haiyunshan was equally formidable. He charged at the one wielding a mace, and with just 2 or 3 movements of his sword, the bandit's wrist was severed. Before anyone could react, a massacre unfolded, and within 20 seconds, all the 4 evils of the blue demon lay dead. Wiping the blood off his sword onto the ground, Taoist Haiyunshan said with admiration, Beck Wong, your skills are indeed extraordinary. Truly a blessing for the martial world. It's nothing. But now the underlings will probably come looking for us. What should we do? After a moment of thought, I picked up the head of one of the four evils from the bloody scene and suggested, with the loss of their leaders, these bandits might lash out and plunder the local villages in disarray. We need to handle this thoroughly. If that is so. If it troubles you to breach the prohibition against killing, please take the women and leave. I can handle this alone. Taoist Hyunshin sighed deeply. How can I impose all the burden on a young hero like you? I have resolved myself for today, so let's see this through together. All right. Let's begin. I dashed towards where the bandits were gathered and flung the head of the Blue Demon's leader into their midst. The bandits, already on edge, were horrified to see a head flying in unexpectedly and turned pale upon realizing it was their leaders. Yeek. I let out a mighty roar. The four evils of the Blue Demon are dead. Fighting is pointless for you now. Run for it. The bandits hesitated for a moment before retreating, scattering like the tide. While some of the stronger-looking ones tried to rally them, it was too late. Without any loyalty to die for the four evils of the Blue Demon, their organization easily crumbled with such simple acts. Then, I pursued the fleeing bandits, unleashing the Thunder God's wrath, slashing them wildly. Swoosh crack. Swoosh slash. With each swing of my sword, the bandits' limbs were severed, and heads flew. I created a path paved with blood, slaughtering nearly 100 people in less than half a mealtime. Amidst it all, barely any blood stained me as I silently continued the massacre. I started to relish and take interest in cutting down humans. Just an excuse, really. I had no real intention of joining the Wa family as a guard, nor did I feel compelled to topple the four evils of the Blue Demon for the sake of martial justice. It was simply a chance to practice before confronting the Black Knight sect, using bandits, who no one would complain about if killed, as a real battle training opportunity. Unbeknownst to Taoist Hyunshin fighting beside me, this was my true intent. Splat. By the time I had slain about 150, hardly any bandits remained. Wiping the blood-stained back of my hand on my robe, I murmured, "Fun. Good practice for the Thunder God's wrath." Though decimating the stronghold wasn't something to boast about, it had been good practice before facing the Black Knight sect. As I finished cleaning my hands, Taoist Hyunshin approached and spoke. "Beck Wong, I will take the women to a safe place." "Thank you." Feeling the bandit subjugation was over, I sat down wearily amidst the sea of blood, severed limbs, and corpses. My eyes were cold and detached. I sensed something broken inside me, yet felt indifferent. I won't go to Mangriang yet. I haven't become strong as I promised. My eyes sparkled with determination. I'll use this momentum to challenge the Black Knight sect directly. If I win against the Black Knight sect, wouldn't that mean I've become strong enough to not feel ashamed? Smiling at the thought, I felt strangely thrilled. My hands were itching. Amidst the trembling sensation in my hands, I felt a subtle pleasure but slowly denied it. Admitting it felt like it would change something, and I wasn't ready for that. 0064, Demon Subduing Hall. I decided not to specifically mention my contributions in subduing the Blue Demon 4 evils. I was instead filled with the eagerness to rapidly test my martial skills. Additionally, I asked Hyunshin Duin to take credit for the subjugation. Haha, truly a chivalrous man. Hyunshin Duin praised me in admiration. However, I could only manage a faint smile. After all, it was a fact that I had slaughtered more than 100 humans, and the thought of being praised for it struck me as absurd. Keeping such thoughts to myself, I bid farewell to Hyunshin Duin and departed. The blade is quite worn. It was only natural after severing over 100 foes. No matter how much I reinforced my sword's aura, it would inevitably suffer damage. I could feel that the edge of my sword was significantly dulled, so I decided to stop by Taigaiang village again to purchase a new sword. In truth, it would have sufficed to simply sharpen the blade again, but since Ikwang had given me ample funds, I opted to buy a new one without hesitation. Swinging the new sword through the air, I felt a bit of joy welling within me. Tap tap. My steps toward Jobaeok village were light. The gloomy emotions that had long lingered in my heart had been largely washed away. The tragedy had passed. The realization that such a violent tragedy, which brought forth both intense despair and righteous indignation, had not occurred was refreshing and liberating. Although there was a twinge of disappointment that I hadn't been able to prevent it by my own strength, I still felt good about the situation. My proactive involvement in the subjugation of the Blue Demon 4 evils was perhaps motivated by a desire to relish that feeling further. Isn't it finally time for me to live as I please? With such thoughts, I couldn't help but feel a sudden uplift in my spirits. Of course, I would need to explore the reasons behind these feelings. My plan was to reach Jobaeok village, establish contact with the Black Knight Gate, and after winning the sparring, I intended to visit Master Mangniang. Surviving a fight against the notorious Black Knight Gate would be a sufficient source of pride for me. Days later, upon my arrival at Jobaeok village, I recalled the words of the village chief. I was instructed to find a vagabond named Hangwanjile in this village. I knew the best way to find a vagabond was to visit the taverns or gambling dens. Exhausted from the journey, I decided to settle into an inn for the day and would start my search the following day. While I was ordering dumplings and vegetable dishes at the inn, I suddenly was startled by something flying in through the inn door. Swoosh! At first glance, I almost swung my sword, but upon closer inspection, I realized that it was a white object made of paper. The paper bird flapped its wings and gracefully landed on the table where I was seated. The paper bird seemed almost alive. Then, suddenly losing its strength, it flopped down as if it had reverted back to regular paper. I was momentarily stunned and watched the paper bird before reaching out to unfold it. Inside was a letter written in familiar handwriting. It has been quite a long time since we first received the request. Have you accomplished enough tasks? I, Mangyang, have conducted extensive research on the divine sword you brought. I believe I am now at a stage where I can properly inform you, hence I send this paper bird for contact. If you have the time, I hope you will come to visit me. Message from Mangyang. I realized that this paper bird had been created through some kind of sorcery. It was likely a spell executed with Mangyang's own power. However, it was hard to believe that the Mangyang I knew, who didn't have an ounce of aptitude for sorcery, could wield such precise and sophisticated magic. It was clear that in the 3 years, he had somehow enhanced his skills in sorcery. What should I do? I already had a good idea of how to establish contact with the Black Knight Gate, so I could very well compete against them as early as tomorrow. But if I were to lose in that sparring and find myself unable to escape, I would have to start over from the beginning. Was it really worth the risk of hastily confronting the Black Knight Gate? However, it was also true that I desperately wanted to test my current strength. I pondered for quite some time and then shook my head. There's no choice but to go after him. I had vowed not to seek out Mangyang before accumulating sufficient strength, yet the information regarding the 7-star secret treasure was incredibly crucial at this moment. I thought it better to learn what I could, even at the risk of death. Moreover, I was curious about why Mangyang, who could only use basic techniques in the art of transformation, was now able to perform advanced spells, and thus I had no choice but to pay him a visit. Reluctantly, I decided to head back from Zhou Oak Village to Jinlang Valley where Mangyang was. It felt akin to retracing my steps as a training dog, having nearly reached the destination only to go back. Nevertheless, I had no other option, so I hurriedly dashed down the mountain path once again. Tap tap. He's back again. Days later, I found myself back in Taigaiyang village, exhaling a sigh. However, as I rested in the inn, I noticed that the townspeople were looking at me rather oddly. Perplexed, I scanned the surroundings when one of them approached cautiously and asked, "Are you, by any chance, the hero who recently subdued the blue demon 4 evils? Your features and appearance match too closely. If it is indeed you, our Hua clan would like to welcome you." I realized that word of my deed in slaying the blue demon 4 evils had spread. I guess the source of it must have been Hyun Duin. I had simply asked him to take the credit for our achievement, but from a sense of conscience, it appeared he had relayed that I played a part in it to the world. Ugh, what an unnecessary act. I was baffled by Hyun Duin's misplaced generosity. Others were eager to build their own reputations. Why was he so adamant about sharing it with me? In any case, I was not particularly thrilled about my current situation, so I shook my head. I'm not that remarkable a person, and I still have a long way to go. I'll see you next time. But at that moment, you're here after all. As I turned my head, there stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman resembling a cat, accompanied by several attendants at the entrance of the inn. Seeing the commotion around her, it was evident that her status was quite high. Recognizing her face, I had no choice but to bow and greet her. Hello. I never expected that you would truly subdue the blue demon 4 evils. To think that the young hero Bekong had such exceptional martial prowess. It's unrelated to me, Lady Hua Lian. She was Hua Lian, a lady from the Hua clan. She smiled gently and said, "That can't be true, can it?" Hyun Duin has widely spoken about the young hero who fought alongside him in this area. Currently, both the officials and the people here are discussing your deeds. Even if you are busy on your way, I sincerely hope you can stop by the Hua clan for at least a day. The blue demon 4 evils were a significant headache for us, blocking the trade routes in the village, and we owe you a great debt of gratitude. If this debt goes unacknowledged, the world will mock our Hua clan, so I implore you. Hua Lian's words were tidy and polite. Moreover, given the curious gazes around us, leaving hastily wouldn't be advisable. Ugh. If the word has spread this far, they might also find out that I'm from the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. If rumors spread that my actions have brought shame upon the school's reputation. Ikwang had been distancing himself from me, staying watchful for the time being. Although he recognized me as a successor and was teaching me his techniques, there was a risk he could stop my training immediately if I caused any significant issues. Unlike before, my pursuit of strength had become a serious goal, and carrying the weight of honor wasn't something I could take lightly. With no other choice, I nodded. Understood. I followed Hua Lian and her attendants toward the Hua clan. The reason they didn't refer to themselves as a prominent family was that their members had no direct ties to the martial world, nor did they possess martial arts skills. They were a clan that ruled Taigaiyang village solely through their financial power. A short while later, I had the opportunity to meet Hua Zongtaik, the head of the Hua clan. Upon seeing me, he greeted me with a broad smile. "Oh, young hero Bekong, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've wanted to see you." Surrounding Hua Zongtaik were over a dozen servants and aides standing with respectful postures. While it seemed they were attempting to display their familial dignity and might, it appeared quite ridiculous to me. After all, I had seen countless grand displays of authority while traveling through places like Luoyang and beyond. What surprised me most was that I recognized Hua Zongtaik's face. He's the fanatic I beheaded during my first infiltration. That same fanatic, holding onto a woman's head in a most grotesque manner? At the time, I had no reason to distinguish between the fanatics, so I hadn't given it much thought, but now the memory came rushing back. It was clear that Hua Zongtaik had already been infected with madness and had been wandering this estate as a fanatic. Hua Zongtaik, mistaking my startled expression for astonishment at his authority, chuckled heartily. Haha, thanks to you, the trade routes are once again open, and I haven't suffered great losses. To say the least, the profits have been around 500 taels of silver. How could I not be grateful? I'll ensure you receive treatment proportionate to that contribution. I appreciate your words, but I have urgent matters and cannot stay long. How unfortunate. Nonetheless, for today, allow our Hua clan to host the young hero. Haha, yes. Come, bring Bekung inside. As I entered, a lavish feast had already been prepared. A plethora of extravagant dishes filled the ample table, enough to break its legs. There were chicken dishes, duck dishes, goat dishes, and even high-end delectables I had seen in Luoyang. It would not be an exaggeration to say that I had never had such a grand meal in my life. Please eat well. For this day, we have specially invited renowned chefs from Luoyang. Well, if you insist. I awkwardly settled down and slowly started to eat. Each dish, clearly made by a skilled chef, was exquisite and delicious. Having not enjoyed fine meals during my travels, I found joy in the food. While I was gnawing on a duck leg, Hua Zongtaik struck up a conversation. You look quite young. How do you possess such remarkable martial skills? It's just luck. Haha, such humility. Defeating the hundreds of bandits under the Blue Demon Four Evils is no ordinary feat. It was all the work of Haiyan Chenduin. Nodding politely, I concentrated on enjoying my food. Since they were graciously hosting me, there was no reason to refuse their hospitality. I intended to eat well and leave. Suddenly, I recalled something and asked while holding the duck leg. I have a question. Have you heard any rumors about suspicious groups or cults in this area over the last 3 years? Hua Zongtaik tilted his head. Not particularly. Was there anything unusual at all? Hua Zongtaik contemplated seriously before snapping his fingers as if he had recalled something. Oh, now that you mention it, the members of the Golden Eagle Guard stayed here for a while. They did? I set down the duck leg and urged him hurriedly. Please tell me more about that. It was about 3 years ago. The members of the Golden Eagle Guard came out from the palace for an investigation and stayed here for about 7 weeks. There was no way to refuse them, so I had to entertain them. What kind of investigation was it? I'm not quite sure, but I vaguely heard that they were looking for ruins. Perhaps they didn't find anything significant, as they just left afterwards. What kind of ruins? I don't know much. The person leading the Golden Eagle Guard only shared a few words with me to convince me. It seemed they had come to this land specifically to search for that from the beginning. Ruins. I had a feeling that it might somehow be connected to the 7 stars. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for the Golden Eagle Guard, who had to secretly conduct activities for a sorcerer, to openly appear in the village. I thought to myself that it was fortunate I was invited to this meal and opened my mouth. I see. Thank you for sharing. Haha. Do you wish to join the Golden Eagle Guard? It seems that many young martial artists dream of joining them. I'm not particularly interested in that right now. I casually changed the subject as we engaged in small talk. I continued to have dinner with Hua Zongtaik for a little over 1 meal before heading to the bedroom that had been prepared for me. The servants had heated water, allowing me to take a bath as well. As I lay down in the bedroom, trying to fall asleep, about half an hour passed. I sensed a delicate figure entering the bedroom. Although it was dark, my heightened senses easily detected this fact. Curious about what was happening, I propped myself up, and as the figure approached, it touched my chest and said, "Please remain still. Lady Hua Lian." That voice belonged to Hua Lian. She seemed to have entered the dim room wearing a thin garment like a scrap of cloth. Recognizing her voice, I felt a wave of surprise. Her intentions were clear, so as she pushed against my upper body and slowly climbed onto the bed, I spoke up. "I'm just a guest, there's no need for the esteemed lady of this house to do such a thing." In truth, I didn't feel good about this. I was rather flustered. I worried that getting entangled in an unusual situation could derail my future plans. Hua Lian paused for a moment before responding in a self-deprecating tone. "I'm not the esteemed lady, I'm Hua Zongtaik's 5th concubine." What? It's not unusual for someone with wealth and power to have multiple consorts. I'm just here to participate in such matters. SSSS. Let's enjoy this day together. Hua Lian's soft skin lightly settled on my body. I thought that if I surrendered myself to her, it would undoubtedly be a pleasurable experience. She was an extraordinary beauty, so this was a fortunate opportunity for me. Moreover, from her words, it seemed almost certain that this was orchestrated by Hua Zongtaik. However, I began to feel that this was not quite right. So, I gently pushed her shoulder and sat up. Seeing the surprised look on her face, I calmly said, "I'm not particularly fond of such things." "What do you mean?" "Even the master approved of this." "It's not because I'm impotent or incapable." "Then," I firmly replied, "I'm currently focused on a critical matter, and I can't afford to be distracted. It's hard enough for me to gather my own resolve without accepting someone else into my heart." "Are you saying I'm unattractive?" "Not at all. I simply don't want to be unhappy any longer." I understood all too well what would happen if I became entangled with Hua Lian. It wouldn't simply be a one-night relationship that could be brushed off. Even in death, if I were to reincarnate, I would undoubtedly remember Hua Lian every time I passed through Taigaiyang village. And if another tragedy were to occur, my mental strength could very well be depleted. The guilt of not being able to protect those who fell victim to such tragedies could multiply exponentially. Ultimately, I was rejecting the idea of sharing a bed with her for an extremely selfish reason. Although Hua Lian was unaware of all the details, it seemed she sensed my feelings through her instincts as a woman. She wore a somewhat sad expression and shook her head. You refuse to let others into your heart. I won't ask for your understanding, this is my life. I'd like to strongly assert that my life is my own as well. With a lonely smile, Hua Lian stood up from the bed. As she headed for the door, she said, I'm sorry for the disturbance. Please rest well. After Hua Lian left, I continued practicing my internal energy until I finally dozed off. Though I felt a slight regret, I decided not to dwell on my choice. There had been too many instances where I had ruined significant matters by succumbing to short-term pleasures, so I resolved to proceed with caution, step by step. The next day, I received an unexpected gift from Hua Zongtaik. What is this? The gift was a statue of a phoenix made of silver ingots. Hua Zongtaik, looking somewhat embarrassed, said, I heard you declined Hua Lian. I felt I might have been rude to you, so I spent the night pondering what to do and decided to give you a family heirloom. A family heirloom? Yes. It was something obtained when my ancestors settled in Taigaiyang village. They said it was a treasure created in a far eastern land. Though I cherish this statue, I want to give it as a token of apology for my rudeness. To give a woman and then offer a treasure to make amends? At first glance, Hua Zongtaik seemed like a very generous and open man, but I knew from my long life experience that such was not the case. If I had spent a night with Hua Lian, he might have used it as leverage to bind me to Taigaiyang village through familial ties. Furthermore, when my reputation rose in the martial world upon receiving this gift, he could use it to promote his own clan. Everything seemed to be a meticulous calculation. However, I chose not to refuse it. I felt that this heirloom had a unique origin and might provide unexpected information if I showed it to Master Meng Niang. I shall gladly accept it. Haha. Well then, safe travels. After parting with Hua Zongtaik, I immediately headed toward Jinlang Valley. Thud thud. It's been quite some time. It's almost been 2 months since I left the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. My master, Li Guang, had given me a deadline of 6 months. While I still had plenty of time, I felt an unnecessary urgency. There were many things I needed to do, especially since I wanted to gain as much practical experience as possible before fighting the Black Knight Gate. When I arrived at Jinlang Valley and was about to climb the stairs to Master Meng Niang's house, I suddenly felt something was off. Whoosh. What? Until then, I had been flowing through the area with the elusive power of Mang Gungeon, but now I felt it shaking strangely. My senses were disturbed, and illusions flickered throughout the steps. I calmly focused my internal energy to counteract the effects of Mang Gungeon, but I was greatly surprised. The power of Mang Gungeon has increased several-fold. If I hadn't been training to raise my available internal energy during that time, I would surely have fallen into an illusion right there. Feeling a mix of astonishment and curiosity, I ascended to Mang Niang's thatched cottage. Whoosh. It's been a while, Bekong. At that moment, Mang Niang appeared with Hukin, as if he had teleported right there. It was undoubtedly not just basic black cloud technique, but rather a high-level technique. I asked in surprise. What happened? Ha ha ha. I must first thank you. I was originally someone who could hardly use techniques, but because of you, I've mastered up to mid-level techniques and stepped into advanced levels. The paper bird I sent you was a mid-level technique. Mang Niang's face was brimming with vitality and looked much brighter than before. His previous free-spirited demeanor now seemed lively, in stark contrast to the gloominess that had once surrounded him. He appeared to be enjoying life so much that he could hardly contain himself. Curious, I asked. What happened? Please tell me the details. Of course. Have a seat. I will explain in detail that I have completed your request. Clink. As I sat on the bench, Mang Niang drew out the divine sword he had at his waist. That sword was a treasure I had obtained after avoiding spiders at the ruins hidden in the Huangshan Pond. It was also the item I had entrusted to Mang Niang around 3 years ago for the interpretation of the Oracle Bone script. Mang Niang aimed the divine sword horizontally and said, You truly are full of cunning. What do you mean? Why didn't you tell me that I would need internal energy to recall this Oracle Bone script? Because of that, I had to struggle for a while and unwittingly train in martial arts that weren't in my destiny. Zing! Suddenly, a golden light emanated from the divine sword that Mang Niang was holding, revealing the engraved characters of the Oracle Bone script. Those characters only appeared with enough internal energy, indicating that Mang Niang had accumulated a significant amount of internal power during that time. I exclaimed in surprise. What martial arts have you trained in? I practiced the 12 Heavens Sutra alongside the Tiul Divine Art. Additionally, I even created potions for internal energy enhancement through alchemy to speed up the process. So, it took just a year before I could see the Oracle Bone scripture. I was astounded. Currently, Mang Niang's level of internal energy had surpassed that of ordinary second or third-rate martial artists and was nearing first-rate mastery. To have accumulated this much internal power in just 3 years was nothing short of extraordinary. It seemed Mang Niang didn't want to dwell on that topic anymore, so he began discussing the Oracle Bone scripture at Novel bin Adat. This oracle bone script was written during the Yin dynasty. Yin, also known as the Shang, it was an ancient state. It is sometimes collectively referred to as Yin Shang. The Yin served as the last capital of the Shang dynasty during the reigns of Pan Gang to Dxin, known during its time by the names Yi or Deyup Shang. The term for merchants and commerce, Shang, comes from the name of this nation and is derived from the merchants of the Shang people who wandered about after losing their country. As I recalled my knowledge of the Yin dynasty, Mang Niang continued speaking. As you know, the Yin dynasty was founded by Chang Tang, who defeated the last king of the legendary First Dynasty, the Xia. This oracle bone script was written during the era of Tang Wang, the founding ancestor of the Yin dynasty, and it seems the divine sword was also created during that time. During Tang Wang's era, the content of the oracle bone script is as follows. I offer sacrifices to the heavens. I will cut off the tortoise's head and limbs to present to the heavens. The deity rejoices. Oh, 3 sovereigns, oh, 5 emperors, grant your blessings. As a result, I received the essence of the 7 stars. I tilted my head in confusion as I couldn't understand the content of the oracle bone script that Mang Niang explained. While I understood it related to ancient rituals, I didn't see how the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and the 7 stars were connected. However, as soon as I recalled the history of the 7 stars secret treasure I had heard from Hyun Shinduin, everything began to make sense in my mind. To aid my thoughts, Mang Niang continued. The true name of this sword is the divine sword that symbolizes water star among the 7 stars. As he continued, my eyes widened. It is named Moya. 0065, Demon Subduing Hall. What does that mean? Ganzhong and Moya were not swords from the Warring States period. It was such a famous legendary sword that it was impossible to be mistaken. Ganzhong and Moya? Mang Niang grinned. Indeed. Do you know that story? Of course. According to Wu Yu Chunkayo and the Yuzhe book, it was said that Ganzhong, under the orders of the king of Chu, attempted to forge a famed sword for him. After creating both Ganzhong and Moya, the blacksmith Ganzhong was aware he would be executed for being late to deliver it to the king of Chu. Therefore, he presented only the concealed sword Moya to the king and hid the water sword Ganzhong in the trunk of a pine tree on a rock where Namsan could be seen from home. This was a riddle referring to a wooden column set on a cornerstone, and later, when Moya birthed a child, he would have that child solve the riddle to inform him of his own death once the sword was found. Moya followed his words, and her child, Zhebai, swore vengeance by finding the water sword Ganzhong. The king of Chu witnessed this scene in a dream, causing him to fall into anxiety. He created a wanted poster bearing the appearance of Zhebai he had seen in his dream and placed a bounty on his head. Suddenly, Zhebai found himself wanted and was unable to enter even a village. Overcome with sorrow, he sang a lament, which drew the attention of a passing swordsman who, moved by pity, offered to take vengeance on his behalf if Zhebai would provide him with the sword and his head. Upon agreeing, Zhebai staunchly stood even after deciding to take his own life, and when the swordsman vowed to uphold his promise, Zhebai collapsed and died. The swordsman presented Zhebai's head to the king of Chu and declared that it must be boiled for 3 days due to the deep resentment held within it. The king followed this directive, but for over 3 days, the head merely floated on the water, seemingly alive and poised to leap out of the pot at any moment. The swordsman advised the king to take a look, and upon peering into the pot, the king of Chu had his own head severed. The fallen head of the king plummeted into the pot. Surrounded by soldiers, the swordsman understood he could not survive, so he took his own life, and that head too fell into the pot. The officials hastily retrieved the heads, but the heads of Zhebai, the king of Chu, and the swordsman had soon been boiled to the point where none could tell which was which. The officials, moved by the bravery and righteousness of Zhebai, who took his own life for vengeance, and the swordsman who honorably fulfilled his promise, buried the 3 heads together, naming the site the Tomb of the 3 Kings. This was a story I had heard during my youth. It was famous enough to be known as folklore. I had learned a bit more about it during my studies, but it was certainly something anyone from the Central Plains would have heard at least once. Thus, the idea that this sword Moya was made during the Qing dynasty was truly absurd. Mang Niang replied. However, that is indeed true. To be precise, it would be more accurate to say both statements are correct. What do you mean? The oral traditions have been transmitted differently. Moya was indeed created during the Qing dynasty, then rediscovered during the Warring States period by the joint craftsmanship of Ganzhong and Moya. In other words, this sword was never originally made by human hands. I stared at Mang Niang in disbelief. While such a statement could indeed hold some truth, it was far too absurd. So, I asked, do you have any basis for that claim? I completed the interpretation of the Oracle Bone script in just a month. However, to verify whether this assumption was correct, I spent the time searching for ancient texts throughout various mountain ranges. As a result, I managed to find some evidence. What evidence did you find? Mang Niang entered inside and came back with a pile of books. There were easily more than 10 volumes, all smelling of mildew. He placed them on the table and said, "These are books containing the account of Ganzhong and Moya. Each one is a valuable true document. If you look up this account, you can find variations, yet also common elements. Common elements. They all contain the line, 'It was placed within the trunk of a pine tree on a rock where Namsan could be seen from home.'" With that, Mang Niang lowered the sword and continued. The laws of this Oracle Bone script differ from the rules written in other texts. It's likely that only the royalty of the Qing dynasty had a distinct grammar. And according to that grammar, rearranging that common phrase found in the transmitted ancient texts pointed to a single character, which was Sun. Sun. Yes. For some unknown reason, those who created the tale of Ganzhong and Moya concealed the fact that this famed sword was in fact excavated from a burial site where human sacrifices were made. Furthermore, some ancient texts mention that a similar tale already existed during the Qing dynasty. A burial site for human sacrifices. Could it be that the ruins where the famed sword was unearthed were places used for burying humans alive? That means the story of Ganzhong and Moya didn't actually occur during the Warring States period. It happened during the Qing dynasty, and as it was passed down through the ages, it got intertwined with local folklore, fabricating fictional characters. This is undeniably the famed sword from the Qing dynasty. I gazed at Meng Niang in shock. If that were true, the legitimacy of all scriptures in the Central Plains could be called into question. Moreover, this alone would send shockwaves through the academic world of all students studying philology. It was such a groundbreaking theory that I found myself at a loss for words for a while. Meng Niang said, "Of course, I have no plans to announce this to the world. There's no reason to do so, and it wouldn't be accepted anyway. What's important is the danger that the character Sun entails. Danger in Sun. Sun signifies that someone is buried alongside a deceased ruler. Who would be buried alongside them? It's a nice way of saying human sacrifice, but it's simply slaughter and offerings." Meng Niang paused momentarily, as if to catch his breath. Then, he drew water from the well to moisten his throat and continued. Many people are unaware, but the Qing dynasty was an era in which human sacrifices were highly prevalent. As part of the ancestral rites at that time, such practices persisted even into the era when Confucius lived. You might recall anecdotes in Confucius's teachings that prohibit superstitious practices, right? Even back then, the ritual of beheading human slaves as offerings to the deities continued. Human sacrifice. The mere mention of that phrase sent waves of nausea surging through me. I had witnessed such madness firsthand on multiple occasions, and I understood the horror of it better than anyone. It was a frenzied banquet treating human beings as lesser than livestock. The method of worship involved seizing captives from other ethnic groups, such as slaves or outsiders, and killing them for ancestral rites. There were reportedly as many as 12 different methods for sacrificing humans for rituals in the Qing dynasty. 12. Each of those 12 acts is said to have been passed down in the 1,000-character classic. For instance, they include methods like Pang, Min, Hal, Jack, Zheng, Hun, and Tang, among others. Such methods entailed boiling, frying, chopping, roasting, tearing, and drying people alive. They showed no mercy even to countrymen, often using them in the rituals of human sacrifices. I shook my head in disbelief. If that were true, it meant that the people of the Qing dynasty were beings who could be considered beneath humanity in terms of cruelty. I said irritably, "I don't want to hear any more. So, what does it mean that Sun is dangerous?" The important aspect is the connection between this content and the oracle bone script. I offer sacrifices to the heavens, cutting off the head and limbs of a turtle to present to the sky. The gods are pleased. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, bless me. I received the water of the 7 stars. Here, the turtle does not refer to an actual turtle, but to a human. In other words, brutal sacrifices of humans were performed, resulting in the gods being pleased. The gods mentioned are likely those we refer to as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This famed sword symbolizes the water of the 7 stars bestowed by the gods. I took a moment to gather my thoughts after hearing Meng Niang's words. Then I replied, "At novel bin at. It's hard to believe. Even if this is truly the treasure of the 7 stars, weren't the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors great beings in the history of the Central Plains? Does it make sense that such beings would receive gruesome human sacrifices and be delighted to bestow treasures?" Meng Niang chuckled softly. The 3 sovereigns are Fu Shi, Shen Nong, and Noa, while the 5 emperors refer to Yellow Emperor, Zhuangzi, Chou, Yao, and Shun. Do you know what the commonality is among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? What is it? They are simply recorded as divine beings in human history, and there are only brief accounts of their actual reign. They exist as figures in mythology. The first monarchs regarded as truly human are King Wu and King Tang. What are you trying to say? What I mean is that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors may not have been human from the very beginning. I fell silent. Gods who rejoice in human sacrifices. Also, monstrous beings that transcend humanity. It felt eerily similar to the scene of a sorcerer using the village as a sacrifice to bring forth otherworldly beings. Meng Niang pulled out the Shinhaijing and said, "The strange monsters recorded in the Shinhaijing might have actually existed during the Qing dynasty. Thousands of years ago, the Central Plains were not as organized as they are now. It was a wilderness filled with jungles and barbaric tribes. In such places, how could humans survive? They had to present sacrifices to divine beings, like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, to obtain the power to protect themselves. This, I believe, is the secret treasure of the 7 stars and the force that enabled the establishment of human kingdoms in the ancient Qing dynasty." Well, it seems you are convinced that it is indeed the 7 stars sword, Oh yeah. In that case, I will believe it too. I had no choice but to concede. If a genius scholar like Meng Niang had spent years gathering evidence and had that much confidence in calling me, there must be something to it. I decided to acknowledge that this famed sword was indeed the 7 stars sword, Oh yeah. Meng Niang said. I have spent nearly 3 years researching this MOA, and I have gained a lot. Not only did I acquire martial skills, but I also received the divine abilities hidden within MOA, allowing me to learn numerous techniques. This MOA possesses the ability to stimulate the human upper dantian, making it a treasure for sorcerers. So if I have MOA, even someone without innate magical talent can learn sorcery. Mang Niang nodded at my question. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reached an intermediate level. Mang Niang sighed. I have reached the end of my research over the past 3 years. Now it's my turn to ask you. What do you want to know? Who exactly are you? Where did you get the 7-star sword, MOA, and what do you intend to use it for? Mang Niang showed genuine curiosity in his demeanor. After some contemplation, I decided to be honest with him. I am a reincarnator. Now I had no choice but to say it. The village of Taikai Yongchun had managed to avoid disaster, but I had come to realize that the Golden Eagle Guards were up to something else. Since I lacked the wisdom to uncover that by myself, it was better to speak candidly with Mang Niang. Furthermore, I felt indebted to him because I had caused his death in the past. So I laid out everything I had experienced over my 8 reincarnations and my encounters with Mang Niang. During my narration, I noticed Mang Niang's expression shifting dramatically. I had never seen him look like that before. And that's how it happened. Can you believe what I'm saying? Mang Niang staggered and covered his eyes. Then he said, "Wait a moment. I need time to process this." He lay on the thatched roof floor, seemingly in a daze for quite a while. After some time, he stood up again, approached me, and said, "I have no choice but to believe your words are true. The only way to know so much about the events of Master Chen Wujin and my master's situation is through you. Haha, I really have gotten caught up in something tremendous. I apologize for causing your death last time." Mang Niang shrugged. "Well, even if you say that, it doesn't feel real at all. I can't know how the former me felt during those times I was with you. That was entirely a consequence of my decision to follow you, right? I probably just thought of it as stepping in poop while dying." The Secret Book of Heaven and Earth and the Anonymous Ritual Book, the Golden Eagle Guards Sorcerer. While sitting with his chin resting in hand, lost in thought, Mang Niang finally spoke. "So you were building up your strength in the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School to oppose the head of the Golden Eagle Guards, only to find that their influence hasn't spread to Taikai Yongchen." "That's right. I'm currently wondering why that is," I asked seriously. "Could it be because of the 7-star sword, MOA?" Mang Niang cast a glance at MOA. Then he replied, "That's unlikely. Certainly, the tremendous storm that occurred when you came to find me was definitely caused by you retrieving MOA from its seal. Indeed, the energy contained in MOA has been condensed for thousands of years, enough to disrupt natural disasters. I observed the astrological signs the day before the storm and noticed unusual movements of the stars." Explaining further, Mang Niang continued, "However, that sorcerer from the other world is a great sorcerer capable of freely casting human sacrifice rituals involving thousands of people, isn't he? He would not halt his plans just because one of the 7 stars stirred. Moreover, if the Golden Eagle Guards didn't move in conjunction with the sorcerer, only one conclusion can be drawn." "What do you mean by that?" "It means the great sorcerer has escaped beyond the dimensions of time and space. If my master said so, it must be true. Escaped beyond time and space." The absurdity of the statement left me dumbfounded, and Mang Niang crossed his arms to elaborate. That being was likely accumulating human sacrifices in this world to achieve their goals. However, upon seeing your heavenly secret keeper, they must have felt something was amiss. The sorcerer's self-detonation was probably a special technique to extract their soul from this world by abandoning their corporeal form. Is that even possible? That's the only explanation I can think of. The sorcerer is probably no longer in the Imperial Palace or anywhere else. Without the sorcerer, the Imperial Palace couldn't interpret the Anonymous Ritual Book, and thus, they would have no choice but to cancel their human sacrifice plan. I felt a rush of both surprise and joy. The sorcerer could no longer interfere with my reincarnation, and even if I reincarnated again, I wouldn't need to worry about the tragedies of the village one by one. It was indeed a wise choice to show the heavenly secret keeper to the sorcerer. Just as I was about to break into a smile, Mang Niang pointed his finger and said, "It's too early to feel reassured, because the Golden Eagle Guards will now likely begin moving to collect the treasure of the 7 stars. I had that thought as well, but I'm not sure. The human sacrifices may have merely been a means to expedite time. The Golden Eagle Guards probably intended to gather the 7 stars from the very beginning. Though their methods differ, their ultimate goal hasn't changed. If you think of it that way, you still have a lot of work to do." I became curious. What could the ultimate goal of the Golden Eagle Guards be? The leader of the Golden Eagle Guards had mentioned a second ritual after increasing the number of otherworldly beings through human sacrifices. And they had implied that once achieved, the White Lotus cult would be a trivial matter. Perhaps they intended to accomplish their goal using the treasure of the 7 stars instead of human sacrifices? "Oh, right. Please take a look at this." Suddenly remembering, I handed him the silver phoenix sculpture I had obtained from the Hua family of Taikai Yongchun. Mang Niang accepted the silver phoenix, examined it closely, and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this an artifact of Balhae? Where did you get this precious thing?" "What is Balhae?" "A strong nation of the Dongai people in the east. This appears to be an artifact related to the royalty of Balhae. Only royalty could use a phoenix sculpture. and it seems to be in the shape of a three-legged crow. After carefully inspecting the silver phoenix sculpture, Mang Niang remarked, "There's a small line sealed in the gap. It seems there's some sort of incantation that will be released in a specific order. This too is an interesting artifact. Can you interpret it?" Mang Niang let out a laugh as if he found it absurd. "Ha ha ha. I know you're a reincarnator, but can you really trust me that easily? To be honest, when I realized this was the 7-star sword, yeah, I thought you had lost your mind. To hand over a divine sword capable of overturning heaven and earth just like that. Did you really think I would betray you?" "I did," I answered calmly. "But if you were to betray me, I would think that as a good thing as well. It would relieve me of the debt I owe for having caused your death." Mang Niang seemed momentarily taken aback before he spoke despondently. "That's quite a way of thinking. You've clearly transcended the normal human mindset. I'd take that as a compliment." Mang Niang chuckled softly and said, "Well then, I'll do my utmost to assist you. Thank you. I will send you a message again once I finish interpreting this silver phoenix sculpture. Also, feel free to take Moya with you." I raised my eyebrows. "Isn't that needed to enhance your sorcery?" "The interpretation of the Oracle Bone script is already complete, and I believe I've gained all the learning effects I could from Moya. Given that my sorcery hasn't improved for the last 6 months, this seems to be my limit. So now, it's yours to keep." "Understood." According to Mang Niang, if I had the 7-star sword, Moya, and learned the art of Chi Men Dunjia, I would be able to master sorcery up to the intermediate level. The only issue was whether that level would carry over after death, but I decided to think about that later. As I held Moya, I descended the Zhenlang Valley. Mang Niang's last words echoed in my mind. "If possible, seek the treasure containing the power of Tuesday, Ganzhong, first." It's highly probable that Ganzhong and Moya were forged as a husband and wife pair according to historical records, so possessing both divine swords will grant you tremendous strength. I also recalled what Haiyan Chenduin had said. The treasure of Tuesday holds the essence of the Flame Emperor, Shennong, and is located at the southernmost tip of the world. The southernmost tip of the world. That was something I had never considered until now. I knew that if I traveled further south on the Central Plains, I would encounter the barbarian tribes known as the Nanman, but what would I find if I continued to the end of the world? The thought of potentially visiting the southern end of the world filled me with excitement. After exiting Zhenlang Valley, I began my journey toward the Huqia Gate. Now that my curiosities were satisfied and I had entrusted my request to Mang Niang, it was time for me to complete the task my master had set and return leisurely to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. This was the best mood I had felt in some time. However, just when I had half a day left to reach the village of Zhoubaiyok, where I could submit my request, I suddenly sensed a formidable energy surrounding me while I was traversing the mountain path. What is this? It felt like an ominous power. The strength of a hidden expert was palpable. Realizing that a reckless move here could result in a major attack, I unsheathed my sword and calmly focused my energy. Kugugugugu. As I raised my cultivation, the flora and fauna shook. Sensing the magnitude of my strength, the hidden experts began to advance towards me one by one. There were 6 of them in total. As I watched them with an air of vigilance, the man in red who stood at the front spoke. "You must be Baekwang. To think you are capable of defeating the blue demon 4 evils all on your own. It's hard to believe such a young warrior could exist." His words carried a hint of genuine admiration. "Who are you?" "We are the 6 great protectors of the Blood Demon clan, belonging to the Mado 8 gates you defeated." I instantly realized I had fallen into a trap. The moment I sensed that each of the 6 great protectors was a peak expert, a chill ran down my spine. No matter how formidable the Mado 8 gates might be, they were supposed to be weaker than the righteous sects. So how could there be 6 peak experts? "Have you come for revenge against the Blue Demon 4 evils?" "It's not as grand as revenge. It's merely that we have learned of your identity as a disciple of the Azure Dragon, and the central figures of the Mado 8 gates have gathered to discuss. We have reached one conclusion." The eyes of the man in red shone brightly. "Let's kill the little tiger while it's still young." Seiza. And then I sensed powerful experts approaching from afar. Remarkably, their energies were at the peak expert or first-class expert level as well. With over 50 of them, I no longer felt confident about escaping. What? Just how many of you are there? The Azure Dragon created numerous blood debts among the unorthodox sects decades ago. At that time, the strength of the Mado 8 gates was 10 times what it is now, and the Azure Dragon's utmost peak experts were defeated. Leaders like the Black Moon Demon, the Spirit Sword Lord, and the White Sword Demon were also beheaded. Had it not been for that event, we could have posed a significant challenge to the righteous sections. The man in red muttered as if chewing on his words, and suddenly released a strong aura from his body. The power of the Azure Dragon was so overwhelming that we could not even think of seeking vengeance against the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. But if a little tiger has come out alone, then it's a different story. I shall sever your head to avenge that old grudge and bring unforgivable shame upon the Azure Dragon. Ha ha ha. Kiwung. A massive force erupted from the man's palms and came flying at me. The 6 great protectors attacked almost simultaneously as if they had been signaled, and I had no choice but to unfold my thundercloud barrier to confront their power. Kwa kwa kwa. Oya. What kind of energy? At the same moment, the 6 great protectors of the Blood Demon clan screamed and were blown away in an explosion. I easily repelled them and clicked my tongue inwardly. How fortunate they are, fools. If an expert utilized the subtleties of martial arts and aimed for my openings, I wouldn't be able to win so easily, but they had trusted in their own skills and decided to challenge me in a contest of power. However, my troubles did not end there. Slish! Daggers began flying in from all directions. I quickly swung my sword and used the Thunder Raging Sword technique to evade, but despite extending my Thunder Raging Sword, there were situations where it was difficult to avoid. The ones who rained down weapons from the ground suddenly soared and shouted, "From the Mado 8 gates, Heavenly Gate, we are 16. We have come to collect the blood debts of the past." Cock. They seemed like expertly trained assassins. While I was busy deflecting their attacks with my Thunder Raging Sword, suddenly, martial artists wielding black blades appeared and attacked me from all sides. "From the Mado 8 gates, Hell Gate, we are 7. We have come to collect the blood debts of the past." Cock. As I began to deploy my Thunder Raging Sword, my body was pushed back. Even though my internal power was overwhelming, there were dozens of daggers flying from first class and peak experts. There was nothing I could do. Just when I was desperately looking for an escape route, a chilling voice reached me. "From the Mado 8 gates, Mad Demon Alliance, we are 15. We have come to collect the blood debts of the past." Quack. Finally, I gave up on trying to parry their blade strikes directly and resorted to unleashing my internal energy like cannon fire through my thundercloud barrier. It was indeed a foolish method, but when it came to area destruction power, it was the best. About 10 of the unorthodox experts caught in the force staggered back, but they continued to swarm towards me like a swarm of bees. No, this is my chance to escape. As I took a few steps back, I heard a strangely familiar voice. Oh my, you really have a lot of grudges, don't you? It's quite pitiful. You, who are you?" Jing. A man from the Dark Knight Gate approached leisurely, drawing blade energy to his sword. It was a face I could never forget, not even in my dreams. He opened his mouth. "From the Mado 8 gates, leader of the assassination squad. I will assist you in collecting blood debts with 20 assassins." You bastard. Yes, I should have been able to survive. Even if the first class and peak experts of the Mado 8 gates surrounded and attacked me, with my overwhelming internal energy, I would have somehow found a way through. Evading pursuit is a separate issue, but surely survival right here would have been a guarantee. However, I rushed at the leader of the assassination squad. Cough. His sword shattered, and he spat blood as he was knocked back, but at the same time, the waiting assassins all lunged at me with knives drawn. Cockang. I deflected their attacks with the Thunder Raging Sword technique, but in the next instant, despair engulfed me. I had sacrificed a moment of survival to leap towards the leader, and now dark-clad figures were struggling to swarm in from all directions. Damn it. Pufuwak. The leader's face appeared faintly. My body was already impaled by numerous swords, and dozens of daggers had struck me. At first, I thought it was an excessive mobilization of troops, but now I understand. Over 100 elite from the Mado 8 gates have mobilized and attacked for half a Shishin, and I'm only dying now. Cough. Half of my subordinates were taken out. The leader of the Mad Demon Alliance ground his teeth. But to let him die so easily. Stop it. That brat is just a little tiger. It's fortunate enough that we've captured him like this. Damn it. I was on the verge of death. In fact, it was normal to die. They recognized that I was clinging to life thanks to my immense internal energy, so they were reluctant to save me. Half aware and in pain, I was waiting for death. Let's bestow some honor of martial arts. What crime does this young one have? The leader of the assassination squad crouched before me and said, holding a sword dripping with blade energy, "Go peacefully. Your head will be sent to your master with the postage due." Quack. That was my 8th death. My 9th life has begun. Huff. I suppressed the pain coursing through my body, drenched in sweat. The agony and despair from being skewered by daggers and waiting for death were etched in my mind. It was difficult to breathe until the phantom pains subsided. Above all, the absurdity of having died in a completely unexpected location was draining my mental resolve. I lay in the stable, and after a while, I was finally able to catch my breath. My body was soaked with sweat. I propped myself up and muttered, "What a struggle." I could understand being attacked by the Mado 8 gates. They likely targeted me as I had wandered off alone from the Azure Dragon martial arts school. If I had merely gone there to handle my business quickly, I would only have to deal with the Black Knight Gate, and death would not have been necessary. Unfortunately, I'd ended up letting Mangniang know, wasting time and giving the Black and White Lotus a chance to gather and swarm me. The real problem was that I had died at such an ambiguous time. I was troubled by the fact that I would have to restart at the Azure Dragon martial arts school once again. How on earth would I get back in? Not only had I merely grasped the basics of the Thunder Spirit sect, but I had also learned the Thunder Pillar Kill and Thunder Blade techniques, which might very well be Samjiao Li Kuang's unique martial arts. Additionally, I had absorbed the secret movement technique and the application of the Thunder Shadow Sword technique. It was impossible to conceal my achievements, so I would have to persuade Li Kuang from the very beginning. If Samjiao Li Kuang doubted me, I would be a dead man right then and there. That person possessed such extraordinary martial prowess that it was uncertain whether I could escape from him, regardless of my internal energy. How nice would it have been if I had learned the application technique of the Thunder Shadow Sword before I died? It was particularly regretful that I had not fully mastered the technique. Usually, Li Kuang would say that there were still 4 or 5 techniques left for him to teach me, which made me acutely aware that my martial arts expertise was only half-baked for someone succeeding the Thunder Spirit sect. If I had genuinely mastered the Thunder Pillar kill, I would not have died. As I pondered, I let out a long sigh. It can't be helped. First, I should gather whatever I can and then make my move. While I was deliberating, time would continue to flow. I was surprisingly aware that, despite having gained much information in my 8th life, I could still act quickly and have time to spare. Swoosh! Running out of the stable and retrieving the Chinambizio was no longer a challenging task. After acquiring the techniques of the Thunder Spirit sect, even mechanisms like arrow traps felt trivial. This was proof that my martial arts had advanced significantly compared to my early days. After obtaining the Chinambizio, I began my sprint toward Mount Huang. However, this time, there was no need to rush, so I didn't have to expend all my energy desperately. Since the tragedy of Taigaiyang village was sealed for the moment, I didn't need to move frantically until the Kingdom of Gold attempted another calamity. On my way to Mount Huang, I realized how efficiently my movement techniques had transformed. Unlike before, my motion and energy expenditure had significantly decreased, allowing me to move gracefully for an extended period without wasting excessive internal energy. As a result, it seemed I had not rushed that much, yet I managed to arrive at Mount Huang only 3 or 4 days later than my best record. My body hardly reeked, which was a testament to my leisure. Finally, I've arrived. When I reached the lower village of Mount Huang, I made sure to prepare adequately. Of course, I took along the pot to brew the black and white lotus, and this time, I stopped by the blacksmith to purchase a quality sword as well. Money was sufficient, having acquired it by defeating a few bandits on my way here. With everything prepared, I proceeded into the hidden valleys of Mount Huang to consume the Millennium Snow Ginseng. Kyuyu, something feels a bit off. I let out a slightly dissatisfied sound as my immense internal energy fluctuated like the current of the air. It was understandable since I felt less growth in my internal energy compared to the last time. While there was an impression of massive energy filling my physical vessel, the vessel had grown so large that the sense of fulfillment felt diminished. Nevertheless, this was still better than having gained nothing, so I decided to be somewhat satisfied. I immediately dove into the pond. Splash! Sure enough, the ruins of the 7 stars were hidden, and I extracted the bead to enter the ruins. Upon arriving at the altar inside the ruins, I removed the hidden gold ingots and placed them outside the pond beforehand. Making the round trip was somewhat bothersome, but it was still better than last time, where I couldn't carry any gold at all. I was aware that behind the stone wall of the altar lay the guardian, a giant spider, protecting the divine sword of the 7 stars, the water moon. I stared intensely in that direction before spilling my blood on the altar, but there was no choice. I needed to deal with the guardian before I could obtain the water moon. I doubt the same trick of using gold ingots and torches will work again. It was a chance that might only happen once in 100 tries. Accurately hitting the eye of the giant spider guardian, which might not even be alive beyond the pitch-black abyss, was impossible with my current skill. After contemplating for a long while, I firmly grasped the long sword I had brought with me. It can't be helped. I have no choice but to test my strength this time. I resolved to trust the effort I had put into martial training during my 8th life. If that time had not been wasted, I might be able to preserve my life in the battle against the guardian giant spider. With a steely determination, I poured my blood onto the altar. Creak. The stone wall opened. I focused on the narrow bridge beyond the stone wall and steeled my body. I needed to give it my all. The opportunity came just once. Failure would mean certain death. Thunder Shadow Technique, Secret Move, Thunder Pillar Kill. Riding the blood of the heavenly pillars, the thunder energy surged throughout my body. In that brief instant, my reflexes and bodily movements felt dramatically accelerated. The thunder energy crackled around me as my body held its breath, condensing an incredible amount of force. It resembled a cat coiling up before making a leap. Full deployment. Bang! My body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. I had only taken 2 steps, yet my physique had already covered more than 20 paces. While I gained tremendous speed in that short moment, each step consumed an immense amount of internal energy. By the time I took my 3rd step, I was nearly across the narrow bridge, and I could hear the sound of the wind whooshing past my ear. Thud! My body skidded to a stop, leaving a fiery mark on the ground. Gripping the axis tightly, I steadied my center of gravity as the water moon came into view. Clenching the water moon, I grit my teeth and deployed the Thunder Shadow Technique, Thunder Pillar Kill, once more. Whoosh! It was the moment I flew through the air like a spring. The guardian giant spider finally leaped, revealing its dark and colossal body from the abyss. I was almost blinded by the sight of the immense figure appearing before me, and for a moment, I almost shut my eyes, but I steeled my resolve and swung the sword I held in one hand. The thunder blade expanded to the size of an inch and struck one of the spider's legs. An intense sound echoed as if metal had been struck. Clang! Ugh! I was stunned. My thunder blade had delivered a powerful strike that even a senior of the Nine Gates Alliance would have turned pale upon receiving. Despite the overwhelming internal energy behind my thunderous strike, I felt a tingling sensation in my arm. Crimson blood gushed from the spider's leg, but considering its size, it was likely just a minor scratch. I felt chills rise all over my body. This thing is truly a monster. For a brief moment, I realized how futile the thought of confronting it head-on was. Unless I had time to gather the Thunder Blade for maximum deployment, its reactions were far more agile and swift than any peak master. Even at my current level, facing it directly would make me a meal within 100 seconds. However, I had managed to catch it off guard. Using the moment when the spider's leg hesitated, I propelled myself again through the air, reaching the exit in a stable manner. Without looking back, I commenced my escape from the ruins. Thud thud thud. A massive thread was launched from behind, but at this point, I could manage it. My internal energies potential and the precision of my swordplay had both increased. Afraid the gigantic spider would catch up, I hurriedly climbed the stairs and emerged from the pond, collapsing to the ground. Flop. Ugh. I'm alive. This situation was similar to last time. The difference was that this time I had obtained the water moon through my own strength rather than relying on luck. Of course, a bit of luck was involved again, but considering it, I could reasonably say I had acquired it through skill. Moreover, removing the gold ingots beforehand had brought me a notable profit. As I lay there, recovering my stamina, I pondered. What should I do now? Having obtained everything worthy, I had to decide my next actions. After lying down and contemplating for a while, my gaze landed on the pond. Suddenly, a good idea struck me. Right? I should gather the roots of the black and white lotus and leave. Why hadn't I thought of that until now? Due to its association with the 1,000-year snow ginseng, the existence of the black and white lotus roots was not widely known, yet they were treasures possessing the power of extreme yang. In terms of potency, they rivaled the elixirs derived from the 1,000-year snow ginseng. The only issue was that consuming them while enduring extreme yang energy was quite a challenge, but if the person taking them was prepared, they could devise countermeasures. After carefully digging up about 3 roots of the black and white lotus, I gingerly placed them in the bundle I had brought. Until now, I hadn't needed to share any elixirs, so I had kept them untouched, but from now on, things would be different. As I packed the roots away, I thought to myself, I need companions. This was something I realized after nearly dying this time. The Mado 8 gates had teamed up to overwhelm me, and there was no information, no room for preparation, and not even anyone to fight alongside me. Looking back at the time when Mangniang became my ally, and we survived numerous death threats together, it felt utterly contrasting. I came to understand that relying solely on my own strength had its limits. In that regard, the roots of the black and white lotus would be a significant help in creating allies. With renewed determination, I hoisted my bundle and began to make my way out from Mount Huang. Let's go. Once outside Mount Huang, I couldn't afford to waste a moment. Now, it was clear that the energy of water would soon surge, unleashing catastrophic dark clouds to strike the area. I had to move quickly to avoid being caught in a flood. As I started running frantically without even resting at night, I began to gain speed comparable to those legendary steeds. I hadn't realized how fast I could go, as I seldom ran with intent. It felt like less than half a meal's worth of time had passed, and I had already crossed a mountain. I began to think that among humans, there were probably very few with better lightness techniques than mine. Swish. Thud thud thud. I kept running and running. The ominous clouds had begun to gather around 7 weeks after I had extracted the water moon. My goal was to reach maximum distance by that time, but unexpectedly, I arrived at Taigaiyang village in just 3 days. Ha! I can't believe I'm dying. Panting and resting in front of the monument at Taigaiyang village, I found it hard to believe. Wow, I've really gotten faster. There hadn't been a significant change in my internal energy. However, as the heir of the Thunder Spirit sect, learning secret techniques and applying my internal energy, as well as progressing to the stage of utilizing the Thunder Pillar Kill, had multiplied my speed several times over. This was proof that my previous training hadn't been in vain. I realized that if I ran diligently for half a day at my speed, I could comfortably enter Jinrang Valley from Taigaiyang village. With that in mind, I quickly headed to the barn at the back of the village to accomplish what I needed to do there. Creek. Using the secret passage through the well, I stealthily infiltrated the Hua clan. After confirming that there was no one in the kitchen of the Hua clan, I secretly snuck into the room of Hua Zhongtaik, the head of the clan. Since it was nighttime, there were hardly any people wandering around the mansion, making it an easy task. I saw Hua Zhongtaik sleeping while hugging a concubine, other than Hua Lian, in the nude. He must have engaged in the act before falling asleep. I quietly rummaged through his room while ensuring I wouldn't wake them by pressing a pressure point to induce deep sleep on them. There it is. In the inner part of Hua Zhongtaik's study, I spotted a silver phoenix statue. It had been in the kitchen when I first infiltrated, which I found strange, but here it was. Rather than being hidden, it seemed to be placed conspicuously for bragging rights to guests. The security around it was somewhat lax, likely due to Hua Zhongtaik's carefree personality, not worried about petty thieves. Apologies, but I must take this. The secret of this Balhae statue must be uncovered. I thought that it would be worthless in the hands of Hua Zhongtaik, who did not understand its value. After all, I had been gifted that item in my past life, so I nonchalantly placed the silver phoenix statue in my bundle and escaped through the secret passage without leaving a trace. Thud thud thud. I ran. Without wasting a moment, I started hustling towards Jinrang Valley. I swear, I had never reached Jinrang Valley this quickly since my rebirth. Arriving at Jinrang Valley during the night, I made my way to Mangniang's house and forcibly woke him from his sleep. Mangniang, wake up. Wait, save me. Mang Niang let out a bizarre scream as he sat up, looking utterly shocked as if struck by lightning in the middle of the night. Ignoring his startled expression, I hurriedly stated my purpose. Clang. I placed the water god's sword, Moya, in front of him and infused it with my internal energy to activate the inscriptions. Despite the chaos, Mang Niang displayed great curiosity upon seeing it. Then, he turned pale as he processed my next words. This is the divine artifact, Moya, symbolizing the water element from the 7 stars' secret treasures. I retrieved it from the sealing ground, and it seems a flood disaster is imminent. If you have any methods to prevent this calamity, please enlighten me. Wait. This Moya is a treasure on par with a talisman? How are you even? There's no time? Quickly. As I urged him, Mang Niang tried to calm his racing heart and collected himself. He then retrieved the calm heart pill, hidden behind his study, and after consuming it, he appeared more relaxed. Whoever you are, it seems that the anomaly in the heavens has occurred due to the movement hidden within Moya. To stop this, a ritual altar for Moya must be built, and a celestial ceremony must take place. So there is a method? My face brightened as I asked. Can we do it? I lack the divine ability for ritual magic, so it might be difficult. However, if it's a priest, let's go. It will only take a day to reach Luoyang. How do you know where my priest is? Mang Niang hurriedly threw on his clothes. I grinned and replied, because I've dealt with that bastard a lot. It took about half a day to reach the village near Luoyang where Chen Yujin lives. Originally, it would have taken about 3 days by horse, but I was able to significantly shorten the distance by capturing Mang Niang and crossing the mountains. Mang Niang lay behind me, gasping and catching his breath after the rapid journey. Ugh, huff, what in the world is happening? I apologize, but I need to save every moment I can. I'm starting to calm down. But who exactly are you? You seem to know something about my master. Please wait a moment. Instead of explaining, I went to the nearby pine forest to bury Chinambizio. Since there were no pursuers like the Golden Eagle Guard this time and I knew I could leave quickly, I aimed to avoid any unnecessary conflict with Chen Yujin. When I returned, I told Mang Niang, I feel sorry for springing this on you so suddenly. However, once we stop Malay's disaster, I promise to explain everything. Fine, I suppose. It's not like you would tell me anything in this situation anyway. I led the grumbling Mang Niang into the village where Chen Yujin resided. Soon, we arrived at the shrine where Mang Niang had visited previously, and I stepped forward confidently. This was the shrine where I had offered the treasure, the 5-flower 7-gold line. In front of the shrine stood Chen Yujin. Dressed as a farmer, he glared at me with suspicious eyes and spoke. Who are you? You possess quite an unusual treasure. I am Baekuang. I was informed that there is someone here who can resolve the issues. I spoke calmly before drawing the water god's sword, Moya, from my waist. This is Moya, a secret treasure of the 7 stars. I successfully retrieved it from the sealing ground, but in doing so, I've come to understand that a tremendous flood disaster is imminent. To prevent this calamity, I've come to you, Chen Yujin, as I've heard we need to construct an altar for Moya and perform a celestial ceremony. Chen Yujin glanced at Mang Niang beside me. Mang Niang quickly averted his eyes, perhaps feeling guilty for bringing another unwarranted task to his master. After a moment, Chen Yujin said, that sword neutralizes my illusions. It is indeed an object that could be called a treasure of the current era, therefore, I will believe that it is the secret treasure, Moya, of the 7 stars. However, why should I be obligated to aid you? The gathered water spirit within Moya has been building for thousands of years, which is why a disaster is about to strike. That's not what I asked. Explain to me first why you've taken the secret treasure of the 7 stars from its ceiling. Isn't that simply your own greed for personal gain? If it truly is the source of the disaster, isn't that your own desire? I do not deny that. However, I believe that this Moya will greatly assist in preserving peace in the world, which is why I risked my life to bring it with me. If I were truly irresponsible, I wouldn't have come all the way here to wrap things up. At that moment, I knelt down. Both Chen Yujin and Mang Niang showed signs of surprise in their eyes. I implored earnestly. I beg you, please help just this once. Chen Yujin frowned slightly. Then, he cast a critical gaze at Mang Niang and said, your master seems to always bring troublesome tasks. Mang Niang awkwardly chuckled. Ahaha, I'm sorry, master. But I agree with this Baekuang. Who else could handle this matter except for you? Even Jinryu Island and Kunlun Mountain refuse to interfere in worldly affairs. That is true, but... Chen Yujin pondered for a moment before saying, please wait a moment while I inform my master about this matter. As he spoke, Chen Yujin suddenly paused. He appeared to be contemplating something as he stood still, letting out a sigh as if in resignation. No, I will handle it myself. You, senior brother, prepare the altar using the techniques of Qi Men Dunjia. Understood. I will set up the altar to the north and borrow the power of Taisu Tianzan. With that, Mang Niang and Chen Yujin began to move busily. They set up formations around the shrine and brought out flags and instruments to plant. It seemed they intended to use the shrine itself as the altar. I stood idly, unsure of what to do, when Chen Yujin said, please step outside. Those who do not understand the formation will only be a hindrance. When will it be completed? It'll take about 1 time unit, Shaijin. Following his words, I wandered around this rural village for a while. With nothing in particular to do, it seemed fitting. This village operated on a principle of self-sufficiency, and perhaps that was why the farmers cultivated only enough land to feed themselves, with no landowners in sight. Normally, such a system would lead to scarcity, yet I remembered that the harvests were usually plentiful, possibly because Chen Yujin lived here. After a light meal at the inn, I returned. Sure enough, after one-time unit, Mang Niang and Chen Yujin had finished setting up the altar for Moya. As I placed Moya on the altar, Chen Yujin, now dressed in daoist robes instead of farmer's clothing, began to chant loudly. When a person fails to adhere to the 5 elements, or when the 9 stars lose their order, or when faced with crucial punishments and all spirit slaughters, as well as the moving and changing of circumstances, if all cannot align with harmony, then the heavens will be angered, the earth will chastise, and the body may perish or life will be endangered. All is governed by the 3 officials, the 5 emperors, the 4 saints, and the 2 dippers that redirect fate. The disharmony within a person's 5 elements and the chaos of the 9 stars arise from many spirit slaughters. I command the assigned duties to the 6 gods. The heavenly official will dissolve the heavenly calamities, the earthly official will dissolve the earthly calamities, the water official will dissolve the water calamities, and the 5 emperors will dissolve the calamities of the 5 directions, while the 4 stars will dissolve the calamities of the 4 seasons, and the southern dipper will dissolve the calamities of the true name, and the northern dipper will dissolve all calamities. In general, these 3 officials, 5 emperors, 4 stars, and southern northern dippers have the power of the heavenly sovereign. Thus, the exaltation of the upper clear signifies how a person may understand the vast divinity of the heavenly sovereign's guidance. The net of heaven and earth is inescapable. When the ominous stars approach, they must all be eradicated together. Call forth the name of the heavenly sovereign with a sincere heart. Therefore, I, Chen Yujin, declare to heaven and earth that I shall eradicate the earthly calamities with the power of the heavenly sovereign. At that moment, a brilliant golden light began to flow from Moya, which was placed on the altar. Oracle inscriptions clearly emerged, and Moya ascended into the heavens. A colossal beam of light burst forth in the center of the sky as Chen Yujin frantically waved the flags and performed the footwork. Mang Niang was no different. He energetically waved the flags of the 12 zodiac gods from behind, serving in a supportive role for the formation. However, lacking sufficient strength, he stumbled and fell. Chen Yujin, on the other hand, completed about 72 steps of footwork without faltering, but at that moment, the sky began to darken. Boom! Dark clouds gathered, and a heavy downpour began to pour down. As Chen Yujin stood there momentarily getting drenched, he muttered, "At novel bin at. It's successful. Is it done?" "Yes. I dispelled the earthly calamities by offering Moya's water spirit to Taisu Tianzan. Thanks to this, you, the owner of Moya, will receive a great gift from Taisu Tianzan." I was taken aback by the unexpected mention of a gift. A gift? What is it? I do not know that myself. It is only that Taisu Tianzan is a deity who interferes with fate, so it may be related to that? As he spoke, Chen Yujin chuckled. Well, both I and senior brother Mang Niang have gained something as well. It seemed that his motivation to conduct the Moya ritual stemmed from personal benefits. I took Moya from the altar and strapped it back to my waist, then said, "Thank you very much. I will repay this debt in the future. Let's put that aside. Quickly take your senior brother and leave this village. My master finds your presence quite displeasing. Mang Niang Sinsa, if you come back here, I will close the door on you. So long." In the blink of an eye, I and Mang Niang found ourselves outside the village. It seemed Chen Yujin had sent us off using his sorcery. Fortunately, it wasn't raining outside the village, so I returned to the pine forest to retrieve Chenambaizio, leaving the exhausted Mang Niang behind. Mang Niang spoke. "That's quite a speed, like frying beans in lightning. It's about time you explained who you are and how things ended up like this." Of course. I felt there was no need to hide anything from Mang Niang. I am a reincarnator. Throughout the past life, I had witnessed Mang Niang's sense of justice and loyalty. Furthermore, I thought that since it was Mang Niang, it would not matter if I were betrayed, so I intended to share this secret with him as a companion enduring this life. As Mang Niang calmly listened to my story, he showed signs of surprise. After organizing his thoughts while pacing around, he finally calmed himself and spoke after a while. "Wait, isn't this a bit of an inconvenience? Are you saying you will bring me to the village of your master in every one of your 10th reincarnations just like this?" "Ah, I see. It's not just I see, this is quite the inconvenience." Mang Niang clicked his tongue. Anyway, please do bring me along next time. I need someone to assist me." "Understood. Chen Yujin presided over the ceremony today under the orders of my master, so I'm sure he will do it again next time." Was it the command of Mang Niang Sinsa? If it weren't, would a disciple like him take care of someone else's affairs? The command of the master echoed in our minds. It was an order to prevent Moya's calamities if possible. I see. I then asked another question that piqued my curiosity. Earlier, Chen Yujin mentioned that your master gained something from this ceremony. Taisu Tianzan is known for bestowing abundant grace upon those who offer sacrifices to him. Naturally, it's not only you, the owner of the treasure, but also my master and me who have received opportunities. My master probably got to learn an ancient technique that was sealed and unusable, and I feel that my talent for sorcery has been unlocked one step further. Ha ha ha, I should say thank you. Now I can finally enter the intermediate level of sorcery. While Mang Niang smiled broadly, I was too preoccupied to pay attention. God bestows blessings? Is that actually a thing? To me, the sorcery of the Left Path sect was merely an interesting technique, nothing more, nothing less. However, the existence of divine beings that surpass humanity and grant supernatural powers to mortals seemed quite absurd. I haven't even learned sorcery yet, and it's a gift from Taisu Tianzun. Well, that I cannot determine. But it can't be a bad thing, so just live as you usually would. If you embark on dangerous and difficult adventures, it might prove to be a great help. Is that so? I decided to set aside this matter for now, as pondering it further wouldn't yield any answers. Once the situation settled, I told Mang Niang. Then I will take you to Jinlang Valley. I apologize for bringing you here so suddenly. Ah, that's fine. I have things to discuss along the way. Clippity-clop, clippity-clop. We didn't need to rush on the way to Jinlang Valley, so we borrowed horses from the relay station. During our ride, Mang Niang said, "About what you said earlier, I think you don't really need to return to Qinglong Martial Hall right now." What do you mean? I haven't fully mastered the Thunder God style yet. Mang Niang shook his head. While accumulating strength is important, knowing why you are accumulating it is also crucial. Besides, your master Ikguang sent you to the Black Knight sect for real combat experience. Since you've already learned the basics of the Thunder God style, wouldn't it be good for you to travel around Jianghu and develop your own skills this lifetime? You mentioned that your current state was awkward, didn't you? Then perhaps trying to break free of that awkwardness through solo training would be a method. Moreover, aren't you currently unaware of what the Golden Eagle Guard is doing or what their intentions are? If you don't find that out first, it would just be a waste of time building strength. Mang Niang's words held merit. Clearly, rushing back to Qinglong Martial Hall risking my life wouldn't differ much from spending years on basic training. Instead, traveling around Jianghu to refine the skills I had acquired could potentially shorten the time significantly. Even if I later sought out the successor of the Thunder God style, it would not matter much. Being a young successor who had excessively mastered skills would raise fewer suspicions. Additionally, Mang Niang's point about understanding the movements of the Golden Eagle Guard hit home. Right now, I merely had a gut feeling that they were searching for the 7 stars, having given up on human sacrifices, but there was nothing concrete. I had to observe the enemy's movements. A few days later, Mang Niang and I arrived at Jinlang Valley. Ahahaha, home sweet home. Excited to be back, Mang Niang looked thrilled, and I said to him, "Here's the reward for this job." I handed him 1 root of black and white lotus, 2 gold bars, and the mo ya. Mang Niang paused in shock and asked, "What is this?" This black and white lotus contains the essence of extreme yang, and if you brew and consume it, it will enhance your internal strength to levels comparable to 1,000-year snow ginseng. These are 2 gold bars, and if you train with the mo ya, your sorcery abilities will further improve. I also threw in a silver phoenix sculpture from Balhae for good measure. Additionally, I have a favor to ask. Please interpret the secret hidden within this. Use the mo ya as much as you need, and then return it to me. After that, I will go to train in the Jianghu. Mang Niang stared at me with disbelief, then called out my name. Wait. What's the matter? Are you sure it's okay to give me such an enormous opportunity? Don't you think it's a waste or worry that I might betray you? Well, I don't really need these things right now. Eating the black and white lotus won't significantly improve my internal strength, and I still have plenty of gold bars. Right now, I'd prefer to enhance my martial arts rather than practice sorcery with the mo ya. That's not what I'm saying. We only met a few days ago, and you're just giving me all this without a second thought. What was he talking about? I tilted my head in confusion, but Mang Niang sighed heavily. Then he said, I'm grateful for this gift, and I won't decline it. I will use it well. But you should know one thing. What is it? Mang Niang raised a finger. To you, I am a companion who has faced the brink of death with you multiple times, but to me, we only met a few days ago, and you feel like just a bizarre person who resembles a daydream. Even if you ask me to accept you as a companion, it's just too much pressure for me. I kept my mouth shut. He was right. From Mang Niang's perspective, even if he believed my words of being a reincarnator, it would still seem sudden. I carried an unpayable debt of gratitude toward Mang Niang, but he didn't even remember it and considered it an experience he had never had. After pondering for a while, I said, I have nothing to say. I can only call it my own self-satisfaction. Ugh, you really are a complicated person. Well, I guess that's why your mind is still intact. Mang Niang shook his head and continued. How about this? Next time you meet me, call it an investment for the future. An investment for the future. I may look like someone who just indulges, but I'm quite calculating. If you give me that one phrase, I will work tirelessly to repay the value of the gift I received. And when you eventually face a tremendous enemy and need an ally, I will do my utmost to repay as much as I was given. Mang Niang grinned. That way, we won't develop any unnecessary emotional debts to each other. I understood. This was also Mang Niang's form of consideration. At the same time, I realized the attitude I should adopt toward people as I reincarnated. Rather than blindly relying on my memories to show kindness, it would be better to maintain a slight distance and treat them purely as a transactional relationship. While it might seem cold-hearted, it would actually show consideration for the other party. I then agreed with Mang Niang. All right. I will come back in a few years, no matter how long it takes, to repay you for today's reward. You will be my companion then. Understood. With that, I left Jinlang Valley. Within my heart, one fixed goal was already established, leaving no room for rest. My own form of martial training? This Thunder God style and Heavenly Pillar kill are still far from complete. I need to refine them further through real combat. Once I feel I've reached a sufficient level, I will go seek out the Qinglong Martial Hall. At the same time, I wanted to attempt the creation of my own network or power this time, using the remaining 2 roots of Black and White Lotus and the gold bars to practice forming a faction. This endeavor would lead to tremendous differences in proficiency through trial and error, making it imperative for me to urgently learn about mingling with people and organizing systems. To identify the areas in which my martial arts were lacking, I decided to head to Luoyang for a few days. After all, it is the largest city in the world, bustling with various martial arts sects and opportunities to utilize wealth. Currently, I had no debts of gratitude, so I figured that as long as I did not engage in unnecessary antics, I could spend my time in Luoyang rather smoothly and ordinarily. Most importantly, I was at a loss about what to do next. Rather than wandering around a shabby countryside, I thought it would be better to stay in Luoyang to organize my thoughts and find a direction. Moreover, if things did not go well, I could challenge the Twin Gate sect again for training. The fear of martial competitions has diminished significantly now. Due to the incident at the Iron Blood sect, I had been somewhat huddled. However, thanks to Jin Sochong taking me along to crush the Zongnan sect, I had healed a lot from that mental trauma and regained my confidence. Although there was no remarkable advancement in my exceptional martial arts at the moment, my motivation was quite high. Upon entering Luoyang, I resolved to buy a house, one that felt like a base where I could train alone and think. So, I began searching for merchants dealing in real estate, most of whom were minor officials. It seemed they thought that if they hastily allowed private trading rights, it would lead to chaos in Luoyang, so they were mostly low-ranking officials leading the transactions, even if they were of the 10th rank. Of course, they typically collaborated with private merchants to handle the specifics. In significant matters, they would report to superiors of a higher rank to process transactions, eventually reporting to the head of the 6 ministries. The official I found stated, seated nonchalantly at his desk in a government office and appearing to be about an 8th rank official. Did you say your name was Baek Wong? You want a house of that level? You'll need at least 500 strings of silver. He seemed to express skepticism, likely due to my young age. However, given that wealthy young masters from affluent families in Luoyang sometimes engaged in large transactions, he did not dismiss me outright. Will this suffice? As I presented a gold bar, his eyes widened in surprise. Naturally, the value of the gold bar far exceeded that of 500 strings of silver. There's no need for change. Just don't make too much noise. He quickly tucked the gold bar away and glanced around, seemingly checking to see if anyone had noticed. Then he spoke. Of course, that's more than enough. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Is there a specific area where you want to get a house? I'd like to obtain a house near the Twin Gate sect in Luoyang. The Twin Gate sect? Let's see. The official pulled out a map of Luoyang and discreetly concealed the gold bar in his robe. He scrutinized the large map for a moment before pointing to a specific location with his finger. Here, there's a nice place about 50 houses away from the Seo clan. A nouveau riche bought it for land speculation, but since the price was set too high, it's partially up for sale. A great location with no defects at all. What do you mean it hasn't sold well? Don't misunderstand. That's only because the nouveau riche tried to inflate the price too much, causing people to back off. If I handle this, I can make sure this house becomes yours without a word of complaint. Just trust me. Alright, I understand. It will take about 3 days. Come back then for the house documents and the seal transfer. I hesitated for a moment and asked, by the way, could you tell me who the richest person in Luoyang is? It seems you might have some intent behind that question. The official laughed, perceiving that I wanted to rise in status by spending money. After glancing around cautiously, he whispered, everyone keeps it hush-hush, but the richest in Luoyang is the Han clan. They possess a staggering 20 battlefields and 5 postal stations across the continent and supposedly have another stronghold in Shandong. They just keep a low profile to avoid offending officials, but they are a true tycoon with wealth rivaling that of a nation. Of course, since they hide it, only those in the know are aware. This was new information to me. During my time gathering information in Luoyang through Zhang Soyi, I had never heard this before. I was taken aback and questioned further. Isn't the Han clan one of the Twin Gate sect's affiliates, led by the Iron Blood Sword Master Zhang Xiaoyi Han? How could a mere martial arts clan possess such wealth? I don't know all the details, but I've heard they're a very old family. They've been around since before the last dynasty, so perhaps it's their heritage that has allowed them to accumulate such wealth. In fact, high-ranking officials often visit the Han clan when seeking financial support. If you're considering establishing a connection with them, I'd recommend approaching the Han clan as an esteemed guest. The current head of the Han clan appreciates talent and often recruits skilled individuals as his retainers. If luck is on your side, you could become close with them. This was unexpected information. I thanked the official and stepped outside, my mind racing. The Han clan is the richest in Luoyang. I knew I had 9 gold bars left. 2 had been given to Meng Yang and 1 to the official I just met. With just these gold bars, becoming incredibly wealthy was not an issue, yet I felt curious about the Han clan. No matter how formidable they were, there must be limits as a martial arts clan. How had they amassed such wealth? Since I didn't have a clear goal at the moment, I thought it might be beneficial to uncover the secrets of the Han clan. Everything is interconnected. This was a realization I had come to in my previous life. Although it seemed that all events in this world were separate and unrelated, they were, in fact, all intricately woven together. Information that might appear useless could have unforeseen impacts later on. I decided to set my goal in Luoyang to become an important esteemed guest of the Han clan. The house I planned to purchase could serve a purpose later, so I decided to focus first on visiting the Han clan to become a guest and uncover their secrets. I roughly knew the location of the Han clan. Though Luoyang was vast, I had memorized the vicinity of the Twin Gate sect, so after wandering for about half a Sijin, I arrived. Contrary to the fact that they were the richest in Luoyang, the Han clan's estate was not larger than other Twin Gate sect establishments. There were no guards standing by the front gate either. What's this? Why are there no guards? Feeling puzzled, I approached the main gate of the Han clan to knock. At that moment, what a strange kid. What in the world are you doing here? Suddenly, I sensed a presence and heard a voice simultaneously. I quickly turned to my right and saw someone standing just a short distance away, like a night goblin. Cloaked in black, with a giant blade slung over his shoulder, this imposing figure had sharp eyes. Nevertheless, I couldn't afford to focus on his appearance. A top-tier master? Close to perfection. His swift movement was almost imperceptible, indicating a remarkable level of skill. As the saying goes, you can tell a lot about a person from their hands and feet. Somehow, in such an inconvenient outfit, he was able to move without making a sound, which seemed impossible for an average practitioner. I deduced that his internal energy was also at a considerable level. I glanced around and said, I heard that the head of the Han clan gathers talented individuals as esteemed guests. That's why I've come to demonstrate my abilities. So you want to become a guest? What is your name? I am Baekwang. What do you all think? Swoosh. With that, several martial artists emerged from various directions. They appeared to possess martial skills equal to that of the man with the giant blade. Among them, a man in a red robe crossed his arms and spoke. I think there's no fault in his skills. His energy is truly formidable. Yet, how can one so young seem suspicious? We must tread carefully. Young one, report this matter to the little master first. Understood. Swish. The man with the giant blade seemed to be the youngest among them. He nodded and vanished into the Han clan's interior. Meanwhile, the martial artists surrounding me remained vigilant and cautious. Observing their defensive stance, I became aware of a troublesome situation. This is a problem. My internal energy is so overwhelming that I cannot conceal my strength. Most average practitioners will discern my level of internal energy instantly. It would be frustrating to be dismissed because my abilities were not acknowledged, but this presented a dilemma as well. To those of superior skill, my energy would feel like a tempest. Of course, I too could sense energy levels beyond the ordinary, but being met with direct scrutiny wherever I went was not ideal. I decided to ease their vigilance by speaking. I am not a suspicious person. I merely seek to have my skills recognized by the world, and thus have come to the Han clan. The man in the red robe answered curtly. Have you ever seen a suspicious person admit it themselves? Baekwang, you certainly look suspicious. I doubt even the three of us combined could match your level of internal energy, which can be described as truly remarkable. In my lifetime, I've never heard of a young martial artist who can surpass the Xianyuan Four Blades at such a young age. Xianyuan Four Blades. I wasn't well acquainted with them, but they were certainly a faction of martial artists. It seemed all four of them wielded blades and had considerable renown in the martial world. However, I found it hard to believe that such powerful masters were content to serve as retainers for a mere martial arts clan. The higher one's level of skill, the more inflated their self-confidence. Most top practitioners wouldn't want to serve under any trader for the sake of appearance. This was why it was so difficult to lure top-tier warriors even with a substantial financial incentive. Given their skills, they could roam the world freely, yet here they were, satisfied with being guests, even if it was the Twin Gate sect. Moments later, the youngest of the Xianyuan Four Blades appeared again, accompanied by about 10 other skilled practitioners. They seemed to possess skills just as impressive as those of the Xianyuan group. At the forefront stood a scholar-like man who stroked his beard and said, Little Master, I have never seen someone like him in my lifetime. Even if a prodigy from the prestigious 9 great clans practiced the fabled techniques for over half a century, they wouldn't reach even a fraction of this boy's internal energy. He possesses a kind of unparalleled skill I have never witnessed before. At that, the young master, referred to as the Little Master, nodded. He was strikingly handsome, appearing to be around my age. Then if the Kirayong Shingun has said so, it must be true. The middle-aged scholar known as Kirayong Shingun asked me in a serious tone. You said your name is Baekwang. Who is your master? I cannot disclose that. Why can you not reveal it? Because my master has not permitted me to do so. Besides, isn't prying into such matters against the code of the martial world? As I answered calmly, Kirayong Shingun let out a low hum and said, With your level of skill, you could gain fame in the martial world without needing to join the Han clan. Why do you want to join? Isn't the decision of where I go up to me? I prefer to live quietly rather than making a name for myself in the martial world. Are you here to seek wealth? Not particularly. I just want to know what kind of place the renowned Han clan is. At my response, Kirayong Shingun and the other esteemed guests frowned. How audacious. However, the little master seemed to have a different opinion. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought before speaking. Bakwung, in that case, shall we go to meet the master together? It seems this matter should be judged by the head. Isn't this a bit too loud? Haha. We cannot be lax in receiving a world-renowned young hero. His radiant smile looked almost like a painting. I had never seen such a handsome person since Nangang Huan, and I felt my eyes widen. At the same time, I felt a sense of self-doubt about my own appearance, which paled in comparison, not even matching the little master's toenail. No matter how strong my internal energy became, such aspects could not improve. I followed the little master into the heart of the Han clan. Naturally, a dozen esteemed guests followed, keeping a watchful eye on me, ready to strike at any moment. This feels refreshing. I hadn't fully grasped the extent of my strength while among figures like Li Kuang or Jin Sochong, but now, standing here, I experienced a sudden realization of the immense power I had amassed. Of course, engaging in combat with top masters was not something I desired, so I quietly followed the little master. Soon, we arrived at a tranquil courtyard. The little master turned to the accompanying masters and said, "You all may withdraw now, but you know that the head is not weak enough to need your worry, right?" Upon hearing this, the esteemed guests of the Han clan seemed convinced and retreated gracefully. "We will wait outside, then." Watching the guests retreat like a receding tide drew my attention. It seemed they had absolute confidence in the little master's martial prowess. As I entered the courtyard with the little master, I spotted a young girl admiring a pond from a small wooden bridge placed over it. Who is she? The girl had an unparalleled beauty. She appeared to be in her early 20s, youthful and innocent looking, with hair as dark as ebony, elegant clothing, and skin as white as snow, all in perfect harmony. Unlike Se Gongrin or Mo Yang Yan, her beauty resembled that of a doll. She glanced over at me and spoke. "Are you Bakwung?" Boom! At that moment, I felt an overwhelming wave of energy crashing over me. I felt a sudden halt in my breath, not merely due to her beauty, but because the intangible aura she emanated was excessively powerful. Simultaneously, it was the kind of force I had only felt once in my lifetime. Unconsciously, I blurted out the name of that force. The unseen chi. A look of surprise flickered in the girl's eyes. "You know about the unseen chi? It seems you haven't crossed the threshold of half-transformation, yet you must have been mentored by a remarkable master. Such individuals are rare in the world. I'm curious to know whose disciple you are. Who are you?" At my question, the girl chuckled softly. From her laugh, I realized that she was an extraordinary master who had indeed crossed that threshold, as she had subdued my spirit merely through her aura. "I am Han Bakrayong, the head of the Han clan. Now, shall we assess your lineage?" A wave of light energy surged from Han Bakrayong's hand. I instinctively countered with my thundercloud palm, and although I seemed slightly superior in raw power, her pristine white energy then layered itself 3 times, increasing its strength, causing me to stagger back in pain after taking 2 steps. Boom! Immediately after our energy collided, Han Bakrayong lifted a stone from the ground using her skills in the void art and flicked it lightly with her finger. Clang! Ugh! I hastily drew my sword in a flash, attempting to deflect the stone, but in that moment, I felt as if my sword would shatter. The force behind the stone was overwhelmingly strong. If it had been another skilled practitioner instead of me, their sword would have likely broken, and their heart would have been pierced. As I stumbled backward, Han Bakrayong said, "So, you are a disciple of the Blue Dragon. He has already withdrawn from the 4 divine guards, yet what would compel him to send his disciple to Luoyang to stir up trouble?" Her voice, tinged with a hint of age, resonated through the air. I don't know who that is. My master is separate. Separate. Yes. I have been secluded in the mountains, only just coming down, and I came here solely because the Han clan was recruiting talented individuals. I instinctively felt that if I admitted I was a disciple of Li Kuang right then, it could lead to my demise. The Han Bakrayong before me seemed to be an extraordinary master, rivaling Li Kuang, and her emotions did not appear to be favorable. She scrutinized me with suspicion and said, "Fine. Even if what you say is true, your martial arts closely resemble his. How will you explain that? My lineage is learned through an heir's transmission. Even if we share similar martial arts, it is entirely possible that our masters differ." Adat novel bin adat. What could it be? She appeared pensive, as if something had crossed her mind, and then she said, "I believe you. Your heart is steady. You do not seem to be evil." "Thank you." Han Bakrayong crossed her arms. "What is it that you wish to gain from the Han clan? Speak frankly. I need a suitable opponent to refine my martial arts. I thought that by being a guest of the Han clan, I would encounter such opponents." My words were sincere. I hadn't anticipated things would come to this, but regardless, to master my techniques of 10,000 swords and thundercloud palm perfectly, I required a significant amount of practical training experience. It was a part of my plan to progress as quickly as possible. Han Bakrayong smiled softly. After that, I followed the young master of the Han clan to a separate building. He walked ahead and spoke. "Did you say your name is Bakwung? I am Han Jinsong, the young master of the Han clan. I look forward to working with you. Am I now able to be a guest here?" "Of course. However, there are a few requests you will need to accommodate." I glanced at Han Jinsong. He was a delicate-looking young man but possessed considerable martial arts skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained unscathed after being exposed to the energy waves during my recent confrontation with Han Baekryong. Given his age, he also appeared to have quite the talent for martial arts. Han Jin-sung closed the door to the separate building and said, "Have you heard of the Imperial Palace Martial Arts Tournament? Isn't that a martial arts competition? You know it well. The Imperial Palace Martial Arts Tournament? It was a kind of martial arts contest, but unlike ordinary competitions, it was directly observed by the Emperor himself. Thus, it was said that skilled practitioners from various sects across the continent participated, and even the leaders of major sects joined. Since the tournament was held every 4 years, martial arts sects would send their best talents to gain glory in this event. However, the top 3 winners were obligated to enter the Golden Guards. Therefore, it was a consideration whether to aim for victory and honor at such a tournament. It would be troublesome for a leader or elder of a sect to suddenly become affiliated with the Imperial Palace. Consequently, martial arts sects tended to send those not quite renowned enough to lead a sect but still possessing excellent martial skills to the Imperial Palace Martial Arts Tournament. Thus, most participants were usually practitioners in their late 20s or 30s. Occasionally, seasoned practitioners in their 40s would appear, but it wasn't viewed favorably. Those like Captain Ryu and Captain Kwok that I had seen must have been top-tier practitioners who ranked highly in the Imperial Palace Martial Arts Tournament. They likely showcased skills equivalent to those of the elders of the 9 great sects. While I was lost in thought, Han Jin-sung continued. Twin Gate sect has a right to participate in the Imperial Palace Martial Arts Tournament without going through the preliminary rounds. Each sect is allotted 2 spots, starting from the main tournament's top 128. However, the warriors of Twin Gate sect cannot participate in the qualifiers. What are you trying to say? The young master wishes to send you, Baek Wong, as the representative of the Han clan for one of those 2 spots. I was taken aback and gaped in disbelief. The Imperial Palace Martial Arts Tournament, held once every 4 years. It was a contest that represented the honor of the sects and an exhibition for the next generation of practitioners responsible for the martial world. To suddenly grant a spot in such a significant tournament to a mere guest like me, who just arrived today, this was truly outrageous. I said, "That's insane. If you intend to mock me, I won't stand for it. This is no joke. There are circumstances that necessitate this." "What circumstances are you talking about?" Han Jin-sung sighed. "Our young master does not particularly favor the Imperial Palace Martial Arts Tournament. In fact, if possible, he wouldn't want to send anyone at all. Therefore, it's common to send guests instead of the family warriors. This time too, we intended to select an entrant from among the guests, and you have caught the young master's eye. But it seems there would be many skilled practitioners among the guests. Yet no one else can instill as much tension in other guests merely by their presence. At the very least, I believe you possess sufficient qualifications." It felt extremely suspicious. Accepting such a proposal would be foolish. I grappled with the urge to dismiss this offer immediately and run away, but I eventually calmed my mind. Right. Did I not decide to risk my life to cultivate and gain information? At a place like the Imperial Palace Martial Arts Tournament, there was at least no chance of being mobbed. Moreover, it was a venue where I could gain one-on-one combat experience, just as I had wanted. It was the optimal training ground I had envisioned. The thought of avoiding this opportunity now, considering it might be a trap, felt like turning down an alluring bait. I nodded, prepared to face betrayal and even death. Understood. Then who else is participating besides me? The person you saw earlier, Ki Ryong Shingun. He is the best practitioner among the guests. I didn't know much about Ki Ryong Shingun, but I could agree with Han Jin-sung's assessment. His aura stood out distinctly among the many skilled practitioners surrounding me earlier. He likely matched up to the likes of Haiyan Shindu or an elder from the 9 great sects in terms of internal power. But what will you do if I place and become a member of the Golden Guards? What would we do? You would just become one. We have no plans to complain at all. This felt truly strange. Typically, it's impossible to hand over a potential powerful warrior to the Imperial Palace and come out unscathed. Even if they sent guests, could they simply do something so painful? As I looked at Han Jin-sung with suspicion, he replied, I seem to have spoken in a way that could easily be misunderstood. Isn't that obvious? It feels incredibly awkward, as if something is caught in my throat. I'll be more candid. Our Han clan has no obsession with the Imperial Palace Martial Arts Tournament. We don't wish to participate at all, and we definitely do not want to expose our clan's martial arts to the public. Hence, we resort to recruiting guests to offer them chances for advancement and willingly concede. It benefits both sides. Not wanting to expose my clan's martial arts. That could indeed be a significant reason. I nodded, recalling Jin So-chung's efforts to thoroughly hide his secrets. Was that the reason behind recruiting guests? Of course, not all guests are here just to claim spots in the Imperial Palace Martial Arts Tournament. Some have been staying for decades because they enjoy the exceptional treatment given to them. That said, the tournament is by no means an easy one to win, so don't underestimate it. I understand. Since you are a guest, we will provide you with a separate building. You can stay here from now on. I glanced around the separate building. Indeed, it looked spacious and comfortable, better than most houses, with luxurious furnishings. It might even be better than the house I purchased with gold bars. After contemplating what to do, I said, "No, I'm sorry, but I have already purchased a house, and I would like to stay there." Then that defeats the purpose of being a guest. Is there really no alternative? How about this? Han Jin-sung smiled warmly. The Imperial Palace Martial Arts Tournament will take place in 3 months from now. Please return to the main house 4 days prior to that and wait. Would this arrangement be acceptable? I have another question. If I represent the guests, won't the other guests be upset? If they have grievances, they would likely challenge you to a duel to earn their qualifications. You'll just have to endure that much. In other words, they wouldn't interfere with any challenges from disgruntled guests. I found it quite ridiculous once I realized how nonchalant they were. I understood the Han clan's intentions and said, so, it doesn't really matter to you who represents the Han clan. More precisely, as long as they don't bring shame upon us, we wouldn't mind anyone stepping up. You meet that condition, Baekwang. All right. I have my own goals as well, so I will accept your proposal. I glared at Han Jin-sung and growled. But don't look down on me. If you try to use me, you will pay a harsh price. This was not an empty threat. Having repeated my life, I had already harbored numerous grudges in my heart. In particular, I was filled with the desire for revenge against those from the demonic Dao 8 gates if the time and opportunity allowed. There would be nothing more foolish in this world than to make me an enemy. Han Jin-sung replied. Please don't get too angry. Didn't you come in knowing that we are all utilizing each other? That may be true. Since it's getting late, I will treat you to dinner. Please eat well. I followed Han Jin-sung to the dining room. After he left, I observed the sumptuous dishes presented by the Han clan and stood up from my seat. The 2 attendants beside me looked surprised and said, "Oh my, what's wrong?" I said to them, "I'm sorry, but I'm not very hungry. Please tell Han Jin-sung that I appreciated the meal." Whoosh! With those words, I exited the Han clan's premises. For some reason, I had developed the habit of rarely consuming food or drink offered by others. Unless I felt completely at ease in my surroundings, I had gotten into the habit of not touching it. This might have been due to an unconscious anxiety of potentially poisoning myself and dying in a tragic manner. I went to a random inn, booked a room, and lay down. The Imperial Palace Martial Arts Tournament, I could end up dead or injured in the fights. What would I do in that case? If I were to die, it would at least bring some relief, but being injured would pose another problem entirely. Chances were high that I would waste time and struggle to live. I resolved that if I ever found myself in such a situation, I would cut off my own life by severing my vitals. Moreover, I thought to fight as fiercely as possible this time without worrying about the consequences and aim for victory in the tournament. I could enhance my martial arts proficiency by battling peak practitioners at the tournament, and on the side, I could join the Golden Guards and monitor their current activities. It would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But when I thought of Han Baekwang, my mind became complicated. What on earth is that woman's true identity? She claimed to be the head of the Han clan and was undoubtedly a master of the reverse techniques, as well as an extraordinary expert. Furthermore, if she could casually be referred to as a Qinglong and was willing to kill her disciples without hesitation, she likely did not have a good relationship with Li Kuang. It was hard to believe, but Han Baekwang's internal power did not seem much inferior compared to mine after consuming 1,000-year snow ginseng several times. I had believed that the leader of the Twin Gate sect surpassed the head of the family, yet there was someone like her. Furthermore, the fact that the Han clan was the greatest fortune in the Central Plains lingered in my mind. It seemed there was a connection I was missing regarding the Han clan. In any case, only 3 months remained. With Han Jin-sung giving me a grace period, I was free to do as I pleased during that time. 3 days later, I went to see the manager to retrieve the documents and seal for my house. The manager handed me the papers and said, "Specially, I hired someone to clean the house for you. You just need to move in and live." "Thank you, he. You will know you struck gold. There isn't a kinder person than me." Watching the manager chuckle with his catfish beard, I inwardly sneered. Who doesn't know that you pocketed several hundred niang as a kickback? He probably held on to the gold bars and exchanged them for what was at best around 300 niang in cash from the rich client, pocketing the brokerage fee on top of that. The manager's embezzlement was on a tremendous scale. However, even knowing that, I still chose to hand over the gold bars to the manager. This was because, having received such a large sum of money, he would certainly keep his mouth shut and work diligently to ensure there were no further rumors. The manager with the catfish beard likely saw me as an easy target, but I was simply taking the best approach to avoid troublesome matters. As I entered the house, I basked in the comforting sunlight. It felt so pleasant that I could hardly remember the hardships I endured in my previous life. In fact, it had been a dream of mine to own such a house. In my first life, while working as a servant, I had lived in crippling poverty. I had earnestly wished for a day when I could live comfortably in a large house. And now, I had easily fulfilled that dream with the gold bars I had obtained from the ruins of the demand. It was surreal to hold in my hands the wealth that would have taken decades of servitude to accumulate all at once. As I lay on the floor of the house, contemplating a nap, a thought suddenly struck me. Is there really a need to work hard anymore? The affairs of Taikyung village, which had been marked by tragedy, felt sealed off now. Could I not just live comfortably for the rest of my life with the wealth I had left? If I put my mind to it, I could spend my days leisurely, surrounded by beautiful women, enjoying life without a care. The 9 remaining gold bars provided more than enough means for that. It was tempting. I groaned, clutching my head in contemplation. Certainly, I now possessed enough leisure to enjoy life without having to presume death as a certainty. I could simply reject the proposal to represent the guests at the Han clan for the Imperial Palace martial arts tournament and live comfortably in this house instead. Yeah, why must I fight the Golden Guard's captain? With the shaman gone, there would be no need for human sacrifices, and whether they gather the 7 luminaries or not, it doesn't concern me at all. I felt my mind go blank. This was because I realized that the moment of choice in my life had arrived. Should I continue on this path or stop and give up? It mattered little which I chose, but the latter option meant I would never again have to face the pain of death. I sat there vacantly for quite some time, mulling over my thoughts. Without a doubt, this was the longest and most painful period of deliberation I had experienced in this life. After agonizing for nearly half an hour, I muttered to myself, "No, I can't stop yet." Upon reflection, I found I could not simply give up. For one, I had yet to achieve my goal of mastering the techniques of divine thunder and, above all, I had not yet avenged the grudge of being killed by the demonic Dao 8 Gates like a dog. Most importantly, unless I dealt a blow to the captain of the Golden Guards, I could not live as a man. Reflecting on that grudge while staring at the neck of the fallen Mo Yang, I realized I could not choose a peaceful life until I had avenged that pain. Buong, buong, adat novel bin adat. After a moment, I stood up and began to quietly practice my swordplay in the empty space of the house. Captain, I will surely take your head. Life is not a series of disconnected moments. My actions now lead to the future, so I must cherish my time. In the next 3 months, until the tournament, I intended to refine my understanding of Divine Thunder's techniques and cultivate the potential of my internal power to be even more familiar with it. In truth, I could not say that I had fully grasped the secret techniques of Thunder Shadow Step and Heavenly Pillar Kill. I had a rough understanding of how to use Heavenly Pillar Kill, but controlling the flow of vital energy in detail to unleash its full power remained impossible. I had yet to reach the level where I could skillfully evade an enemy's attacks like my older brother Jin So Chong, who had toyed with the sword strikes of a prominent disciple from the Zhongnan sect. While I might be able to match him in momentary speed, that was entirely reliant on my internal power. Mastering Heavenly Pillar Kill required innate talent or tremendous effort. When I said I had mastered it, it merely meant I had reached a level where I could imitate its use. This was precisely why I sought to gain real combat experience against a master. I believed that if I could heighten my concentration on vital energy in a life or death struggle, it would naturally be assimilated into my body. Whoosh! It had been about a month since I resided in this house. During this time, I focused on reviewing and practicing the martial arts I had learned, including Thunder Shadow Step and Heavenly Pillar Kill. I also endeavored to improve my control over the scattered vital energy throughout my 8 extraordinary meridians. While this may seem insignificant, I believed that the entire process of training would be beneficial to me. No, this is too difficult. Today, once again, I felt frustrated as I was unable to execute Heavenly Pillar Kill properly. The intricate maneuvers were far too challenging. If I could master this technique, it would apply broadly to my martial arts, making me faster and stronger. Why then was it so hard? I needed some kind of breakthrough. I had a gut feeling that I needed to elevate my skills at least one level before the Imperial Palace martial arts tournament. Let's gather some information. After much contemplation, I decided to leave the house and wander around Luoyang City. I had a vague hope that I might acquire some information that would help my martial arts. The first place I headed was an underpass beyond Changhe Street, where the beggars of the Open Sect were said to reside. According to Gem Soi, the Open Luoyang branch of the Beggars Sect was located there. As I approached the underpass, I felt the gazes of the beggars flicking over in my direction. Standing atop the underpass, I looked down at them before leaping downwards. The eyes of the beggars huddled in their makeshift shelter by the stream all fixed upon me at once. I slowly walked toward them and spoke. I heard there are beggars from the Open Sect here. What brings a new guest from the Han clan all the way here? One beggar staggered forward. I could sense that his aura was not ordinary. This toothless beggar might be the one responsible for this branch. Acknowledging that he was a senior in the martial arts world, I performed a slight bow. I am Baek Wong. I came to buy information. Sorry, but that won't be possible. And who are you to decide that so arbitrarily? The toothless beggar scratched between his teeth with his fingernails as he replied. I am Chiol Ligi, the master of the Open Luoyang branch. I hold the authority to sell information. I see. To be blunt, we have no intention of selling information to you. I knew that the master of the Open Sect wielded considerable influence in the martial arts community. Even during my time as an escort, I had known that it was at the level of a branch master, like the one gathered among the beggars of the world, where one could receive the teachings of the divine arts and engage in merchant activities. Some of them even exceeded the late stages of prominent sects, which was why martial artists tread carefully regarding the Open Sect. I replied to Chiol Ligi, why can't you sell information when I have enough money? That's exactly the point. You have too much money. What did he mean by that? I tilted my head in confusion, and Chiol Ligi smiled cunningly. Seems you've been unaware. It's already common knowledge that Baek Wong has purchased a large house, and that during the process, you traded in gold bars. The fact that you are a concealed wealthy man has spread throughout Luoyang's underworld. Right now, everyone is wary of you because you are a guest of the Han clan and are under their protection. Soon, your surroundings will become chaotic. We don't want to be caught in that muddy conflict, nor do we want to be involved with an errant fellow. His words struck a chord within me. is that the strange presence I've been sensing near my home for the past month. It meant that expert thieves or spies had been lurking around my house. I had ignored them because my aura was insignificant, but hearing this made it clear I had underestimated the situation. If I were not a guest of the Han clan, those people would have surely targeted me long ago. Remaining silent, I listened as Chiol Ligi continued speaking. If you've understood, then please take your leave. Don't take offense. That's strange. If I am a hidden wealthy man and at the center of the storm, shouldn't you be even more greedy to covet my treasures? Your words and actions don't match. Haha, that's a ridiculous statement. Chiol Ligi chuckled. We are fully aware that Baekwang here possesses unparalleled internal power. No one is foolish enough to scheme against you and end up losing. Moreover, with your connections to the Han clan, it's wise to avoid pulling a tiger's whisker from the start. I decided to take a more assertive approach. Swoosh, thud. The gold bar I pulled from my pocket struck the ground just in front of Chiol Ligi's feet. Naturally, the eyes of Chiol Ligi and the beggars around us widened in surprise. In particular, I noticed Chiol Ligi's complexion change noticeably. I stared directly at Chiol Ligi and said, if I were in such a situation, I would need to buy information all the more. I will give you this gold bar in exchange for any information you have for me. That is my demand. Chiol Ligi swallowed hard. Are you serious? You'd offer this just for some information? Pick it up quickly, before I change my mind. Chiol Ligi seemed hesitant. Logically, he knew he should refuse my proposal, but it seemed hard to resist the glimmering gold at his feet. Ultimately, he bent down slowly to retrieve the gold bar, exclaiming in astonishment. To think it's unscathed even after you threw it so forcefully, you have mastered the inner family heavy technique. Stop the small talk and let's speak frankly. Tell me everything you know about this situation. Very well. But first, could you remove the prying eyes from this place? Chiol Ligi's gaze drifted toward the upper part of the underpass. Be responsible for your own words. Understood. Just take care of it. Of course. I could also sense a presence there, so I slowly placed my hand on my waist. The next moment, I drew my sword and activated Thunder Shadow Step, leaping upward towards the upper part of the underpass. Swish! With the speed of a flying tiger, I compressed my movements and instantly landed in a seemingly deserted alleyway, where a figure startled and cursed. Damn it! Clang! Ah! The intruder quickly attempted to deflect my sword but was mistaken. Even a top master from the Zongnan sect would struggle to parry a single strike from my powerful sword. How could a rat-like figure hope to stop it? The technique paralyzed their upper body, and they fell to their knees. Please don't kill me. I noticed the person was dressed in night attire. Wearing such clothes allowed them to hide in the alley in broad daylight without attracting attention. I pressed the point of my sword against their throat and spoke coldly. Are you a thief? Why yes. Please, just spare my life. Humph. Clang. In an instant, I swung my sword, launching a handful of throwing darts. The 5 darts flew with remarkable skill, and 2 of them targeted the thief's life. Upon realizing his life was in danger, the thief's face went pale. I grabbed him by the collar and jumped back under the underpass. As I landed gracefully after making 2 spins in midair, Chiol Ligi's eyes widened in surprise. Looks like an unexpected guest has arrived. When the thief made eye contact with Chiol Ligi, he forced a smile. Hehe. Chiol Ligi, we know each other, don't we? I haven't done anything yet, so please ask this young hero to let me go. I'm begging you. Chiol Ligi, who is this person? Ignoring my question, Chiol Ligi disregarded the thief and continued. He's a notable thief among the ruffians in Luoyang, known by the alias Celebrated Thief. It seems he has been targeting your treasures. Yikes. Humph. Should I try some torture? I muttered dryly while raising my hand, causing the Celebrated Thief's complexion to turn pale. Please? I will only target this young hero. I will share everything I know. Please let me go. I won't show my face in front of you again. I glanced at the Celebrated Thief before sealing his A-cup ointment to prevent him from moving. Chiol Ligi appeared indifferent about the fate of the thief, as one might expect from a master of the open sect. I said, let's hear your story, Chiol Ligi. Please tell me what you know about this situation. Very well. Chiol Ligi pointed at the Celebrated Thief as he explained. This fellow, along with at least 10 other martial artists and thieves, has been lingering around you. As far as I know, they include Heavenly Weaver, Bloodfire Twin Spears, Silent Shadow, The Wandering Guest, and Night Stalker, all skilled masters in the martial world. Additionally, masters from the Afternoon Gate, Black Snake Society, White Knife Sect, and the Blazing Debate Sect have also been showing suspicious movements. Although I had never heard of these names before, if what he said was true, it meant that dozens or even hundreds of martial artists were circling around, coveting my gold bars. I had been living comfortably at home without a single thought, but did that mean I was being closely observed in every move I made? The reason they likely hadn't attacked or attempted to steal from me was that I never took off the necklace containing the gold bars, combined with my background as a guest of the Han clan, leading them to search for a more opportune moment. Could I have been too complacent? Occasionally, some top masters passed by my house, but I didn't pay them much heed. It wasn't entirely unexpected. Occasionally, there were considerable masters wandering around my home. However, since they didn't emit any killing intent, I left them alone. Now it seemed those individuals were also targeting my gold bars. As I stood there in disbelief, the Celebrated Thief babbled on. Oh dear, young hero, you must especially be wary of the Black Snake Society among those. They are the most vile and fearsome bunch in Luyang's underworld. They aren't hesitant to use poison and ambush tactics, so it's best to avoid them whenever possible. Clang? Yikes. No sooner had the celebrated thief finished his warning than I deflected another incoming dart that had come flying from somewhere. It struck me as both amusing and infuriating to swat away darts aimed at the celebrated thief multiple times. I caught a falling dart and held it out, smirking. The dart had a black snake etched into it. It seems the Black Snake Society doesn't quite hold you in high regard. Please, no. If the Black Snake Society targets me. The celebrated thief's face hardened in despair. I glanced at Chioligi and said, Chioligi, this amount of information isn't worth a single gold bar. What do you expect me to do? I'd like you to make it clear to those people that the open sect has influence here. Ugh. It can't be helped. Chioligi frowned, focused his internal energy, and let out a lion's roar. The open Luyang branch of the Beggars sect supports young hero Baekwang. Exercising force within 100 paces of here shall be regarded as provoking the Beggars sect. The roar was quite powerful and resonated, echoing to the nearby villagers. Local government officials, startled, looked our way but quickly turned their heads, seeming uninterested in the affairs of the martial world. Suddenly, loud laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. Even the Beggars sect is nothing special when it comes to gold. Huh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. About 20 figures dressed in black appeared on the bridge above. They all wore swords on their backs, clearly indicating they were from the martial world. Upon seeing the leader among them, Chioligi shouted irritably. Black Snake Society leader, didn't you hear what I just said? The leader of the Black Snake Society, who half-dominated the dark alleys of Luyang, crossed his arms and mocked Chioligi. Oh, I was clearly watching how you, charmed by greed, made a fool of yourself. What did you say? Flames seemed to spark from Chioligi's eyes, and the nearby Beggars sect disciples gripped their clubs and staffs. It meant a possible confrontation with the Black Snake Society was at hand. The Black Snake Society leader waved his hand casually. No, no. Why would we rashly provoke the powerful open sect? I respect your intentions here. Get lost. However, I do smell money. There's an overwhelming scent of riches coming from that young hero. If the open sect tries to monopolize it, we won't just sit idly by. As the Black Snake Society leader subtly challenged Chioligi, the latter, aghast, responded. Monopolize? Don't you know that young hero Baekwang is connected to the Han clan? I'm well aware. That's why I've been only watching thus far. Our sect could be shattered if we get involved with the Han clan. With that, the Black Snake Society leader fixed his gaze on me with a strange look. However, it seems our subordinates have observed this young hero, and he appears to be itching for a fight. It seems that besides sleeping and eating, he practices martial arts, filled with killing intent. I sense the innate temperament of a fighting dog in him. What are you implying? I asked in return, and the Black Snake Society leader chuckled. Young hero Baekwang, you wouldn't be thinking of battling every martial artist in Luyang targeting you, would you? If you transfer some gold bars my way, I can exert my influence to clear out those lowly goons for you. Plus, I can introduce you to a good training ground to test your martial arts. I have a grip on the darkness of Luyang, after all. The Black Snake Society leader seemed to understand what I wanted. Otherwise, he wouldn't speak with such confidence. I glanced at Chioligi. His expression didn't change much, suggesting the Black Snake Society leader's influence over Luyang's underworld was indeed substantial. To summarize, you're asking for my gold bars. Ha ha ha. Isn't that only natural? However, I speak the truth about introducing you to a suitable training ground. Young hero, you likely have your sights set on the Imperial Palace Martial Arts Tournament, but before that, there's a wonderful venue to warm up. Tell me where. It's called the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament hosted by Tuma. If you win here, you'll receive significant rewards from Tuma. You can kill to your heart's content without any moral repercussions. It's a place where all forms of murder and torture are permitted. Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament? I tilted my head at the unfamiliar term. However, Chioligi, who was listening beside me, was so shocked that he gasped. What did you say? The organizer of the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament is Tuma. The Black Snake Society leader smiled slyly. Hehe. It's not something I need to hide, so I'll share this information with you. It's indeed that Tuma you're thinking of. The Black Snake Society leader spoke with a sly tone. Tuma is looking for more participants. Chioligi, I'd appreciate your help in promoting it. Shut up. Adat novel bin adat. I glanced at Chioligi with a look that begged for an explanation. He let out a low grunt and replied, Young hero, reject that proposal outright. Joining the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament is madness. And what is that exactly? Who is Tuma? The Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament is the largest fighting arena that the powers of Luyang tacitly approve of. Numerous martial artists who cannot openly display themselves in the martial world, including rogue and demonic experts, participate, and while the victors receive rewards, the losers are guaranteed to die. Chioligi spat this out as he explained. And Tuma is one of the 8 leaders of the Mado 8 Gates, the supreme ruler of the Shura sect. He is known as one of the most powerful masters of the dark arts. Could it be that the Shura sect is behind the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament? The leader of the Shura sect? So that's Tuma. I felt that I had received unexpected information. After contemplating for a moment, I spoke up. Black Snake Society leader, what if I choose not to accept the proposal? The Black Snake Society leader shrugged. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. With your skills, it might be a close call against the full power of the Black Snake Society. However, it seems you lack the backing to shake off pests like us. He then pointed a finger at Chioligi. That Chioligi here pretends to be your ally but will surely scrutinize you for any last scrap of valuable information should you step out of this place. I can guarantee that you'll spend all your energy and mental fortitude before participating in the Imperial Palace Martial Arts Tournament. Is that a threat? Hihi, I'm not the only one targeting you. All the top players are watching like vultures. If you plan to kill them all and accumulate debts of karma, I won't stop you. I thought for a bit longer before saying. Consider it an entry fee for the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament and the price for Chioligi's life. With that, I flung a gold bar that soared slowly before making a huge sound as it accelerated. Whoa! The Black Snake Society leader appeared startled and tried to catch the gold bar with both hands, but perhaps due to a lack of internal energy, he flew back. Other members of the Black Snake Society rushed to assist him, managing to secure a dozen or so flying bars before they settled down. The Black Snake Society leader, having barely caught the gold bar, wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth and said, "Young hero, you surely like to play games." I smirked. "You're just too annoying. In any case, you must meet my demands now." "All right. I'll use the influence of the Black Snake Society to drive away those pesky mosquitoes bothering young hero Baek Wong. As a bonus, I might even take pity on that celebrated thief." The celebrated thief, looking bewildered, began to bow to me, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, young hero. Thank you." Chioligi, beside us, grimaced slightly. "Do you not care for the gold bars? Giving them to such scoundrels and agreeing to participate in the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament is madness. But the open sect doesn't have the ability to protect me, does it? If there isn't help to offer, I won't accept meddling." Chioligi turned his gaze away, seemingly uncertain if my words held any truth. It seemed he, too, was thinking of how to pocket the gold. He likely considered it not worth the trouble to protect me with the gold bar when balances with the Black Snake Society and various masters came into play. I murmured. My life isn't something I hold dear. What? I didn't respond to Chioligi's question. If I die, I die. I need to first understand what the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament is about. Now wasn't the time to save my life. If I was to die and come back, I had to take risks, gathering as much information and experience as I could. Moreover, it would be beneficial to gather any intelligence or weaknesses regarding Tuma of the Mado 8 Gates during the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament. This would undoubtedly aid in my future revenge against the Mado 8 Gates. The place I followed the Black Snake Society leader to was an abandoned house with no signs of life. However, after taking 2 or 3 steps inside and passing through a small room, a well-organized space emerged, which could clearly be said to be a stronghold of the martial arts world. The Black Snake Society leader sat down in a chair with his subordinates and spoke. "Esteemed guest. Come to the Gabi Pavilion in 2 days at high time. If you give the password I want to drink plenty of the soaked plum wine there, you'll be able to enter the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament venue." I memorized the time, place, and password he mentioned. My memory is quite good, so I won't easily forget it. I internally repeated it and then asked him, "What can I gain if I win in the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament?" Hehe. Isn't it too late to ask? Esteemed guest, you really just want to fight purely, and that's why you accepted my proposal. The Black Snake Society leader chuckled as if he found something amusing. Then, he gulped down a bottle of alcohol on the table and said, "I don't dislike someone like you. You somehow smell like one of our kind. Shut up and answer my question." The Black Snake Society leader shrugged and said, all right. The Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament consists of a total of 5 rounds and is held irregularly. To be precise, it won't be held until all the participants have gathered. Only when 32 martial artists have gathered will Tuma decide to hold the event. You are the last martial artist I recruited. So what do I get if I win? Secret techniques, spiritual pills, and treasure. That's why even the public enemies of the martial arts world risk their lives to participate in this tournament. Isn't it enticing? The words of the Black Snake Society leader were shocking. Could it be true that they offer secret techniques and spiritual pills, things as precious as life itself, to martial artists along with treasures? It was hard to believe that Tuma, the leader of the Mado 8 Gates, would provide such things. Secret techniques, spiritual pills, and treasure. If such things exist, shouldn't Tuma keep them for himself? Why would he do something beneficial for others? At this, the Black Snake Society leader smirked and explained. It may sound like a lie, but it's not. Tuma is a battle enthusiast who loves both fighting himself and watching others fight. Therefore, he managed to bring the powerful and high officials of Luoyang under his influence to create the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament. He wanted to witness the fierce battles among the strongest fighters who risk their lives, putting aside all grudges. That alone doesn't explain everything. True. In reality, the secret techniques, spiritual pills, and treasure aren't something Tuma provides. There are rumors of a certain powerful figure assisting Tuma in organizing the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament. The fact that Tuma doesn't even think of taking those rewards for himself indicates that this figure's power is indeed formidable. Is it really true? Yes. The secret techniques, spiritual pills, and treasure are all real. The Black Snake Society leader took another swig from the bottle of alcohol and said, "By the way, the last tournament's winner received the Turning Wheel Blade Technique, Silver Dew Fruit, and Purple Spirit Moon Blade. Even now, it was an incredible reward. Hehe, don't you want to know the rewards for this tournament? If you give me just one more gold bar, I'll tell you not only the rewards but also all the backgrounds of the participants." With a loud bang, ugh! The dagger I flung from my hand quickly pierced through the space and sliced off the neck of the alcohol bottle that the Black Snake Society leader was drinking from. Producing a tremendous noise, it smashed through the wall and continued flying a dozen meters out. The other members of the Black Snake Society simultaneously drew their weapons and charged at me, but when I unleashed the Thunder Cloud Palm, they were sent flying backward by the force. Uaa! As a cloud of dust rose, the Black Snake Society leader sat there with a slightly pale complexion, holding the severed neck of the bottle. I pointed my sword at him and said coldly, "Don't mess around. 1 gold bar is enough. If you think you can't afford the worth of the gold bar, remember that I have the intention to strike you down at any moment. Understood? I was just joking, so please put away your sword. At novel bin at. Swish. As I sheathed my sword, the Black Snake Society leader raised his hand to stop his subordinates. I thought I wouldn't mind having a showdown with the Black Snake Society at this moment, but he seemed to have picked up on my fighting spirit. He spoke, seemingly in disbelief. "Baek Wong, esteemed guest, do you really not value your life? What? Even if we were to be annihilated, we could probably take one of your limbs with us. Why do you keep thrusting your neck into the tiger's mouth?" I raised my killing intent. "Did you think I followed you here without such determination? It seems I really need to face death to come to my senses." Zing. I see. Stop it. Esteemed guest, you are indeed a terrifying person. As I drew my sword to raise the thunder blade, the Black Snake Society leader flinched and waved his hands in denial. Being someone deeply immersed in the dark arts for a long time, he had developed an instinctual ability to discern whether someone was simply threatening him or was genuinely serious. Upon realizing that my intentions were sincere, he seemed to decide to stop making unnecessary threats. However, that was only natural. In dealings with the dark arts or heretical sects, showing even a hint of weakness would mean getting devoured. Although the Black Snake Society leader appeared light-hearted and slick on the surface, it was clear he would resort to all sorts of cowardly tactics to attempt to kill me if push came to shove. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he spoke. "Anyway, since I'm thinking of betting some money on you, I'll share the information about the participants and the rewards." "About time," I replied. "The information on the participants is organized in this book, so check it later." I received a slim book that the Black Snake Society leader tossed to the side. It was thin but undoubtedly contained the names and details of martial arts masters. It was likely information about those participating in the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament. The rewards for the winner are the Yang Family Spear Technique, Kunlun Elixir, and 7 Treasures Blood Sword. The Yang Family Spear Technique. I was startled at the mention of the Yang Family Spear Technique. One of the 3 great spear techniques of the world. Li Kuang often spoke of it as a habit. While the spear techniques of the Thunder God sect were the #1 in the world, he said there were indeed rivals in the form of the Imei Spear and the Yang Family Spear. He explained that these 3 spear techniques were the true 3 great spear techniques of the world. Imei Spear was the essence of the martial speaking technique, while the Yang Family Spear was considered the pinnacle of combat martial arts. For Li Kuang, who had such pride, to compare it to the Thunder God sect meant it was truly an unparalleled martial skill in the world. The Black Snake Society leader scratched his head. "I don't know much about the Yang Family Spear Technique, but the Kunlun Elixir is comparable to the Shaolin Grand Elixir, and the 7 Treasures Blood Sword is a legendary treasure worth a whole city. You don't know well. I find it hard to determine if it's really that remarkable. Since Tuma's insight can't be wrong, I'm just going along with it." I realized that the Black Snake Society leader genuinely did not understand the value of the Yang Family Spear Technique. This was in stark contrast to what Li Kuang had passionately praised about it being one of the 3 great spear techniques. It seemed there was a significant gap between Li Kuang's understanding of unparalleled martial arts and the knowledge of the general public. Perhaps the Yang Family Spear Technique had never gained significant fame in the world. The Black Snake Society leader crossed his arms and said, "And just in case, don't even think about offending or attacking Tuma. If that happens, no one in the world will leave that place alive." I smirked. "That's not the case. It's probably because your neck would end up along with theirs, right?" Hitting the nail on the head, the Black Snake Society leader was dumbfounded. "Esteemed guest, are you truly out of your mind? Knowing that I am the Black Snake Society leader, the ruler of the dark forces in Luoyang, and still provoking me like this? This is madness. In the end, you're just a subordinate of the Shura sect. How could I be intimidated regularly by you when I plan to participate in the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament? Ha! I must say, you are really something." The Black Snake Society leader waved his hand in disbelief. It appeared he no longer wished to continue the conversation since my reasoning did not conform to common sense. "I have one question. Isn't it the case that in the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament, one cannot win unless one kills their opponent? It's not always the case. You just need to break your opponent's will and hear them declare defeat. But I'd say most would prefer to be killed instead. Why is that? Because the defeated will have their limbs severed, and their internal energy sealed, making them slaves. In the case of female martial artists, they would be sold to southern pirates and become sex slaves aboard their ships for the rest of their lives. Wouldn't they prefer to be killed? It seems much more merciful to me. I frowned. The Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament was far more brutal than I had expected. Given the Black Snake Society leader's description, it appeared that several tournaments had already taken place, resulting in many examples of defeated participants. I nodded. All right then. I'll see you later. The Black Snake Society leader said, in any case, I'll see you in 2 days. I wish you good fortune, esteemed guest. After exiting the Black Snake Society, I was about to return home but decided to head toward the Han clan. Let's check the situation there for now. Since unexpected events had derailed my schedule, I felt it was necessary to monitor the movements of the Han clan. Although there were still no guards posted at the Han clan, esteemed guests were observing my actions from various corners. Stop right there. Out of nowhere, a man clad in black appeared with agile martial arts skills, blocking my path to the Han clan. He was the youngest member of the Heian sect. Why are you blocking my way? You seem to have gotten into some trouble with the Open Sect or the Black Snake Society. What were you thinking? If you hadn't come, our Heian sect would have been sent to find you. Swish, swish. The remaining members of the Heian sect revealed themselves. They surrounded me with considerable wariness. As I glanced around, the first one to speak said, I have nothing against you participating in the Imperial Palace's competition alongside the Dragon War God. We have no particular desire for such events. However, we cannot allow you to stir trouble everywhere and drag the Han clan into the mess. I have nothing to do with the Han clan. I'm just doing my own thing, so move aside. That's not possible. I'll show you a harsh lesson to prevent you from acting recklessly. Whoosh, whoosh. The members of the Heian sect simultaneously drew their knife energy. Their internal power wasn't strong enough to significantly pressure me, but I realized that since each of them was a remarkable master, facing their attack head-on would be quite troublesome. As I frowned, a clear voice rang out. Enough of that, you thunder fools. I recognized that voice from before. Slowly walking out from the building of the Han clan was a beautiful woman with black hair, wearing a fierce expression. She was Han Baekryong, the family head of the Han clan and a master of the half-return transformation. Upon seeing Han Baekryong, the Heian sect lowered their weapons. My apologies, family head. While I appreciate your loyalty, there's no need to cause a ruckus over such matters. Ensure that the other esteemed guests remain calm as well. With that, I felt the presence of several figures fading away. I realized that not only the Heian sect but also at least a dozen esteemed guests with notable martial skills from the Han clan were surrounding us. If they had all attacked at once, I would have surely been dead. I swallowed hard, and Han Baekryong glared at me, saying, Follow me? Understood. Cautiously following Han Baekryong, I entered the inner building of the Han clan. The Han clan's architecture was subtly large and spacious, and as I ventured a bit further inside, a broad hallway stretched out like a maze. After trailing behind her for about a moment, we arrived at the garden with the pond I had seen last time. Han Baekryong said, It seems you're really desperate to die. What made you think of participating in the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament? How do you know that? Even if I stay here, I can learn more than you would at the Open Sect. You've been causing quite a stir these past few days, clearly seeking death. After throwing this incisive statement, Han Baekryong stepped onto a small wooden bridge over the pond. After admiring the koi in the pond for a while, she remarked, Surprisingly, I didn't realize your passion for becoming stronger was this intense. If you worked diligently for just 10 years, you'd reach martial skills on par with the leaders of the 9 great sects. Why such haste? Her tone surprisingly carried little killing intent. After some contemplation, I replied earnestly, Because the goal I'm aiming for is even stronger than that. Han Baekryong's eyes gleamed in surprise. There aren't many who are that strong. Who exactly are you planning to fight? It's no concern of mine. I have my suspicions about a few. Muttering that, Han Baekryong continued. But you need to be careful. While you're planning to gain battle experience from the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament, that thought is utterly foolish. With your current skills, you wouldn't even last to the second round. What are you talking about? I don't think my skills are lacking that much. Oh really? If you think that, then take this. Han Baekryong raised her hand. Kugugugu. I widened my eyes. The enormous pressure seemed capable of shattering my arm as it collided in 3 layers during our first encounter. It manifested visibly as it surged forward, shimmering in white. As I hurriedly drew my sword, pouring all my strength into defending against the thunder blade, Han Baekryong casually pushed the pressure toward me. Kawabam! With a thunderous explosion, I felt my entire body freeze white, sliding along the ground. It felt as if my skin was coated in frost, and despite managing to defend with the thunder blade, I realized I had been pushed back 3 feet. Such a tremendous world-class martial skill? Han Baekryong chuckled softly and said, In the Dark Realm Martial Arts Tournament, there are at least 3 or 4 people who could dodge or counter that technique without difficulty. By martial arts standards, there are those who have surely surpassed the peak and entered the supreme level, likely past major figures of the past or concealed notorious individuals. Such masters will be participating. I couldn't believe it. Supreme level masters aren't easily seen. They are akin to the leaders of the 9 great sects or equivalents. Even if they are heretical sect leaders, having 3 or 4 such figures competing in a mere tournament is astounding. One of Palma's goals is to draw them out. I won't go into details, but there are circumstances. Even if you try to leverage the advantage of your internal power against them, the likelihood of you being killed is very high. These are individuals who have experienced the worst of battles. What? How do you know about the Dark Realm martial arts tournament? I told you, even by just sitting here quietly, I can gather information equal to that of the open sect. As I shook off the frost clinging to my body, Han Baekryong crossed her arms and said, danger typically lurks in the shadows rather than in the light. Your skills would likely allow you to place within the Golden Eagle Guard at the Imperial Palace's competition, but you would be perfectly suited to be brutally killed in the Dark Realm martial arts tournament. Are you stopping me for the honor of the Han clan? That too, but your martial arts are very reminiscent of the Azure Dragon. If you are known to someone, it could cause trouble, so I've decided to protect you. What do you mean? As I was taken aback, Han Baekryong spoke. Let me make it clear, you little brat. It's far too early for you to enter the Dark Realm martial arts tournament. Have you not considered why someone as ambitious as the Black Snake Society leader would give up his secret techniques and spiritual pills for a chance to contend? To win in the Dark Realm martial arts tournament, you must possess skills on the level of a grandmaster. Ugh. If you understand, then stay put in the annex. Before I truly decide to kill you. I was left immobilized by Han Baekryong's threat. Truly, she was at a level of a supreme master like Sam Jiao Aiguang, someone beyond my reach. To resist her intangible pressure, I would need to elevate my martial abilities to a comparable level. Having risked my life to reach this point, I spoke out in despair. Then don't just talk, help me. Assist me in becoming stronger. Help you? Why should I? I have things I must do. If I don't grow stronger quickly, it may be something I can never achieve in my lifetime. Have you ever thought about the despair of someone who must always risk their life in battles? Han Baekryong fell silent. After a long moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. All right, if you're that adamant about it, I'll grant your wish. Swish, swish, swish. With a swift motion, Han Baekryong summoned a pair of blue and red twin swords seemingly from thin air. Holding the swords, she adopted a sword stance, her eyes gleaming. Watch closely as I show you this technique. Chirring, it felt as if a colossal bird took flight. I witnessed blue flames and red flames intertwining in countless strands, while an overwhelming force swept through. To be precise, it was a power so immense that it sliced the world in two amidst the flowering blades of energy. Within that immense pressure, I felt all the pores of my body open up, turning everything inside out. The two distinct energies compressed and intersected chaotically, and I came to the realization that discerning the changes was beyond my capabilities. The sword lights, which even distorted space itself, cut through the air. Danshin. I saw the cleaved space clearly, the crack marking its passage. The sword energy passing through, akin to a phoenix, felt illusory. It was my first time witnessing such powerful and unpredictable sword techniques, leaving me mesmerized. Is there truly such swordsmanship in this world? Thud. After completing her demonstration, Han Baekryong controlled the twin swords and thrust them into a rock. The dual blades penetrated it as if piercing tofu. After showcasing that, Han Baekryong said, you must have felt something if you consider yourself a swordsman after watching that. What technique is that? True Night Moon Shadow from the Fire God School. Han Baekryong added her final words as she walked away. It's a perfect technique to correct your foolish shortcomings. I entered the separate room, recalling Han Baekryong's sword techniques. There were eyes watching over me, but soon after they disappeared from sight. After pondering the sword techniques for half an hour, I still found no answers and let out a sigh. I was utterly confused. Adat Novel bin Adat. Fire Spirit Sect. Like the Wind Spirit Sect, it was one of the martial schools supporting the White Lotus Sect. It wasn't a situation where I could question it further, so I let it slide, but if that was the case, it implied that Han Baekryong's martial arts were also connected to the White Lotus Sect. I hadn't heard much about the Fire Spirit Sect from Li Kuang. Unlike the insidious Wind Spirit Sect, which I considered a worthy adversary, the Fire Spirit Sect was merely mentioned in passing. In fact, whenever I brought it up, Li Kuang looked visibly annoyed. In hindsight, his response leaned more towards I'd rather not talk about it than I don't know. This alone served as evidence that Li Kuang actually knew quite a bit about the Fire Spirit Sect. I was lost in thought when suddenly, Bai Wang, you're quite an interesting individual. The door of the separate room swung open, and Han Jinsong, the young head of the Han clan, entered. He still possessed an appearance so dazzling it was almost blinding. I found it strange that he had come to see me unexpectedly and slightly raised my body, but Han Jinsong said, in the past 10 years, our head has shown interest in others only a handful of times. Furthermore, showing you a secret technique is truly remarkable. What do you mean? Just seeing that one technique won't enhance my martial arts. I'm not that extraordinary a genius. I snapped back. Han Jinsong's words felt like mockery to me. There were only 2 days left until the Dark Realm martial arts tournament. To think that I could grow stronger just from a glimpse of a sword technique was something seen only in novels. I even felt that both Han Baekryong and Han Jinsong were trying to make a fool of me. However, Han Jinsong smiled enigmatically and gestured with his fingers. At that moment, 2 beautiful maidens walked in through the door, carrying a large wooden board, which they placed on the floor. I curiously looked to see that it had 19 lines drawn across it. Recognizing it, I muttered, chess. It was a game where black and white stones alternated to contest each other's territory, ultimately deciding the victor based on territorial dominance. While it might seem simple, it required considerable mental agility and judgment, making it a favored game among scholars. I had played a few games with Mang Niang to clear my head during my 3 years of study under him. Han Jinsong asked. Do you know how to play? I only know the basics. But why have you brought this? Pardon me, but I thought we might play a light game. I glanced down at the board, frowning. I don't have the time. My head is hurting like crazy, why should I play this? Haha, haven't you taken risks countless times up to now? If you take a moment to indulge me in this adventure, you might gain something valuable. I could tell Han Jinsong had an ulterior motive for wanting to play chess. Thus, I reluctantly took a seat across from him. After all, my head was so muddled that I was eager for a light distraction. Alright, you'll play as black. I'll manage with white. Black has the advantage, are you sure about that? You said you only know the basics, right? I'm not that ignorant. Despite my usual losses to Mang Niang due to his exceptional skill, he had nonetheless praised my ability quite highly. Whether it was out of consideration or not, I was confident that my ability to strategize and observe during games was fairly decent. Han Jinsong continued. Since simply playing would be boring, how about a wager? What kind of wager? The loser must grant the winner one wish. Alright. Han Jinsong was the young head of the Han clan. If he desired, taking my life would be as easy as breathing for him, so I accepted without much thought. After all, my life felt like it was on the brink of death, and I was somewhat resigned to that fate. The game soon began. I started playing calmly, following the opening moves of the strategy. After about 50 moves, Han Jinsong spoke as if surprised. Indeed, you play quite well. I might be one of the better players among the scholars in Luoyang. Focus. Haha. With a soft smile, Han Jinsong placed a stone down. The great horse has begun. True to his words, the match on the board suddenly erupted into an intense struggle between my black stones and his white. This was purely because Han Jinsong rejected a calm exchange and opted for an all-or-nothing confrontation. It was a battle where it was difficult to predict which side would win. I glanced at Han Jinsong, and he said, win or lose, it's all or nothing. I will survive. Then, please continue. With a series of moves, the game evolved rapidly. I was playing at my usual skill level, but suddenly, the emergence of a crisis complicated matters. A KO situation arose, where both sides had to take turns playing to save their major piece. Amazingly, 2 such crises occurred, making it significantly harder for me. As I pondered my next move, Han Jinsong asked, can you read the situation? To be honest, I'm not sure. Most players wouldn't be able to read this situation. I intentionally made it complicated. My brows furrowed. It sounds like you meant to do this. Indeed. I guided it this way. Stop boasting. Do you think I wouldn't have noticed if you had actually guided the situation? Han Jinsong smiled brightly. If you don't believe me, I can let this match end in a draw. Impossible. That couldn't be right. There had been no indication that such a conclusion was possible. I was determined to save my major piece and humiliate him, putting all my effort into thinking through my moves. About half an hour passed. I felt a sense of dismay at Han Jinsong's move. What? A draw. I could tell without needing to play it out. While my major piece seemed doomed, it survived, and Han Jinsong's territory was restored as well. We managed to create identical boards, with even a partial difference, resulting in a perfect draw. At a loss for words, Han Jinsong spoke. What do you think? It worked out, didn't it? So what does this mean? Did you just come here in the dead of night to brag about your chess skills? You still don't understand. Han Jinsong sighed softly and continued. After my life, then I kill. Before you can think of harming another, you must first secure your own survival. I didn't manipulate the game per se, I simply prevented you from recklessly throwing yourself into attacks, allowing me to find a way to save your major piece. My face flushed. There was a piercing awareness in his words. I had thought I was making clever moves, yet all of them were already seen through by Han Jinsong. It wasn't just a difference in skill, it was a gap in attitude towards the game itself. As I remained silent, Han Jinsong added, chess mirrors life. Winning is essential, but you must also learn how not to lose. Losing is tantamount to death. Without creating your own path to survival, you can never hope to prevail over your opponent. Are you trying to give me advice? What if this were not a game of Go, but a showdown filled with martial prowess? Would you be able to accept your death if it meant you had fought with all your might? Is that what you would consider your life to be? I winced slightly, as I subconsciously recognized that feeling within me. I had often charged ahead like a wild boar, headlong and without looking back, leading to my own demise. Despite my repeated efforts to restrain myself, my temperament made it difficult. Han Jinsong continued. I do not know who the opponent you intend to face is. However, that person likely possesses immense strength, exceptional wisdom, and formidable power. Otherwise, you would not feel so anxious about your current martial abilities. Given that you are facing such an adversary, you must find a way to survive even more. Every strong individual in this world has weaknesses. To exploit them, you need an icy calmness and exceptional patience. You should know that you cannot defeat such a person through sheer luck. His words were entirely correct. Moreover, they offered a perspective somewhat different from the advice I had received from Mang Niang. While Mang Niang's counsel emphasized righteousness in the pursuit of chivalry, Han Jinsong's approach was characterized by a cold judgment that considered the broader context from a higher vantage point. As I focused on his words, he said, "Remember this, surviving can be considered as winning. Surviving can be winning." That was a notion I had never contemplated before, leaving me momentarily dazed. Han Jinsong nodded. "What's so difficult about rushing into a life and death struggle? Even a child can charge at an adult if they wield a knife. The critical part is deciding when and how to use that knife. Otherwise, you will simply be trampled by the strong, mocked, and your will to fight will be extinguished. That is life. We at the Han clan shall exercise our veto on your participation in the Dark Realm martial arts tournament. Although the Shura sect leader seems to act forcibly against those who refuse to participate, that fellow cannot meddle with the Han clan. From now on, remain in the separate room and focus on your training." The Meido Eight Gates was the largest and mightiest sect among the unorthodox factions. Even the Shura sect was a subordinate force under them. However, the fact that the Han clan treated the Shura sect leader as an afterthought indicated their extraordinary capabilities. As I struggled to find words, Han Jinsong cleared the board and casually remarked, "You're quite fortunate. By chance, you ended up striking out here and there, becoming a guest of the Han clan, catching the attention of the head of the household, and even managing to draw a tie with us, receiving our aid to easily contend with the Meido Eight Gates. I've never seen someone as fortunate as you, so I wanted to offer you some advice. Please rest easy." With that, Han Jinsong left the separate room. I contemplated his words carefully. Luck? I really have been quite lucky this time. With the icy water plunging over my head, I realized that my journey since arriving in Luoyang had been a series of fortuitous events. If that official hadn't mentioned the Han clan, and if I hadn't thought about becoming a guest of the Han clan, what would have happened? By now, countless martial artists in Luoyang would have been fighting fiercely to kill me and seize my bounty. If elite members of the Shura sect from the Meido Eight Gates had emerged, I would likely have ended up in a frenzied battle, perishing in some unknown place, just like before. Avoiding such a future, receiving a safe shelter, obtaining information about the Dark Realm martial arts tournament, and even getting a glimpse of the Fire Spirit sect's secret techniques can only be described as tremendous luck. If I had chosen any other path, I would have undoubtedly met my end. Reflecting on it, the odds of millions had poured down upon me. Having undergone reincarnation up until now, I had scarcely felt such fortune, leaving me in a daze as I looked back on my past. Could it be? In that moment, I recalled my conversation with Chen Wujin from the past. Indeed, I expelled misfortune by offering Makya's writings to Taisu Tianzan. Thanks to that, you, the master of Makya, will receive a grand gift from Taisu Tianzan. Gift? What is it? I do not know either. It is simply that Taisu Tianzan is a deity who interferes with fate, so it might be related to that? I widened my eyes. If this much luck were to exist, there could only be one explanation. Taisu Tianzan had intervened in my fate to bestow luck upon me? Despite being careless as if it didn't matter when I would die during battles, I was still alive and somehow grasping a thread of opportunity that could be attributed to Taisu Tianzan enhancing my fortune, due to Makya's writings. Oh, but still, could it be? However, I soon found myself firm in this conclusion. Paya? After spending about 8 weeks meditating and training in the separate room while focusing on Han Baekryung's sword techniques, it seemed that some elite members from the Shura sect had come to invite me to the Dark Realm martial arts tournament. However, they had likely been overwhelmed by the Han clan's power and left without further incident. Just as I was stuck in an unending cycle of training, an unexpected revelation hit me. I was astonished by the sudden clarity in my thoughts. It was almost artificially heightened, and I realized the portion I had been struggling with in the Nuryeongbochin Josal technique until now. That's right. If my talent was lacking, I could simply adapt the Hyeonkan divine art. Unlike the Nuryeongji technique, the Hyeonkan divine art from the Wudang sect supported another flow that sustained the energy channels in my body. Until now, I had merely utilized it as an additional conduit for energy due to its overwhelming abundance, but upon reflection, the Hyeonkan divine art possessed the power to assist my brain's functioning in easily comprehending the dual flow of energy. This is also a traditional characteristic of the Wudang sect's martial arts. It works. I tried expanding the Nuryeongbochin Josal while drawing upon the Hyeonkan divine arts formula, and my brain smoothly adapted to performing multiple operations at once. It made the complex switch of directions and adjustments to power in Nuryeongbochin Josal straightforward. I immediately realized I had reached a level of proficiency as if I had undergone years of training. Moreover, the inspiration I felt from observing Han Baekryung's sword technique seamlessly intertwined with the imperfections in the Nuryeong sword method, intensifying the elements of illusion and transformation. It felt as if all the clumsy stages I experienced until now were mere lies, and my martial prowess had surged forward in an instant. This was not merely due to my brilliant intelligence. It genuinely felt like extreme luck and inspiration that occurs once in hundreds of thousands of fortunes during fleeting moments. It was nothing less than apparent intervention. Damn! I cursed while tears streamed down my face, overwhelmed with joy. It was indeed unexpected, but I instinctively felt that thanks to Makya, my fortune in this reincarnation would ease moving forward. A few days after attaining enlightenment in martial arts, I once again met Han Baekryung under the guidance of Han Jinsong. Uncharacteristically, this time Han Baekryung was dressed in formal evening attire, suggesting she had just returned from somewhere. Upon seeing me, she spoke. I've done some research, and it seems you're not a disciple of the Azure Dragon after all. He has a disciple named Jin So-chong, who is another genius on par with Jin Song. Honestly, I find myself somewhat envious. I realized that Han Baekryung's quiet demeanor was actually a cover for her thorough investigation of me. To be able to speak so confidently indicated that she had gathered a considerable amount of information. Before we talk, I have a question to ask. Han Baekryung looked at me with her transparent eyes devoid of emotion. Do you not wish to become a part of our Han clan, rather than just a guest? What do you mean all of a sudden? I'm saying I can grant you the power you desire so desperately. I do not know who your targets for revenge are, but I can assist you in that regard, as long as it falls within the limits of your wishes. In exchange, you must pledge your absolute loyalty to the Han clan, and at times, you may have to stake your life. I pondered for a moment before speaking. Becoming part of a clan implies a blood connection, so are you saying? I intend to give you Jiwa as your partner. She is one of the 4 beauties of Luoyang, known for her exceptional beauty and talent, and is a source of pride for our clan. To be honest, I think she is even too good for you. I was taken aback. During my long stay as a guest in the Han clan, I had heard stories about her. The 4 beauties of Luoyang. They referred to the most noble and beautiful maidens from renowned martial arts families within Luoyang. I had caught a glimpse of Han Jiwa from afar. She had an alluring figure and delicate, sculpted beauty. If I had to compare her to a flower, she resembled a poppy, a beauty capable of making any young man's heart race. To be honest, my looks were rather unremarkable due to my youth, and it would become more apparent in a few years. An average maiden from a respectable family might even turn away in disdain. To match a 4 beauty of Luoyang as a partner would surely create an imbalance. Stammering, I replied. Wait a moment. Is there no say from Jiwa in this matter? Jiwa is prepared to do whatever it takes for the clan. It is her duty as someone born into the Han clan, having received enough benefits. Besides, she's a kind and graceful girl, and she'll willingly serve you as her husband. The idea of a beautiful maiden like her looking at me with devotion was an irresistible temptation for any man. I glanced at Han Jin-song. Since Han Jiwa and Han Jin-song were cousins, I thought there might be some reaction from him upon hearing this significant matter. However, the branch head of the Han clan, Han Jin-song, maintained a stoic expression, listening silently and making it difficult to gauge his emotions. I clenched my teeth and said, "This is all very sudden. I don't understand why you would offer me such kindness. I only wish to cultivate martial arts within my own sect. Do you truly believe I can integrate with your clan? Of course, I have my own reasons for not helping you free of charge. There are clear benefits in making you one of us. However, my desire to integrate you into our clan by offering Jiwa stems from the fact that I find you interesting." Cut the nonsense and answer. Will you accept my offer or not? I took my time to contemplate. Both Han Baekryung and Han Jin-song seemed to understand the seriousness of the matter and patiently awaited my response. After a considerable pause, I finally spoke. "I must decline." Han Baekryung's expression turned incredulous, but she quickly returned to her usual demeanor. "Is that so? Well, fine. Let's consider this conversation as if it never happened. Thank you. By the way, may I ask one thing? Did you reject the offer because you are not interested in Jiwa? I would like to hear your reason for declining." Taking a moment to breathe, I calmly explained. "The path I am on is the way of Shura. Until everything is resolved, I cannot afford to look sideways. Moreover, if Jiwa's acceptance of me is not born from genuine feelings but is simply forced, then both she and I will end up unhappy. Additionally, my revenge must be achieved with my own strength. I cannot hastily make such a significant decision relying solely on your power. Indeed. Of course, I want to marry Han Jiwa, known as one of the 4 beauties of Luoyang, to enjoy her body and live a happy life filled with women as I desire. However, I currently seek revenge against the chief of the Golden Guard and aim to unveil the conspiracies of the Imperial Palace, and I have sworn to myself not to rest until I accomplish these goals. Therefore, I cannot be bound by an awkwardly forced marriage. Moreover, what if I were to marry her, live a happy life for several years, and then die unfortunate and experience reincarnation? I would not be able to remain calm when facing the Han clan in my 10th or 11th life. I would inevitably strive to protect Han Jiwa, who shared a bond with me, my lover. If, in that relationship, we were to have biological children, it would be even more devastating. My mental strength would be utterly depleted and shattered. It felt like the entirety of my past life would be consumed by desire, and I couldn't imagine anything more painful than that. At the very least, I want to choose a woman with whom I can share my feelings and spend a peaceful life based on my own volition. To achieve that, I must first diligently fulfill the tasks and revenge laid out before me. Upon hearing my response, Han Baekryung appeared genuinely impressed. "Remarkable. You have a strong inclination toward the evil sect but also possess a resolute will and determination. A person like you can succeed anywhere. Let's stop with the flattery. Is there nothing else to discuss? Though you have declined my offer, I still wish to help you. This is because there is a connection between your sect and mine, and I want to assist even if just a little." "A connection?" Han Baekryung nodded and replied. "As you might have guessed from your master, our Han clan is a lineage that carries the Fire God sect. Are you saying you are?" "Yes." At her answer, I widened my eyes in disbelief. "I am Han Baekryung, the heir of the Fire God sect. Like the Thunder Spirit sect, I am also a descendant of the White Lotus sect. The White Lotus sect. While I had suspected this fact, I could not suppress the sound that escaped my mouth. If this information were to become public, it would turn the world upside down. It made sense after all, she was indeed a master of extraordinary martial arts. Her internal energy must be on par with someone who had consumed the 1,000-year snow silkworm several times, capable of wielding martial arts that transcended human limits. However, if she were the equal of that monster Li Kuang, it was comprehensible. Being a master of the reverse flow return motion technique and such a formidable entity, it would make sense. Another realization came to me. If her family's martial arts were from the Fire God sect, it was only natural that she could not participate in the Imperial Palace martial arts tournament. While the Imperial warriors might not recognize her at first, as information accumulated, they would inevitably connect the dots to the White Lotus sect, which was why she was trying to conceal her capabilities. At that moment, I felt like a deer in headlights. A certain assumption popped into my head. Could it be that she is? I had so many questions I wanted to ask, but simultaneously, a deep sense of dread enveloped me. Even the chief of the Golden Guard had claimed he wouldn't be able to defeat the Dharma Protector in a one-on-one match, making her a power I currently could not even hope to contend with. As I felt flustered, Han Bakrayong said, "I can tell you have many questions. However, since you have rejected our clan's offer, I cannot provide any more information." I inwardly regretted it. Had I known this, I should have just lied and claimed I would join the clan to hear the secrets. Yet, the opportunity was lost. I regained my composure and replied, "Do not think that I would leak this information to the martial arts world. Is there any need for that?" "What do you mean?" "The Thunder Spirit sect is also seen as an aberration among the Central Plains martial world. Besides, if our identities were revealed, we could simply relocate our base to the White Lotus sect, but you from the Thunder Spirit sect would be dismissed not just by the Central Plains martial world, but by the White Lotus sect as well." Han Bakrayong cast a cold gaze. "Of course, should you ever leak this secret, I will personally seek you out and tear you apart. Wouldn't that be only natural?" "I understand." Her words did not sound like mere jokes or fabrications. Somehow, the power of the Han clan felt like it could find me even if I hid at the ends of the earth. While I could purposefully leak the secret during my reincarnation to spite the Han clan, I felt like I would be leading myself down a path to death. Until I possessed the strength to defeat her, I must refrain from carelessly speaking. As I grappled with these thoughts, Han Bakrayong spoke again. "I owe a debt of gratitude to the Thunder Spirit sect. When the Thunder Spirit sect was expelled from the White Lotus sect, the situation was quite absurd. If I had actively assisted at that time, the Thunder Spirit sect would still be serving as protectors of the White Lotus sect today, which is quite unfortunate. That was over half a century ago, and you? Can you not see that I am a master of reverse flow return motion? That incident occurred during my active years. There was something different about the passage of time." Sighing, Han Bakrayong continued. "Very well. I will write you a recommendation letter, so take this letter to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School in Guangzhou. The sect leader there, Li Kuang, is a master of the Thunder Spirit sect, and he will be able to help you progress in your martial arts." "What do you mean?" "I wasn't planning to participate in the Imperial Palace martial arts tournament. Someone else is going in your stead. It's much faster to receive teachings from a fellow Thunder Spirit sect member, and since your goal is to improve your martial arts, it would be better to follow my suggestion." That made sense. If I could become Li Kuang's disciple again, there would be no need to risk my life participating in the tournament. I asked, still in a daze, "Are you saying he would accept me?" "Of course. I know his master, and I'm familiar with his disciple, Li Kuang. You don't need to worry about that." I graciously accepted the letter Han Bakrayong extended. At the same time, I thought of this as one of my strokes of luck. Good. With this, I can alleviate any tension and become Li Kuang's disciple once more. It was regrettable that I hadn't heard the full secrets of the Han clan, but this was a significant opportunity for me, who had been contemplating how to rejoin the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. If Han Bakrayong was so confident, Li Kuang would almost certainly accept me without hesitation. "I am deeply grateful for your kindness. Now go. Next time you come to Luoyang, bring a gift with you." "I will." I followed Han Jinsong as we left Han Bakrayong's residence. We walked through the maze-like hallway for quite a while, but it felt like we weren't nearing the exit at all. I looked at Han Jinsong in confusion, and he suddenly stopped and said, "Thank you." "What do you mean?" "For my cousin's matter, thank you." It seemed to be related to the forced marriage discussion. Han Jinsong's face wore an expression filled with emotion that was hard to believe considering his previously calm demeanor. He looked as if he might burst into tears at any moment. With a somewhat choked voice, he continued, "Everything in this family is dictated by the head of the family's will. In truth, all this wealth and honor have been achieved through the head's strength, so we always live with a sense of duty." I thought there was no way to escape Jiwa's wedding. There was intense anguish in his words. "So," I replied readily, "I only refused for my own sake." Han Jinsong shook his head. "Adat novel bin adat. I think it's remarkable that you could clearly state your own thoughts and refuse in front of the head. I mean it." I felt embarrassed, having never received such praise from anyone before. As I cleared my throat, Han Jinsong strode forward. "Though it may not be quite right to call it a treasure, I would like to present this to Bakwang." Creak. Han Jinsong opened the door to a room. Inside lay an ancient sword. The sword quietly glimmered on a jade stand, exuding an aura of immense power at first glance. This is. Han Jinsong stepped forward and lifted the sword from its sheath. Holding the blade's center, he extended it toward me. This sword is Long Yuan. Please take it. Long Yuan. I was taken aback. Long Yuan is one of the 3 swords crafted by the renowned smith Gu Yazi from the Kingdom of Yu during the Warring States period, along with an imperial order from the King of Chu. This sword, also known as Long Quan, became famous not only because the legendary conqueror Xiang Yu possessed it but also for heralding the beginning of the Western Jin dynasty. If this were truly the Long Yuan, its value was beyond my imagination. It was a legendary sword, and both its historical and symbolic value far surpassed that of an entire city. It wouldn't be surprising if wars broke out over such an incredible artifact. I cannot accept such an incredible item. What are you trying to achieve? I can grant you this much within my authority. For the head, Long Yuan is merely a collectible. Suddenly, I recalled that the Han clan was the wealthiest in the Central Plains. Indeed, if the Han clan had amassed such immense wealth, even a magnificent sword wouldn't be viewed as anything extraordinary. No matter how remarkable a past item might be, it could not compare to current power. Well, I shall accept it. As I received the Long Yuan sword, a subtle light suddenly emanated from its blade. Unlike the mighty aura associated with ancient artifacts, it felt as though a sort of spiritual energy enveloped my body. When I turned to look at the green glow, Han Jinsong remarked with curiosity, "I've never seen such a phenomenon before. Perhaps the Long Yuan sword recognizes its owner." After a moment, the energy subsided. I felt content with the acquisition of such a treasure. However, reluctant to leave just yet, I asked Han Jinsong another question. "Have you ever heard of the 7 treasures of Kyu?" Of course, I've heard about it in the context of Daoist legends. But I find it too fanciful to believe that such treasures actually exist. It seemed that even someone who collected swords as magnificent as Long Yuan didn't bother with the 7 treasures of Kyu. It made sense, considering those treasures were steeped in distant legend. After a brief reflection, I asked again. "If so, you seem to possess an exceptional intellect. Where do you think the southernmost end of the world is?" This was a clue regarding the fire star I had heard from the celestial hermit. I instinctively sensed that Han Jinsong was as brilliant as the legendary Meng Liang, thinking there might be some angle to exploit. Han Jinsong appeared perplexed but replied, "I've seen that further south from the southern barbarians lies a great ocean between Tianzhou, and beyond that ocean is the primitive continent, which is utterly wild. No one has ventured further than that, so I can't say for certain." Primitive continent. Would anyone even make it to such a far-off place from central China? It would be impossible by regular sailing. That's all I know. I had a foreboding feeling that reaching the fire star among the 7 treasures would require an incredibly long journey. It seemed to be in an unfathomable distance that couldn't be measured in mere thousands of li. After bidding farewell to Han Jinsong, I made my way toward the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School in Guangzhou. Looks like there are no pursuers from the Shura sect. It was strange. Based on my previous experience, I would have expected bandits or troublemakers to swarm now, but there wasn't a hint of danger. The Shura sect probably decided to avoid drawing ire from the Han clan altogether. Several days later, I arrived in front of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. Was this my 4th time seeking admission? Rather than feeling deeply moved, I found the situation quite perplexing. Who would have thought I'd return here after going through countless adventures in Luoyang and receiving a recommendation from the Thunder Spirit sect? The Bang Ai brothers were not guarding the main gate of the school. As I strode confidently toward the Huayang Hall, it seemed my presence had been sensed. The sect leader, Li Kuang, emerged to greet me. Jin Sochong was nowhere to be found. With a cold expression, Li Kuang looked me over and extended his hand. "Show me the letter." Recognizing it as Han Bakrayang's recommendation, I handed it over without hesitation. After a brief examination of about 10 seconds, Li Kuang suddenly burned the letter to ashes with the technique of San Miai Zhenhua. Whoosh! In an instant, he destroyed the letter and spat out. That old hag of the Fire Star sect has lost her mind. So preoccupied with her own safety that she ignores her master's crisis, and yet she dares to recommend another Thunder Spirit sect disciple to me. Something felt off. The atmosphere was unsettling. Oh no, what the hell? A feeling of dread swept over me, suddenly recalling Taisu Tianzan. Until now, I had been extremely lucky, so why was this happening? The murderous intent radiating from Li Kuang made my heart drop. If that monster went berserk, there was no way I could survive. Li Kuang suddenly threw a spear and a sword at me. As I instinctively caught them, he spoke in a low voice, his eyes filled with genuine killing intent. "This is a duel. If I am not convinced, you will die here." At that moment, a thought crossed my mind. The luck bestowed by Taisu Tianzan might only last for a relatively short time and was, at best, expendable. I had sparred with Li Kuang countless times, far exceeding dozens. For several years, I had been intensively trained, and Li Kuang had engaged me in sparring to quickly correct my stance and teach me the essentials. Of course, I was no match for him and always ended up getting beaten. However, the past records were not what mattered now. The killing intent radiating from Li Kuang's body was unmistakably serious. He was prepared to kill me at any moment. This was clearly different from the sparring one might have with a disciple to teach them. I swallowed hard and spoke. "Wait a moment. What is it? Why do you dislike the Fire Spirit sect?" Li Kuang seemed taken aback by the unexpected question. The usually cold and composed expression on his face shifted, indicating he had found my question quite absurd. As the tip of his spear slightly moved, a loud whoosh accompanied the sound of my hair being severed just beside my head. With my current abilities, I couldn't even comprehend what Li Kuang had done. I had entered a realm that transcended mere techniques and styles. As I stiffened, Li Kuang commented, "I can acknowledge your courage. To ask such a question in this situation is not something an ordinary person could do." It was hard to tell whether that was a compliment or sarcasm. I forced a laugh and replied, "At novel bin at. Let's at least understand each other before we die." Li Kuang seemed slightly to soften, the deadly aura around him diminishing a bit. He directed the spear toward the ground and spoke slowly. "You must know that the White Lotus sect purged the Thunder Spirit sect. The Wind Spirit sect led that effort, during which countless Thunder Spirit experts lost their lives. The few remaining masters fled and hid in central China. I know that. But the Fire Spirit sect did not directly participate in that incident, did they?" "True. The Fire Spirit sect led by Han Bekrayang stood idly by, and that infuriates me." "What? My master and Han Bekrayang were close friends. However, when my master was clearly framed and the Thunder Spirit sect was expelled, they did nothing to clarify or assist. They merely watched, fearing that the flames would reach their own faction. Could you trust or befriend such a person?" Swish. Once again, the tip of Li Kuang's spear was aimed at me. The momentum of the spear felt like it was piercing through my heart. He was already attacking me with invisible chi before the fight had even begun, demonstrating a combat method that only a master who had realized profound intention could use. "Baekwang, I don't know how you managed to persuade Han Bekrayang to write a letter of recommendation for you to that Iron Blood Witch. The astounding mastery you possess, akin to that of the Heavenly Spirit Pill, is indeed impressive. Yet, those matters do not compel me, Li Kuang, to continue the legacy of the Thunder Spirit sect." I felt as if my entire body was being crushed by the invisible chi. This invisible chi disregards the level of internal energy, so one must overcome it solely by will. I struggled to respond. "What do you want? I told you from the beginning." Li Kuang's eyes gleamed suddenly. "Prove your talent and will to me with your martial abilities." Bang! In the next moment, I felt my body being hurled through the air. In that fleeting instant, I had maximized my internal energy and managed to avoid a direct hit, but Li Kuang's thrust landed a powerful blow right in front of me. It appeared to be a mere straightforward thrust, yet it was more potent than any strike I had faced from previous masters. Cough. I expelled blood, feeling a mixture of disbelief and alarm as I soared 4 paces back. I realized that Li Kuang had mercifully held back, yet the fact remained that I could neither block nor evade a blatantly straightforward thrust. What level of disparity is this? Li Kuang didn't let me drop quietly. His body moved with an invisible speed, wielding the spear right in front of me, and I gritted my teeth, swinging my Longyuan sword in an attempt to block his attack. However, Li Kuang's spear strikes came at angles I couldn't fathom, striking at my vital points. Bang! Ugh! I was hit by more than 20 spear strikes in an instant and was thrown to the ground. I bounced 2 or 3 times on the stone surface before crashing into the end of the training hall. My whole body felt numb, and I felt like I could lose consciousness at any moment, but I quickly performed a technique to return my body to its original state. "That's more like it." Li Kuang's voice, laced with killing intent, brushed past my ears. "If you lie still, I'll burst your heart open." Thud, thud. Suddenly, it felt as if my insides were exploding. To be precise, Li Kuang had grazed me with his incredible technique while mercilessly pummeling my abdomen with the Thunder God Fist. However, the pain was excruciating, as if my entire insides were being burned away, and I briefly lost my senses. When I regained my composure, several tens of seconds had passed, and I heard Li Kuang's voice. "Wipe the blood from your mouth." Upon hearing his words and inspecting myself, I saw that my clothes were already drenched in my own blood, and fresh blood was constantly oozing from my mouth. It seemed I had sustained internal injuries. I wanted to kneel and faint comfortably, but forcing myself to endure, I wiped the blood from my lips with my sleeve. Damn it! I'm really going to die. Li Kuang was holding back just enough, which amplified the pain. If he had fought with the intent to kill, my head would have been severed within the first few seconds, and it wouldn't have hurt this much. While I silently cursed, Li Kuang spoke. "What a peculiar guy. You seem to properly use the Thunder Shadow art, yet your sword technique remains at a beginner's level? It's pathetic that the only thing you can use with your overflowing internal energy is the Thunderbolt." This man? I felt a surge of anger. Having long since given up on surviving in this place, I still had the spirit to retort. So, I spat out some blood and said, "I know there's a next stage to the Thunder Shadow sword technique. The problem was that I had been beaten to death by the demon sect's 8 gates before I could learn it." Li Kuang criticized me. "If you know it, then why didn't you learn it? Where has your master gone that he hasn't taught you? He died of illness, unable to attain the Thunder Spirit. I need to grow stronger. I must grow stronger to defeat my enemies." As I expressed my determination, I noticed something intriguing in Li Kuang's eyes. "You look young. Who is this enemy you're mentioning?" "I doubt it's the enemy of your original master." "That's right. But I must take that person's life." "Why?" I looked directly into Li Kuang's eyes and said, "That person killed my friend. Until I avenge that death, I can't truly live." Unexpectedly, I recognized that I was speaking in a calm tone. It was such a composed manner of speaking. Even if I were to passionately express my indignation, it felt odd to present it in such a calm way. A child might have even felt a sense of dissonance. Sigh. By the 10th time, I should just practice my acting. I spoke with all the sincerity I could muster, but if the other party didn't feel it, then it would have no meaning. A wry smile formed in my heart, yet Li Kuang's lethal commands did not come. What's going on? I had been standing silently for quite some time, but the silence persisted. When I raised my gaze to look at Li Kuang, he spoke with a stern expression. He's definitely not at the level of someone his age. Baek Wung, you've been through an incredible hellish scene. Jin Sochong. SHH? Yes, master. Suddenly, Jin Sochong appeared in the hall. Upon his arrival, Li Kuang handed him a bundle of silver and said, "Show this guy's details to Dr. Kong in the village. Once the healing is complete, bring him back." Understood. Jin Sochong clasped his fists and took me somewhere. So, I'm still alive. But as Jin Sochong grabbed the collar of my clothes and moved me, I had already lost consciousness. Though it was a brief moment, I had endured too much, unable to maintain my awareness any longer. It didn't take long for Jin Sochong to go to the Kong family, one of the 6 great families in Guangzhou, to entrust Baek Wung for treatment and hand over the healing fee. The head of the Kong family, Kong Sunmu, renowned as one of the best doctors in Guangzhou, examined Baek Wung's details and looked astonished. He's literally hanging on by a thread. Will he be alright? Dr. Kong Sunmu replied. Well, it's unbelievable, but he's natural healing. Excuse me. Look here. Kong Sunmu's hand pressed against Baek Wung's chest. The spot was torn from the spear strikes, with skin ruptured and flesh split, exposing some of the white bone. It was a serious injury, but the flesh there could be seen slowly healing, almost visibly. Kong Sunmu said in disbelief. I've heard that when someone's internal energy reaches its peak, they can use qi to heal naturally, but I'm witnessing it for the first time today. Can a human possess such internal energy? Anyway, even without my intervention, he'll heal. However, I'll hasten the process. He should be alright in a few days and can be sent back. Thank you. By the way, who brought someone with such internal energy to this state? Jin Sochong did not answer that question and stepped outside. He lingered for a moment before returning to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. Whoosh. His figure swiftly soared into the Wuryong Hall within the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School, where Li Kuang was sipping warm tea. Next to Li Kuang lay the Longyuan sword that Baek Wung had possessed. Glancing at the Longyuan sword, Jin Sochong said, Master, you often say that the disciples of the Thunder Spirit sect are like brothers to us, right? Li Kuang took a sip of tea before replying. Indeed. I think this incident was a bit excessive. If Baek Wung's internal energy hadn't been at that level, he would have died. If he had died, that would have been good. What? Jin Sochong exclaimed in shock. He knew Li Kuang well enough to know that such a response was unlike him. However, ignoring Jin Sochong's surprise, Li Kuang picked up the Longyuan sword from the study and remarked, Isn't this a famous sword? This must be the Longyuan, which is renowned among the exquisite swords of the world. Li Kuang was passionate about exceptional swords and weapons, making him knowledgeable in this area. From his assessment, there was no doubt that the sword was the Longyuan. Curiosity sparked in Jin Sochong's eyes. Is that? At such a young age, possessing the internal energy just short of the heavenly spirit pill, and having caught the eye of the White Lotus Sect's guardian, leading to a proposal of the bloodline, he rejected all of that and came to me with the Longyuan. His martial arts already resides at the threshold of an expert. As Li Kuang muttered this, he looked directly at Jin Sochong and asked, In this vast world, do you think there's even a boy who could keep up with Baek Wung's footsteps? Jin Sochong shook his head. I don't think so. Unless it's the young leader of the White Lotus sect. Indeed. That child is extraordinary. But what's more frightening is not what's on the surface. I just realized that. What do you mean? That he possesses a will of steel. A will. The way he mentioned the term master seemed oddly suspicious. I can't confirm its authenticity, but the probability of it being false is high. Yet, as I was about to strike him down, he calmly spoke of revenge for a friend. From his words, I felt the spirit of a martial artist who has survived decades of hellish scenes. To be honest, I was astonished. That child already carries the mindset of an experienced warrior. Li Kuang's expression turned solemn, which was unusual for him, someone who typically remained unfazed regardless of the situation. He placed the Longyuan sword back in its place and gazed out of the window. Baek Wung truly is the successor of the Thunder Spirit sect. It's also true that I need to nurture that child. However, I have no confidence in my ability to control him once he spreads his wings. Do you genuinely think it would be better if he died? Jin Sochong's question was sharp. Li Kuang, looking at his staunch disciple, burst into laughter. Haha, I don't even know. I've never felt this way before in my life. I feel both the desire to nurture him and the urge to kill him for your sake. It's all so confusing. Sochong, what do you think I should do? Li Kuang often had preconceptions about the answers he wanted to hear when asking questions. That was a characteristic of his communication style. But Jin Sochong realized that this was not one of those instances. Li Kuang genuinely wanted to hear his opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Sochong replied, I would like to accept Baek Wung as my disciple, even if that child might become your enemy in the future. My opinion differs. Don't you have a grudge that you've been holding for many years, Master? If Baekuang is truly the significant vessel you believe him to be, perhaps he could create tremendous waves in the world and offer you a chance to resolve your long-held grievance. Li Kuang was taken aback. Jin So-chung's thoughts had stepped a level ahead of his own. It was true that he had a grievance he had never shared with anyone besides Jin So-chung. However, he had quietly accepted living with that grievance, as it seemed impossible to resolve in reality, until unexpectedly, Jin So-chung brought it up. After a period of inner turmoil, Li Kuang spoke. Are you saying he could rise to that level? That's for you to decide, master. Li Kuang stared out of the window with a clear gaze. The resentment he had felt initially upon hearing about the fire spirit sect's introduction had vanished, replaced by a meticulously calm analysis of Baekuang's potential. After some time organizing his thoughts, Li Kuang said, all right, I think it is possible. A small spark flickered in Li Kuang's eyes. This was also the grudge he had accumulated over decades. Let's give it our all to nurture him. In his mind, there existed a giant who was guarded by 3 superhumans, making it inconceivable for Li Kuang to seek revenge against him. His power was akin to that of a god, and even the great emperor feared his strength. He was an absolute master in the martial world. Li Kuang had sharpened his sword against that existence, yet had given up due to practical impossibilities, but now, he had gained another glimmer of hope. Fallen Demon Hall. It was 2 days later that all my wounds healed completely. When I opened my eyes, I found Guanzong's female doctor beside me, and soon after, I received a visit from the physician, Kong Sun Mu. He checked my condition through pulse diagnosis and said, good. You're all healed. You can go now. What about the treatment fee? Jin So-chung covered everything. You just need to head to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School without delay. Thank you. I performed a martial authority and left the Kong clan. Glancing back at the sign of the Kong clan, I thought, Li Kuang's influence in Guangzhong is quite significant. Typically, one would have to wait several days to see a physician, yet I was treated immediately. Regardless of the severity of the situation, receiving treatment from one of the most skilled head doctors of the Kong clan requires substantial connections. Li Kuang is indeed a person of that caliber. I headed straight for the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. This time, I found the Bangle brothers on guard, but upon recognizing me, they silently gestured for me to enter. They must have discussed my arrival in advance. As I walked deeper inside, I found Jin So-chung waiting in front of the Dragon War Hall. Baekuang, you've arrived. Haha, you seem quite wary. It's not unwarranted. Jin So-chung smiled wryly and continued. From today, I will be your senior brother, Jin So-chung. I am in charge of the head instructor role here at the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School and have also entered the Thunder God sect first. I look forward to working with you. Hearing Jin So-chung introduce himself felt surreal. I had heard various stories about him already, but it felt strange to see someone I had previously gone to tear down the Zhongnam sect's sign now standing before me as a complete stranger. However, I quickly composed myself and performed a martial authority. I look forward to working with you, senior brother. Then follow me. The master is waiting for you. The master. After the treatment, could he possibly want to strike me again? I followed Jin So-chung in worry. As he indicated, Li Kuang sat waiting for me. The solemn atmosphere made me instinctively tense. Li Kuang, locking eyes with me, said, I have assessed your talent. I, Li Kuang, pledge to do my best to pass on the essence of the Thunder God techniques to you, Baekuang. The mood felt different. Previously, such solemn vows were non-existent. The atmosphere had been more like, I will teach you, just watch and learn. When I tilted my head in confusion, Li Kuang asked, before we start your training, I want to know what you already know. How much of the Thunder God techniques do you understand? Speak frankly about all that you know. After a moment of contemplation to recall my memories, I answered. With the spear, I know the Thunder Spirit 8 forms, with the sword, the Thunder Shadow Sword technique and the Thunder Blade, with the fist, the Thunder Cloud Fist and the Thunder Palm. I'm aware there's the Thunder God Fist as an advanced technique once my martial arts elevate, and as a secret technique, I've mastered the Heavenly Pillar Kill. Additionally, I have reached the Thunder Spirit level with my internal energy. I see. Well done. Listening to my response, Li Kuang pondered for a moment and then said, you've learned things in a rather roundabout way. Ordinarily, one should master the Thunder Spirit 8 forms before proceeding to the Heaven Thunder Infinite Spear, aiming for the realm of intention. Meanwhile, one would naturally come to understand the Thunder Spirit level as well. Yet here you are, starting with the Thunder Spirit, and then opting for a relatively weaker sword technique to learn secret techniques. Oh, what on earth was your master thinking? His tone was laced with incredulity. However, I too felt a mix of confusion, leaving me momentarily speechless. I mean, you taught me, but in this current life of mine, it was our first encounter. It was impossible to divulge the secrets of my past life, so I struggled to express my thoughts to Li Kuang, finally revealing a hint. The sword technique is essential for self-defense, so I decided to adopt it as my primary technique. Thus, I assumed you would teach me martial arts accordingly. Moreover, it took quite some time for me to master the Heavenly Pillar Kill. Something feels off. The order of teaching. It seems almost like a form of restraint. I was struck by a sudden realization at Li Kuang's mutterings. Could it be? In Li Kuang's eyes, I was merely another disciple of the Thunder God sect I had to teach him, yet he wasn't someone I could put my all into instructing. While I had passed on secret techniques, the enthusiasm was lacking. Even if I were beside him to teach, the mindset of rigorously training an instructor did not fully show. Countermeasure. Perhaps in the previous life, Li Kuang had adjusted the order of passing down secret techniques to control me within reasonable limits, observing my astonishing internal energy. While the heavenly pillar kill was undoubtedly an excellent secret technique, based on what Li Kuang said, the speed and process of imparting techniques seemed to diverge from those of a typical instructor. As I pondered various possibilities, Li Kuang spoke up. Let's do this. From today, I will primarily teach you the spear technique. What? Isn't the next step after the Thunder Shadow Sword technique? Your swordsmanship already embodies the concepts of illusion and transformation. Moving to the next level won't make a significant difference in combat power. The important thing is to properly learn the spear techniques you have neglected so far to quickly approach the pinnacle of the Thunder God techniques. Adat novel bin adat. They say it takes a lifetime to master a single weapon type, does it not? Li Kuang tilted his head, as if he found it hard to understand that I, a practitioner of the Thunder God sect, would ask such a question. That only applies to other schools. The Thunder God techniques harmonize the spear, sword, and fist, creating a synergistic effect. Didn't your master teach you that? I've heard something along those lines, but I was told it wouldn't matter if I fully mastered just one of them. As I replied, Li Kuang's expression contorted in disbelief. Your master is truly a fool. How can a practitioner of the Thunder God techniques say such a thing? The Heaven Thunder Infinite Spear, the 10,000 Ascensions Sword technique, and the Thunder God Fist are all interrelated. If one lacks understanding in any, they will gain nothing. Ugh. I nearly burst out laughing at how Li Kuang was berating himself. Come on, you taught me. But in the next moment, I realized my suspicions were correct, and my heart sank. This is serious. According to Li Kuang, in all my past lives, he had never fully dedicated himself to teaching me. Although the individual instruction lasted long, he had no intention of showing me the essence of the Thunder God techniques. Li Kuang didn't plan to sincerely teach someone like me. Suspicious as I was, he likely thought of me as a soy-trained disciple of the Thunder God sect. Moreover, given my limited talent, he probably intended to showcase only the basics in spear and fist techniques, inclusive of footwork secret techniques. In fact, that level of instruction would be more than sufficient for someone to become renowned in the martial world. However, such a narrative suggests that even if I endured and successfully trained in martial arts throughout my life in the previous cycle, attaining the pinnacle of the Thunder God techniques would be impossible. Even if I managed to grasp the next step of the Thunder Shadow Sword technique, known as the 10,000 Ascensions Sword technique, I would likely lose my way due to the newly encountered bottleneck in my martial enlightenment. As I stood there in a daze, Li Kuang spoke again. First, I need to clearly assess your understanding. Go to the training hall and demonstrate the Thunder God techniques you know, in order. Yes. It was a task I had done many times, so I executed it without hesitation. As I laid out all the techniques I knew in sequence, I felt that my movements had become much more fluid, likely due to my mastery of the Heavenly Pillar kill. By the time I finished the last technique, Li Kuang evaluated my performance. You've properly learned the Heavenly Pillar kill. Did you develop the swordsmanship on your own? I drew strong inspiration in its development. Good. We can quickly enhance even the clumsy spear techniques with the right practice. After that day, Li Kuang began giving me private lessons in spear techniques with a fervor and rigor that surpassed even the intense training I received in my previous life, causing me to doubt whether he was truly the same person. Clang, clang. I continuously swung the spear while executing the Thunder Spirit 8 forms. By Li Kuang's instructions, I incorporated variations of the Heavenly Pillar kill, practicing the 8 forms in different directions. After already swinging for 3 cycles, my entire body was drenched in sweat, yet Li Kuang kept shouting at me. Keep thinking and keep swinging. The spear is the strongest weapon. It will bestow power upon you far beyond your efforts. Combine all forms of the Thunder Spirit 8 forms to create the optimal attack path. Yes. After swinging the spear all day, I was finally able to stop after the 7th cycle. Though it wasn't comparable to the fatigue from 10,000 swings, I was mentally exhausted from continually performing the techniques instead of mindlessly swinging. As I collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath, Li Kuang said, "People in the world often think that because the spear has a wide and long range, it can't exert power when engaging at close quarters. This is a common misconception held by swordsmen and martial artists alike. It stems from their lack of encounters with seasoned masters who properly train in spear techniques." Crack! Li Kuang's spear thrust forward, exuding a formidable essence. He stared ahead as if there were an enemy before him and said, "That's nonsense. The spear is powerful even at close range. The true form of spear technique is the ultimate combat style that disregards all matchups. Until now, you've only known the forms of the Thunder Spirit 8 forms, but from now on, you will refine the subtle yet powerful fundamentals that exist within spear techniques." Fundamentals. Yes. You will train in a total of 3 fundamentals, and all of them can be considered secret techniques. That is the marvel of spear technique. A peculiar feeling washed over me. I never learned anything like this during my training with Li Kuang before. Whenever I expressed a desire to specialize in swordsmanship, Li Kuang would simply nod and teach me sword techniques. He had never fervently emphasized the importance of spear techniques or sought to instill the fundamentals in me. Lan, Na, Chal. What? Aren't those the basics? I retorted in disbelief. The 3 fundamentals Li Kuang mentioned were things I had already learned. Without mastering them, I couldn't even perform the forms of the Thunder Spirit 8 forms. Lan referred to the outward deflection technique, Na was the inward gripping defensive technique, and Chal was simply the forward thrust. I had spent about 3 months becoming familiar with Lan, Na, and Chal as the foundations of executing the Thunder Spirit 8 forms. They were basics that could be learned with minimal talent after just a little practice. However, the moment I questioned him, sparks erupted from Li Kuang's eyes. Brat, what do you know to talk back? Do you even understand what Lan, Na, and Chal are? Thud. In that instant, Li Kuang's spear moved like a beam of light, smashing a hole the size of 2 walls behind me. Stiff with shock, I was unable to move as he spoke. I just used the techniques of Lan and Na. I didn't employ any secret techniques. Did you see what I did in a single form? No. Basic skills are something that can take a lifetime to master, and yet you dare to say such things. Fuming with irritation, Li Kuang continued. Jin Sochong has already mastered even the secret techniques of the Heaven Thunder Infinite Spear, but instead of practicing secret techniques, he keeps repeating Lan and Na, thinking himself inadequate. I cannot condone you mocking someone when you haven't even grasped the basics. I had no choice but to diligently practice the forms of Lan, Na, and Chal every day. Contrary to the thought of it being a tedious repetition, Li Kuang continuously taught me applications of the basic techniques, as well as unexpected nuances that only someone who had lived for decades wielding a spear could impart. About half a year later, I found myself training obsessively all day long at the training ground, collapsing and falling asleep. In my dream, a celestial figure approached me, walking on a bridge of clouds. Pointing at the spear I held, he spoke. I am Taisu Tianzun. The cost of that weapon has been settled today. What? Your fortune will return to its original state. Farewell. I shouted in disbelief. Wait a minute. Why? I gave you thousands of years' worth of fortune, is it over already? The celestial figure narrowed his brow. I have granted you fortunes exceeding those of several lifetimes. Is that true? It is indeed true. With that, Taisu Tianzun turned and gracefully retreated across the bridge of clouds. Be satisfied with the last bit of luck you possess. I awoke, drooling. Wiping the spit away with my sleeve, I pondered. What was that? Does it mean everything so far was a streak of good luck? What could the last bit of luck be? The meaning of Taisu Tianzun's words became clear the very next day. While practicing the basics of Lan, Na, and Chal as usual, a sudden realization struck my mind as I attempted to combine the forms of the Thunder Spirit 8 forms with the Heavenly Pillar Kill. It felt as though it might work, despite being my first attempt. Something has come. Bam bam bam. Ha! It was astounding. By simply applying the basics and enhancing my training, and merging the footwork secret techniques, the Thunder Spirit 8 forms I executed transformed into a form of spear technique that was vibrant and formidable, incomparable to anything I had previously experienced. Energy that had previously required forceful internal energy infusion was now gathering at the tip of my spear like dew, appearing completely naturally. In a state of exhilaration, I executed the Thunder Spirit 8 forms in 16 different variations. I was drenched in sweat, feeling a refreshing sensation I had never experienced before. I realized that I had entered a new realm of the Thunder Spirit 8 forms. Excellent. I was disappointed at first due to your sluggishness, but you indeed possess remarkable talent. Master, for the sake of your goals, you need to grow to this extent. It seemed Li Kuang had been watching all along. He smiled broadly and said, after much contemplation, I have decided. I will impart to you the decisive enlightenment, Thunder Call. Decisive enlightenment? This was the first time I had heard such a concept. How many things had Li Kuang kept hidden while teaching me all this time? Given how endless my lack of talent had been, was he finally ready to share this after all these years? As I was inwardly feeling incredulous, Li Kuang spoke again. Thunder Call is breath. You already know that the foundation of martial arts and internal energy lies in breathing, right? Yes. The breath of Thunder Call is the most critical secret among the Thunder God sex techniques, so it is not passed on to anyone other than those whom I recognize as true successors. Fundamentally, it operates under the premise of a singular transmission, that which is the strongest seasonal technique. The strongest of all times. Li Kuang had never used such extravagant expressions when describing any of his techniques before, let alone using such language for breathing instead of something like the Heaven Thunder Infinite Spear. As he spoke, Li Kuang extended one hand forward, taking the stance of the Thunder Cloud Fist. He then inhaled slowly, as if gathering strength throughout his body. Holding that position, Li Kuang said, to grasp this thunder call, you must understand the concept of heart, qi, blood, and essence. The lower danshan is the field of the heart, and the will directs the internal energy. The meridians are, in fact, regulated by human intent. Thunder call elevates the heart, qi, blood, and essence to the extreme, transforming your entire will into lightning in an instant. One breath can change everything. You change your will into lightning. Like this, bang. In an instant, Li Kuang's body vanished. When he reappeared, a massive punch had struck the wall with a thunderous sound. I realized that this was not merely the effect of strength and speed, something more profound was at play. I also recognized that if this great punch were aimed at me, there would be no way to dodge or block it. Seeing my shocked expression, Li Kuang remarked, "It seems you understand. Could it be that this breath While the breath is sustained, all the techniques you execute from the Thunder God sect will carry the potency of secret techniques. If your spear, sword, and fist are harmoniously developed, their power will be maximized. When using Thunder Call, even an outstanding master could be instantly killed. That's why this breath is also referred to as heroic kill. I felt chills run down my spine. What would happen if Li Kuang fought using Thunder Call? Until now, Li Kuang had never seemed inclined to use Thunder Call in our sparring sessions. The same went for Jin So-chong during the assault on the Zhongnam sect. But if these already overwhelmingly powerful experts amplified their battle potential several-fold by invoking Thunder Call, what on earth would occur? Li Kuang chuckled softly. Of course, there's another reason why this is decisive enlightenment. Because the internal energy depletes at an astonishing rate while sustaining Thunder Call, even I cannot maintain it for more than 30 seconds. Furthermore, after Thunder Call ends, my strength diminishes sharply for several moments, making it easy to fall into a crisis. That is why Thunder Call is a finishing move. Are you saying it's a technique that must kill the enemy when unleashed? Exactly. Keep that in mind. Li Kuang's eyes glimmered ominously. Jin So-chong. If anyone outside of us uses Thunder Call, that person must be killed without exception. Otherwise, you will be the one to perish. I swallowed hard. I understand. Then let us begin the impartation of decisive enlightenment, Thunder Call. I realized that this was the last bit of fortune granted to me by Taisu Tianzun. Yes, understanding in martial arts. Moreover, the decisive enlightenment, Thunder Call, which I could never hope to learn no matter how many years I spent in the Azure Dragon martial arts school thanks to the fortunate coincidence in Luoyang, and the significantly elevated evaluation from Li Kuang, I had the chance to learn it. The breathing technique of Thunder Call was quite unique. Unlike the regular human breath controlled by inhalation and exhalation, it involved condensing the breath, synchronizing it throughout the body, and then releasing it all at once. This required controlling the energy even at the pores. Mastering the Thunder Call's breath, which mixed dozens or hundreds of different flows and raised it to the forehead, required substantial training. For the first month, I dedicated myself to mastering Thunder Call, even sacrificing sleep at night. Li Kuang, unusually intense, practiced with his eyes wide open as he taught me the technique, and I stripped off my shirt to focus amidst the waterfall. It was an effort to control the natural energy without dispersing it, creating a perfect flow of thunder energy. I devoted my absolute concentration and relentless determination to this, as I sensed deep down that I might never have another chance to learn this Thunder Call technique again. By chance, I had stirred Li Kuang's heart, receiving the true essence of the technique, but there was no guarantee that such an opportunity would arise again even after hundreds of attempts. I had to make the most of this chance, which I had finally obtained after 10 lifetimes. I even employed the operations of the Xiantian divine art, immersing myself day and night. The outcome of my efforts revealed itself approximately 4 months later. Wuong, I got it. For the first time, I felt the Thunder Call's breath envelop my entire body. Unlike when Li Kuang executed it effortlessly, I needed an extreme level of concentration, but nonetheless, I had succeeded for the first time. Li Kuang, watching from the side, said, "You've finally mastered it. Well done. I'm terribly sorry for taking so long." "No, it's fine. Now that you've mastered it, the average person will no longer be your match. If you proceed calmly from here, you will reach a higher level." Suyu. As I released the Thunder Call, I felt tremendous internal energy draining from my body. Just maintaining it for a mere 30 seconds seemed to deplete about 10% of my internal energy. As I blankly examined my physical state, Li Kuang asked, "How does it feel? Do you think you can maintain Thunder Call for a while?" "I think I can manage a bit over half a minute." "You possess monstrous internal energy. Most who just learn Thunder Call can't last for more than 10 seconds. Li Kuang had a genuinely astonished expression on his face. After a moment of thought, he said, "Now, try to sustain Thunder Call until your internal energy is completely exhausted." "Understood." Wuong. I followed Li Kuang's command, maintaining the Thunder Call until my energy was entirely depleted. In this state, my reflexes and movements became extraordinarily fast, as if the world had stopped. Moreover, the movement of true energy was incredibly nimble, making it feel as if I could execute any technique with cyclical precision. Crack! As I surpassed half a minute, I felt my internal energy completely exhausted, and my veins began to surface. Just then, a surge of hidden energy from my danshan allowed me to endure a little longer. It felt as if the energy was rising involuntarily. Ultimately, I was able to maintain it for just under a standard period before I could release the Thunder Call. Ha! Li Kuang had a look of astonishment as he watched me, who had just maintained Thunder Call for nearly a full standard period. He was muttering to himself with a quivering voice. To maintain Thunder Call for an entire period, truly the greatest internal energy of all. You are already close to the Heavenly Spirit Pill. Ha! Master, what exactly is the Heavenly Spirit Pill? I asked, gasping for breath. You've always mentioned the Heavenly Spirit Pill. Could you explain what kind of realm it represents? The Heavenly Spirit Pill signifies the opening of the middle danshan. The energy accumulated in the lower danshan overflows, not only circulating through the 8 extraordinary meridians and the palpitations of life and death but also influencing the surrounding space. At that moment, the gathered energy will begin to form into a pill, endowing one with a semi-permanent internal energy that does not diminish no matter how much it is used. However, it seems that you have not yet reached the heavenly spirit pill. To attain it, one must undergo a special process with their own energy. The evidence of reaching the heavenly spirit pill lies in an almost infinite amount of internal energy and the metamorphosis. Metamorphosis. The partial rebirth is a part of the metamorphosis. By going through this process, one can become rejuvenated as if they were younger or maintain the peak condition of their body in a stable state. Since you have not yet encountered this process, you have not fully attained the heavenly spirit pill. My heart raced as I realized that the legendary state of metamorphosis was drawing near. If what he said was true, it meant that I could shed my old shell and attain the optimal body. Yet, at the same time, I felt puzzled. I have consumed the 1000-year snow ginseng and the black and white lotus a total of 7 times. Surely, no one in the world has ingested more elixirs than I have. Yet, Han Baekryong has already achieved both metamorphosis and partial rebirth. Judging by internal energy alone, I should surpass Han Baekryong. Why is there such a difference? It seemed that metamorphosis was not merely a phenomenon that occurred with increased absolute levels of internal energy. I queried further to understand metamorphosis better. Why can't I naturally achieve metamorphosis? Who knows? I have my suspicions, but it would be faster to ask someone who has already attained it. With that, Li Kuang casually summoned a wooden spear from across the way into the aura of water manipulation. He aimed the spear at me and said, "Now, try using Thunder Call again. This time, I will let you experience the power of Thunder Call." Excuse me, you are aware that your internal energy is still recovering on its own. Even for a fleeting moment, focus and try it. Reluctantly, I summoned my stamina and mental fortitude once more to activate the Thunder Call's breath. The moment a bluish thunderbolt coursed through my entire body, Li Kuang unexpectedly activated the strike technique with the wooden spear. His strike was alarmingly fast and merciless, leaving me often unable to evade or retaliate. Yet, it was different this time. At novel bin at. I evaded. Bang! For a brief instant while using Thunder Call, I managed to avoid Li Kuang's thrust and repositioned myself into a slightly more defensible stance. Whoa! I was astonished, as this was something I could not have achieved with my previous skills. Li Kuang chuckled lightly. That's the power of Thunder Call. Your reflexes, response speed, and the movement speed of true energy all increase explosively. While you maintain that state, it will even feel as if the world has slowed down. Indeed, if you can maintain Thunder Call for an entire standard period, that would be perfect. The time spent executing Thunder Call does not consume internal energy like other techniques, so during that period, you will fear no opponent. Indeed, I realized that this truly deserved to be called the ultimate skill. If I possessed such a technique, my survival rate and the chances of victory in battle would undoubtedly skyrocket. However, since it consumed a tremendous amount of internal energy, I needed to use it sparingly, but it was undeniably a remarkable advantage. Afterward, I trained for a year under Li Kuang's detailed guidance in the Thunder Spirit 8 forms, practicing the foundational techniques of Lan Knuckle until bruises formed on my palm. Strangely, each time I practiced, the foundational techniques felt distinctly different, making the learning process enjoyable. Occasionally, I could see Li Kuang's disappointment at my slow training pace, but he seemed determined to continue teaching me. This indicated that he had a clear purpose in instructing me, unlike before. And on the day marking 1 year of my spear training, Li Kuang spoke up. "I will grant you the license for the Thunder Spirit 8 forms." "What do you mean by that?" "I permit you to begin your training in the Heaven Thunder Infinite Spear and the 10,000 Success Sword technique." My heart raced. The Heaven Thunder Infinite Spear was the most powerful spear technique of the Thunder God sect, and the 10,000 Success Sword technique was an advanced martial skill known for its significant transformations and incredible speed. Mastering these two would qualify me to declare myself a true successor of the Thunder God sect. At that moment, Jin So-chong, who was assisting with spear training, interjected. "Isn't it a bit early?" "It might be, but we should consider the time it takes to pass on the 6 forms of the Heaven Thunder Infinite Spear. We have no choice but to give it a try." From their conversation, I understood that my spear skills had only reached a passable level and were not sufficient to satisfy them. I was merely scraping by on a thin margin. While slightly hurt to realize this, there was no way around it, so I kept quiet as Li Kuang began teaching the Heaven Thunder Infinite Spear. "All right, let's get started." And time flowed like water. I trained and trained. It took me a whopping 3 years to grasp and practice the forms of the Heaven Thunder Infinite Spear, followed by an additional year to enter the initial stages of the 10,000 Success Sword technique. It had taken approximately 5.5 years since entering the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School for me to finally succeed in learning the advanced martial arts of the Thunder God sect. However, after nearly 6 years, I was plagued by my own discomfort at how much I had endured. Should I just end it all? I let out a deep sigh and slumped down in the training grounds. Although I had come out today reluctantly, the thought of facing Li Kuang's fierce glare sent shivers down my spine. The echoes of his past roars still haunted me. Damn it! How can a talentless fool like me waste all my resources on this? What a waste of time. Arg. In the past, Li Kuang had been utterly flabbergasted that it took me as long as 3 years to learn the Heaven Thunder Infinite Spear, and if Jin So-chong hadn't intervened, I would have surely perished at Li Kuang's hands. He was genuinely passionate about teaching me, fully committed to putting everything on the line, yet when push came to shove, I was simply too dull for him to handle. That day, I endured more beatings than I could count, to the point where the first day's punishment felt like a gentle tap. Had Jin So-chung not stepped in, I likely would have died and been reborn on that very spot. I owed the year I got to learn the 10,000 success sword technique completely to Jin So-chung's interventions. Even so, I was so exhausted that it took me nearly 15 days of recuperation before I could stand again. The reason I was seriously contemplating ending it all was that living each day under Li Kuang's deadly gaze was becoming unbearably difficult. Still, given that there was no better place to train in martial arts, I was forcing myself to endure this torment. Damn. When expectations build up and you fail them, Li Kuang really turns cold. The current Li Kuang seemed to harbor a palpable resentment towards me. Just as I was mumbling to myself while trying to practice the Lan, Nai, and Cha methods with my spear, a sudden chirping caught my attention. Pili-ri! Out of nowhere, a bird swooped into the training ground. Upon closer inspection, it was a paper bird, and I quickly snatched it up to see its message. The paper bird was a technique that Master Mang Niang had used to inform me when he mastered his intermediate skills. The letter read as follows. Are you doing well at the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School? I have been traveling the world in search of clues about the Silver Phoenix statue, thanks to your assistance in obtaining the Black and White Lotus root and the Makya. In the meantime, I have made various companions, and quite a lot has happened over the years. However, I've deemed it appropriate to inform you now, so I am reaching out. Please come to Jinrang Valley by the third day. From Mang Niang. It seemed that after receiving the Black and White Lotus root, Makya, and the Phoenix statue from me, Master Mang Niang had spent his own 5-year journey. I felt a rush of joy, almost bringing me to tears, as it had been such a long time since I heard from him. Training every day at the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School had been a torturous ordeal, so receiving this letter was truly a blessing. All right, I should go out. I resolved to meet Mang Niang and listen to his stories and information. Then, I went to find Jin So-chung, showed him the letter, and informed him of my intent to visit Jinrang Valley. Jin So-chung nodded and said, It seems my disciple has been feeling gloomy lately, so a change of scenery would do you good. Take your time, even if it takes a few days. I will inform the master. Why are you packing your things, older sister? Indeed, Jin So-chung was already preparing his bundle behind him. He smiled and replied, It's nothing much. I was thinking of starting to make my rounds in the Jianghu. I was taken aback. Really? Did the master permit this? Of course. They said my skills have reached a sufficient level. It's time for me to travel and deal with the masters of the Jianghu. I see. Jin So-chung sighed with a hint of regret. It seems I won't be able to accompany you. I need to head directly to Jiangnan. Jiangnan. I heard that the poison demon from the 8 devils of martial daos has been causing trouble there. I intend to subdue him. I couldn't help but chuckle. The 8 devils of martial daos represented the pinnacle of martial arts in the Jianghu, and he claimed he would subdue the fearsome poison demon as if he were a mere neighborhood pup. Yet, I knew well enough that Jin So-chung possessed the strength to do just that, so I held my tongue. Older sister is about to rise as one of the top masters in the world. Perhaps this was the reason Li Kuang had developed such resentment towards me. Whenever the time comes, Jin So-chung needs to be given the opportunity to spread his wings, but precious time that could have been invested in his development was being wasted due to my presence as his sole disciple. Once Jin So-chung actively begins to operate in the Jianghu, he will hardly have time to see Li Kuang, which could explain Li Kuang's feelings. Then I shall take my leave. I bid farewell to Jin So-chung and headed straight for Jinrang Valley. My steps were light, and my mood was cheerful. After dedicating so much effort to my martial training, I was excited to see how much Mang Niang had changed. Tied it. However, the moment I stepped into Jinrang Valley, I felt an unsettling premonition. What is this? Although there were no significant changes in the village, not a single person was visible. Furthermore, an ominous energy was seeping in from all directions. I unexpectedly sensed the presence of evil energy, flowing everywhere and swallowed hard as I moved inward. And then, a strange voice echoed from somewhere. Are you an acquaintance of Mang Niang? I couldn't tell if the voice was male or female. I calmly scanned my surroundings but sensed nothing plausible. I shouted out fiercely. Who are you? Where have all the villagers gone? Haha. I can't let a Counter-Heaven Alliance human go. This will be your grave. Counter-Heaven Alliance? Before I could comprehend the nonsensical words, plant stems erupted from every direction. Each plant stem was a massive 3 feet in size, and it appeared that something was buried at the center of the village. The tentacle-like stems were moving at tremendous speed, attacking me. Swish. I deployed my thunder call, slicing through the stems, and the voice sounded startled. Oh, quite the skill, I see. Are you a sorcerer? What have you done to Mang Niang? Ha ha ha. Nothing will change. Die. A mad laughter echoed, and the plant stems vibrated loudly as they attacked me again. If it had been 5 years ago, I wouldn't even have considered facing those vile stems and would have dodged instead. But I sneered, activated my thunder call, and immediately sliced directly into the fray. As a flash of light zipped by, the stems erupted, spraying their fluids everywhere. Swoosh! With all my power, I directed my thunder cloud palm towards the bulb at the center of the stems. Boom! Ah! A scream resonated. Just as I had thought, that creature was controlling the stems from within. Transformed into a charred figure due to the thunder spirit technique, it squirmed out from the bulb. Upon seeing the sorcerer crawling out of the bulb, my eyes widened. It was no longer a human form. It had taken on the appearance of an insect, resembling a fly, unmistakably far from human. I could only guess it had human traits due to the presence of 2 legs, but the rest of its form was a grotesque amalgamation that could hardly be classified as a fly. Tentacles squirmed out from its bright red mouth. Any ordinary human would falter at the mere sight of such a creature. As I stood there in shock, the sorcerer cackled. "You dare look upon this magnificent body gifted by the divine? It thrashed about erratically and lunged at me like a spring. Clearly exceeding the limits of human form, I found myself momentarily speechless before slicing it down with a single sword strike. Blue bodily fluid splattered as it finally sprawled lifelessly on the ground. What in the world is going on? What the hell is this creature? I shook off my confusion and continued towards Jinreng Valley, heading for Mangniang's dwelling. On my way up the mountain, I noticed yet more bizarre beings ambushing me. At novel bin at. Keek? Snakes. To be precise, they were humans with snake-like lower bodies and faces. Armed with blades and tridents, they lunged at me with a spring-like motion. It was unclear if they could speak human language, but they possessed a speed that would challenge even seasoned experts. I easily evaded the attacks of the snake humans and delivered strikes, but to my surprise, they weren't being severed as I expected. Thud. Keek. The snake humans proved overly durable, collapsing gruesomely as they met their end. I had anticipated slicing them into dozens of pieces without suffering, but they met their demise rather crudely. Their innate physiques seemed far sturdier than those of normal humans. I realized that, even while the Manguan formation was working strongly as it had in the past, the snake humans continued to attack persistently. No, these creatures are just trying to force their way through the Manguan formation in large numbers. I was astounded. The Manguan formation of Mangniang was still active and powerful, yet it seemed the invading snake creatures were relentlessly screeching and attempting to break through the formation. Though it was a foolish and primitive method, there were surely over 100 of them, so I thought it might eventually succeed if they kept at it for long enough. However, having studied the 9 gates technique, I didn't need to blunder around like them and could roughly locate the life gate. I moved past the Manguan formation and climbed onto a small hut. There, I saw a familiar face. Mangniang. You've arrived just in time. Mangniang looked at me with a bittersweet expression. He had changed quite a bit since I last saw him. He was wearing raven black clothing that covered his entire body. Furthermore, it seemed he had digested the white lotus and black lotus I had given him, as I could sense a considerable amount of internal energy from him. I gazed at the reddening sky over Jinreng Valley and asked, "What on earth is going on? What are those creatures?" "I found the 7 stars thanks to the Golden Eagle Guard." "What?" Mangniang cast a fleeting glance towards the Manguan formation. "Fortunately, you managed to reduce the number of the snake people by nearly half, which buys us some time. Still, if the demon creatures come, the formation will surely be breached, so we must flee quickly." "Quickly explain." Mangniang began to slowly elaborate. "During that time, I cultivated my internal energy using the white and black lotus you provided, learned martial arts, and mastered sorcery. As a result of the complementary effects, I enhanced my sorcery skills to the point where I could hold my own and gained the confidence to head to Liaodong. Liaodong. The ancient lands of Balhae were around there. I searched for the clue to the phoenix piece there and discovered something astonishing." Mangniang extended his hand. There, laying shattered as if it had always been in pieces, was a silver fragment of the phoenix. After staring at the fragment for some time, Mangniang spoke. "This is a formation that is dismantled in a predetermined order. Additionally, it contained the reasons for the fall of the last king of Balhae. Balhae was destroyed by a massive volcanic eruption, but the cause of that eruption was the 7 stars. Was the water element divine sword, Makya, located near there." I recalled the torrential rain that had poured when I had released Makya from its seal and asked. Mangniang nodded in agreement. The divine treasure of the Earth Star was the first 8 trigrams created by Fuxi. More accurately, it should be termed the 8 trigrams diagram. Someone took the Earth Star's treasure out of its seal, disrupting the veins stabilized by the trigrams, which led to the eruption of the volcano that caused the fall of the Balhae Empire. It was truly an unbelievable story. No matter how impressive the treasure of the 7 stars was, could it really have the power to shift veins and cause a volcanic eruption that could destroy a country? As I stood there with my mouth agape, Mangniang continued. "However, while I was investigating, I discovered who exactly took the Earth Star's treasure." "Who were they?" "It was none other than the Golden Eagle Guard. More precisely, I learned there was a clan operating behind the Emperor. They had been obsessed with gathering the 7 stars while changing dynasties for hundreds of years. It's very likely that the current Golden Eagle Guard is also being manipulated by them. I've taken to referring to their forces as the Demon Subduing Hall." I felt a wave of dizziness from the sudden influx of information. But one thing was certain, the Golden Eagle Guard had not simply been idle while I trained over the past 5 years, they had been plotting with the treasures of the 7 stars. Mangniang's words continued. "I founded a group called the Counter Heaven Alliance to uncover the true nature of the Demon Subduing Hall and have been active for the past few years. Righteous people have helped me during that time. However, it seems the Golden Eagle Guard and the others have already succeeded in interpreting the nameless ritual book to train sorcerers, and they now possess a power that is nearly impossible to stop." "You don't mean those bizarre sorcerers or snake people outside? The demon beings of the Demon Subduing Hall are using the sorcery from the nameless ritual book to summon those powers?" I was astounded. "What? Isn't it impossible for those creatures to interpret the nameless ritual book after the sorcerers of the other world escaped? It doesn't seem that way. It looks like the demon subduing hall has summoned another being from the other world instead of a sorcerer. I was horrified. Another monstrous being had been summoned. As Mang Niang heard the eerie cries of the snake people outside, he muttered in despair. It seems they have gained the power from the other world to such an extent that they no longer need to gather strength through human sacrifices. They must have discovered one of the 7 stars in the past few years. Just discovering one of the 7 stars has led to this. Don't you know how much blessing we received just by offering the 7 stars offerings? If the power of the 7 stars is fully utilized, this is nothing. I gritted my teeth. I had thought it was all over, but it wasn't. Mang Niang continued. With the pressure from the Golden Eagle Guard acting in the demon subduing hall, I called you to Jinrang Valley to share this information before it's too late. But it seems they were a step ahead of us. We can still escape. Follow me, please. I brought Mang Niang down from the Mangguan formation. As we descended, the snake people lunged at us with metallic sounds, but I continuously struck them down. Normally, I would have had a tough time with this number of foes, but I wasn't just idly training my martial arts for the past 5 years after receiving disdain from Li Kuang at the Qinglong Alliance. Occasionally unleashing Thunder Call, I was able to kill over 50 of them in an instant. Mang Niang was astonished by my martial arts. Truly impressive. Each of these snake people can be a handful even for top-tier experts. Humph, do you think top-tier experts will faze me right now? I threw him a playful retort as I quickly made my way down to Jinrang Valley. Let's go, Tatedat. Then we dashed toward the nearby forest. Seeing Mang Niang using his lightness skill to keep up, it seemed he had also mastered his martial arts quite well in just a few years. He appeared to be at a decent level among the advanced martial artists. It seems Mang Niang has quite the talent for martial arts. I felt a pang of envy. Mang Niang was truly a capable person in everything except sorcery. As we ventured deeper into the forest, I noticed grotesque, corpse-like monsters pouring out flames from all over. They seemed to be creatures from the other world, far from resembling humans. Kwa Wang? It's endless. I was already resigned to the fact that the people of Jinrang Valley were lost. They had surely become nourishment for the sorcerers controlling those plant roots. What I needed to do now was save Mang Niang, at the very least, and help him escape. It was then. Bai Ying. A strange sound echoed. At the sound, Mang Niang's face turned pale. And no way, the flying intestine monster. What is that? Those, triangular-shaped footprints. Ugh, this is bad. Seeing the bizarre footprints on the ground, Mang Niang's face turned a ghastly shade as he hurriedly pushed me forward. Leave me behind. The monster that will appear now is even more vile and terrifying than the demon you encountered before. If they swarm together, there will be no solution, so I will hide myself with the invisibility technique. You must flee as quickly as possible without looking back. If I take you with me. No, please, just go. They are truly fearsome beings. With those words, Mang Niang took out a talisman and began to set up some sort of formation around him. It seemed that, with his abilities, he could only protect himself. Now seemingly at a loss for words, Mang Niang hastily cast his sorcery, which ignited a stubborn spirit within me. I now have confidence in catching demons. Why should I run from a mere bird-like creature? I was reluctant to let go of the 5 years of hard training. Resolving to escape if necessary, I silently cultivated my thunder call breathing technique. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. I sensed something approaching. From a distance, I could make out huge, translucent beings charging in swarms. I was awestruck as dozens of monsters, much larger than bulls, seemed to float in the air, almost invisible to the human eye. These creatures were, without a doubt, not something that could be born naturally in this world. I shouted boldly as I unleashed a wave of sword energy. Ha, take this. Slash. Executing the Mansiang sword technique, an advanced skill of the Thunder Shadow sword art, I feverishly struck out with arcs of energy. Hundreds of sword rays surged forth, and I successfully hit one of the creatures known as the flying intestine monster. It looked fast and strong, but indeed it was sliced by the sword energy. However, my expression darkened. Kick. Other flying intestine monsters, which were running alongside, suddenly began to unleash a tremendous pressure simultaneously. At the same time, massive, flabby bodies squirmed around, seemingly looking for an opening to attack me, and their appearance was utterly repulsive. I raised my internal energy significantly and dispersed the thunder cloud palm in all directions. The creatures seemed to stagger momentarily at the might of the lightning, but they quickly returned to their original state, seemingly unharmed. Observing this, I noticed one crucial detail. These creatures, they hardly take physical damage. Only pure energy or natural forces affect them. Kwa Wang? Skriek. Without a moment to regret that realization, I had to endure the furious onslaught of countless invisible monsters attacking me one after another. Beams of light rained down from above. I did my utmost to resist, but even as I chopped down dozens of them, they just kept coming. Eventually, other creatures from the other world joined in and began launching their bodily fluids from a distance. Splatter. About half an hour later, one of the monster's tentacles burst my head open. That was my 9th death. Demon subduing hall. My 10th life has begun. I sat dazed, leaning against the stable wall. In the end, it seemed like I had been unable to defend against the monster's tentacle attack, resulting in my head bursting, but surprisingly, there was no pain. Unlike the brutal nature of my death, I simply expired without a chance to feel any suffering. Of course, there was a stiffness in my neck and a stinging in my eyes, but one could say I died without pain. What I was pondering right now was, why did I act that way? Why on earth did I do such a thing? After being scolded by Mangyang and Han Jin Song, why did I foolishly engage in battle with a horde of demon creatures? Am I truly an irredeemable fool? After all that I had accomplished, why did I make such a fatal mistake now? After some time, I understood the reason. Adat novel bin adat. I wanted to die. That's right. I wanted to escape because life was so tormenting. Although I had been training desperately to master the secret techniques I longed for, the past few years spent under Li Kuang's judgment had been excruciating. Li Kuang treated me as a traitor for betraying his expectations, and just getting through each day was a struggle. I had been enduring with the singular thought that I had to become stronger, but perhaps I had reached my limit. Then, upon encountering Mangyang, as I felled the monsters, I regained confidence in my strength and foolishly judged that I wanted to show Mangyang my power. Looking back, it was a foolish decision. The psychological pressure I had felt led me to make a poor choice. Deep within me lay the mindset of it's okay to die. Now that I had died and begun my 10th reincarnation, an overwhelming sense of regret rushed over me. If I had listened to Mangyang and fled, I could have learned more detailed information from him about what had transpired. I might have uncovered the secrets hidden within the phoenix sculpture, or discovered new clues from the time I spent with Mangyang. I had squandered too many opportunities because I couldn't restrain my momentary impulsivity. Despite receiving countless pieces of advice from many people until now, I felt a deep sense of shame for being so foolish. For 2 hours, I sat motionless, watching the dawn. Normally, I would be eagerly rushing to obtain the Dark Heaven secret and feed on thousand-year snow ginseng, but my intense self-reproach left my mind blank. Daybreak arrived. Still leaning against the stable wall, I watched the sunrise. As I gazed into the sunlight with bleary eyes, I pondered. What should I do now? The plan to acquire the Dark Heaven secret, go to Huangshan to consume the thousand-year snow ginseng, and then retrieve Moonglow from the ruins was fixed in my mind. I would need to move quickly after retrieving Moonglow, but I could manage that. But what about afterwards? I've already grasped most of the techniques of the Azure Dragon martial arts, including the Thunder Call breathing method. Although I couldn't use them at the mastery level, it was true that I had learned high-level skills. If I were to return to the Azure Dragon martial arts for training, a tremendous sense of discomfort would arise. If Li Kuang finds out I know the Thunder Call breathing, he will undoubtedly try to kill me. Even if I could hide my level, that would still pose a problem. I had endured Li Kuang's murderous disdain for several years, and I even felt a deep desire to die. I didn't want to return to the Azure Dragon martial arts in my current emotional state. I would surely end up exhausted. I shook my head and muttered. I don't know. I don't understand anything at all. In the midst of this misfortune, I was fortunate to have many clues to uncover. The existence of the organization known as the Demon Subduing Hall behind the Golden Eagle Guard, how the Demon Subduing Hall obtained the 7 stars, and what the new beings from another world summoned by the Demon Subduing Hall were. While contemplating various issues, I came to a conclusion. This time, regardless of what happens, I will live as long as possible. I will act cautiously and trust Mangyang without question. I deliberately spoke out to set my internal policy. I felt that without doing so, my mind would struggle to hold on. With renewed resolve, I stood up. This time, I was determined to last at least 20 years. And I won't return to the Azure Dragon martial arts. At least this lifetime, I didn't want to go back. Perhaps if I desperately needed strength, I might reconsider, but for now, I didn't even want to see Li Kuang's face. With my reckless decision made, I exited the stable and started running. After obtaining the Dark Heaven secret, I headed straight for Huangshan. I compared my speed with that of my previous visit and found that mastering sky piercing and occasionally using Thunder Call made me significantly faster. As a result, I reduced my travel time to Huangshan by 2 days compared to before. Screech! I stopped on a rock atop a mountain, looking down at Huangshan. The thought that I had done this nearly 10 times left me feeling somewhat jaded. Nevertheless, I forced my mind to focus and prepared to head into Huangshan's scenic beauty. Upon entering the scenic beauty of Huangshan, I consumed the 1000-year snow ginseng and the white and black lotus once again. This time, I didn't feel the sensation of the meridians being pierced. Instead, I just felt a warm accumulation of qi beneath my dantian. It seemed that almost all the meridians in my body had been penetrated, allowing qi to enter a phase of accumulation. With no noticeable progress, I felt a sense of emptiness. From now on, consuming the 1000-year snow ginseng might not yield much improvement. Thinking this, I felt despondent. Until now, I had lived for the enjoyment of consuming the ginseng, but if it no longer held any significant benefit, what was I supposed to live for? Grumbling inwardly, I plunged into the pool below. Splash! I entered beneath the ruins of the Shio and stood again in front of the altar. First, I moved the gold ingots from the necklace outside before returning to my spot to ponder. Why can I read this text? Until now, I had never thought about it despite making every effort to obtain the Shio Divine Sword, Moonglow. This text clearly appeared to be written in a language from another world like the odd language of monsters, so how was I able to read the script of the Shio ruins? If I hadn't been able to read, I wouldn't have thought of spilling blood at the altar and would have been stuck in circles for eternity. The ability to read a script I had never learned was indeed a strange phenomenon. Clunk. Clunk. As I contemplated this, I once again spilled blood on the altar, causing the stone door to open. This time I prepared with a spear instead of a sword. Having imagined this moment dozens of times, I planned to break through the spider guardian in a different manner this time. Here we go. With my thunder spirit technique focused on the spear, I quietly stood at the entrance of the single plank bridge, waiting. A moment later, with a booming sound, something black emerged. The colossal guardian spider, leaping from the ceiling, spotted me and rolled its crimson eyes. Screech! I gritted my teeth. Strangely enough, that guardian didn't seem all that terrifying. Just days earlier, I had been surrounded by hundreds of demon creatures from another realm, battling frantically. I brandished my spear, a fierce glint in my gaze. Swoosh! One of the basic techniques of spear fighting, the swoosh, was unleashed. As the spider's front leg charged fiercely toward me, it became entangled in the rotating spear tip and was torn away with a sizzling sound. The spider's front leg, remarkably sturdy and nearly as hard as solid steel, was deflected in a single move using the swoosh technique infused with the thunder spirit. Simultaneously, without worrying about my attack range, I effortlessly swept aside the strands of web launched by the guardian using the NA technique, stepping forward half a pace as I engaged the opponent. Charge! Boom! With a thrust of the chop technique, I pierced one of the guardian spider's thick legs in one stroke. The rotation of the spear magnified rapidly, successfully severing one of the spider's 8 large legs. Screech! The air was filled with a cacophony of overlapping screams from the spider. I grinned as I confirmed that I had delivered an effective blow to the spider for the first time. Ha! So that's what you really look like. Suddenly, a red bubble formed in the eye region of the guardian spider, and from between those bubbles, a giant face resembling that of a human emerged. This face clearly bore a sinister aura. Swish! 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 The spider seemed genuinely enraged. It didn't even consider spinning a web but began releasing thousands of strands of white silk from its entire body. This was the very technique that had made me feel utterly helpless during my first encounter with the guardian spider. I hadn't believed I could penetrate that deluge of silk to defeat the massive spider. But I was different now. There was no reason to give the spider time to unleash its silk. I instantly activated my ultimate move. Thunder Call? The world slowed down. The thunder spirit surged through my body, making my nerves feel electric. In the suffused black and white world, without hesitation, I leapt forward and hurled my spear. It was the only throwing spear technique found within the thunder god lineage. Thwack! The spear, arcing slightly, pierced straight through the spider's head. In that moment, with more than half of the spear embedded, I drew closer, reaching for my sword. Lightning coursed along the spear handle. I poured all my essence into the downward strike of my sword. It was both the path of the all-victorious sword technique and a strike infused with the power of the ultimate thunder. All the energy I had built up concentrated at a single point and split the spider's head in two once again. Boom! It didn't end with just one strike. In the midst of the thunderous pulse, I evaded the spider's bodily fluids that surged upwards and struck the spider deeper with a forceful thrust. The thunder surged through, breaking the internal resistance and wreaking havoc within the spider's body. Not stopping there, I withdrew the sword and slashed once more. This was the all-victorious sword technique, the swastika slash. As I muttered to myself, I kept my thunder call breathing steady while stepping on the spider's body and leaping to the other side. Normally, I would have to worry about the spider's retaliatory strike, but I had already delivered several devastating blows in that split moment, shattering its life force. With blood slowly gushing out, there was nothing to fear. I grabbed Moonglow and turned back to unleash a massive thunderling with a sword wave. Normally, such a feat would be impossible for martial artists, but with 5 thunderlings of 1 foot in size flying continuously, the guardian spider's body was lifted off the ground. I approached it once more and delivered another cut, performing a somersault and landing at the entrance. This was the culmination of a single breath of thunder call. The moment I dashed out of the entrance, a thunderous sound erupted from behind as the spider's purple bodily fluids violently sprayed everywhere. Such a tough creature. The spider's vitality was astonishing, roaring and shaking the entire ruins despite taking so many hits. Frowning, I drew a dagger from my robe and threw it. Wham! The dagger struck the spider's massive body once again. During my training at the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, I had mastered the ability to fully utilize my internal energy, allowing me to imbue tremendous force into the small dagger. I sensed the spider's frantic thrashing gradually ceasing and quietly exited the Shia ruins. Emerging from the pond, I gathered 3 roots of the white and black lotus and packed them into my backpack. As I hefted the pack, I murmured, next time, I should also take the 1000-year snow ginseng. Although I had eaten it like candy this time, I felt no particular need to consume more. Now, I wanted to try using it for something other than just eating. I immediately began sprinting towards Jinrang Valley. With my mastery of the Thunder Spirit technique and the Azure Dragon Martial Hall skills, my speed was even faster. I dashed across the plains like a whirlwind, the sound of the wind echoing behind me. There was no way I could be slow, regardless of the treacherous terrain or cliffs I leaped over. Of course, I also made sure to stop by Taigaiyang village to retrieve the hidden phoenix sculpture from the library. Tat tat tat. Arriving at Jinrang Valley, I went up to meet Mangniang during the day. Mangniang was quietly enjoying the spring blossom collection when he was startled to see me suddenly appear. Ah, who are you? I gave a wry smile. Just a fool who didn't heed your words and ended up dead. Having run at such speed, this time I found myself with extra time. With at least a day's leeway, I sat across from Mang Niang and calmly explained everything that had happened up to that point. Initially, he looked at me as if I were insane, but as I continued, his expression changed to one of growing interest, and eventually, he began listening seriously. So, you didn't listen to my words and ended up dying, which is how you began your 10th reincarnation. Was it Baek Wong? How about taking a shot at writing a novel? With your storytelling skills, you'll soon be the best storyteller in Luoyang. You don't seem to believe me. Would you believe a stranger suddenly appearing and telling you such tales? I'm willing to hear you out since you seem like a master who has somehow traversed worlds, but honestly, it sounds absurd. This might change your perspective a bit. I pulled out Moonglow, the phoenix sculpture, and the roots of the white and black lotus one by one. He gazed at the golden script on Moonglow, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. With such concrete evidence, he had no choice but to believe my words. He trembled as he lifted Moonglow. What? What is this? Are you saying all of this is true? Indeed. And as I recall, you seem to have been fighting against a group called the Demon Subduing Hall while forming the Anti-Heaven Alliance, but the Demon Subduing Hall managed to obtain the 7 stars, causing a flood of demon creatures to be summoned from other realms, putting you at the brink of death. The Anti-Heaven Alliance, haha. Mang Niang chuckled in disbelief. That's a group I used to scrawl about in my youth. Proof that you created the group. Well, regardless, I can believe that. Really, I've had my fair share of bizarre experiences. After a moment of contemplation, Mang Niang spoke again. But tell me, what do you plan to do next? For now, I intend to go with you to Chenyujin to prevent the calamity of Moonglow. No, I don't mean that. I'm asking how you plan to defeat the Demon Subduing Hall. With a frustrated expression, Mang Niang rested his chin on the table. Then, he made a point that I hadn't even considered. The driving force behind the Demon Subduing Hall's control of the Golden Eagle Guard and their schemes lies within the no-name ritual text, does it not? And the no-name ritual text was used to summon beings from other realms for interpretation. So even if you fortuitously manage to thwart their plot this time, in your next reincarnation, won't you have to battle the Demon Subduing Hall and those beings from the other realms again? The conclusion is this: it's not just about defeating the Golden Eagle Guard, the crucial matter is how we drive out the so-called beings from other realms that the Demon Subduing Hall summoned in place of shamans from this world. I see. I had been feeling a sense of futility lately, struggling in a purposeless fight since starting this reincarnation. However, listening to Mang Niang made it clear that my true enemy was the beings from other realms. Just like that strange shaman from before, unless I drove these entities out of this world, victory in this struggle would be impossible. Mang Niang continued, but there's no guarantee that showing that heavenly secret codex to them will work again. More importantly, we have no idea what these beings from other realms are, do we? What should we do? First, let's focus on preventing the calamity of Moonglow, and then we'll think of a plan. I don't have any immediate solutions either, so I'll consider this while traveling with you to Luoyang. I mounted my horse alongside Mang Niang and headed towards Luoyang. Upon reaching the village where Chenyujin lived, I found myself persuading him again, just like last time. I also witnessed Mang Niang and Chenyujin performing the ritual for Moonglow's calamity. However, a problem arose here. As Chenyujin recited the incantation and conducted the ceremony, his face suddenly stiffened. He then glared at me sharply and spoke. It seems a spirit is descending. What do you mean? It seems Taisu Tianzan has something to say to you directly. Then, flash, suddenly, Chenyujin's body began to glow. His face turned bright red, and a brilliant light radiated from his eyes. It was clearly the power often referred to as spiritual energy. I felt a twinge of tension as it was evident that something otherworldly was taking control of Chenyujin's body. The ritual has been well received. Humans. An authoritative voice, unlike anything from this world, flowed from Chenyujin's lips. Yet, it is strange. I intend to bestow blessings upon you and those who preside over the ritual, but I already sense traces of my power within you. Are you related to the bloodline of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Stiff with disbelief at the unexpected turn of events, I watched as Mang Niang, who was beside me, quickly interjected while maintaining his stance. That is not the case, Taishu Tianzan. We swear it is our first time conducting this ritual. That is indeed true. I possess the authority to discern if you are lying. Yet, I clearly sense remnants of my power. Taisu Tianzan, appearing somewhat perplexed, continued. If that is the case, I will change who bestows power upon you. Is that permissible? Of course. Yet, as that being governs a different realm, the rewards you receive may differ somewhat. Listening to this, I asked Taisu Tianzan, is it not possible to simply receive blessings from Taisu Tianzan? Silence. This is somehow unsettling. Yes. SSSSS. Come forth, Queen Mother of the West. Flash. Multicolored clouds swirled, and suddenly, the form of a beautiful woman appeared as an illusion upon Chenyujin's body. This time, it seemed that the Queen Mother of the West had possessed Chenyujin. At that moment, the Queen Mother of the West, who had possessed Chenyujin, glanced over at me. She carefully scrutinized me before saying, I shall bestow the Pantao upon you. That was the end of her statement. Once the ritual concluded, when Chenyujin regained his senses, we checked what we had acquired. I saw Chenyujin and Mang Niang exuberantly celebrating their blessings from the ritual as if they were intoxicated with joy. What's this? However, I had no idea what I had received. So, I asked Chen Yujin, what does it mean that the Queen Mother of the West has given us the Pan Tao? Congratulations. Chen Yujin was smiling cheerfully, unlike his usual aggressive demeanor. Then he spoke. You have now received the blessing of longevity. That is the Queen Mother of the West's gift. Longevity. At the very least, you will live a healthy life until 100 years old, and you might easily live to be 200. You may feel slight aging at 300, but if you practice spiritual cultivation, you could aim for the level of a half-immortal thereafter. Receiving such a great blessing, the Queen Mother of the West truly is an incredible deity. I was left speechless. What kind of blessing is that? If I die, I will just return to start again, so why on earth would I be given the blessing of longevity? I wanted to argue, feeling wronged, but I found myself at a loss for words and gave up. Damn it. At this point, I thought I had no choice but to live long and diligently, just as I had resolved in the beginning. Life, I had distanced myself from Mangniang to focus on cultivating martial arts, but this time, since that wasn't the primary goal, I wanted to discuss our future direction with him. The inn was bustling in the early evening. Mangniang ordered frog legs and began to gnaw at them, saying, let me see. You mentioned that you had already received the blessing of Taigzu Tianzan in your previous life, right? And it was a great fortune. I nodded my head. Yes, I had managed to learn the techniques I desired while struggling to survive amidst confusion. So this time it has transformed into the blessing of longevity from Zhuangmu. Lost in thought while chewing on the frog leg, Mangniang suddenly poured himself a drink and continued, this is rather strange. What do you mean? If that's the case, it implies that your rebirth does not apply to deities, does it? Of course, they might notice any discrepancies with their divine powers, but it means that neither Taigzu Tianzan nor Zhuangmu is aware of your time reversal. I see. Mangniang slammed his fist on the table. It's not just I see. This likely holds significant meaning. What does it mean? Mangniang took a big swig of his drink and then poured some into my cup. First, have a drink. Are you sure it's okay for someone who looks like a child? What does it matter? I can expel the alcohol effect with my internal energy anyway. That's true. As I accepted Mangniang's drink and took a sip, it had a fragrant and pleasant aroma. Being bamboo liquor, it had a spicy flavor that lingered on my tongue. I didn't particularly dislike alcohol, so while I savored the taste, Mangniang spoke again. Think about it. Taigzu Tianzan is one of the foremost deities in Taoism, while Zhuangmu is a powerful figure overseeing female immortals. Considering their status, they could easily provide immense blessings just by consuming the essence of Makia. Yet, the fact that even they are unaware of your time reversal speaks volumes. Mangniang continued, gnawing at a chicken leg. The one who created that heavenly secret manual or infused the power of reincarnation must be a great being with power surpassing even Taigzu Tianzan or Zhuangmu. A groan of realization slipped from my lips as I hadn't considered that perspective. The being who created the heavenly secret manual. I had never thought much about it until now. I merely saw it as a mystical book that reversed time. However, learning about the 7 stars and encountering the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors made me realize its significance had changed. The heavenly secret manual must have been created by someone whose rank was unimaginably high for any human. Mangniang muttered, perhaps you've gotten yourself tangled in something more troublesome than you thought. That's something I always consider. Not in that sense, though. Ahem. Here's another chicken. It seemed Mangniang had already finished one whole chicken. He ordered more snacks and continued speaking. How much do you understand about the divine status in Taoism? I have a rough idea since I studied the Book of Changes. In truth, most whom Taoism considers divine aren't real gods but are simply elevated to the status of immortals. For practitioners of Taoism, the distinction between an immortal and a god isn't significant. Just observe how the term half-immortal is used separately. However, if we assume the heavenly secret manual involves reincarnation, that understanding may not suffice. If it refers to a being of higher status, the only true divine status that is venerated in other religions comes into play. I was puzzled and responded, in Taoism, isn't Tai's Hanglejun considered nearly equal to Shakyamuni Buddha? I thought there's usually a clear distinction between Taoism and Buddhism. Haha, that's just an artifact of the blending that occurred when Buddhism, originating from India, merged with local beliefs in the Central Plains. In reality, the deities revered in Indian Buddhism differ significantly from our understanding. This time, Mangniang began to tear at a chicken wing, looking quite hungry. Actually, I've misspoken. Contrary to the narrative that Tianzhu is the birthplace of Buddhism, Tianzhu doesn't practice Buddhism much at all. It is a place of the most complex polytheistic worship in the world, and Shakyamuni is just one among the 800,000 deities revered by the Tianzhu people. What? That's the first I've heard of such a thing. Do you happen to know much about Buddhism? Honestly, I don't know much. The beings referred to as Brahma, Narayana, and Maheshvara in Buddhism are not simple gods of the celestial realms. Brahma is the creator of the world, Narayana is its sustainer, and Maheshvara is the destroyer during the end times. They embody divine status themselves, but as Buddhism in the Central Plains merged with Taoism, their divine ranks were demoted. I found this information quite intriguing. The status of gods being demoted. It was something I had never considered. As I listened quietly, Mangniang picked up a duck leg and said, however, despite that, the power of Brahma, Narayana, and Maheshvara is in no way diminished. They are entities unrelated to the ranks that are exposed externally. It's possible that the creator of the heavenly secret manual is one such existence. What do you mean by such an existence? Mang Niang chewed on the duck leg and replied, an existence that does not require worship, that does not need human recognition, a being with a complete divine status? Without such a being, surpassing Taigzu Tianzan or Zhuang Miu wouldn't be possible. I cocked my head in confusion. What does that even mean? Sigh. The me of the previous life should have prompted you to read some religious texts. You are currently closer to the realm of gods than anyone in the Central Plains, yet so uninformed. Gulping, Mang Niang drank from the bottle and began to explain. He had nearly finished off the chickens by then. Just think about it. Why are beings like Taigzu Tianzan or Zhuang Miu so powerful? Because of their high status. Mang Niang shook his head while holding a chicken leg. No, it is because countless humans worship them, recognize them, and revere them. The power of a deity significantly relies on faith. Of course, they maintain a degree of power because they are beings that have ascended from the status of immortals, yet faith ultimately creates a substantial gap in their powers. Are you saying that a god is so heavily influenced by human belief? Exactly. Whether they are Taoist or Buddhist deities, they were ultimately created by humans. Their divine powers are also deeply connected to humanity. Mang Niang looked as if he was savoring the last chicken leg slowly. I stole a glance at the table, noticing that there was hardly anything left. I had no choice but to order a bowl of chicken porridge. As I did, Mang Niang said, whether a deity or an immortal, fundamentally they exist based on human belief to maintain reverence. In other words, divine statuses that are forgotten by humans gradually lose their power and ultimately become extinct. However, there are existences that deviate significantly from this rule. These are beings whose divine statuses have existed since the beginning of creation, independent of human worship or recognition. Gulp. It seemed Mang Niang had eaten so much that he inadvertently made a sound. I was quite surprised by his appetite while I was eating my chicken porridge. It appeared that performing rituals made one extremely hungry. I resolved to ensure that I fed Mang Niang well next time, and as I was thinking this, he continued speaking. These existences are exceedingly discreet and are not widely known among the populace. Even if they are known, they are often disguised as secret gods, and very few actually know their true nature. I thought divine statuses and immortal statuses gain power from human belief? Why is that then? It is because these beings, if known, would instill such terror that their mere presence could drive one insane. Furthermore, such beings do not require human faith because they possess tremendous power capable of overturning the heavens and earth by their own will. They are also not particularly benevolent towards humans and regard them as negligible. Mang Niang said this assertively. My master, Mang Niang Sensa, also plays a role in placing barriers so that these beings do not interfere with the world. The power of my master is far stronger than that of great immortals, yet he remains in this realm precisely for that reason, to prevent interference. What my master is assigned is the duty of a guardian. Hence, no Taoist deity, aside from Tai's Hanglijan, can impose commands or orders upon him. I suddenly recalled my conversation with Mang Niang Sensa. The sorcerer you faced is not of this world. An outsider who has accidentally drifted in. Merely confronting his magic or knowledge causes ordinary beings to become tainted and fall into despair. What I do is keep such wanderers from reaching this world, but this time, it seems luck was against me. Wait, for a while? Is there another one of his kind? There likely is. Mang Niang Sensa's words were entirely true. He usually cast barriers to prevent evil deities and their worshippers from entering this world. But for some reason, the sorcerer had broken through that barrier, most likely due to the influence of the dark forces known as the subduing demon hall. After organizing my thoughts, I mumbled, it's hard to believe such beings exist. In fact, it's better not to know. Pursuing knowledge about such beings brings no benefit and tends to drive one mad. However, the heavenly secret manual you possess can only be explained as being crafted by such an existence. My master often referred to those beings as ancient rulers. Ancient rulers. I felt like I was starting to piece things together. This meant that a wicked and powerful god who regards humans as mere insects could very well be the one who created the Amshinhyang manual. However, there was something that didn't make sense to me. Why did the sorcerer flee upon seeing the heavenly secret manual? It seemed that the manual didn't have any specific power to banish the sorcerer. Mang Niang had also said that it was not a special magical text, just a book. In other words, the sorcerer had fled after realizing something from the contents of the heavenly secret manual. I had been confused as to why this was the case. I made a silent resolution. All right. If I have to fight the subduing demon hall this time, I need to capture that newly summoned being from another realm alive. I didn't have the means to do so before, but I must uncover the true nature of the heavenly secret manual. While I was deep in thought, Mang Niang spoke up. He seemed to have finished all his food. Anyway, there's little point in thinking about that matter any further. What are your plans from now on? Indeed. We should discuss what lies ahead. I took a drink of bamboo wine and said, I want to find the treasures of the 7 stars. The treasures of the 7 stars. Yes. After all, I've already received the blessing of Zhuang Miu for immortality, haven't I? That means I now have ample time to search for the traces of the 7 stars somewhere in this world. First, I intend to ascertain their location and then gather them over multiple lifetimes. This was my plan. Although I had not received the blessing of fortune from Taigzu Tianzan, I had attained immortality. For someone who found little significance in easily dying, this meant I had time to embark on a quest for the treasures. If I was determined to live long without dying, it would be better to pursue such treasures. Mang Niang wore an unexpectedly impressed expression. Oh, I hadn't thought of that? What a splendid idea. Haha, thank you. However, how do you plan to find them? The treasures of the 7 stars are already legends from the Bronze Age, making it nearly impossible to trace their whereabouts. Your discovery of the traces from the phoenix sculpture was due to an extraordinary stroke of luck. Even if you tried to look them up in ancient historical documents, it would be an arduous task. I became akin to a silenced fool. After all, how could I find the hidden treasures of the 7 stars in this world without any clues or traces? I hadn't even imagined the whereabouts of the 8 trigrams of the treasures from Balhae before hearing about it. In fact, I didn't even know what the country of Balhae was. At novel bin at. Mang Niang grinned slyly. Here's my suggestion. You shall derive the roots of Black and White Lotus from me and acquire martial arts and sorcery through Makia's power. Meanwhile, you should travel through the Dongyang land to the peninsula. The peninsula. To my knowledge, there exists a nation called Goryeo there. Additionally, its unique martial world exists separately as well. You should seek out something called the Sea Seal in that place. Sea Seal. Yes. I believe it is very likely a treasure of the 7 stars. My master often mentioned that the Sea Seal is a treasure originating from the eastern region. It was an unexpected revelation. I felt incredibly grateful to Mang Niang for presenting the path I should take. Yet, I suddenly had a troubling thought and asked, wait, won't the Golden Guard gather the 7 stars and plot some schemes within the next 5 or 6 years? What should we do about that? What can you do? Just let it be. Think about it. If the Golden Guard could gain the power to dominate the world within just 5 years by gathering the 7 stars, why would they resort to assassination? They must have perceived me, the half-heavened lord, as a hindrance, and thought I would disturb their future plans. This implies that by that point, the Golden Guard hadn't amassed the strength to fully achieve their goals. If I truly believed that I was unable to contend against the subduing demon hall, I wouldn't have contacted you or chosen a path where we all perish, would I? There must be some sort of scheme at play that made me reach out to you. I felt a sudden jolt of realization. As I fell silent, Mang Niang stated firmly, the important thing is for you to gather as much information about the traces of the 7 stars as possible. If it comes to that, you can always die and be reborn to seize the next opportunity. That is how you should fight going forward. I cautiously suggested. Should I infiltrate the Golden Guard to figure out how they are gathering the 7 stars and interfere with them? Mang Niang was taken aback. What kind of reckless thought is that? They are beings seeking to summon existence from another realm to overturn the world? Entering without any background or divine treasure would lead to certain death. Unless you gain the power of one of the 7 stars, it would be akin to suicide. Ah, I see. Of course, it could be a good way if you aren't afraid of dying, but, as you said, having received the blessing of Zhuangmu, shouldn't you make the most of it this time? Understood. I will proceed as such. A few days later, I passed the roots of Black and White Lotus, the phoenix sculpture, and Makia to Mang Niang. He stated he would maximize his abilities and come find me in the Dongyang region. He then wore a rather peculiar expression. By the way, do you not know what the power of Makia is? Not really? I'll investigate and let you know. This is currently our greatest weapon, and it'd be a shame not to know its utility. It doesn't seem particularly useful as a weapon, so I haven't paid much attention to it. There must be something concealed within it. After all, it is a treasure of the divine era. I decided to trust Mang Niang and leave it to him. Then, I embarked on my first journey toward the eastern peninsula. I did not know where it would lead, but I set out on this uncertain quest to find the Sea Seal. My first destination would be Shandong, where the route to the eastern Goryeo was said to exist. Clatter, clatter. As I rode, I realized I was traversing terrain I had never been to before. I had bought a map, but the central plains were so vast that I could not easily rely on it. I felt that this journey would eventually lead to experience. Ah, Shandong. What kind of nation would Goryeo be? I felt a fresh excitement and urged my horse forward. Hey there, little hero, come listen to me. My lively mood was abruptly shattered when an odd figure blocked the road. He appeared to be a beggar with wide-open eyes, looking distinctly deranged. As I silently stared at the bizarre character from atop my horse, he spoke. Do you, little hero, happen to have a master? No, not at all. Then are you from the White Lotus sect? Not at all. At that, the strange figure grinned widely and said, Hehe, since you seem to be from the White Lotus sect, let's see some fighting. Wah. And thus, the battle began. The beggar suddenly swung his tagobong, stick of dog beating, at me. His movements appeared slow, but as he entered my attack range, he executed a quick change that was startlingly swift. I noticed that his form was incredibly precise and devoid of flaws, prompting me to retreat instead of confronting him head-on. Clang! The beggar's tagobong collided with my sword. The force of the impact sent him flying backward. Oh my goodness! With a deft move, the beggar executed a somersault in midair, landing approximately 2 lengths away. His face was clearly that of surprise. I could hear him murmuring, Wow, this is truly impressive. Even with my dream heaven divine art maximized, to be pushed back like this, such terrifying internal energy. Who are you? I couldn't afford to treat him carelessly. Although he had been sent flying during our exchange of internal energies, he had managed to recover without any injury. Moreover, most experts would have been utterly destroyed by an attack like mine, often suffering severe damage. The fact that he hadn't even spat blood indicated that his internal energy was remarkably refined. The beggar grinned widely. Hehe, I'm the Supreme Beggar King. And you, are you the little sect leader of the White Lotus sect? I replied curtly. What nonsense are you spouting? What are the odds of a passerby being the little sect leader of the White Lotus sect? And what proof do you have that I believe in the White Lotus sect? Huh? The chances are about the same as a Golden Eagle Guard being several times stronger than me. I was taken aback. He had certainly spoken words that couldn't be dismissed lightly. The Golden Eagle Guard, Chinryong Guikwan? He was indeed the leader of countless beggars across the land, as well as a significant figure leading one of the 9 great sects. I had heard his name repeatedly when researching the 9 great sects. Furthermore, he was the direct disciple of one of the 3 great righteous experts of the Orthodox sect, so his martial arts were undoubtedly impressive as well. Seeing my wary demeanor, the beggar said. I sensed a storm-like aura and secretly followed. It felt as if a chunk of otherworldly energy was passing by, but you're just a kid. So, I figured you must either be a guardian Dharma warrior or the little sect leader. I smirked and laughed. Suppose you are Guikwan of the Chinryongai. Do you think you alone can defeat a guardian Dharma warrior or a little sect leader? I have heard they are fearsome monsters. Of course, I don't possess such arrogance. That's why I've brought quite a few friends along. Friends. Swish, swish, swish. Masters began to appear from all directions. They had kept their distance but converged at the beggar's signal. I quickly realized that they were high-level martial artists from the martial arts world, and my expression turned grim as I counted over 50 of them. Guikwan chuckled. The Zhangtian Alliance's Sky Sword Team and Earth Sword Team have all arrived. Reinforcements will be here soon. The Zhangtian Alliance. Hearing that name made me involuntarily exhale. They were an alliance formed primarily by the 9 great sects, effectively established to counter the forces of the demonic factions. They regularly elected a leader for the alliance, who would then lead the cohorts in suppressing the heretics. I also understood that the Sky Sword Team and Earth Sword Team were independently formed military units within the Zhangtian Alliance. All first-rate experts, truly elite. My expression grew severe. The abilities of those gathered here were likely not far behind the Golden Eagle Guards. Considering actual prowess, it could be said I was surrounded by 5 teams of the Golden Eagle Guards. Moreover, if peak experts were among them, they could pose a significant threat. Additionally, I still had yet to clearly assess Guikwan's true capabilities. I addressed Guikwan. I have merely practiced the martial arts of my own section. I have no connection to the White Lotus sect. How many can truly believe the words of a little hero like you in this world? I've heard that the White Lotus sect uses Holy Lotus to train young martial artists. You might be a spy here to survey the Central Plains, so you must accompany us quietly for now. Guikwan showed no signs of easing his suspicion. Considering his demeanor, it seemed he had been trailing me for days and had thoroughly prepared to confront me. In a situation where I could potentially be the little sect leader or a guardian Dharma warrior of the White Lotus sect, he would never let his guard down. I pondered. What should I do? Typically, my temperament would lead me to explode in anger and challenge Guikwan and the Sky Sword and Earth Sword teams to a fight. I might have thought that relying on my internal energy would somehow suffice. However, through long experience, I had realized that such an approach would not aid in resolving the situation. Even if I could defeat them here and now, it would only lead to unnecessary contention with the Zhangtian Alliance afterward. I could not help but think about what Mangrayang would do in such a situation. What would Mangrayang have done? I racked my brain, hoping to find a solution. I had come to understand that giving up easily and resorting to brute force inevitably leads to death. A saying by Mangrayang came to mind. There are things that won't be conveyed if you don't speak. While I was contemplating this, a good idea sparked, prompting me to speak. I decided to show my true self candidly. Have you ever heard of the Azure Dragon? As Guikwan was a top official in the Orthodox sect, I chose to address him formally. He shrugged his shoulders in response. Are you referring to the 4 divine beasts? I'm not sure what you mean. I noticed he was feigning ignorance. So, I swiftly extended my spear and said, to think you've never heard of the death god of the imperial palace that once shook the martial world of Shaanxi is unfortunate. Murmurs echoed among the Zhangtian Alliance's Sky Sword Team and Earth Sword Team members who surrounded me, their expressions revealing shock. Most of them were martial artists or disciples from the 9 great sects, and they couldn't possibly be unaware of the legendary power of the Azure Dragon. Undoubtedly, the leader of the Chinryongai, an organization that gathers information, would know the facts. He stared at my spear intently and remarked, I've never heard of the young disciple like you under Azure Dragon Li Kuang. He has a direct disciple named Zhen Sochong. I'm not his direct disciple, but I'm related to him by a considerable margin. One could say I belong to the same sect. My martial skills are quite similar to those of the Azure Dragons. There's no reason for me to be in opposition to the Zhangtian Alliance. Guikwan eyed me carefully, seemingly trying to discern the truth in my words. After a long pause, he called out to someone. Peok? Juntae? Sangjiai? Yes. 3 middle-aged swordsmen responded, stepping forward. Their auras were exceptional, indicating they were at the early stages of peak experts. Guikwan placed them before me and said, these men hail from the Zhongnan sect and the Huashan sect. They have directly witnessed the Azure Dragon's martial skills. If you wish to prove you are part of the Azure Dragon's lineage, you should demonstrate your skills here. You do realize that's a highly disrespectful and near taboo act in the martial world. As I tested him with my words, Gu Ikwan replied as if there were no other choice. Of course, I'm aware. However, if you don't prove it, we'll have no choice but to subdue you by force. Well then, I suppose there's no helping it. I gradually raised my spear. Before the gazes of numerous Zhangtian Alliance masters, I began to elegantly unfold the Thunder Dragon 8 forms. Swish, swish, swish. It started as calm as still water, but as the techniques progressed, my movements became increasingly agile, blending with a circular flow. Eventually, the footwork of the Thunder Dragon's heavenly kill merged, and my spear shimmered like a burst of white light. Oh, I could see the middle-aged swordsman's eyes flickering. At novel bin at. I smiled slyly as I began to incorporate more variations into the Thunder Dragon 8 forms. Having trained endlessly at the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School in the fundamentals of Lan, Na, and Chal, I was able to wield the spear as if it were part of my body. Mastering the basics naturally leads to applications, allowing me to unfold the same technique in as many as 16 different forms. I felt the spearhead twisting, creating a formidable vibration as I balanced my lower and upper body, unfolding my movements. Boom, 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 boom. My body united with the spear and rotated like a windmill within the space. The spear's edge produced illusions, bewildering the onlookers, and soon it traced a dazzling spiral. As the Thunder Dragon's 3 seats overpowered the heavens, the combined technique with Lan resulted in a shower of light, and in a moment where breathing seemed to cease, I began to continuously execute the 8 main techniques of the Thunder Dragon 8 forms. Boom! When the final technique was completed, a massive hole about a yard wide had been carved into the rocky mountain behind me. It was the result of my last thrust. Those witnessing my display of martial arts stood as if frozen, stunned by what they had seen. The 3 middle-aged swordsmen who had been watching intently turned to Gu Ikwan. There is no doubt about it. All those techniques are the Thunder Dragon 8 forms. It's impossible to display such skills without being passed down over many years by a master of spear techniques. It seemed they had reached a consensus. They were active within the Zhangtian Alliance, but as fundamental members from the 9 great sects, they had no reason to fabricate in matters of martial prowess. Gu Ikwan appeared flustered by the unexpected turn of events, narrowing his brows. He had brought the elite masters of the Zhangtian Alliance with conviction, only to have me prove my claims. With no other choice, Gu Ikwan extended his hand in a gesture of concession. I, Gu Ikwan of Chinriongai, formally apologize for the disrespect shown to you, little hero. You seem to be a descendant of a prominent Orthodox section. I accept your apology. What is the name of this little hero? I would like to know it now. I am Bai Wang. Bai Wang, little hero, however, I cannot let you go just like this. Although it is indeed disrespectful, I earnestly ask for your company to the Zhangtian Alliance. I stared quietly at Gu Ikwan. A high-ranking official of an Orthodox sect prioritized reputation above all else, so given his insistence, he could no longer act with force. This was because the masters accompanying him were also Orthodox sect members, and they would not move for illogical actions. Sure enough, Gu Ikwan sighed and said, "Sigh. To be honest, the threat of the White Lotus sect is increasing, and we are receiving numerous reports that their experts are operating in secret. Therefore, we cannot afford to overlook even the slightest danger. What do you intend to do? We will give you time to ensure your safety. We will certainly not harm you, so please just stop by the Zhangtian Alliance briefly. I will make amends for this rudeness." I nodded in response. Understood. I followed Gu Ikwan as he led me toward the Zhangtian Alliance. The masters trailing behind me had an air of surveillance, but I paid them little mind, knowing they had already accepted in their hearts that I was not an agent of the White Lotus sect. At this moment, Gu Ikwan forcing me to accompany him to the Zhangtian Alliance was more about his obsession as the head of an intelligence organization trying to get to the bottom of my identity. If all goes well, I might gather some information from the Zhangtian Alliance. I felt grateful that I had refrained from acting impulsively and fighting earlier. Unlike the chaotic sects, Orthodox sects valued reputation. When facing evil adversaries without justification, they would stake their lives. Conversely, if there was no justification, they would never strike without cause. Should one understand their nature, it could be possible to manipulate the situation to one's benefit. After a considerable journey, we reached Changping, the boundary between Henan and Shandong. A magnificent 5-story building came into view. This place likely encompassed the entirety of the Zhangtian Alliance's grounds. As Gu Ikwan entered the reception area, the experts of the Sky Sword team and Earth Sword team swarmed in behind him. Numerous martial artists could be seen throughout the Zhangtian Alliance, and it was evident that this was the cradle of Orthodox sects. Creak. The door shut, and Gu Ikwan walked into a dark building resembling the Deungjin, Great Hero Hall, for quite some time. He raised his voice loudly. Zhangtian Alliance leader. It seems I have made a grave mistake. This little hero does not appear to be a member of the White Lotus sect. With a rustle, from the shadows, a figure clad in white emerged. He appeared to be in his late 40s, with a sword sheathed at his waist. The man known as the Zhangtian Alliance leader chuckled. Ha ha ha. I can't help but feel relieved. Had that boy been the little sect leader of the White Lotus sect or a guardian Dharma warrior, we would have faced bloodshed today. Hee hee. I would have had confidence to endure until reinforcements arrived using the Dream Heaven divine art. As Guiquan forcefully attempted to regain his pride, the Zhangtian Alliance leader spoke with a bittersweet tone. Guiquan, only those who have fought the Guardian Dharma warrior understand the true terror. I still carry the grudge of losing my arm to that person and may tremble if I were to face him again. Fluttering. The left arm of the Zhangtian Alliance leader was missing. It seemed he had survived a confrontation with the Guardian Dharma warrior but lost his arm as a result. I gazed quietly at him and spoke. My name is Bai Wang. Excuse me, but are you the Zhangtian Alliance leader Wei Jihun? The man in white smiled calmly and replied. Indeed, I am Wei Jihun. He was the head of the Zhangtian Alliance, a coalition comprising the 9 great sects and the orthodox sects, and Wei Jihun, renowned throughout the Wei family as the greatest swordsman of all time. He had mastered the Taiji Enlightenment Blade, the pinnacle technique of the Wudang sect, and led the hidden branch of the Wudang sect as an unparalleled expert of orthodox ways. His reputation was so exceedingly high that it had echoed in my ears during my previous lives to the point of making them ring with the tales I heard. Alliance leader, it has come to this. Guiquan began to explain the events that had transpired to Wei Jihun, the leader of the Zhangtian Alliance. I listened intently, wary of any distortions or minimizations he might introduce into the account, but he showed no signs of that. Wei Jihun, thoroughly paying attention, nodded in acknowledgement. I see. That's a relief. Not only is he not a spy from the White Lotus sect, but he possesses such outstanding cultivation as a descendant of the Azure Dragon. Though there seems to be some misunderstanding, I am not a direct disciple of the Azure Dragon. While we share the same school, my master is different. I am aware of that. The Azure Dragon himself told me so. I was perplexed. The secret of the Thunder God School being passed down to multiple disciples should not be carelessly revealed to outsiders. Why had Li Kuang disclosed that to Wei Jihun? Observing my confusion, Wei Jihun smiled wryly and transmitted a thought to me. Li Kuang and I share information. In exchange for my thorough protection of the secret regarding the Thunder God School, he vowed not to engage in actions opposing the Orthodox sect and agreed to fight against the White Lotus sect in times of crisis. As you also bear the characteristics of the Thunder God School, there's no need for you to worry. It seemed that Li Kuang's ability to live comfortably as the leader of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School stemmed from a pact with the Zhangtian Alliance leader. By disclosing some background of his sect, a sense of reassurance was conferred upon the Orthodox sect, and in return, Wei Jihun controlled information to assist Li Kuang. Wei Jihun continued, moreover, there's no trace of the distinct scent associated with Holy Lotus from you. I can confidently conclude that Bai Wang is not part of the White Lotus sect. Scent. When someone consumes the Holy Lotus, which grants one extraordinarily potent internal energy for a short while, their body emits a scent resembling that of the White Lotus. Though the smell isn't strong, it cannot be concealed from those with keen sense of smell. Moreover, this is the easiest way to identify experts of the White Lotus sect. I see. I was learning something I hadn't known before. If what he said were true, then anyone who possessed overly high cultivation and emitted the scent of the White Lotus could indeed be suspected to belong to the sect. As I absorbed this new piece of information, Wei Jihun asked, so where were you headed? I intended to travel to Goryeo via Shandong. Goryeo? Why there? I heard there are many renowned martial clans in Goryeo, so I wished to pursue martial training and broaden my knowledge. Upon hearing my words, Wei Jihun appeared startled. The Eastern martial arts world, including Goryeo and Liaodong, is home to the 12 Rites, a formidable alliance of sects. If you underestimate them, you might end up in serious trouble. 12 Rites. Wei Jihun elaborated, during the transition from the Yuan to the Ming, Goryeo also experienced significant upheaval. However, as far as I know, the martial faction known as the 12 Rites intervened, ensuring Goryeo survived and underwent internal reforms. Their influence is such that it can impact the regime of a nation, so they are not to be underestimated. That certainly sounds like a cause for caution. We have acted rudely towards the young hero, and for that, I formally apologize. There's no need. As I scratched my head, Wei Jihun addressed Guiquan. I intend to give this little hero the Zhangtian Alliance's token. What do you think, Guiquan? I have no objections. I declare that I will extend the support of the open sect to the little hero. Ha ha ha. This is fortuitous. I sensed that things were unexpectedly turning out well. What a good start. Though a crisis had arisen, my adept handling of the situation had allowed me to garner the attention of the Zhangtian Alliance leader and secure assistance in both funds and a token. With this, I would be able to access the help of the Zhangtian Alliance and the open sect until I boarded a ship in Shandong. I was able to use the token from the Jiangxin Alliance to borrow a horse from the relay station for free. The golden sign he gave me was a privilege reserved for the important executives of the Jiangxin Alliance, indicating that they would cover my expenses later on. Moreover, by using this token, most of the government officials would either let me pass through inspections or treat me favorably. Thanks to that, I crossed over into Shandong without much difficulty and navigated through the Jeilgong territory effortlessly. After passing through Jeilgong, the rugged terrain became rare, so it wouldn't be long before I reached the trade port. Upon arriving at the trade port, I was able to gain assistance from the open sect. They seemed to have contacted Shinryongai in advance, as they readily provided me with information upon spotting me. There are ships heading to Goryeo every 20 days, and one will depart 10 days from today. The leading merchant associations for trade are the Daeryong Merchant Association and the Sogung Escort Agency, with Zhang Jiaite, an official of the 6th rank, in charge of trade. This time, the main cargo being transported includes artifacts, iron items, and silver. And here is the map of this trade port, Qingdao. I was impressed as I received the detailed information along with the map. If I had to gather such information by running around inns and various post stations, it would have taken me at least 10 days. Now, I only needed to find the right contacts to figure out how to board a ship. Thank you. As a bonus, one of the open sect members handed me a small, black flute. The reason it was black didn't seem to be due to dirt. And if the little hero needs any assistance from our side, just blow this ojeok, black flute. This is the open sect's token bestowed directly by Chenryongai, and upon hearing the sound of the ojeok, all open sect members in Qingdao will come to assist you. Understood. It seemed that Chenryongai had thoroughly prepared assistance for me more than I had expected. I realized that the ojeok was not a typical flute but a special one that emitted high-frequency sounds inaudible to humans. Moreover, the practitioners of the open sect likely possessed the ability to sense the sound of the ojeok through their internal energy. With a sense of wonder, I examined the ojeok as I entered deeper into Qingdao. Bustling. Qingdao port was a vibrant city. Since this place was a trade port actively engaged with Goryeo, I could see many people dressed in Goryeo attire. As it was my first time seeing Goryeo people, I passed by them quietly while listening to their conversations. Their language certainly seemed different from that of the Central Plains. Suddenly, I realized one significant problem. What do I do if I can't speak Goryeo? Although I could communicate somewhat through Chinese characters, it would be difficult if I couldn't understand the spoken language. Moreover, if I wanted to find the treasure known as Heian, which was somewhere in Goryeo, communication would be essential. Faced with a problem I hadn't considered until now, I felt a moment of confusion. However, I quickly thought of a solution. Right, let's hire a translator. Since this was a trade port, there surely had to be someone fluent in both Chinese and Goryeo. They would definitely be at the post station. I thought that once I gathered some money and hired a translator, I could travel around Goryeo with them to gather clues. So first, I decided to visit the Daeryong Merchant Association and the Sogung Escort Agency, as they were leading the trade. They appeared to be bemused by my presence as a young boy, but upon showing them the golden sign given to me by the leader of the Jiangshan Alliance, their demeanor changed. In less than half a meal's time since my arrival, the leader of the Daeryong Merchant Association, a portly man, had me brought into the reception room. True to his position leading a large merchant association, he was adorned in luxurious clothing and decorations. He smiled and said, "Ihihi, seeing that you possess the golden sign, you must be a distinguished envoy of the Jiangshan Alliance. What brings you to our Daeryong Merchant Association?" "Actually, I would like to travel to Goryeo and I wish to hire a translator. It's not difficult. I will prepare a VIP room for you, little hero." As for a translator, the leader of the Daeryong Merchant Association gave a troubled smile. "I'm sorry, but if you plan to travel in Goryeo, we unfortunately have no available translators. I can't do anything about that." "What do you mean?" "It's not a matter of money. Recently, trade volume has surged sharply, and both our association and the government are currently constructing several large ships. A translator proficient in Goryeo is a rare asset and cannot be casually lent out. In other words, due to the flourishing trade with Goryeo, translators were receiving high-level treatment, to the extent that even with payment, they couldn't spare any." I nodded reluctantly and asked, "Is there no way at all? Please inquire at the Sogung Escort Agency or the government office. If they're unable to help, you may have to search for locals or learn Goryeo yourself." "Do you speak Goryeo well?" "Ihihi. Given my position, I've had to learn it for decades, so I understand it. However, Goryeo is quite different from the language of the Central Plains, so to become fluent, at least a few years of practice would be necessary." I exchanged some pleasantries with the Daeryong Merchant Association leader and then left the association. I had also managed to reserve a spot in the VIP room for the ship departing in 10 days. However, I was still troubled by the translator issue. It seems unlikely they would have any at the Sogung Escort Agency either. As expected, while I was able to meet the lord of the Sogung Escort Agency easily thanks to the golden sign, he also shook his head in dismay. "I'm sorry. We have a total of 3 specialized translators in our agency, and all of them will be extremely busy during this trade. I'll be swamped with work alongside them. Is there truly no way?" "Did you not hear something similar from the Daeryong Merchant Association? Their scale is several times larger than ours, and if they have no personnel left, then there's nothing to be done. It would be a waste of time to visit the government office, you'd only earn their ire." But I couldn't give up just based on his words. Regardless of the outcome, I decided to head to the government office to meet Zhang Jiaite. Unlike the associations or the post station, the government office did not initially respond to the golden sign and, after a short while, the vice commander checked the sign's validity before heading off to report to his superiors. Zhang Jiaite, an official of the 6th rank, sauntered out about half a meal later. He glared at me with an irritated expression and said, "Are you audacious enough to summon someone from the government office here with the might of the Jiangshan Alliance? What do you martial artists think the government is?" He appeared to be quite angry. It seemed he was compelled to come due to the weight of the golden sign from the Jiangxin alliance, but was evidently upset by the relationship between the government and the martial artists. I quickly lowered my head, fearing any further complications. I apologize, esteemed sir. Please forgive me. I did not intend to impose on you with the authority of your position. I am in urgent need of your assistance to navigate this situation. As I skillfully diverted the topic, Zhang Jiaitei's expression softened slightly. He cleared his throat and said, "Did you say your name was Beck Wong? If you have business, hurry up and speak. I am busy. What I need is a translator. I can pay any amount." "A translator? There should be plenty of those available in Qingdao. What I seek is someone who can accompany me while traveling in Goryeo." Understanding my intent, Zhang Jiaitei tilted his head. "What are you talking about? Why would you look for such a person in the government? Both the Daeyang Merchant Association and the Sogung Escort Agency said they were short on staff, so I had no choice but to come here." "That much is true. Unfortunately, we can't lend out such a person either." As he said this, Zhang Jiaitei grimaced. "By the way, do you think you can travel to another country so easily?" "What do you mean?" "If you want to travel in Goryeo, you must negotiate with their officials, obtain formal travel permission, and then that report must be submitted up the chain for approval, along with coordinating with the Goryeo nobility. This process takes at least a month, and you're just thinking about traveling to Goryeo on a whim? That's not travel, it's an invasion, and you'd have no excuse if you were beheaded on the spot." "I can guess you were planning to sneak aboard one of the merchant ships and hide in a Goryeo village. That's a typical idea from martial artists, isn't it?" Adat Novel bin Adat. Zhang Jiaitei, who had been grumbling, suddenly said, "Know this, I'm not so uptight that I would complain about you martial artists sneaking around. But don't give me unnecessary trouble." "What?" Zhang Jiaitei's eyes suddenly sparked with anger. "However, if you're going to do it, make sure you don't get caught. If you do get caught, not only you but also the leader of the Jiangxin alliance who gave you the golden sign will be thrown in prison. I won't suffer alone." Listening to Zhang Jiaitei's warning, I regretted coming to the government office. I should have listened to the lord of the Sogung Escort Agency. It would have been better not to come here at all. I felt like I had stirred up trouble for myself. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have had to worry about Zhang Jiaitei knowing of my existence, but now it seemed like it would lead to issues down the line. I resolved not to rush to the government office again. What should I do now? Reluctantly, I decided to visit the open sect. They were quick to gather information and might be able to assist me with this problem. Upon arriving at Qingdao's Buntao where the open sect members were gathered, I was greeted by one of them who handed me a map at the entrance. "What brings you here, little hero?" "I have a problem." As I explained my predicament to him, he responded with a serious expression. "Why on earth would you do something like that? The agreement of non-invasion between the government and the martial world is a mutual treaty. By announcing your intentions to invade Goryeo, what have you accomplished?" "I have no excuse. I'm sorry. Let's put that aside. About a translator. You'll have to take the initiative to find someone fluent in Goryeo on your own. I'm sure there are individuals in Qingdao who speak it well but aren't in professional positions. Please give me a clue. With only 10 days left, it's tough just to search aimlessly." I can't say for sure. You'll have to figure it out yourself." They seemed to want to avoid further involvement. While they might assist me under the order of Chinryangai, they certainly wouldn't be concerned about such intricate matters. I had no choice but to return to the inn and lie on my bed deep in thought. What should I do? Of course, I didn't necessarily need to find a translator within 10 days. If worse comes to worst, it might be better to search for a Goryeo person who speaks the language after landing there. However, that would involve significant risks, and I doubted my ability to persuade them. It would be better to hire a Korean speaker to accompany me for at least a few months. After pondering for a while, I reached a conclusion. There's no other choice. I'll just have to go and learn. My conclusion was to either settle as a resident in Goryeo or simply naturalize there. By declaring that I would become a Goryeo person, I would be able to learn the language in detail. Unlike ancient languages or oracle bone script, such foreign languages could certainly be mastered with enough time and effort. Above all, due to the blessing of the Queen Mother of the West, I had an abundance of time to spare. Although it would take me years to learn the language, once I became familiar with it, I imagined it would make things much easier for me in the future. And so, 10 days later, I boarded a ship bound for Goryeo. Swoosh. The sound of waves echoed from outside. Sitting quietly in the deluxe VIP cabin, I found myself lost in thought. Lately, I had developed a habit of reflection, an effort to temper my impulsive nature. When faced with a problem, I had started to realize that taking a moment to think it through could illuminate a path forward, which made me feel an increasing need for meditation. Even if I get seasick, surrendering to the rhythm of the boat doesn't make me dizzy. I didn't have a weak sense of balance to the point of experiencing seasickness. I quietly mingled with the Daeyang Merchant Association's upper echelons and enjoyed several days of sea travel. The feeling of seeing the blue sea's horizon for the first time was refreshing. About 6 days into the voyage, I heard screams from the deck. "Ah, pirates." "What?" Rushing up to the deck, I saw a black ship approaching from the distance. There were 5 merchant ships in our fleet, but 3 were on the opposing side. Numerically, we had the advantage, but if that was a pirate vessel, the situation would change. There would undoubtedly be armed pirates aboard, and if a conflict broke out, the merchant ships would suffer. The Lord of the Daeyang Merchant Association, appearing flustered, spotted me and exclaimed, "Ah, little hero, you've arrived. What's going on?" "They are the Bloodsaber group, notorious pirates wreaking havoc in the Yellow Sea. You seem to possess considerable martial skills, so please, fight them off." As much as the Lord of the Daeyang Merchant Association had shown me the golden sign, I began to understand why he had brought me to the deluxe cabin without charging any boarding fee. It was likely a ploy to have me face the pirates if such a situation arose. However, I knew that if the merchant ships sank or were captured, it would lead to unfortunate consequences, so I had no choice but to fight. I observed the approaching Bloodsaber pirates and asked, "Are they martial artists too?" "Yes. I've heard many possess skills above the level of expert." "Please, I beg you." "Understood." Bang! The pirate ship rammed into our starboard side. I couldn't believe we allowed such an easy breach without firing any cannons, but then again, it seemed improbable that a merchant ship would carry a significant number of cannons. Ultimately, it would resort to close combat. One by one, the pirates began to climb onto the deck. With a sigh, I drew my sword. I really don't feel like fighting. For some reason, I was not inclined to engage in this battle. Perhaps it was a feeling of foreboding. Yet in the next moment, my body shot forward like lightning, and I began to slash at the pirates. The clear sound of steel rang out, splitting the air. Thus began my first naval battle. Swish! I swung my sword wildly, cleaving through the pirates in a frenzy. The foot soldiers seemed to lack remarkable martial skills, as I could dispatch most of them in mere moments. After eliminating about 20, perhaps sensing the tide turning, the remaining pirates began to flee back to their ship. It appeared that their vessel was swiftly retreating despite ramming us. The skirmish on board ended rather anticlimactically. However, I could hear the cheers of those around me. Woohoo! Thank you, little hero. While they were fighting desperately, I had single-handedly massacred the pirates, making it feel as if I had taken them all down myself. I surveyed the casualties on our ship. There were 1 or 2 dead, and around 10 injured. It was a brief clash, but given the injuries, it seemed the pirates were quite skilled in combat. While I had slaughtered them with relative ease, it was apparent that typical soldiers would have found it difficult to contend with such ferocity. The Lord of Sogung Escort Agency approached me, saying, "Little hero, those guys might launch flaming arrows at us, we need to be cautious." As the Lord of Sogung had noted, the pirate fleet seemed to be circling nearby, looking for an opportunity to attack. His experience suggested to him that they might shoot arrows soon. Are they not after our trade goods? Should we take drastic measures and set their ship ablaze? When I posed the question, the Lord of Daeyang Merchant Association shook his head. "If you believe your martial skills are strong enough to repel them in close quarters, we might sink them first and catch the crew to sell as slaves. Alternatively, they may follow us closely, looking for a chance to attack. If we can just block the flaming arrows, I believe we can handle the rest. What do you think, little hero?" The Lord of Daeyang Merchant Association and the Lord of Sogung seemed quite anxious. It was understandable, given that the Bloodsaber group operated on a much larger scale than they had originally anticipated. It was rare to encounter 3 large pirate ships at once, especially since the Bloodsaber group had already lost over 20 men and still seemed to retain considerable strength. I gazed at the pirate ships, contemplating my next move. Then I spoke. "The distance is too great for a direct confrontation right now. If they come closer, I will leap over and try to block their arrows. Even if they shoot arrows, there may be around 50 of them. Do you really think you can manage? Prepare a small boat for me. If I can shorten the distance, I might have a chance." "Understood." I hurriedly secured myself to a rescue boat that was on standby. 2 rowers joined me, looking skilled yet extremely tense. They said, "We're counting on you, little hero. The Bloodsaber group are the largest and most vicious pirates in the Yellow Sea. Please, let us just escape this situation." I smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, this is nothing at all." Whoa, the rowers looked pale with trepidation. After all, a seemingly teenage boy was calmly fighting off pirates covered in blood with not so much as a change in his expression. To them, I probably looked like a monster. But to me, who had fought countless creatures and monsters, human pirates were just trivial foes. "Here they come." At that moment, the largest of the Bloodsaber ships made a beeline towards us. From the sight of archers standing on the deck with bows drawn, it seemed they were indeed planning to shoot arrows as the Lord of Sogung had predicted. I enhanced my vision, focusing intently on their movements, and noticed the arrows were simply iron-tipped, not specially soaked in oil for fiery shots. "It's not a flaming arrow." With that realization, I understood their tactic. The pirates were circling our larger ship, planning to clear out the enemies on our deck with arrows before attempting to board themselves, likely coveting our trade goods. "Let's go." Swish. The rowers cut the ropes, diligently paddling through the waves as they began to approach. I swapped my sword for a spear, keeping my gaze locked on the approaching ship. As they spotted our small boat, arrows began to whiz towards us. Thud thud thud. I knew a long spear would easily deflect long-range projectiles. Quickly, I activated the defensive stance of Thunderlight Palm, parrying the arrows aimed at me and my rowers. The rowers were astonished that none of the arrows had hit us, even as they continued to row. I glanced at the water's surface, remembering that knowing the color of the water could help gauge distances at sea. Once we were roughly within 30 spells toward the enemy ship, I leaped into the air. As I activated my thunder roar breathing technique, my internal energy surged intensely. I didn't have the skills to leap 20 spans in one go, however, I managed to jump with the force of about 10 spans, planting my feet firmly on the surface. Whoosh! My body soared above the water without sinking, creating a massive splash as I ascended. Though I couldn't yet perform supreme lightness techniques, channeling my energy into my feet allowed me to leap above the surface of the water. When I landed on the deck of the pirate ship, all eyes turned toward me in surprise. Without delay, I swung my spear, cleaving through 3 pirate archers standing nearby. The spinning blade of my spear felt like tearing through flesh. Ugh. Just before engaging in full combat, I glanced at the rowers in the boat. They seemed busy steering the small boat, hoping to make a swift escape. I realized that if I could clear the deck quickly, their lives would be safer, so I unleashed a battle cry. You are all dead men. Uuaak. With a thunderous roar like a lion's, the pirates on the deck screamed and collapsed. Without holding back at all, I channeled my internal energy to the fullest, rupturing their eardrums and causing blood to flow freely from their ears. Although it felt somewhat merciless, I quickly set aside such thoughts, knowing full well how brutal these pirates could be. As the pirate archers were swiftly incapacitated and the deck secured, the remaining pirates appeared bewildered. Perhaps influenced by the commotion among the front ship's crew, the other pirate vessels hesitated as well. I scanned the deck for any other foes to dispatch when a group of pirates wielding crimson blades charged out from within the ship. They rushed out all at once, swinging their swords. The seemingly endless tide of blood-saber pirates numbered over 30, making it remarkable to think they had been hiding inside the ship. It was feasible given the size of the vessel, which was unusually large for a pirate ship. Clang! Clang! I defended myself against the pirates attacking from all directions, and they were stunned that they couldn't lay a finger on me despite surrounding me with their numbers. Insane. How can a kid like him possess such martial skill? I quickly gauged their abilities. Surprisingly high for pirates, their average skill level was notable, with several capable individuals mixed in who could rival seasoned escort members. Any top-tier martial artist caught in their encirclement would likely face death. However, I decided it was time to end this probing skirmish and let my killing intent shine through. Time to die. Whoosh! As my spear twirled at the tip, it created a buzzing sound reminiscent of a swarm of bees. This was a basic technique I had learned from the 3 extremes, utilizing the collision of different energies and skills to produce overwhelming destructive power. While it didn't have a special name, mastering this technique could yield effects comparable to higher martial arts forms. Crash! As I swung my spear like a windmill, the bodies of the 5 pirates encircling me were shredded apart. It was not a sound of fabric ripping, but akin to the dull thud of a giant's arm striking down, creating a significant shockwave. When the pirates froze in horror at the gruesomeness of it all, I charged in and struck 5 more times in quick succession. Splat! Gah! The human bodies shattered, and torrents of blood split the air. In an instant, the deck became a sea of blood and brains and entrails splattered onto the floor. Startled and unable to fight back, 15 pirates unexpectedly departed for the afterlife, causing the remaining crew to drop their blood sabers in a panic. Clank! Eek! Eek! A monster! I had no thought of sparing them. After all, they were vile scoundrels who raided ships to sell people into slavery and violated women before killing them. It was more merciful to take their lives so easily. With not a twitch of my expression, I plunged my spear into 3 of them, skewering them like kebabs. Thud! Ugh! Ah! With a grin, I smiled and spun my spear using the Lan technique. The resulting noise echoed as the pirates were ripped apart from the inside, shredded into pieces. Once I had cleared the deck, I found myself the only one left amid the bloodbath. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I said, "Are you going to stop watching and join in?" 3 figures clad in blood-red robes gripped their swords, staring intently at me. Uniquely, they wore crimson masks matching their outfits, concealing their identities. Believing these must be the leaders of the Bloodsaber group, I provocatively called out, "Are you the leaders?" "That is correct. Hurry and attack. I promise to make your deaths painless." "Who are you? Why do you interfere with us? What does it matter to a soon-to-die man?" Ugh. Deciding there was no longer any value in conversation, I charged forward. The 3 leaders of the Bloodsaber group, exuding killer intent from their blades, began to counterattack. Wah! I was taken aback when their sword energy suddenly appeared. Bang! What? A pirate leader can use sword energy. Sword energy isn't something just anyone can wield. It's a skill achieved only after intense training by top-tier martial artists who have honed their abilities over many years. While it's possible to summon sword energy without reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, the surprise was undeniable. Cough. Yet, unable to withstand the internal force in my spear, they spat blood and fell to their backsides. Had I not been apprehensive and eased my strength, I could have likely taken down at least one with that single strike. I glared sharply at the trembling leaders of the pirate group trying to push themselves back to their feet. "What's your deal? Who taught you that martial arts?" From a single clash, it was evident. While their lackeys might not have it, these leaders possessed a structured understanding of superior martial arts. It was utterly ridiculous that mere pirate leaders would have such training. They could easily pose as top-tier masters in the martial world, yet they chose a life of piracy instead. Gah! Why? They didn't respond and instead charged at me with twisted howls. I was startled, feeling their strength and speed suddenly escalate. Just moments ago, they hadn't been this formidable, their capabilities had surged remarkably. It was a clear enhancement of their physical abilities. Truly unrivaled strength. Clang, clang. I was both surprised and wary as their strength suddenly surged, prompting an intense standoff for about 20 seconds. The force behind their attacks was so great that even my steel spear seemed on the verge of breaking if I didn't deflect their strikes with skill. Of course, it was evident that martial arts, after all, are strengthened with good physical power, so I had no choice but to concentrate and engage with these elite fighters. Then, I noticed a gap in their movements and swiftly lunged, piercing one of them right through the chest. As a fist-sized hole appeared in the center of his chest, he looked down in disbelief. I anticipated the moment he would slowly collapse. Keek. Wah. Instead of collapsing, he became even more powerful and charged at me. It was such an unexpected turn of events that I had to retreat quickly, blocking his assault. Before I knew it, I had been cornered at the edge of the deck, bewildered. It was a seemingly fatal wound that would have killed any ordinary human, yet this one stood upright as if nothing had happened. I spoke. Hey, what the hell are you? Why aren't you dead? Grr, quack. Upon closer inspection, I realized they weren't letting out battle cries typical of warriors but shrieking incomprehensible cries. Their eyes, wide open and glistening, seemed almost like those of a dead fish, sending unsettling chills down my spine. I instinctively felt that I wouldn't be able to extract any useful information from these creatures. Determined to get serious, I gripped my spear even tighter. Consider it an honor to die by this technique. The aura of thunder surged through me. For the first time in this battle against the pirates, I unleashed my thunderous energy. The sudden change startled them, and when one of their heads and forearms exploded in circular bursts, only then did they react. Boom! Simply activating the thunderous technique and executing a thrust created a devastating effect. Droplets of blood splattered as one leader fell to the ground. I grimaced as the stench of rotten fish filled the air, scales scattering everywhere as he collapsed. What the heck? The remaining leaders ignored their fallen comrade and charged forward. Keek. Humph. But having already activated my thunderous energy, they posed no threat to me. I gracefully dodged their powerful attacks using the thunder cloud stealth technique, swinging my spear 2 or 3 times as I passed by. In the next moment, dozens of holes appeared in their bodies. Keek. Yet, astonishingly, despite being riddled with holes, one of the leaders charged at my back with reckless abandon. Their spirit was truly terrifying, igniting a boiling frustration in me. I retaliated with a kick from the thunder cloud's soft fist, aiming for his head. Thud. With a single kick, the neck snapped and the head shot up into the air before crashing down to the ground. I wondered if I had gone too far in my anger, examining the head that lay fallen. Upon closer inspection, I was taken aback and my mouth fell open. The face resembled that of a giant frog, but the overall form was that of a fish, complete with visible fins. They were unmistakably fish-like humanoids. As I hastily looked over the fallen leaders' bodies, I noticed they were a bizarre blend of fish, frog, and human traits. Gills were attached to their necks, their bellies were white, and their whole bodies were green. This was the first time I had ever encountered such a creature, leaving me utterly speechless. I had assumed they were human since they had spoken and utilized martial arts just moments ago, but could it be they were indeed of a different race? Twitch. Ugh. I felt the disturbing feeling I had earlier grow even stronger. I realized that being close to these creatures was the cause of it. To be precise, the malice they harbored was stimulating my internal energy. However, after killing the body of the main one, I began to feel a slight relief. It made me acutely aware that this other race was emitting poisonous essence that contaminated the surroundings. I pondered over how this had come to be, but couldn't arrive at a conclusion. I then descended deeper into the ship. In that area, normal humans were busily rowing the boat instead of fish-like beings. I pointed my spear at one of them, stating, "Your leader is dead. Surrender." One of the pirate crew members gasped in shock. Huh, is he really dead? Yes, I understand. We'll surrender. Just spare our lives. The declaration of surrender came smoothly. The other crew members immediately ceased rowing, raised their hands, and discarded their weapons. This revealed to me that they had been participating in this against their will. The remaining pirates were easily subdued. Once I raised a flag of surrender, other pirate vessels drew near, and I ended up slaying around 20 more pirates in total. The remaining members of the Bloodsaber group, frightened, promptly surrendered one and all. After the pirates capitulated, I returned to the main ship. The Lord of Daer Young Merchant Association greeted me warmly. "Young hero, I can hardly believe you defeated the Bloodsaber group all by yourself." At the same time, he couldn't hide his slight discomfort. Understandably so, as my body was drenched in the blood of the numerous foes I had slain today. Wiping the dried blood off my face, I said, "Lord of Daer Young Merchant Association, I'd like a moment to discuss something with you." "Haha, of course. If possible, please invite the Lord of Sogung Escort Agency as well." "Me too?" "Certainly." Amidst the bustling activity, I entered a private room with the Lord of Daer Young Merchant Association. There, I set down the heads of the Bloodsaber group leaders, wrapped in a large cloth, onto the table. Unwrapping it brought forth a putrid stench of rotting fish, and both the Lord of Daer Young Merchant Association and the Lord of Sogung Escort Agency couldn't conceal their shock. "Ugh. What is this monster?" I replied calmly. "These 3 are the leaders of the Bloodsaber group I killed. I thought it would be unwise for them to be seen by other crew members, so I brought their heads here." Ugh, please wrap them back up. It's not a pleasant sight. Understood. As I rewrapped them, the Lord of Daeyang Merchant Association pinched his nose and said, "Are you not joking, young hero? Are these really the leaders of the Bloodsaber group? Do you have to see the bodies to believe it? I had them hidden from the pirates, but if you want to see them yourself, then so be it. And no, I'll trust your word." The Lord of Daeyang Merchant Association looked horrified. Meanwhile, the Lord of Sogung Escort Agency, who had been pondering quietly beside him, spoke up. "I feel like I've heard tales about such creatures." "What kind of tales?" The Lord of Sogung Escort Agency's face paled as he continued. "There were rumors that the Bloodsaber group is connected to the Sea God's kin. Their sudden surge in power over the past few years to the point where they can intimidate even official trade groups is said to be due to some strange powers they've acquired. Perhaps this incident is related. If these creatures are dead, does that mean it's over? Not necessarily. There is likely a pirate island that serves as their stronghold. Through that pirate island, they are surely receiving supplies from the mainland. So there are more of their kind. Perhaps." A silence descended over the room, an ominous chill lingering in the air. It was the Lord of Daeyang Merchant Association who broke the silence first. With a displeased expression, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "Enough. I'm not interested. My business is to bring trade goods to Goryeo and conduct transactions. Anything beyond that isn't my concern. Matters concerning the pirate island should be entrusted to the Navy, don't you think?" The Lord of Sogung Escort Agency nodded in agreement. "I think so too. Let's bury this matter for now and focus on taking down the pirates to gather information on their stronghold. Let's throw these grotesque heads and bodies into the sea. Once again, thank you, young hero. I will make sure to repay you." Although I sensed the matter had roughly settled, an uneasy feeling lingered within me. The Sea God's kin. From my experience, these creatures undoubtedly originated from another world. The astonishing strength and vitality they possessed when I faced them were likely innate traits of that other race. If these creatures were indeed referred to as the Sea God's kin, could it mean they live beneath the ocean? Nevertheless, the situation flowed smoothly. The surrendered pirates were confined on the merchant ship, while the bodies of the fallen leaders were quietly disposed of in the sea at night. I arrived in Kagaiyang, the great harbor of Goryeo, about 4 days later. The group of merchants disembarked, busy negotiating trades with the waiting merchants of Kagaiyang at the port, while I stealthily blended in with them to enter the city. "Ha ha ha, let's have a drink." After the day's events, as it grew early evening, the Lord of Daeyang Merchant Association entered the foreign merchant lodge. He invited me and the Lord of Sogung Escort Agency to join him for drinks, to which I didn't refuse. A table laden with delicious Goryeo food and snacks was prepared, and the Lord of Daeyang Merchant Association said, "Young hero, what are your plans now?" "I intend to settle in Goryeo for a few years to learn the ways of this land. Goryeo is an interesting place, and I would like to travel here for some time." I won't try to stop you, but..." The Lord of Daeyang Merchant Association, who had been subtly probing, finally broached the main subject. "Would you consider joining our association as a major partner? I could offer you significant authority and wealth within our organization." The Lord of Sogung Escort Agency chimed in. "I also agree. With you on board, our future trade endeavors would be much safer. If the two of us help you, you could become one of the wealthiest individuals in Shandong in just a few years. Please, we earnestly ask you to join our association." I smiled bitterly and declined their offers. "Thank you, but I'm afraid not. I have things I must do. If I settled in Shandong, I could gain wealth and prestige, and eventually have my pick of beautiful women. Yet, at this moment, those were not my priorities. Although I had time to seek immortality, I couldn't afford to waste it. It was clear that exploring Goryeo in search of enlightenment would take much longer, so I had no choice but to refuse them." The Lord of Daeyang Merchant Association, resigned, said, "Then I wish you the best of luck. And if you wish to live in Kagaiyang, I can personally speak to the Goryeo nobles on your behalf. You're on good terms with the Goryeo nobles." "Of course. Just so you know, the Goryeo aristocracy has undergone a shift due to the king's decree, with the Choi clan being supplanted by the Zhang clan. I have quite close ties with the Zhang family, so I can arrange something for you in a few days." Adat Novel bin Adat. His words were not empty promises. He had provided me with a considerable sum as a reward for this ordeal and arranged for accommodation in Kagaiyang, as well as a meeting with the most prominent noble of Goryeo, belonging to the influential Zhang clan. 3 days later, I found myself in the presence of a powerful member of the Zhang clan, the most influential family in Kagaiyang. I was guided to a separate chamber of the Zhang clan and sat quietly. The architectural style of Goryeo was very different from that of the Central Plains, and I found myself fascinated by the people's clothing and behavior as I explored the surroundings. While I sat quietly, a middle-aged man entered the room. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." I stood up and bowed. "My name is Baek Wong. It's a pleasure to meet you." Could he understand the language of the Central Plains? As I regarded him cautiously, the strong-looking middle-aged man spoke. "Please, make yourself comfortable. I am Zhang Qiulwook." Yes. He spoke fluent Chinese. I had expected a translator to enter, but it seemed that he was fluent in the language. Zhang Qiulwook sat down and spoke. "I hear that you wish to settle in Kagaiyang." "Yes, I want to live as a Goryeo person." That's quite unusual. People from the Central Plains tend to have strong pride and seldom consider such a thing. Zhang Qiuwook appeared genuinely surprised. This was understandable, as generally, the belief that the Central Plains are the center of the world could make it hard to fathom someone wanting to live in such a remote, lesser nation. However, without further comment, Zhang Qiuwook continued. I've heard that you are a martial artist with formidable skills. To what extent do you possess martial arts? I can manage self-defense. I knew that boasting about my skills in such a setting would be foolish. Such an attitude would only lead to a negative impression with those who weren't martial artists themselves. Sure enough, Zhang Qiuwook laughed and waved his hand dismissively. Haha, you need not be modest. I've actually heard quite a bit from the Lord of Daeyang Merchant Association. With a hearty laugh, Zhang Qiuwook continued. I also heard that you single-handedly defeated the leaders of the Bloodsaber group. If that is true, it means your skills are on par with the best martial artists in Kagaiyang. I was quite impressed by that story, which is why I insisted on meeting you. I still have much to learn. There will be no problem with your settlement. The Lord of Daeyang Merchant Association has agreed to bear all the costs and expenses. However, I would like to propose something to you. What kind of proposal? Zhang Qiuwook poured some warm tea. After savoring the aroma for a moment, he spoke. I want you to become a guard warrior for our Zhang clan. Along with that, I can also grant you a position as a military officer known as Bai Oljue. If you plan to live in Goryeo, I believe this is a pretty good offer. I fell silent upon hearing the expected proposal. Just as I thought, this is their intention. The Lord of Daeyang Merchant Association wouldn't casually introduce me to a powerful noble of Kagaiyang without an ulterior motive. They wanted to place me under the Zhang clan's command so they could use my skills through their connections when needed. And from the Zhang clan's perspective, there would be no reason to decline a young martial artist who defeated the Bloodsaber group alone. The arrangement had likely already been established among them. After a moment of thought, I responded. If I accept the military officer position, will I have the freedom to travel around Goryeo as I wish? Haha, of course. I've heard you have a strong interest in traveling around Goryeo. If that's the case, I'll make sure to provide many opportunities for you to explore. If you want, you'll even have time to leisurely travel to the distant Tamra Island. Given such an offer, there was no reason to refuse. On the contrary, declining could make future explorations more difficult. Thus, I nodded in agreement. I accept. Excellent. Then from today on, you are a martial artist of our clan. Don't worry, I will arrange for your military officer credentials to be issued separately. However, I do not speak much of the Goryeo language. Is there a way for me to learn the language and script here? I will assign you a teacher. In about 3 months, you should be able to communicate without issue. As things unfolded so smoothly, I began to feel an unsettling anxiety. This is strange. In this life, I've only been blessed by the Queen Mother and have not received the great fortune of the Tihokanjong. Why is everything going so well? Noticing my anxious expression, Zhang Qiuwook tilted his head. Is something troubling you? Oh, I just think that things have been going too smoothly. Too smoothly, you say? Haha, indeed, even the 12 righteous warriors are desperate to join our clan, so it seems you are in luck. I hinted at my story casually. In fact, a fortune teller once told me that over the last decade, my luck has been neither particularly good nor bad. I haven't heard of any strong auspicious signs, yet everything is flowing so smoothly that it makes me anxious. Zhang Qiuwook seemed to find it amusing as he pondered while sipping his tea. After a moment, he spoke. Then that is not luck, but fate. What do you mean? I have studied a bit of destiny reading, so I have some understanding. As Zhang Qiuwook adjusted his seat, he continued. Luck is a supernatural element that influences fortune and misfortune in aspects unrelated to human will. That's why, in destiny reading, we often distinguish between luck and fate. Luck is something that cannot be resisted, but fate is the process reached through human choice. Process. It can also be referred to as karma. It starts from a cause leading to action, from action to result, and that result becomes the cause for subsequent actions. Our choices are interconnected, and with human karma, there is always an inescapable responsibility associated with actions. Haha, did I make it too complicated? To summarize, if luck is when good or bad outcomes appear randomly regardless of your choices, then fate means that you have made the right choice, resulting in an appropriate outcome. It's the grand inevitability that transcends trivial coincidences through human intent. I don't know what you've experienced so far, but as long as you haven't made any major misjudgments, nothing particularly bad should have happened to you. This feels like great fortune to you. I see. Although I had never thought of it that way, it started to make sense. A right choice leads to a right outcome? Ah, I see. The great fortune from Tihokanjong brought me intense luck regardless of my choices, but in this life, I've simply reaped the correct results because I didn't make any wrong choices. When I received the great fortune from Tihokanjong, I made foolish decisions repeatedly, even to the point of dying 10 times. Yet, I survived and gained benefits. That was what was called great fortune. However, in this life, I simply achieved what I deserved for making the right judgments. This felt less like luck and more akin to cause and effect. At the same time, I realized that I had yet to enter a stable life. If what he said was true, I understood that the moment I made a wrong judgment, I could face an unexpected sudden death. I received training from Zhang Qiuwook regarding my duties as a guard warrior, working hours, and the etiquette and obligations I would need to follow before returning to my quarters. It seemed that starting from tomorrow morning, I would be residing in a separate chamber within the Zhang clan. I then bid farewell to the Lord of Daeyang Merchant Association. Thank you for the favorable arrangement. Haha, compared to the help you have given me, it's nothing. Without you, I would have likely been killed by pirates or sold into slavery by now. The Lord of Daeyang Merchant Association smiled and said, don't worry about our return journey. The Goryeo side will provide us with a fleet, with 2 military vessels accompanying us, and the experts of the 12 righteous will also board. Even if we were to be attacked like last time, we won't fall easily. That's a relief. Suddenly remembering something, I asked him, have you heard of something called the Heian? Heian. Actually, I came all the way to Goryeo to search for it. I felt comfortable sharing this since I would part ways tomorrow, and I sensed a significant level of trust had developed between us. As someone managing one of the largest trading associations in Shandong, he was likely to have valuable information. The Lord of Daeyang Merchant Association seemed to remember something and snapped his fingers as he said, I know that a temple by that name exists in Goryeo. A temple. If I recall correctly, it's located in a place called Hapshan, and it's a very large temple. I believe it's called Heian-sa. Thank you. I realized I had obtained a very good clue. Had I tried to find this information on my own within Goryeo, it would have taken much longer and more effort. I resolved to visit Heian-sa while working as a guard warrior for the Zhang clan and traveling around Goryeo. Next, I exchanged farewells with the Lord of Sogung Escort Agency, who also expressed his gratitude to me before saying, when you return to the Central Plains someday, I will surely repay you. Thank you. And I hesitate to call this information, but I heard an interesting tale recently. What kind of tale? The Lord of Sogung Escort Agency glanced around, ensuring no one else was listening before leaning in to whisper. Not long ago, there was a rumor that a phoenix appeared in a place called Socheong in Goryeo. A martial artist from the 12 Righteous, whom I'm close with, told me about it. A phoenix. Just a rumor. But if your goal is to travel through Goryeo, it's worth looking into. I bid farewell to the Lord of Sogung Escort Agency and fell into deep thought. A phoenix in Socheong. This was a story I had never considered. A phoenix? This legendary creature, akin to a dragon, was a beautiful bird adorned with feathers of rank and a long tail. It was not merely a bird but a mythical beast symbolizing the Empress and was known to possess spiritual powers surpassing many deities in Taoist temples. While an ordinary person might dismiss it as mere fiction, having seen and felt the powers of gods and demons firsthand, I couldn't take it lightly. If the phoenix were to truly exist, it would be remarkable. I decided to visit Heian-sa first, then head to Socheong, before drifting off to sleep. Starting the following day, my life as a guard warrior in the Zhang clan began. Although it was a guard warrior's life, I had no knowledge of the late Goryeo period, so a girl in white clothes soon came to the separate chamber and began teaching me. Adat novel bin Adat. The girl appeared to be in her late teens and looked older than my appearance suggested. She was tall and had a dignified beauty that would certainly earn her the title of a beauty among those around her. While she couldn't be called a peerless beauty, she had the charm to distract many young men. Upon our first encounter, she chuckled with a bright smile. Hello, I'm Lee Ju-hee. I'll teach you Korean language and literature from now on. Her Mandarin was fluent. Despite her young age, she seemed to possess remarkable talent as a translator. I found it somewhat amusing that she spoke so casually, but given that I appeared much younger than her and felt no bad feelings, I chose to remain silent. She seemed to take a liking to me and patted my head affectionately. Hey, I hear you're good at martial arts? Is that true? Indeed. Then sometimes, you should teach me martial arts too. Okay. Understood. Alright then, let's work hard on learning language and literature together. Kia haha. With a lively laugh, Lee Ju-hee began to earnestly teach me, switching from her playful demeanor to a serious and enthusiastic approach when it came to instruction. I started learning the pronunciation and vocabulary of Goryeo language, and surprisingly, it wasn't too difficult. Among my talents, my language aptitude didn't seem to be lacking. Alright, focus. Got it. Oh, and while we're at it, don't forget to teach me martial arts. Was she being serious? Lee Ju-hee visited daily and occasionally expressed her desire to learn martial arts during her spare time. Since it wasn't difficult, I decided to teach her the essence of Hyeonkan divine art and some basic sword techniques. Since Hyeonkan divine art was an internal energy skill that blended seamlessly with others, I felt no burden, and I wanted to repay Lee Ju-hee for her kindness. It seemed that the others in the Zhang clan, including Zhang Qiuwook and the guard warriors, didn't require me to come out for guard duties until I had mastered the language first. Thanks to that, I spent nearly 5 months fully focused on learning the language of Goryeo from Lee Ju-hee, and by the time half a year had passed, I could communicate with the Goryeo people at a basic level, albeit awkwardly. Surprisingly, Lee Ju-hee showed exceptional martial arts talent, progressing rapidly in swordsmanship during this time. Initially, I had only taught her a few basic forms of the light of brain sword technique, but she quickly learned them all. If she were to have a proper sword instructor, she would be showcasing considerable martial skills within 10 years. When the time came, a middle-aged martial artist came to see me. I hear you can speak a bit now? Then come to Pingse Hall tomorrow morning. I could roughly understand. This was the result of intense language training over the past 6 months. I nodded, then asked, "What work is this about?" "You'll find out when you come. Lady Juhi will accompany you, so just listen quietly." "Understood." Lady Juhi? I found it odd that he was speaking so honorifically. The aura exuding from this middle-aged martial artist was on par with that of considerable masters, and he was acting like the leader of the guard warriors of the Zhang clan. He was likely a martial artist from the 12 Righteous, and it was baffling to see someone of his prowess being so respectful toward a young girl like Li Juhi. However, the next day, I was taken aback as I walked alongside Li Juhi. Instead of her usual plain white clothes, she was dressed in elegant silk garments. This indicated that she held a considerable status as a noble in Goryeo. He, surprised. Li Juhi smiled cutely, prompting me to ask, "You're a noble?" "Yep. The Li clan has a partnership with the Zhang clan. The heads of our 2 clans are sworn brothers, and I live with Uncle Chiolwook." "The Li clan. Just go with it, Kia, haha." Together, Li Juhi and I soon entered Pingzi Hall. Upon our arrival, I saw Zhang Chiolwook sitting in the main hall, flanked by the guard warriors of the Zhang clan. #and. In that atmosphere, Zhang Chiolwook spoke to me in Goryeo language. Naturally, I could hardly comprehend his words. He should speak Mandarin well, so why is he using Goryeo language? While I was puzzled, Li Juhi standing next to me provided a translation. "There will be a royal ceremony tomorrow honoring King Gongmin, and you'll be attending as part of the guard." I glanced at Zhang Chiolwook, and he spoke again, which Li Juhi translated. "During the ceremony, you'll be competing in martial arts against the martial artists of Goryeo, so please conduct yourself with grace." What does this mean? I was taken aback, yet I couldn't voice my confusion in that setting. Then, as the assembly came to a close and the guard warriors exited Pingzi Hall, Zhang Chiolwook finally relaxed and spoke to me in Mandarin. "I apologize, Bakwung. It doesn't convey authority to speak Mandarin in front of my subordinates." "Not at all, please feel free to speak. As I mentioned earlier, there's a royal ceremony honoring King Gongmin tomorrow, and you will be part of the guard. After the ceremony concludes, the royalty and nobles will gather for a celebratory feast, and you are to showcase your martial skills there." "So, does this mean I have to perform martial arts for the entertainment of the Goryeo nobles?" I stood there, dumbfounded, as Zhang Chiolwook spoke with a hint of bitterness. "I'm sorry, but it's unavoidable." This request was made strongly by the masters of the 12 Righteous. The 12 Righteous. They don't view you favorably, as a peak master from the Central Plains. Some even suspect you of being a spy. Therefore, they want to verify your skills under the pretense of the festivity after the ceremony. "Mr. Zhang Chiolwook, isn't your status among the mightiest in Goryeo? How can the martial world hold such power?" Zhang Chiolwook chuckled. "Haha, of course not. I agreed to their request because I trust in your abilities. If a master of the 12 Righteous can't handle my guard warriors, it would indeed be amusing, wouldn't it? I believe you can handle it." I realized what was happening. He says he trusts me, but in reality, Zhang Chiolwook also wants to test my abilities. While he appeared to have faith in me, he genuinely didn't trust me as he accepted the duel request from the 12 Righteous. This way, he stood to gain nothing. If I won, great. If I lost, it would indicate that my skills were lacking, casting me in an unfavorable light within the Zhang clan from that point on. After pondering, I reluctantly nodded. "I will do my best tomorrow." That's the spirit. According to Zhang Chiolwook, this was not mere luck but fate. If I had the strength to produce the right results, eventually good outcomes would follow. This is perfect. Since it was a mock duel, there was unlikely to be any danger to my life. I now had the opportunity to witness the martial prowess of the 12 Righteous for myself. The next day, I went out early in the morning to prepare for the royal ceremony guard duties. I wore the special ceremonial attire provided to me and learned how to move gracefully. Thankfully, although it was a guard for the ceremony, my role mainly involved walking along a designated path while holding a flag. With a loud blast of instruments, the sounds of the erhu and guhun filled the air. I circled around the royal shrine before standing in the designated spot. The royal ceremony honoring King Gongmin continued for about an hour, during which I had to stand still without moving from my spot. With this, the ceremony is concluded. Someone wearing a golden crown stepped forward to declare this loudly. After the event concluded, all the royal family members and nobles headed somewhere. The ceremony guards dispersed, each following the noble they were assigned to serve. Since I had some understanding of what to do next, I followed the procession to the grand event hall. It was a splendidly arranged banquet hall. Under the cool, clear sunlight, a variety of sumptuous dishes were laid out, and musicians were prepared to perform. Across the large banquet tables, nobles were engaged in quiet conversation. I was looking for the captain of the guard warriors who worked under Zhang Chiolwook. When he spotted me while organizing the ranks, he said, "You should enter the white tent over there and wait." Understood. Although I didn't completely comprehend, pointing with his finger made it easy to follow his instructions. I entered the tent, which had simple seating arrangements for resting. It seemed I was meant to wait there until the sparring began. Inside the tent was a maid who appeared to be speaking in Goryeo language. When I couldn't understand her words, the maid looked around in frustration and handed me a teacup. She probably was asking if I wanted to have some tea. I shook my head, and only then did she take the teacup back and leave. This is really uncomfortable. I couldn't pick up even simple conversations, and if the vocabulary got a bit harder or the grammar twisted, I was utterly lost. Despite studying hard for the past 6 months, it remained challenging. I would likely need to live in Goryeo for a few more years to communicate properly. After a while, the captain of the guard warriors entered the tent. The sparring is about to begin. Understood. I followed him out of the tent. In the open competition arena, a sparring stage had been set up, measuring around 20 paces. As I stepped onto the stage, I could hear people speaking in Goryeo below me. It seemed they were explaining the background of this sparring match. Shortly after, my opponent stepped forward. I recalled what Li Juhee had told me the previous day. We will have a total of 3 rounds, and if I lose even 1 round, it counts as a defeat. It was an absurdly disadvantageous condition, but I had no choice. If the 12 righteous wanted to test my skills, it was only natural for it to be unfair. As I scrutinized my opponent, he frowned in annoyance. At. He then spoke something in Goryeo and assumed a fighting stance. My opponent appeared to be a swordsman in his mid to late 20s. Estimating his internal energy, I thought to myself, he is quite skilled. As I stood there, the interpreter who was near the sparring stage said, he is J.A. Ryan of the National Defense Alliance. You should introduce yourself as well. I nodded and similarly took my stance. I am Baek Wong, a guard warrior of the Zhang clan. Though my pronunciation was clumsy, it was indeed proper Goryeo language. J.A. Ryan nodded as if he understood my words, drew his sword, and pointed it at me. It seemed the sparring was about to begin. Dong. A loud gong sounded, announcing the start of the sparring. Simultaneously, I noticed J.A. Ryan's figure, his stance, darting forward, unleashing sword energy that scattered in all directions. The speed was incredibly fast, and his sword techniques were precise, forcing me to raise my sword in defense. Clang? I didn't fully grasp J.A. Ryan's sword technique, but I was genuinely taken aback. He was leagues above the pirate leaders I had faced before. He was, quite literally, a master of a prestigious swordsmanship style, honed to a remarkable level. His internal energy was surprisingly high for someone of his age, and the way he released his sword energy indicated he was likely at the level of a sect elder from a prominent faction. Clash? Clank? I first engaged in some exploratory moves, using the Thunder Shadow sword technique to block J.A. Ryan's attacks. After just a few exchanges, perhaps due to my overwhelming internal power, J.A. Ryan stopped attacking and retreated. He realized that if he continued, he risked being cut down along with his sword. This person is exceptionally talented in martial arts. I couldn't help but click my tongue inwardly. Among the guests gathered in the Han clan, there were hardly any swordsmen at J.A. Ryan's level. At best, there might have been 1 or 2 skilled individuals. For someone who looked so young to possess the capabilities of a top sect elder, achieving that level of talent and skill was no easy feat. Perhaps J.A. Ryan was truly a peak expert, ranked among the most outstanding masters in the Goryeo martial world. Once his momentum was gathered, J.A. Ryan moved swiftly again, launching his sword energy as a form of probing attack. I calmly began to defend myself once more. Clang? However, J.A. Ryan was sweating profusely on his forehead, clearly tense, as my internal energy was far more formidable than he had anticipated. It was no wonder, my strikes, infused with my internal energy while clashing swords with J.A. Ryan, sent his body sliding back several paces. With such overwhelming strength, I was naturally at a severe advantage. Moreover, I was currently several levels stronger than when I had faced the elder of the Zongnan sect. Given J.A. Ryan's swordsmanship, he was unable to avoid a direct confrontation and strike at my openings. Eventually, J.A. Ryan could no longer withstand the pressure and retreated backwards, avoiding 5 paces. A moment of silence enveloped the arena. This lull in action occurred because I refrained from making any aggressive moves, and J.A. Ryan maintained a defensive posture. After a lengthy standoff, J.A. Ryan suddenly spoke. The interpreter below called out loudly, translating what he said. J.A. Ryan declares that he will unleash his ultimate technique. If you can withstand this technique, he will acknowledge his defeat. I nodded without hesitation. Of course. I had been contemplating how it would look if I won merely by overpowering him with my internal energy, so his offer was actually quite welcome. As I gathered my sword technique to prepare for J.A. Ryan's attack, a silver aura emanated from his entire body. Whoosh! The silver aura was a manifestation of chi. It seemed he was attempting to unleash a technique that he normally couldn't, enhanced by a special internal energy skill, intending to perform it in a short time frame. In an instant, the sword energy enveloped J.A. Ryan's blade, intensifying into a fierce sword flame, and his momentum surged like a storm. J.A. Ryan unleashed a battle cry. Ha! Kaboom! Simultaneously, J.A. Ryan's sword and body became one as he charged forward with incredible speed. This was the realm of sword and body unity, a level rarely seen even in the central martial world. With the sword flame enveloping him, it was a decisive technique capable of slicing through average martial artists. I instantly realized J.A. Ryan planned to kill me for the sake of victory. Not happening. What had I gone through to get here? I cannot afford to die now, having not even properly sought Heinsai yet. Channeling all my focus, I unleashed the unique technique of the Thunder Shadow School, the Heavenly Pillar Kill, at the moment J.A. Ryan's attack was released. Whoosh! My form instantaneously split into 3. At the same time, as I executed the heavenly pillar kill, my body moved skillfully, deflecting J.A. Ryan's attack while my sleeve was torn. Though I couldn't entirely evade it, as evidenced by the scratch on my wrist, I nevertheless succeeded in withstanding J.A. Ryan's assault. Thud. Concurrently, my left hand unleashed the Thunder Cloud Palm, which sent J.A. Ryan flying. Despite putting tremendous strength and internal energy into the strike, J.A. Ryan spat blood. It was likely due to the gap left right after unleashing a special move, rendering his defense weaker. Watching J.A. Ryan, who was rolling on the ground in agony, I once again realized the deceptive power of the Thunder Shadow School. While the Thunder Namyo is one thing, the Heavenly Pillar kill is truly an outstanding martial art. Could this too be a high-level kill move? It was a divine technique capable of evading even the secret skills of top-tier masters. Furthermore, it served as an essential footwork to support the extreme offensive power of the Thunder Shadow School. Baekwang, victory. The announcer's voice rang out. Murmurs filled the surrounding area as the watching Goryeo nobles expressed their admiration. Seeing their positive reactions, I sighed in relief, feeling I had somewhat met the intended goal of the sparring. A moment later, the announcer approached me. He was someone who could speak Mandarin. I'm sorry, but you will have a half-ceremony break. It seems it will take some time to send out the next representative. Understood. Please enter that white tent and wait. I went back into the tent, only to find an unexpected visitor waiting for me. Juhi. Don't call me that, just call me Juhi. What brings you here? Lee Juhi, who had taught me Goryeo language for the past 6 months, was sitting there with a bright smile. She giggled and said, "You're really amazing. To defeat J.A. Ryan, the best peak master of the National Defense Alliance. I've only just taken down the first representative." Not true. The thought was to end it with J.A. Ryan from the 12 Righteous. The reason you are being given this break is because they are flustered. They likely didn't expect you to win against J.A. Ryan. I looked at her with a bewildered expression. While J.A. Ryan was certainly a remarkable martial artist for his age, was he truly someone deserving of such confidence? I see. Given my appearance as a teenage boy, it's understandable they might think that way. But soon, I realized that my perception was distorted. Having continuously looked up to top-tier masters and fought against monstrous experts, J.A. Ryan seemed less impressive to me. From the perspective of an average martial artist, J.A. Ryan was an extraordinary master, someone you could encounter only once in a lifetime. Juhi said. No matter who comes out, you can win, right? Concerned, she asked. I chuckled lightly and replied, I'll win against the ones I can, and those I can't, well, I'll just do my best. Do you realize how cowardly it sounds to say you'll do your best? If you lose after doing your best, will you be satisfied with that? Lee Juhi, who had been grumbling, held onto my hand tightly and looked at me earnestly. If you're going to do it, make sure you win. Got it. I understand. Juhi seemed to be trying her best to encourage me. I had never imagined that someone would worry about me while I was in a foreign land, and I felt a peculiar warmth as I looked at her face. A short while later, I was called again and stepped out of the tent onto the sparring stage. Upon my arrival, my opponent also made their way up, but this time it wasn't a young man like J.A. Ryan. Instead, it was an older master who looked to be considerably aged. He had a wise appearance with a flowing white beard, likely in his 60s, and gripped a single spear tightly. As he introduced himself, the interpreter below announced, "The second opponent is Choi Yul Ryong from the Bilamun, Flowing Water Gate, of the 12 Righteous." I glanced at the interpreter and said, "I have a request." What is it?" "I'd like to change my weapon to a spear. Could you please ask Choi Yul Ryong?" The interpreter appeared surprised that I would make such a request. He approached Choi Yul Ryong and conveyed my words. Yul Ryong nodded without hesitation. It seemed he was confident in his ability to handle whatever weapon I chose. "He agrees. Then, the spear will be brought to you." Swish. Once I received the spear, I took a stance and faced off against Choi Yul Ryong. As I waited for the signal to begin the spar, I thought, it seems the 12 Righteous are determined to win. This guy is strong. From the moment I looked at Yul Ryong, I could tell he was definitely a master beyond the peak. However, the extent of his strength was still uncertain to me. If Yul Ryong truly was an extraordinary master, winning against him would be incredibly difficult. Therefore, using a spear, which is more effective in actual combat, instead of a relatively weaker sword, was only logical. Yul Ryong seemed to catch on to my reasoning behind the weapon change. His eyes sparkled with interest. Dong! The large gong rang, announcing the start of the second match. However, unlike J.A. Ryan, Yul Ryong didn't immediately attack. Instead, unexpectedly, he began speaking to me in Mandarin. "The Central Plains truly is vast. I've never met a talented youth like you in my lifetime. You can speak Mandarin. Ho ho. In my youth, I traveled a bit around the Central Plains." Choi Yul Ryong smiled widely. "Seeing you prepare to use a spear shows me you are quite serious. Then, as the leader of the Bilamun, I will do my best." "Leader? You are the leader of the 12 Righteous." "Yes. Let us have a fair duel." Whum? Yul Ryong transitioned into his battle stance, radiating an aura that, while not as dazzling as J.A. Ryan's silver energy, was calm and reminiscent of a great river. Seeing the stable energy flowing from his stance made me instinctively tense, and I swallowed hard. I knew from experience that a master whose spirit, technique, and physicality are harmonized like that is tremendously terrifying. Damn, he's really serious about this. Once I sensed that Choi Yul-ryong's martial might was extraordinary, a wave of irritation coursed through me. How could the leader of the 12 Righteous participate in a mere spar to spice up the event? They were intent on securing a victory against me? Bam! Ugh! I hurriedly dodged several explosive bursts in the air. Yul-ryong's spear tip seemed to move leisurely but suddenly burst the air around where my head had been. I soon realized this was the high-level application of the spear technique shooting and launching. This method allowed him to project invisible energy to intercept foes from a distance. Whoosh! At novel bin at. Simultaneously, I assumed a stance from the Thunder Shadow School, concentrating the energy on the spear tip. It was a low, crouching position. As my spear spun, entering a defensive posture, Yul-ryong looked surprised. Astonishing? Have you really grasped the subtleties of spear technique at such a young age? Like a snake raising its head to observe its prey, a brief silence fell between us as we sized each other up. In the next moment, Yul-ryong and I crossed our spears, and they clashed violently. My spear whirled in a rotational motion, tearing through the air, while Yul-ryong dodged my attack swiftly, instead aiming to strike at my vital points. I couldn't help but marvel at how he managed to evade our internal energy struggle while still effectively targeting my weaknesses. Bang! Although I managed to shake off Yul-ryong's assault with a sweep of my spear, his attacks were unrelenting. Suddenly, the clever turn of the heavens unleashed a barrage of invisible energy that attacked me from multiple angles. I couldn't even consider engaging him in an internal energy standoff, so I swung my spear like a windmill and stepped back. Clang! Clash! Clang! Yul-ryong wasn't fazed by my attempts to create distance and lure him into an opening. Calmly, he took a thrusting stance and repeatedly jabbed at me 10 times in succession. Each thrust, emitting a white light, was terrifying enough to send chills down my spine. I felt like I was suffocating as I continued to retreat. Crack! In the end, I could no longer withstand him and activated the Thunder Shadow School's technique, darting around the sparring area. My illusions flitted past, confusing Yul-ryong's eyes, yet he grinned, as if possessing clairvoyance, and unleashed a rain of attacks toward my true position. Kong! In an instant, I was sent flying by the condensed energy of his spear. It was astonishing, but he too seemed to know the advanced techniques that disregarded the gap in internal energy levels. As I landed on the ground, I bit my lip. Indeed, he is extraordinary. I can't win in a fair fight. I couldn't tell whether Choi Yul-ryong could use the transforming skill he won or any strong techniques, but I doubted he could. It was something I always thought about when facing Li Kuang. Once the strong techniques came out, I had no chance of winning. Choi Yul-ryong was likely at the early stage of the extraordinary master level. However, even that put a significant gap in skill and technique overall. Thus, my only option was to endure with my internal energy. I never expected to face such a master, and to my surprise, it seemed he felt the same. Choi Yul-ryong lowered his spear and, with a serious expression, spoke. We were just frogs in a well. If there are talented youths like you in the Central Plains, our 12 righteous will soon be trampled in the martial world. Today's encounter has been a great lesson. Of course, that wasn't true. There couldn't possibly be many people like me in the Central Plains. However, I didn't feel the need to correct his misunderstanding. Instead, gripping my spear tightly, I replied, nonetheless, let's go until the end? Isn't that the warrior's spirit? Very well. And the clash continued. I managed to hold out for about 400 seconds, using every trick I had learned. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I used everything I learned from Li Kuang today. However, the fundamental difference in our skills was unavoidable, and eventually, I couldn't block his attack, leaving myself open and ultimately being knocked down. The cold spear tip pressed against my throat. I could hear the announcer's voice ringing out. Choi Yul-ryong, victory. I felt a pang of resentment inside. If I had used the Thunder Shadow technique, I may have been able to seize an advantage, but the thought of revealing the Thunder Shadow technique lingered in my mind. Li Kuang had instructed me not to expose it carelessly during a crucial moment. Techniques like Thunder Shadow's Heavenly Kill or even simple spear skills could be shown without much concern, but the Thunder Shadow technique was different. Li Kuang had said that when it was unleashed, witnesses should be dealt with immediately, as the technique's breathing was unique, and if mishandled, it could be detected and countered. I couldn't use it in this Goryeo, where I was practically in enemy territory, especially in this sparring arena surrounded by spectators. Sigh. I'll probably face scorn from the Zhang clan starting tomorrow. As I rose from my spot bitterly, Choi Yul-ryong spoke to me. Truly impressive skills. Who is your master? I cannot reveal that. Your master must be an exceptional spear master. I hope you can tell me later. I apologize for our 12 righteous causing trouble this time. We won't bother you again. With that, Choi Yul-ryong left the sparring stage. Receiving his apology made me feel I had surpassed a significant hurdle. While I hadn't won all 3 rounds, at least it seemed my troubles with the 12 righteous would be reduced moving forward. After the festivities that day, I returned to the Zhang clan and responded to Zhang Qiulwook's summons. Contrary to my expectation of him scolding me or expressing disappointment, Zhang Qiulwook was astonished, standing up from his chair to grasp my hand. Seeing your divine might in person is remarkable. What? To engage so fiercely against the leader of the 12 righteous has already become a topic of conversation in Gagaiyang. Haha, that was indeed a satisfying spar. But I lost. Zhang Qiulwook laughed heartily. Who doesn't know that the leaders of the 12 righteous are extraordinary monsters? In fact, among the nobility, many thought it shameful for a leader to face a youth like you. You played your role admirably. Let's continue to work well together. I will treat you with the utmost respect. Zhang Qiuwuk's words were genuine. From then on, rather than looking down on me, the Zhang clan began to treat me with kindness, and even the guard warriors' treatment of me changed. The captain of the guard, who had only regarded me as a foreigner, started greeting me in broken Mandarin from time to time, joking with me. It indicated that he was trying to acknowledge and befriend me. From their change in attitude, it seemed that the 12 righteous held great significance in Goryeo. Indeed, if I give my all when faced with the inevitable, good outcomes will follow. I continued learning from Li Juhi, absorbing both language and literature. With this momentum, if I could get a holiday soon, I must definitely visit Hainsa. I had a feeling that if I could find clues there, my future endeavors would go much more smoothly. I felt that I had become somewhat familiar with the language of Goryeo after a year and a half. By that time, I had started to take on more responsibilities as a guardian for the Zhang clan, and I could understand most vocabulary, provided it wasn't too difficult. I was not only conversing with Li Juhi but was also able to communicate substantially with other people around me. It could be said that I had almost mastered the Goryeo language by then. Around that time, Zhang Qiuwuk began to assign me various missions as well. One day, there was a task to escort a maternal uncle of the Zhang clan outside the capital. He was also a powerful noble, but looked at me, a young person from the Central Plains, with some disdain. However, his attitude changed in an instant when two great tigers appeared on the mountain path. Roar! Wow, it's a tiger! The noble, along with the 4 guardian warriors accompanying him, was visibly terrified and their legs trembled. Although they had trained in martial arts, that did not mean they would become extraordinary masters overnight. A tiger of that size could easily represent a threat to even first-class experts, and having 2 of them meant a serious danger. However, I immediately fixed my gaze on the tigers and suppressed them with my aura. Whoosh! Roar! The tigers hesitated for a moment and then fled over the mountain. I presumed they were a male and female pair. Nevertheless, the fact that they charged at me despite sensing my chi suggested they were likely very hungry. The Zhang clan's maternal uncle was astonished when he saw me repel the tigers with just my gaze. That's impressive. I could accept that up to that point, but his next statement left me speechless. Now, hurry up and catch that tiger. What are you waiting for? Go. What on earth was he talking about? Why did I have to catch a tiger? I asked incredulously in the Goryeo language. Why would I need to catch a tiger? Weren't we just heading to Suwon? Forget about the bandits. Your other guardians are enough. Hurry and bring me the tiger. Then, why do I need to catch the tiger? It should be sufficient just to have chased it away, right? Don't we need to skin it? Now it appeared they had completely forgotten about their recent life-threatening encounter and only cared about acquiring a precious tiger pelt. Tiger skins were expensive luxury goods. However, it was a problem, both morally and practically, to ask an escort to catch a tiger out of the blue. Above all, I was not even a direct servant or subordinate of that maternal uncle. As I couldn't hide my displeasure and began to exude a menacing aura, it seemed that the captain of the guardian warriors next to me noticed. He quickly pulled me aside and spoke. Baek Wong, I understand you're upset, but could you please do me a favor? It's not an impossible task for someone of your skills. Why should I listen to such absurd nonsense? My current master is Zhang Qiuwuk, not this person. Well, that is true, but he is also Wang Suk. As a member of the royal family, his standing is formidable. If you casually disregard his words, it won't bode well for your future. I frowned. Setting that aside, those tigers were so hungry that they approached me despite sensing my chi. Do we really need to go catch them? And even if we do you think fighting 2 cornered tigers will be easy? Even mobilizing 100 soldiers would not guarantee success. He looked almost on the verge of tears as he knelt and begged. Ugh, I have no argument against that. But please try to understand my position. And a starving tiger might attack another human later. Isn't this ultimately an act of goodwill? I felt as if an annoying task had suddenly appeared. Reluctantly, I stated. Fine. I'll try, but don't expect much. If I bring back the tiger hide or not, linking it to Zhang Qiuwuk's honor would be something you'll need to consider. At my response, the captain's face lit up. Of course. From his perspective, the very idea of me outright defying him would be a fearsome prospect. Whether I succeeded or failed in hunting the tiger, for now, he just needed me to obey the order. I set off in pursuit of the tiger's trail towards the hills. However, finding a tiger's tracks in the hills was not easy, and I soon came to a stop as I followed the footsteps into a dense thicket. I lacked specialized hunting and tracking skills, so from now on, I would have to rely on my chi perception to comb the entire mountainous area, hoping to encounter a tiger. It was such a bothersome task that I let out a sigh. I felt pity for the tiger. Having lived in the wilderness of Mount Huang for many years, I understood that wild animals struggle daily for survival. Tigers were no exception. The agony of searching for food alone in the mountains, fighting against hunger and fear without anyone to help them, was something beyond the comprehension of city-dwelling humans. Hence, the thought of a tiger appearing against its will, despite sensing my immense chi, made me feel sorry for it. Wouldn't it be better to let that maternal uncle become the tiger's prey? That thought crossed my mind. As such thoughts crept in, I questioned why I was standing here. Was it truly necessary to wander aimlessly in these mountains, beat a starving tiger to death, and then skin it? However, as the captain of the Guardian warriors had pointed out, a hungry tiger could indeed pose a threat to passersby. Reluctantly, I stepped into the thicket. After wandering through the brush for about 2 hours while scanning for any signs of the tiger, I caught sight of a large creature moving about. I thought it was a tiger and rushed towards it. Swish, but it wasn't. The moment I saw its form, I screamed. Yuck. It looked exactly like the creature I had read about in books. It resembled a cow but lived on a high hill. With a serpent's tail and wings nestled beneath its armpits, it made a sound akin to a liunio. Its name was Yuck, and it supposedly died in winter and resurrected in summer. Consuming it was said to cure abscesses. Before me stood a monster from the classic of mountains and seas, precisely as depicted. Its illustration corresponded so closely to reality that there was no room for doubt. Q. This creature, resembling a cow with a serpent's tail and wings, emitted a long cry upon spotting me. However, it showed no intention to attack. It lifted its front paw, stabilized itself against a tree, and began to gnaw at the bark beside it. It appeared the creature had come here to munch on tree bark peacefully. I had never believed I would see a monster from the classic of mountains and seas in reality. The classic was essentially a work of fiction fueled by the imagination. But witnessing the Yuck in person almost made me lose my mind. Why, of all places, was I seeing such a creature in this desolate area of Goryeo? Could it be that the tigers have been unable to hunt because of this Yuck? The Yuck seemed to be herbivorous, yet it was massive, almost monstrous in size. Standing upright, it could easily overlook the mountain. If such a creature was nearby, it was no wonder the tigers were too distracted by it to hunt properly. I was staring blankly at the Yuck when a voice reached my ears. Are you familiar with the classic of mountains and seas, sir? It was a human voice. When I turned around, I saw a monk dressed in robes standing there. I scrutinized him and noted that he had considerable internal strength. A master indeed, not someone who would fear a tiger. I spoke to him. I am Baekwung, a guardian warrior of the Zhang clan in Goryeo. I have come to eliminate starving tigers that may threaten humans. Ah, I see. I am Gyoal, a monk of the 12 righteous. Do you know about this Yuck? Of course. I came here because of that creature. Swish. As Gyoal spoke, he threw a prayer bead he was holding towards the Yuck. The Yuck, who had been gnawing at the bark, suddenly contorted in pain upon being hit by the radiant energy emanating from the prayer bead. Soon after, its immense form shrank dramatically, leaving only a small jade behind before vanishing entirely. I could hardly contain my astonishment at the strange spectacle unfolding before me. This was beyond the realm of martial arts. Was that sorcery? Adat novel bin adat. As Gyoal picked up the jade, he replied. In Taoism, it is referred to as sorcery, but in Buddhism, it's called spiritual power. I have received word that the balance of heaven and earth has been disrupted, causing the monsters of the classic to appear everywhere, and I am here to rectify that under the auspices of the Heavenly Terrace sect. Gyoal seemed to possess proficiency in both martial arts and sorcery. He showed me the jade and said, look at this. This black jade is filled with a sinister energy. It is clear evidence that someone has purposely summoned the monsters of the classic of mountains and seas throughout Goryeo. What? Who would do such a thing? I still cannot say for certain. However, during my 300-mile journey from the main temple to here, I have eliminated 7 monsters. Chaos may soon descend upon Goryeo. I let out a sound of contemplation. Although the Yuck I had just seen was not a carnivorous monster, the creatures from the classic of mountains and seas all possessed the kind of strength that could easily trample wild animals. If such beings were to rampage in human settlements, the consequences would be uncontainable. It seemed that the monk Gyoal and the 12 righteous were trying to handle this turmoil. Gyoal then spoke to me. I have heard of your reputation as a master from the stories passed down by the monks of the 12 righteous. It is said that there is a prodigy in the Zhang clan with martial skills comparable to that of the leader of the 12 righteous, and indeed, the rumors hold true. Quite the opposite, it is I who is impressed by your chi. You're being too kind. Thus, I wish to seek your assistance. It seems that handling the monsters from the classic of mountains and seas will be difficult for me alone. Would you lend me a hand? I shook my head. I would like to help, but I am tied to the Zhang clan and cannot act recklessly outside of my duties. That is unfortunate. With your skills, Gyoal, you should be able to handle the monsters well enough on your own, don't you think? No, the issue is not with the monsters, but rather with the ability of the sinister mastermind who summoned them. If they are capable of summoning dozens or hundreds of monsters, it is highly likely that I cannot handle it alone. I see. Certainly, as Gyoal gathers jades and searches for the energy of this mastermind, he will eventually uncover the truth. However, the sorcerer's skills would certainly be formidable. Thus, Gyoal was intent on recruiting as many allies as possible. After pondering for a moment, I asked, are you, by any chance, from Haeinsa? Unfortunately, Haeinsa is affiliated with the Jaji order, so I have no ties to it. I must visit Haeinsa for an important matter. Is there any way it can be arranged? It seemed that Gyoal, sensing something in my tone, contemplated for a moment before he spoke. The abbot at Haeinsa, Great Master Dejiang, is a close friend of my master, so perhaps he would listen. However, it might be a bit awkward given our differing sections. I cut to the chase. I have a matter I need to discuss privately with Great Master De Jiang. If you could facilitate an introduction, I will do my utmost to assist you, Jiao. Very well. It seems we can help each other. Once our agreement was settled, I ventured nearby to find a tiger's cave and subdued a tiger. However, killing it felt off to me, so I captured a couple of wild boars nearby and tossed them to the tigers. Watching the tigers eat the boars with relish, Jiao, who stood beside me, frowned. Why are you sparing the tiger's life? It's my decision. Besides, if they are well fed, they shouldn't pose a threat to humans for a while, right? From the tiger's perspective, I was an alien entity that had suddenly intruded. It didn't sit right with me to indiscriminately obliterate them simply because they were not beneficial to humans. Furthermore, I didn't like the idea of doing something nice for my maternal uncle. Moreover, having given them such a scare, the tigers were unlikely to target humans for now. Instead of returning to my maternal uncle, I decided to follow Jiao. I could always claim it took a long time to capture the tiger. More importantly, the anomalies caused by the monsters from the classic of mountains and seas and the meeting with the abbot of Heiansa were far more significant. After all, I had no plans to achieve high status within the Zhang clan. Zhang Qiuwuk currently held a favorable view of me, making my rise plausible, but my ultimate goal was to uncover clues regarding the 7 celestial bodies somewhere in this land of Guaraio. Whether my maternal uncle or Zhang Qiuwuk belittled my inadequacies didn't matter too much to me. 10 days passed just like that. Jiao and I had reached the vicinity of Songuk, hunting the monsters from the classic of mountains and seas. Jiao utilized his spiritual power to create barriers, helping us sense the monsters. Once detected, we would hunt them down. Kiiik. A monster known as the Song Song, emitted steam and melted into black jade. It appeared to be a rather brutal sight, but since it was an artificially created monster, it was merely returning to its original form. Jiao, stuffing the black jade into a large pouch, remarked, "This makes a total of 17 monsters we've hunted. Are you not sensing the energy of the mastermind?" Indeed, as I gathered the black jade, I was able to discern the source of the sorcery. Where is that? We must head to Sojiang. At those words, I felt a jolt of surprise. Sojiang. According to the report from the Sogung escort agency, that was the place where rumors claimed a phoenix had appeared. Noticing my expression, Jiao must have guessed my thoughts, for he said, "It seems you too heard the rumors of the phoenix 2 years ago." I heard it from an acquaintance. I don't remember clearly since it was a long time ago, but I understand that there was quite a commotion back then in Sojiang. Perhaps our destination is related to the malign sorcerer we seek. I felt a slight unease. I had intended to visit Sojiang at some point, but why did it have to be so directly connected like this? It was highly likely there was a correlation, as Jiao said. Then a thought struck me. Is this fate or destiny? I was currently deviating from the set path, acting according to my will. It was an action reliant on fate. However, since it was still a means to my intended destination, one could also call it destiny. The future is always uncertain to an extent. Jiao and I reached Sojiang approximately 20 days later. If I had been alone, I might have arrived in 3 to 4 days, but by taking my time on horseback and adjusting our pace, it ended up taking longer. I also needed to deal with some monsters along the way, so I couldn't simply use my lightness skill to travel unhindered. Swish! Upon arriving at the lodging in Sojiang, Jiao spread out the black jade on a large table. He then began to chant a spell. Non-birth, non-death, non-contamination, non-attachment, non-arrival, non-escape, non-1, non-2, non-constant, non-less, non-more. Boom! Moments later, several pieces of black jade began to writhe and coalesce into one large piece. This massive black jade emanated a powerful and aggressive aura. Jiao looked at the jade, struck it with his prayer beads, and shouted, "Reveal yourself, malevolent one." Swoosh! At that command, a strange woman appeared before the giant black jade. I described her attire as strange because I had never seen clothing like it. She was adorned in a flowing white robe reminiscent of yin and yang and the 8 trigrams. Moreover, she was a stunningly beautiful woman with a notably ample chest. That vision vanished a moment later. After confirming the appearance of the malignant entity, Jiao let out a sound of contemplation. She is a yin-yang master from Dongyang. A yin-yang master. That woman is a sorceress known as a yin-yang master, affiliated with a sect of shamans active in the eastern land of Dongyang. They utilize their own unique techniques known as the yin-yang path. However, I have never heard of a female yin-yang master before. I listened intently to this unfamiliar information and then asked with my arms crossed, "Is she strong?" Jiao nodded gravely. "She is likely very powerful. The magical force emanating from the black jade is exceedingly formidable. Someone of her caliber would certainly be among the top sorcerers in Dongyang. Can we handle this with just the 2 of us? It might be difficult. Under normal circumstances, I would likely charge in and fight without a second thought, believing I could take her down before she could cast any spells. However, having faced death many times before, and sensing an ominous feeling this time, I had become more cautious. After some contemplation, I inquired, "Have you pinpointed her location?" "Yes." I then suggested the obvious. "Then let's summon the experts from the 12 righteous and other sorcerers to join us." "That is indeed advisable." Jiao began sending out dispatches to the factions and branches of the 12 righteous located in Sojiang. The message indicated that a sorcerer from Dongyang was summoning monsters from the classic of mountains and seas to wreak havoc in Goryeo, and it would take about 5 days to assemble a suppression squad. The dispatched team consisted of a total of 23 members, including warriors from the 12 righteous, sorcerers, and myself. As Ji Yoal assumed the role of the leader, he raised his prayer beads high and called out, "Let us vanquish the enemy." Yuo. Watching that scene as an observer, I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. Every now and then, I want to get in on a group fight too. Perhaps that was why I felt uplifted. Having been on the receiving end of many group attacks, seeing others experience that felt immensely satisfying. Zhaijing. This city was originally renamed Pyongyang Prefecture during King Gongmin's reign. When it was taken by the Yuan dynasty, it was known as Dongning Prefecture, but it was eventually reclaimed. However, during the transition between the Yuan and Ming dynasties, when Goryeo successfully defended and reformed itself, and with King Yu and King Cheng rising to power to rejuvenate the national fortune, this place regained its name as Zhaijing. Originally, King Yu was uninterested in politics, but he suddenly became more capable and eventually became a decisive king capable of purging dissidents. Rumors suggest that the 12 righteous were greatly involved in this transformation, though it remains uncertain. In any case, as Goryeo regained its national fortune and became a strong nation, even the old city that had been in decline experienced a resurgence. Ji Yoal, the monk, gazed intently at the ruins of the old Dongning Prefecture. I can feel the energy of the Yin-Yang school from right over there. That place hadn't seen any reconstruction for over 100 years and hadn't even been cleared of debris. Feng Shui masters referred to it as a place of strong yin energy due to the intense resentment of those who had died during the Yuan dynasty's rule, making it too dangerous for humans to enter a cursed place. The sorcerers and Taoists present nodded in agreement. I sense a powerful sorcery. Let's break the barrier. Whoosh. The practitioners stepped forward and began to dispel the barrier encircling the abandoned building. While there was no physical interference, those who entered the barrier would be trapped in illusions and subjected to a powerful curse. Entering such a barrier unarmed was extremely reckless, thus it needed to be dispelled first. Bang! Suddenly, light erupted from thin air, and a transparent curtain lifted. That was the signal that the barrier had been dispelled. The Yin-Yang subjugation squad moved deeper inside, but just as everyone entered through the main gate of the abandoned building, something suddenly crashed down behind them. Boom! Ji Yoal frowned at the dust cloud that had formed. The rat trap. Blocking our retreat was an enormous door, measuring 4 yards high and wide, adorned with the depiction of a demon at its entrance, instilling an ominous feeling. I asked Ji Yoal, "What is that?" "That is the barrier technique of the Yin-Yang path. It seems that the Yin-Yang school wants to trap us like rats in a cage. Can't we just ignore it and jump over the wall?" The door itself possesses the power of the barrier. To break it, we must either eliminate the sorcerer or disrupt the formation. I see. I nodded. The enemy has come to greet us. SSHHH. SSHHH. A bizarre figure gradually appeared in front of the vast ruins of the old Dongning Prefecture. It was a figure too artificial to be labeled a monster, resembling a puppet seemingly made of paper. As it staggered and walked forward, Ji Yoal grabbed the captain. "Everyone, be cautious. That is a Shixin, spiritual puppet, of the Yin-Yang path. Despite its appearance, it possesses great strength and speed, and it is hard to kill, so protect yourselves well." Shixin? I was taken aback, having never seen such a thing before. So sorcery could create fighting puppets using paper? The number of Shixin appeared to be about 50, clearly exceeding the number of fighters in the subjugation squad gathered here. Clang. 12 Righteous National Defense Alliance, Jaeyun, I'm coming. Jaeyun, a late-stage practitioner who had sparred with me, shouted fiercely as he drew his sword and charged forward. His sword carried a powerful strike infused with strong sword energy. As he rushed in, he sliced the limbs of 2 Shixin into multiple pieces. Boom. Though made of paper, the Shixin thudded heavily on the ground as if possessing real weight. Surely their attacks carried significant physical force. Yuo. Let's defeat the beasts. Ching. Kwang. With that signal, the 12 Righteous Subjugation Squad lunged forward as if they had made an agreement. Each was a skilled fighter from their respective sects, ensuring there was no one below a first-class level among them. In an instant, swords, spear techniques, arrows, and spells began to fly in a fierce battle between the Shixin. Whir! One of the scholars of the 12 Righteous, using fire sorcery to burn a Shixin, frowned. More are being summoned. Truly impressive sorcery. Zing. Having only taken down half of the Shixin in a brief moment, strange sounds emanated again behind the building, with even more Shixin emerging. It seemed they intended to summon lower-level Shixin in droves to exhaust our stamina and mental fortitude. Just then, a Taoist beside Ji Yoal stepped forward and shouted, "We can't waste time here. Leave it to me, the sorcerer head on Milchen." With a swish, his figure moved at incredible speed. This speed seemed to be another type of magic, one that could not be achieved through ordinary means. Suddenly, the shadows of his movements extended like an illusion, and a total of 72 formations illuminated the ground, inscribed with intricate patterns. The Taoist formed hand signs and shouted in the center of the plaza. Swift as the law, right step, great resolution. Crack. It was astonishing. At the moment the Taoist landed on the final formation, all the Shixin charging toward him simultaneously halted. This was likely the effect of the Taoist's right step magic expanding over a vast area and immobilizing the Shikshin while allowing others to move freely. The martial artists and sorcerers on the premises expressed their deep gratitude to him. Thank you. Let's smash it quickly. Crack. Boom. Even as I swung my sword from the side, taking down Shikshin, I marveled at the scene. Each of them was quite powerful, but they were effectively taking down numerous enemies by coordinating their roles. This is the power of teamwork. While sorcery itself rarely held strong direct attacking power, its impact could greatly change the tide of battle when used as support. The composition of the subjugation squad, with its mix of martial artists and sorcerers, showcased their extensive experience fighting powerful foes. Furthermore, unlike the sects of the Central Plains, they had little internal strife, and the cause of fighting against the invaders from Dongyang united them firmly. With the last explosive sound, all the Shikshin fell to the ground. Then, a cackling laughter echoed from inside the ruins of Dongning Prefecture. Ahaha, so the 12 righteous have come here with determination? Why do you trouble me? Jiyoal, holding the captain, stepped forward and pressed his hands together. You have summoned monsters from the Shenhaijing to disturb this land. You shall receive the fitting punishment. Haha, you do not know that the monsters of the Shenhaijing are mostly fools? They seldom harm humans, enjoying flesh instead. That may be true, but why are you causing such chaos in Goryeo? Do at least offer an excuse. An excuse. Ahaha, swoosh, ugh, unbelievable. The members of the subjugation squad gasped in surprise as an enchanting woman from the Yin-Yang school appeared in the empty air, revealing herself as the source of the voice. As before, she was extraordinarily beautiful, with a voluptuous figure. But what caught their attention was not merely that. Jiyoal's brow furrowed as he spoke. Transmission technique. How could a sorceress of your caliber act without discernment? Haha, there is a powerful evil spirit trapped in this land. I erected a barrier to absorb its power, and it just happened to be the good stuff from Shenhaijing's sorcery. You used the energy that leaked out when the monster from the Shenhaijing was sealed to employ your sorcery. The Yin-Yang sorceress laughed gleefully. Oh, it seems the big-headed one is quite knowledgeable about sorcery. Indeed, you have done quite a service for me. You deliberately did such things knowing that the 12 righteous would come to eradicate you? Truly vile. Jiyoal's anger flared. However, I couldn't quite grasp their conversation and asked. You speak of an evil spirit in this land? Where exactly is it? Jiyoal responded to my question. There is likely one. In this place, there is only one person who could have turned into an evil spirit. And who is that? As Jiyoal fell silent, the Yin-Yang sorceress covered her mouth with a fan and chuckled. Why should it concern you that I would handle the evil spirit in Zijing? Wouldn't it be in your best interest to wait until I finish my work? Don't be ridiculous. Looking at the demonic aura radiating from you, it is clear you are no benevolent being. I can only imagine what kind of tremendous power you would wield after absorbing that evil spirit. We will seal both you and the evil spirit right here. Ahahaha. Go ahead and try. Swoosh. The Yin-Yang sorceress used her transmission technique again and vanished. She would likely be hiding inside that ominous 4-story abandoned building. I glanced at the building and said, why don't we just call in the archers and set fire to the building? That won't work due to her sorcery. She likely has spells to block arrows. You keep mentioning an evil spirit. What exactly does that mean? Can you explain it in a way I can understand? I wasn't the only one curious. All the members of the 12 righteous gathered around were looking at Jiyoal, as he appeared to be the most knowledgeable sorcerer present. After some contemplation, Jiyoal sighed and replied, this building in Dongning Prefecture is where the monk Jiangsim was killed by Zhao Kuang. Jiangsim. I tilted my head, not understanding what that meant. However, the Taoist from Hedong Milchen who previously displayed the powerful right step magic turned pale and exclaimed, wait, could this be the place where Miao Chong was killed? Indeed. It was designated as a forbidden area in Zijing, and the ruins were left untouched because there was a high probability that he, possessing formidable powers during his life, has transformed into a powerful evil spirit. The plan was to weaken his power through the barrier over a long time and eventually eradicate him. Jiyoal sighed again. That sorceress has now stirred up this trouble to absorb the power of the evil spirit. This is a serious matter. I couldn't understand why they were so startled, so I continued to ask. Who is Miao Chong? The monk Miao Chong attempted to change the capital of Goryeo to this Zijing during a rebellion. He was betrayed and killed by Zhao Kuang. This land is that place. I see. But what do we do now? What do you mean? I pointed at the abandoned building. That place is clearly a trap, yet you still intend to go inside? Wouldn't it be better to break down the rat trap and call for reinforcements? Murmurs. The members of the subjugation squad seemed to find my suggestion reasonable, realizing that entering a place set with traps by a sorceress capable of using transmission magic was foolish indeed. However, Jiyoal shook his head resolutely. No, we cannot waste too much time. If that Yin-Yang sorceress absorbs Miao Chong's power, a true monstrous evil will be born, making the situation exponentially more difficult. Let's muster our courage. No matter how formidable her sorcery is, there must be limits. She has already summoned a large number of Shikshin, and she must have consumed a considerable amount of strength, so if we respond calmly, we will surely be able to subjugate that sorceress. Oh, the martial artists of the 12 righteous regained their spirits. I realized that Jiyoal held greater respect and trust among the 12 righteous than I had anticipated. It was likely that was why so many of them participated when the call to subjugate the Yin Yang school was disseminated. I reluctantly accepted the situation and internally sighed. Ugh, it can't be helped. I had hoped to avoid danger and stay safe in this life, but it seemed pulling back now would only escalate the risks. If we didn't band together with the 12 righteous to subdue them now, as Jiyoal said, the situation would become significantly more complicated. Furthermore, losing the trust of the 12 righteous would make it apparent that investigating the Hedong would also pose challenges. With a thud, the subjugation squad entered the first floor of the building. In the darkness, a beam of light shone down like a laser, illuminating a martial artist holding a long saber. Uniquely, the warrior had a large mask on, obscuring most of his face. Jiyoal addressed the warrior. From your attire, you seem to be a martial artist from Dongyang. Step aside, you cannot withstand us alone. The Dongyang warrior spoke slowly in Goryeo dialect. I must receive power from the Sky Fox. You're a nuisance. Don't blame me for your shortcomings, you are the same kind. Zarun stepped forward. Despite his delicate appearance, he seemed quite hot-tempered. When he unleashed his saber's aura, the Dongyang warrior flinched and raised his long saber in response. Moments later, the two began clashing fiercely. Clang, clang, what's this? That guy is weak. I was disappointed watching the Dongyang warrior. He was not completely incapable of fighting, showing skills close to the first-rate level. However, Zarun's skills were comparable to those of a chief elder, and it was evident that he was overpowering his opponent with every strike. This lone warrior was holding us off, and I had expected something formidable, but he turned out to be a mere lackey, hardly able to defeat anyone among our ranks. Swish! Zarun's saber stopped just in front of the Dongyang warrior's throat. After overpowering him in just 50 seconds, Zarun coldly asked, I'll ask again. Do you have no intention of stepping aside? The Dongyang warrior swallowed hard. I will step aside. You made the right choice. Zarun sheathed his saber. The Dongyang warrior seemed to sense the significant gap in their capabilities, hanging his head in defeat. The members of the subjugation squad passed by him, heading for the second floor, showing him no regard whatsoever. Thud, thud. I felt something was off. The Yin Yang sorceress was certainly a formidable sorceress, so why had she stationed such a weak warrior as a guard? It seemed almost as if she wouldn't mind if he died. A pang of sympathy struck me, and I patted the Dongyang warrior on the shoulder. Cheer up. At that moment, suddenly, the Dongyang warrior lifted his head from the darkness and shouted, Yes, you're here. Swoosh. He swung his sword with a voice filled with malice. I instinctively deflected the attack, but I couldn't help but be surprised by the suddenness of the assault. Just moments ago, he looked as if he might die from defeat. Why was he suddenly doing this? But that was that, and this was this. I quickly swung my sword. You brought this on yourself. Slash. The Dongyang warrior's head separated from his body, falling into the darkness and disappearing from view. I couldn't comprehend why he had attacked, but I walked forward, puzzled. How strange. Did I somehow provoke that Dongyang warrior? Or did I simply seem easy to target? I couldn't know. The fact that I never got to see his face made it all the more unsettling. The subjugation squad ascended to the second floor, where two monstrous beings that looked like goblins were waiting. One was a gaunt ghost resembling a skeletal human, while the other was a stout, flat-bodied ghost. They didn't appear to be very strong, leading me to think it might be an easy fight again, but Jiyoal warned tensely. Those are the Yin Yang school's elite guardians, front demon and back demon. They are extremely powerful, so be careful. Kaboom! Jiyoal's warning proved true. The skinny front demon suddenly spat out a beam of light, causing a thunderous explosion as it sent 2 or 3 members of the subjugation squad flying back. At the same time, the stout back demon swung a heavy mace towards us with incredible force and speed. Crash! Stay focused. Maintain formation. Combine your strength. In the midst of the chaos, the warriors and sorcerers regrouped, gathering in groups of about 8 to surround the front demon and back demon respectively. I chose to engage with the back demon, thinking it might be easier to hit given its large size. These guys are the real deal. Simultaneously, I was glad I had brought the squad with me. I had no confidence in defeating either the front or back demon alone. If I had come here solo, I would have been crushed by their combined assault. Being among my comrades provided a chance to strategize and tackle the threat. Gruar. Boom! The back demon roared fiercely as it swung its mace in all directions. The warriors and sorcerers quickly evaded its attacks while attempting to strike back. Yet its skin was as tough as iron, making our attacks largely ineffective. I dodged its mace swings using adrenaline-fueled maneuvers and swiftly countered with my sword. Heaven's Thunder Blade? At novel bin at. Wham! A massive blade of lightning appeared, slicing into the back demon's back. However, after taking such a powerful strike filled with my inner energy, the back demon staggered momentarily before regaining its footing. It left a significant mark but seemed far from fatal. I was dumbfounded by its resilience. What kind of monster is this? The Heaven's Thunder Blade had been compressed from a size that could stretch across 3 lengths to a mere 5 feet. Thus, while its destructive power would typically be about 30% of what I could unleash when fully exerting myself, it should have obliterated any human. Yet, it merely wound up with non-fatal injuries. The back demon's toughness was astonishing. Hang in there, we can do this. Agreed. but perhaps due to the impact, the back demon's movements slowed considerably. I coordinated with the 12 righteous, pressing the back demon relentlessly, and after accumulating over 5 effective hits, it finally collapsed. Crash. Grr. The back demon cried out in anguish, bursting apart with a loud sound, leaving behind only scraps of paper. A creature as powerful and enormous as that was merely a summoned piece of paper. I wiped the sweat from my brow and turned to look at the front demon. Ugh, the situation is grim. The front demon was a small goblin who bombarded the subjugation squad with beams of light from its mouth and hands, putting them in a difficult position. The blue goblin fire whizzing through the air was also quite threatening. While the back demon had a powerful constitution and strength, it seemed the front demon was using bizarre spells to toy with its enemies. Hey. Myself and the members of the subjugation squad rushed toward the front demon, swinging our swords. The front demon appeared flustered by the sudden increase in foes, and began spewing even more beams of light like threads. Realizing the sheer might of its area attacks, the subjugation squad scattered to evade the explosions. Kaboom! Kaboom! Ugh, the building is going to collapse. I felt an urgency. At this rate, the building might collapse entirely due to the front demon's onslaught, putting all of us in jeopardy. After all, this spiritual puppet was merely a conjuration, so the consequences would mainly fall upon the subjugation squad. I decided it was now or never and dashed forward, secretly channeling thunder breathing through my body. In an instant, my physique crackled with bluish lightning, and I used the sudden surge in speed to close the distance to the front demon. I moved so quickly that it seemed unresponsive until my sword was nearly at its throat. Slash. Kia. As the front demon's head fell, the beams it unleashed ceased to exist. The subjugation squad, hiding in various spots, finally emerged, sighing in relief. Phew, we made it. Thank you, young hero. If it weren't for you, we would have all perished. It was nothing. I waved my hand dismissively, wearing a strained expression. I'm more worried about what kind of monster awaits on the 3rd floor. Among the subjugation squad, there was already 1 confirmed death and 4 injuries. The thought of facing the guardian on the 3rd floor was immensely daunting after suffering such losses. Gioal then spoke to me. Could you go ahead and scout? Excuse me. I sense something is off. The front and back demons are the ultimate guards of the yin-yang school, and they were on the 2nd floor. That sorceress might not be what we think. What do you intend to do then? I'll gather up the injured and briefly step out. I need to verify something. I felt the difficulty level rise sharply, and it didn't quite add up. Shouldn't we be pushing forward to take care of this? So he's suggesting I scout? I need to go in calmly. However, it felt wrong to refuse Gioal's suggestion. Surely, he wasn't asking me to take out a sorceress alone. With no other option, I nodded my head. Understood. If it becomes too dangerous, retreat. I wouldn't need you to tell me that. I didn't believe there could be anything stronger than the front and back demons on the 2nd floor, but if there was, I was prepared to flee without looking back. I resolved to do my best, but my life was not on the line for this. The subjugation squad temporarily retreated from the collapsed building, and I ascended to the 3rd floor alone. After scanning the silence of the 3rd floor for a while, I proceeded to the 4th floor. Looks like there's nothing here. I had been anxious for no reason. Thud, thud. With a somewhat dejected heart, as I reached the 4th floor, the scene unfolded before me. The yin-yang sorceress I had seen earlier was elegantly seated at a table, sipping from a goblet. While her enormous chest, easily double that of an ordinary woman, caught my attention, I forced myself to look at her face. She glanced at me and smiled slyly. So, you are the one that person spoke of. Most interesting. What do you mean? That person? The warrior you killed on the 1st floor. Oh, I was left somewhat bewildered, tilting my head. What exactly had he said about me? However, the yin-yang sorceress continued laughing without further explanation. Ha ha ha, humans are amusing. Though I've lived so long, I've never seen such a grudge before. I don't understand what you're talking about. Ah, that's enough. Regardless, you've made it this far, you possess considerable skill. Thus, I have a proposal. A proposal. The yin-yang sorceress smiled gently. In an instant, her beautiful appearance suddenly grew fur and began to change rapidly. Her facial features transformed into those of an animal, and her body followed suit. Soon, a bright light flowed forth as her yin-yang attire fell to the ground. When the transformation completed, standing before me was a gigantic fox, its size easily comparable to one chop. Its fur shone a brilliant silvery white, and a powerful aura radiated from its eyes. Yet, above all, what pressed heavily upon me was the fox's tail. The fox had an astonishing 9 tails. I hadn't heard of such a fox before, and I had only caught wind of it once in legends. I gasped in shock. The sky fox, 9-tailed fox. In the record of the Mysterious Center, it states, a fox can transform into a woman after living for over 50 years, and upon reaching 100 years, it can change into a beauty or a wondrous shaman. It may also transform into a man and engage in relationships with women. A fox is capable of knowing events occurring 1,000 miles away, commanding poisonous creatures and spirits, and seducing people. Upon reaching 1,000 years, it transcends to become a heavenly fox. The fox is classified as a creature of the yin and is primarily active at night. Even ordinary foxes, which have not nurtured their skills, are considered special animals with intelligence comparable to that of humans. Additionally, there is a legend in the Investiture of the Gods that speaks of a notorious femme fatale, who was said to have been a fox, able to draw in the essence of the sun and the moon and manipulate people using the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Thus, it is also referred to as an evil beast. Moreover, in popular belief, fox spirits are revered as one of the 5 deities of wealth. However, what truly astonished me was not this trivial information. According to the Taoist texts I learned from Master Mang Niang, a fox with 9 tails could only be a 9-tailed fox, which is none other than the heavenly fox. The heavenly fox is a fox that has lived for 1,000 years. This spiritual creature, adorned with golden fur and possessing 9 tails, represents the highest status achievable by a fox. It is said to serve in the solar palace and lunar palace of the heavenly realm, and thus poses no threat to humans. However, if it were to do so, it would possess at least the strength of a lower deity, prompting great calamity. Moreover, among these, the fox ancestor was the first fox to achieve enlightenment and ascend, holding powers equivalent to those of a high deity. If the being before me were indeed a heavenly 9-tailed fox, then with my current strength, it would be an absolutely insurmountable divine being that I could never hope to defeat. As I swallowed hard, the 9-tailed fox turned its serene gaze toward me and spoke. Unfortunately, I am a 9-tailed fox, but not a heavenly fox. My fur is silver, not gold. What? Could such a thing even be possible? I did not ascend to the heavenly realm. I am still in the midst of my cultivation. SSSSSSS. Despite these words, the eerie power radiating from the 9-tailed fox grew ever stronger, ultimately causing my body to tremble with cold. This phenomenon arose from the overwhelming supernatural energy emanating from the fox, far surpassing any creature I had previously encountered. Even my cultivation could hardly contain the presence of the 9-tailed fox. It truly was a being worthy of the title Great Demon. The 9-tailed fox seemed to chuckle. Ahaha, curious human? Why have you come here? What is your reason for hunting me? I instinctively knew I had to answer this question well. While mentally cursing Gioal, I maintained a calm facade and responded. I have come to seek the sea seal in Goraio. Gioal said he could provide what I desired, so I agreed to help him. My choice was to be honest. In this situation, discussing some high-minded notion of justice while trying to protect the 12 righteous would serve no purpose. I was in a one-on-one meeting with the 9-tailed fox, where my life hung in the balance, so why would I speak of such pretense? I thought it better to speak candidly. The 9-tailed fox stiffened slightly. The sea seal, you say? Where did you hear that? Master Mang Niang spoke of a sea seal existing in the east. I came in belief of that tale. The 9-tailed fox's demeanor shifted from playful to serious, transforming from mere amusement to one of slight wariness and intrigue as it looked at me. It sprawled lazily on the nearby ground and said, "What is your relationship to Master Mang Niang? He seems to hold a significant aversion toward humans, making it hard to believe he has a human acquaintance. My colleague is a direct disciple of Master Mang Niang." Ahaha, I see. There was a hint of amusement on the fox's face. I was trying my best to respond sincerely, but the strange atmosphere made me uneasy. The fox in front of me was clearly a target to be hunted. Why were we engaging in this exchange? A moment later, the 9-tailed fox spoke again. "If I were to say that I know the whereabouts of the sea seal, would you become my subordinate?" "Really? Ho ho ho, answer me first. Will you become my subordinate?" I pondered the implications of answering yes. What would I do if the 9-tailed fox commanded me to fight against the 12 righteous? That would indeed be a troublesome situation, and I hesitated to reply to her question. However, after a brief moment of sorting my thoughts, I responded, "If your information is true, then I would do so." A strange glimmer appeared in the fox's eyes. "Indeed, you are quite a unique human. Your way of thinking is completely different from other humans. You resemble our ghostly fox spirits." Swoosh! In the next moment, the 9-tailed fox transformed back into a breathtaking beauty with ample curves. However, her lack of clothing accentuated her voluptuous figure in a tantalizing way. Furthermore, the undeniable allure radiating from her flushed my face. Her skin was flawlessly white, and her delicate features were striking. Seated naked on a chair, the 9-tailed fox said, "I'm pleased. I feel I won't get bored with you around." "What do you mean?" "I mean exactly that. I will assist you in finding the sea seal, but until then, I wish to accompany you." My expression distorted in disbelief. What kind of nonsense was this? In surprise, I raised my sword defensively and said, "Aren't Gioal and the combat squad going to arrive soon? What do you intend to do about that? If you wish to say such things, then abandon your plan to absorb the evil spirit." "Oh ho, don't you wish to hear about the sea seal?" I said, "Only if your information is true. You want me to betray the combat squad without any proof." Ho 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 ho. The 9-tailed fox burst into a melodious laugh as she stepped closer. As the naked beauty approached me, suddenly, my heart raced. My lower body grew warm and stiff, and my heart pounded fiercely, filled with all sorts of lewd thoughts. I felt an overwhelming urge to pounce on the woman in front of me. Having never been with a woman properly before, the temptation was all the more potent. Damn it, focus. This is an enchantment technique. If I fell for this, it would be the end. I gritted my teeth and invoked my cultivation technique to hold my ground. Thanks to the Taoist techniques of my sect, which possess the effect of revealing the truth, it was easier to resist such illusions than the martial arts of the demon lineage. My stiffness remained, but I managed to maintain my reason. The nine-tailed fox turned provocatively, wiggling her peach-like bottom, and said, "Gioal must have taken the combat squad back to the second floor. Why do you think that is?" That man likely grew suspicious upon witnessing the overwhelming power of my front and back demons. Even the greatest yin-yang sorcerer from Dongyang wouldn't possess such might. And he must have sensed that I am both a great demon and a supernatural being. The nine-tailed fox returned to her seat and poured herself a drink. The sight of her ample bosom swaying drew my attention involuntarily. As I stared blankly, she took a sip and continued. "By now, you must have gauged my supernatural powers and recognized my identity. And now you are traversing the path of life and death." I was taken aback by her words and exclaimed, "That can't be true. If that were the case, it would mean that Gioal intended to leave me behind while the combat squad managed to escape. If that were true, I'd have been thoroughly blindsided." The nine-tailed fox laughed softly. "Why, isn't that a cool and rational judgment? After all, with your current capabilities, defeating me is impossible. By sending you to me, they would buy time and escape while gathering the 12 righteous. In that case, I too would be at risk and would flee from this ruin. Well, how about seeing it for yourself?" The nine-tailed fox subtly directed her wine cup towards the railing. It was as if she was encouraging me to go and look down. While remaining alert for any sudden move from her, I cautiously approached the railing. Activating my inner power, indeed, in the distance, I could see the path of life and death, and nearby, members of the 12 righteous were sparking as they attempted to breach it. As I stood there, momentarily at a loss for words, the nine-tailed fox chuckled from her seat. "Of course. My power is 10 times stronger than my front and back demons. Gioal has realized this. If you want to run away even now, I will let you go. You may do as you wish." I was overwhelmed by a deep sense of betrayal regarding Gioal. If that's the case, then why didn't he listen to me when I suggested fleeing earlier? However, I could somewhat guess the reason in my mind. At that moment, following my words would have compromised the pride of the combat squad and shattered their morale. But after encountering the front and back demons and experiencing their power, his perspective likely changed. It was as if they had sacrificed me as a diversion to buy time for their escape. I decided to temporarily bury my feelings of betrayal and turned to the nine-tailed fox, saying, "I don't understand. You don't seem particularly interested in wiping us out. What is it that you desire? Ahaha, have you discerned my true intentions?" The nine-tailed fox burst into laughter before continuing. "That's right. I came here for diversion. I heard that a powerful evil spirit lurks in Dongyang, so I wanted to see if I could lend my strength. However, I am quite comfortable living as a queen in the Dongyang palace, so there's no pressing need for me to take it. Do evil spirits really exist? They are located beneath this building. However, their power is so immense that even I have hesitated to engage with them. A powerful evil spirit burdened with the grievances of a fallen kingdom, a thing like that is more trouble than it's worth. More trouble than it's worth. I've made attempts using techniques from the classic of mountains and seas, but I'm still hesitant. Adat novel bin adat." Given her words, it seemed there was truth to her claims. In this situation, there was nothing that could hinder her. Even the combat squad was in a state of disarray, terrified and fleeing, providing no reason for her to fabricate lies. Swoosh! The nine-tailed fox, sitting cross-legged in her naked form, intertwined her legs. Each of her movements was an alluring gesture designed to entice. Unable to tear my gaze away from her voluptuous thighs, the nine-tailed fox said, "Right now, I find you more interesting than that." "What do you mean?" "I mean exactly that. I will teach you about the sea seal. In return, you must accompany me. That's the problem, though. How can I trust that you know about the sea seal?" The reason I pressed her was that I had a rough idea of what the nine-tailed fox was. Although she had ample power to subdue me, she chose to engage in conversation, playing with my mind. I could tell she preferred to rely on strategy and manipulation rather than brute strength. Given this approach, the likelihood of a sudden attack during our conversation seemed low. "Ho ho ho, do you know about the phoenix that appeared in Dongyang 2 years ago?" "I've heard of it. That was a spell cast by the king of the Dan clan, emerging to dispel the power of the evil god that appeared in Goryeo. Due to the overwhelming influence of the sea god, humanity was on the brink of corruption, prompting our greatest spellcasters to strengthen the barrier over all of Goryeo. This information was sudden and unexpected. While I struggled to understand much of it due to a lack of context, I managed to grasp a portion and asked, 'What do you mean by sea god?' A massive evil god that even the divine beings and giants of the celestial realm cannot easily confront has established its domain in the Yellow Sea. Those who follow it are of the sea god's lineage, and they recently attempted to rise to the surface after negotiating with the local powers of Dongyang. The guardian clan of the peninsula could not allow that to happen, thus cast the spell for the barrier." A thought sprang to mind. Before coming to Goryeo, I had encountered the Blood Pirate clan, whose leaders resembled fish-like humans, clearly non-human. Moreover, the representative of the Western Palace had mentioned that they were associated with the sea god's lineage. Does that mean there exists an evil god that the sea god's lineage worships? Oh, you seem to know about the evil god. That's not important. Get to the point. The sea seal you speak of is an incredibly powerful treasure. It plays a crucial role as a wedge in the barrier that protects this land of Goryeo. If you search for it normally, you could spend your entire life without finding it. Can't it be found at the Sea Seal Temple? The nine-tailed fox reacted as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. You think you can find the sea seal at the Sea Seal Temple? That simple idea makes me truly envious. The temple is merely a place the sea seal passed through. It holds not the slightest connection to its current location. Then, what basis do I have to trust your words? You might just be saying this to toy with me. How sad for me. To think I am not trusted this much. She pretended to wipe away tears, bringing her hand to her eyes, then flashed a smile. Do you truly not believe me? If you allow me to accompany you, I promise to provide you with the best assistance. I won't corrupt you, and I can overlook the 12 righteous outside just this once. I wish to enjoy a pleasant journey with you. Her tone was earnest. I genuinely could not trust the nine-tailed fox. My reckless actions in the past had led to numerous deaths. This life, I had resolved to live longer, and after being betrayed by Gioal just moments ago, my caution had only intensified. Yet, in this situation, what choice did I have but to trust her? Fighting the nine-tailed fox is out of the question. Gioal had been terrified merely at the sight of her prowess, fleeing and leaving me behind. She was likely among the most formidable great demons in the entirety of the Central Plains, Goryeo, and Dongyang. If the nine-tailed fox set her mind to it, she could wipe out both me and the 12 righteous without breaking a sweat. I resolved to maintain a rational mindset, letting out a deep sigh before saying, "All right, I understand. Ho ho ho, good thinking." The nine-tailed fox, seemingly delighted, jumped up and grabbed my hand, her sincerity pouring forth. Had you not spoken such nonsense, I would have just taken everything for myself. I felt as if I had narrowly escaped the brink of life and death. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox performed a somersault and transformed. Boom! In an instant, the nine-tailed fox changed from a voluptuous adult woman to a girl of my age. It was remarkable how easily she could switch appearances, showcasing her shape-shifting skills. As I stared blankly at the girl dressed in Goryeo attire, the nine-tailed fox smiled brightly. I'll use the name Miho, from now on. I look forward to working well together. At that moment, an absurd companion had joined me on my quest to find the sea seal. Dark Heaven Village. After that, Miho released the barrier of Nasang Gate and allowed the 12 righteous punitive squad to leave. The sound of her laughter as she watched their retreat from the 4th floor pavilion sent chills down my spine. Haha, it would have been so much fun to capture them and roll around here. I waved my hand dismissively, still feeling bitter from being betrayed by Gioal just moments before. That's enough of that. What's your plan now? Where do you live, Bakwang? I'm currently a guard for the Zhang clan. Miho tilted her head at my response. The Zhang clan? You've entered a strange place. I got introduced to them. Oh ho, it seems you've had quite the adventure. Well, something like that? As I vague in my answer, Miho chuckled lightly, and then spoke. Since we've come this far by fate, would you like to see what Miao Chong is like? Miao Chong? The malevolent spirit of the western capital? A being so formidable that even great demons hesitated to absorb its power. I couldn't help but shake my head at the thought of encountering such a creature. No thanks. I haven't mastered sorcery, so I wouldn't be able to resist such a malevolent spirit. Ohua, you seem to have learned some Taoist prowess, but if Miao Chong, a spirit of that level, possesses you, there would be no way out. Why do you ask if you already know? Ha ha ha, it's amusing. Miho truly did seem like a wild spirit. With a snap of her fingers, she summoned the front demon and back demon once more. The yard is in disarray, clean up the remains of the spiritual puppet. Boom boom. The front demon and back demon soon vanished to the lower floor. I was left speechless witnessing the same demons I had just fought with being summoned back in an instant. The punitive squad had gone through hell to bring them down, yet they could be easily resummoned like this? Realizing my bewilderment, Miho said, "Ohua, there aren't many sorcerers stronger than me, especially when it comes to illusion arts. Unless someone can break the boundary between reality and illusion, they cannot challenge me." What's with the hesitation? Unintentionally, I had asked a question that matched perfectly with her explanation because I knew of an existing individual. Someone I had always sought out across my reincarnations. With curiosity shining on the nine-tailed fox's face, I felt compelled to reveal my thoughts. It seems that Chen Yujin, a disciple of Master Mang Niang, is at the level you described. I expected the nine-tailed fox to be greatly surprised, but instead, she merely nodded at the mention of Master Mang Niang. Ah, so it is Master Mang Niang. To think a human disciple would reach the realm of the illusory god. The illusory god. It's the peak of illusion arts. The boundary between you and me disappears, making it impossible for anyone to guard against that person's illusions. Even this maiden, who has lived for over 700 years, has not yet reached this realm. I was struck by the realization of Chen Yujin's incredible talent. Even a great demon like the nine-tailed fox hadn't reached that standard. Considering that my fellow disciple Mang Niang couldn't even properly wield basic sorcery, it truly made Chen Yujin a peerless figure in the realm of sorcery. No wonder the Golden Eagle Guards, led by the commander, could hold back the entire military with just one illusion barrier. Suddenly, that event came to mind, casting a shadow over my mood. I shook my head and said, "Anyway, I see. I would be truly grateful if you helped me find the sea seal." "Ohua, don't worry. I know the exact location." "Really? At Novel Bin Adat." "Indeed. How do you know that?" As I kept questioning, Miho's expression turned displeased. She spoke curtly. Why do you continually ask me such aggressive questions? Do you always treat your companions this way? Oh, no. I will be at the Baikwaian in the western capital, so come find me. Whoosh! Miho suddenly vanished with a teleportation technique. Her personality was unlike anyone I had ever encountered, making it difficult to understand her. One thing was clear, she had a very fussy and capricious nature. I realized I would have to read her moods carefully, much like when I used to work for the dung beetle. Ugh, how tiresome, what can I do? Having such a great demon offer to help me is still a significant advantage. Furthermore, she even told me the location of the sea seal, leaving no reason to refuse. Of course, I had to keep in mind that she might betray me at any moment due to her unpredictable nature, but if I could find out the location of the sea seal, I would be the one gaining the upper hand in the end. I exited the ruined Dongyongbu and entered the city of the western capital. Until moments ago, I had been fighting for my life, yet now the western capital appeared peaceful. I asked passersby where the Baikwaian was located and soon arrived at the 3-story Baikwaian. Miho was seated at a table on the first floor, eating side dishes. She still looked like a girl, but there was a subtle charm about her different from her adult form. Perhaps because she was fundamentally pretty, she looked good in the attire of a Goryeo woman. Maybe that was why, despite her youthful appearance, men were glancing at her eating from various corners. As I sat down at the table, Miho spoke. Have you reflected on your actions? I'm sorry. I'll be more careful with my words from now on. That's all I needed to hear. With a bright smile, Miho engaged in conversation. Are you going to order something to eat too? I'll have some side dishes as well. Miho raised her hand happily and called out. 1 order of side dishes, please. Sure. After a short while, I ordered and began eating the side dishes while absent-mindedly watching Miho. From this angle, she really looked like an ordinary human girl, completely different from the powerful spiritual puppet summoner she had just been, exuding a lascivious aura. If I shouted from the rooftops that Miho was a 9-tailed fox, I would be the only one seen as insane. After finishing her side dishes, Miho said, the sea seal is held by the 12 righteous leader. 12 righteous leader. That person belongs to the clan of Dan, so it's only natural. I let out a groan at Miho's information. The 12 righteous leader. This referred to the head of the 12 righteous governing the Hedong Gate. With 12 factions, coordination of opinions was essential, as was the need for a leader. It was akin to the head of the Jiangshan Alliance leading a vast sect in Central Plains martial arts. However, there was no information about the 12 righteous leaders' appearance, martial arts, or aliases available to the public. In stark contrast to the fame and looks of the head of the Jiangshan Alliance, the identity of the 12 righteous leader remained obscured. It would be quite efficient to conceal one's identity when leading a coalition in a narrow land such as Goryeo. I asked about the new information I just learned. What does the clan of Dan mean? As I mentioned earlier, they are the guardian clan that protects this peninsula. They do not come to the fore, but they serve to protect humans from gods or outsiders. Like Master Mangniang from the Central Plains. Quite similar. One might consider it nearly the same role. It seemed there were many hidden guardians in this world. While I pondered this, Miho spoke again. By the way, Bakwung, there's something you should tell this maiden. What should I say? Why, you're searching for the sea seal. Miho rested her chin on her hand, looking at me with curiosity. How could a clueless person like you, who knows nothing about sorcery, be searching for the sea seal, which is rumored to be one of the greatest secrets among sorcerers? Moreover, coming all the way here to Goryeo from the distant Central Plains. After considering for a moment, I decided to just be honest. There wasn't really anything to hide. In fact, I don't know much about the sea seal. However, according to my companions, it is highly likely that the sea seal is indeed one of the 7 stars treasures, which is why I'm searching for it. The 7 stars treasure? Are you saying that you are on a quest to collect the treasures of the 7 stars? Yes. At my answer, Miho first seemed utterly incredulous. It was as if she were taken aback. You must be crazy. To seek the divine treasures of the divine age, something even immortals dare not attempt, with a human's lifespan. Fortunately, I received a blessing from the Queen Mother of the West, so my lifespan has greatly increased. I figure I might as well try as far as it goes. Queen Mother of the West. Upon hearing my words, Miho's expression turned as if struck by lightning. I felt an unexpected thrill as I saw her usually carefree demeanor turn serious. However, Miho seemed too consumed by her thoughts to pay attention to my reaction. Now I understand why I feel favorably towards this human. It's because you were blessed by the Queen Mother. But now Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. How did you receive the blessing of the Queen Mother? Answer me clearly. Is that really that important? It's at least extremely important for this maiden. Please, tell me. Miho's expression was earnest, and I realized that if I joked or spoke nonsense here, I might find myself in trouble. Perhaps, having died so often, I had developed this intuition. I calmly responded. I already obtained one of the treasures of the 7 stars. While I was doing so, I offered the energy I gained to the Queen Mother and received her blessing. I didn't perform the rites myself, Shen Yujin helped me. You obtained one of the 7 stars. Upon my answer, Miho seemed to lose all semblance of composure. She hurriedly moved closer and sat next to me, leaning in as she spoke. Tell me more about that. I want to know. Wait a moment. I gently pushed Miho away and continued. Miho, I've been talking this whole time, but if you're my companion, you should share some information too. Realizing her own impatience, Miho pulled back slightly. What kind of information are you referring to? Now, I need to know how I can acquire the sea seal from the 12 righteous leader. Miho looked thoughtful. After ordering a cup of tea, she answered after a moment of contemplation. There are 2 methods. What methods? The first is to take it by force from the 12 righteous leader, and the second is to receive it by voluntary transfer. That sounds like something even a child could think of. I teased her, and Miho turned her head away in annoyance. It's your responsibility to think about how to take it. In other words, once you find the location of the 12 righteous leader, the rest is up to your planning, isn't it? So how do I find the location of this 12 righteous leader? I'm not sure either, but if you take down the leaders of the 12 righteous one by one, you'll figure it out. They must have had some encounters with the 12 righteous leader. I see. Now, let's talk about the 7 stars. I explained how I obtained Makia from the 7 stars and how I offered the energy. However, I fabricated details about its whereabouts. After that, I offered Makia at the shrine where Chen Yujin serves Master Mangniang. Ugh, that makes sense. Master Mangniang must be managing it. Ugh. Miho, seemingly distressed about something, bit her sleeve in dismay. From this, I realized her desire to possess the 7 stars was incredibly strong. I was left quite perplexed and asked Miho, is Makia really such an extraordinary treasure that it feels ashamed to use it for combat? Of course, it awakens the upper body and grants talent in sorcery, but that alone seems a bit lacking for a treasure of the divine age. You foolish boy, don't you dare say such things elsewhere. With a tone of disdain, Miho continued. Since Master Mangniang has claimed it, it's not like you could obtain it anyway, so I'll tell you. The true power of Makia is heavenly ice, and it can even destroy the great immortal. Moreover, once you acquire Makia's supernatural abilities, a mere earth immortal can quickly ascend to the celestial realm and become a higher level immortal. If others were to know of its existence, all demons and immortals of the universe would covet it. Heavenly ice, a power that even the great immortal can destroy? I could only be shocked to hear such unexpected news. Stunned, I asked. Wait a moment. Isn't Makia a treasure from the mythical age? How do you know its powers? This maiden served the Queen Mother of the West in the celestial realm before coming down to the mortal world. Such facts are well known among the upper immortals and great beings in the celestial realm, so I was able to learn about it too. Then you are, the Queen Mothers. Suddenly, Miho glared at me and cut me off. Enough. You really have a talent for prying into other people's feelings. That was said ironically. Sai, haven't you learned the art of conversation? How can you expect to extract only the information you want when speaking, without considering the dialogue flow with the other person? It's truly the first time I've experienced such frustrating conversation in my life. Even though Miho reproached me, I had no retort. In truth, after going through multiple reincarnations, my emotions had become desolate, and living in fear of when I might die if I didn't acquire the needed information became inevitable. It was natural for me to develop such speech habits. Miho sighed as if she had no choice but to shake her head. Anyway, thank you for the story about the 7 stars. Given the circumstances, this maiden will do my utmost to assist you. Are you planning to acquire the sea seal? If not, that would be a lie. I proposed to Miho. If that's the case, how about this? What do you mean? If the sea seal happens to be one of the 7 stars, and you acquire it, then you can use it as much as you need. I only need to know its location, and later, you can lend it to me when I need it. Miho's eyes widened in surprise, definitely because my suggestion was unexpected. Then, she smiled widely and took my hand. Let's do it that way. It's a brilliant proposal. With this, Miho would help me in my quest for the sea seal without much suspicion. It might have been uncomfortable for me to backstab her in pursuit of the sea seal, but since I offered this proposal, it made it seem much more agreeable. My proposal was indeed quite gullible. However, for now, this was the best I could do. There was no way to subdue Miho by force, and even without my help, she would now start to make moves to acquire the sea seal, assumed as one of the 7 stars. I just need to know the location and how to obtain it. Once I knew that, I might later acquire it independently using reincarnation, without depending on Miho's help. Having established an alliance with Miho, she said, but your skills are rather lacking. At this rate, acquiring the sea seal will be quite beyond your abilities. Earlier, she praised my skills as decent, and now she was changing her words? However, it was understandable since the criteria for success in this venture would differ, leading to varying evaluations. I gruffly retorted, isn't it fine since you are strong? That's not it. The clan of Dan consists of beings so powerful they can hardly be regarded as human. Even if I am this maiden, facing them head-on would result in being sealed away. As Miho said this, she pointed at me with her finger. I'll give you 10 years. Become strong enough to assist this maiden within that time. I can't really imagine how to get strong. Should I just focus on training martial arts? I figured you would say that. This maiden will assist you. With a swift motion, Miho handed me a small mirror. Take this. What is this? This is one of the 3 sacred treasures from Atsuda Shrine in Nagoya, known as the Yatna no Kagami. The mirror called Yatna no Kagami emitted an unusual light as it lay on my palm. As I gazed at it, Miho explained. This is a type of Shizuishi stone, possessing the power to activate the soul and life force. While it would have stronger effects in the hands of a sorcerer, it will certainly aid you in becoming stronger. If you meditate in front of the mirror once a day at dawn and dusk, it should be effective. Effective? Huh. Aha, if I'm disappointed 10 years from now, I might just enchant you? Although Miho spoke playfully, it didn't feel playful at all. This Yata no Kagami was undoubtedly a treasure from Dongyang, and there was no way it could be given to me for free. If 10 years later, I hadn't reached a satisfactory level, she might kill me. Miho smiled brightly. When the time comes, this maiden will come to find you. Now, have sweet dreams tonight. Swish. With that, Miho vanished using a teleportation spell. I quickly looked around to ensure no one felt uneasy, but surprisingly, no one seemed to be questioning the sudden absence. Perhaps she had set up a barrier to manipulate perceptions in advance. Though I let out a sigh of relief, a bitter feeling settled in my chest. No matter how great a demon she is, her magical powers are astonishing. Is it really possible to confront such a being with martial arts? However, speaking of martial arts from a position where I hadn't even reached its pinnacle might be a bit presumptuous. I had to trudge back to the Zhang clan after ending the campaign in the western capital via an alliance with the nine-tailed fox. Regardless of what had transpired with the 12 righteous, I planned to play it off as if I had been enchanted by the nine-tailed fox and knew nothing of the event. That night, I set up camp and tried to sleep. Huff, huff. I wandered through a dreamlike state. In that dream, I found myself naked, my well-toned body glistening with sweat. I was writhing on a silken mattress, experiencing boundless pleasure. Thud thud thud. I could feel the soft and voluptuous body of a woman against me. I sensed silky hair brushing against my buttocks. A white hand began to caress my dazed face, which had lost its vitality as I indulged in the act. It felt as though I was watching my actions from a distance, with consciousness sealed and my body acting solely on instinct. It felt like I was about to explode with desire. In the next moment, my body convulsed violently as I released my passions while our bodies intertwined. Satisfaction was fleeting, and I found myself roughly touching the woman before me, kissing her beautiful lips as she eagerly reciprocated by caressing my firm chest. I then flipped her body and took a dominant position, slowly pushing myself inside her. Another bout of fervent ecstasy ensued, accompanied by the woman's moans tickling my ears. I indulged in passionate pleasure, eventually reaching the peak. Ugh. I woke up, letting out a groan, only to realize my lower body was damp. Grabbing my hair in frustration, I cursed out loud. Damn fox. Was this what she meant by sweet dreams? I had unexpectedly experienced a wet dream after decades of suppressing myself with my profound cultivation. Upon returning to the Zhang clan, Zhang Qiulwook called for me. I thought I was going to be reprimanded for my absence as I approached him. Baekwung, a great event has occurred in the western capital. Yes. Instead of discussing the chase of the tiger, he jumped straight into the details of the campaign. It seemed that even someone with Zhang Qiulwook's influence was aware of such significant news. With a serious expression, he gazed at me and said, "Tell me what happened." I omitted the details of my negotiation with Miho and claimed I had been bewitched by the nine-tailed fox, wandering aimlessly until I found myself in front of the Zhang clan. When I asserted that I had fallen victim to an illusion spell, Zhang Qiulwook adjusted his seat. Creak. Actually, it's caused quite a stir. Rumors have spread that the campaign was unable to withstand the nine-tailed fox's power, resulting in chaos in the western capital and causing unrest among regional aristocrats. If we don't resolve this swiftly, my position will become precarious. Baekwung, could you possibly join the campaign one more time? Although you fell prey to the nine-tailed fox's illusion, the 12 righteous are actually requesting your presence. This time, a very skilled sorcerer and the leader of the 12 righteous will accompany you, so I urge you to join. Despite his words, I shook my head. I'm sorry. I do not wish to encounter that demon again. I would rather die than face her once more. It's just too distressing for me. Please understand. Seeing my genuinely pained expression, Zhang Qiulwook seemed to relent. It cannot be helped. Then I will grant you leave. You may rest in the annex for the next 3 months. If you wish, I can even arrange for a woman to accompany you. Thank you for your consideration, but I prefer to be alone. Is that so? Then take your time to rest. May you also rest well, leader. Creak. As I closed the door behind me, I released a sigh. The real challenge lay ahead. I needed to build sufficient strength over the next 10 years. If not, I would surely perish, drained of my essence by the nine-tailed fox. Once a lewd dream manifests into reality, even my inner strength and vitality would stand no chance. I could end up exhausted after countless releases in a single night, with all my hair falling out until I withered away. I clenched my fist. I must survive. For the next 10 years, I had no choice but to train relentlessly. A year had passed since then. During that time, I had completed several missions and had perfectly fulfilled my role as the bodyguard of the Zhang clan. I had also become completely accustomed to the late Goryeo period. While I wasn't a local, I was able to converse in Goryeo quite fluently. As Li Juhi closed her book, she said, "This is it for today. I had fun during our time together. Why the sudden farewell?" Li Juhi looked at me blankly before suddenly raising her hand to pinch my cheek. Not knowing what to say, I sat there dumbfounded, and she burst into laughter. "You're so silly but you're cute." "Just joking? I have to return to my main family now. I had been stubbornly staying with the Zhang clan. By main family, you mean the Li clan? Yep. I recalled hearing about the hidden stories between the Zhang clan and the Li clan from Li Juhi. Originally, Yi Songjai, the progenitor of the Li clan, was said to be one of the most formidable generals in Goryeo history and was known as the Divine Bao. Due to the tyranny of the powerful families at that time, he had united forces with the newly rising scholar officials, who were accumulating dissatisfaction, to initiate a rebellion against Goryeo. There were claims that he had intended to stage a coup during that time. However, for some reason, Yi Songjai did not go through with the rebellion. Instead, he set aside his intentions and, together with General Choi Yang, advanced toward Liaodong, significantly impacting the Ming dynasty, which was attempting to conquer the northern Yuan at the time. It was said that some of the 150,000 troops led by General Nam Ok, who had gone to quell the northern Yuan, intended to attack Goryeo, but for some reason, they did not move. As a result, the expedition to Liaodong was quite successful, and the Hongguo Emperor cancelled the installation of Tailingwei. Moreover, Goryeo's territory expanded all the way near Jiyumsan, coming to dominate more than half of Liaodong in practical terms. It was puzzling why the mighty and ambitious Hongguo Emperor had cancelled any interference with Goryeo, but a prevailing theory was that the pressure from the White Lotus sect leader might have consumed his capacity to meddle in foreign affairs at that time. The subsequent developments were even more shocking. Yi Songjai, having achieved remarkable military feats, seized power in Goryeo a few years later, eliminating most of the powerful families. During that process, General Choi Yang and his clan fell from grace and returned to their homelands, while Yi Songjai and Zhang Dujian rose as the two principal families governing Goryeo. King Gongmin lamented the arrival of two tigers when he had driven away the wolf, and as a result, Goryeo became a system balanced among three great powers, including the monarchy. When Li Juhi recounted this story, she spoke with her arms crossed. The elders of the family say that Zhang Dujian obtained his current position by compromising his ideals with reality. Well, in the end, he purged the corrupt powerful families, and Goryeo regained its peace, so it's not all bad, right? That means, perhaps if Goryeo had perished at that time, a new nation would be standing on this land by now. Li Juhi, who casually uttered such a significant statement, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, but that's just a hypothetical, right? Hypotheses have no place in history. Goryeo is enjoying its greatest prosperity right now, and that's what matters. I finished my recollections and said, once you go back, it seems it will be hard to see you again. Lady Juhi, you are a noblewoman of Goryeo's largest clan, the Li clan. At that, Li Juhi puffed her cheeks. Humph, why do you say such things? We can see each other whenever? I thought we had grown quite close, but I guess that was just my misunderstanding. Ha ha ha, I'm just joking, you're being too serious. Seeing her laugh like that, I couldn't tell whether she was sincere or joking. Despite her seemingly frivolous demeanor, Li Juhi was a lady from a prominent family, possessing the highest scholarly and intellectual knowledge in Goryeo. She had completely memorized the 4 books and 5 classics by the age of 4 and had been able to compete in knowledge with great scholars by around 10. Though she had the constraint of being a woman, it wouldn't be incorrect to say she ranked among the most noble beings in Goryeo. I, too, felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of parting with Li Juhi. She had matured into a full-fledged woman. Whenever I looked at her, thoughts of romantic feelings often crossed my mind. I must have developed quite an infatuation for her during our time together. I want to get married. But I shook my head inwardly. Li Juhi didn't harbor any feelings beyond seeing me as a young friend. Furthermore, the social disparities between us were far too great. The mountain of responsibilities I had ahead of me played a part, too. Still, I couldn't help but lament inwardly. Damn it. Just once, I want to enjoy romance with the finest women throughout my life. Perhaps the dream shown to me by that 9-tailed fox had been rather intense, as the suppressed desires I had been holding back were boiling over. Nowadays, it had become quite difficult to suppress those thoughts. This was only natural as my body was coming out of adolescence and was developing strong sexual urges. I suppressed those feelings and said, have you ever met the 12 righteous leader, Lady Juhi? You mean the supreme ruler of the 12 righteous? Of course, the 12 righteous are closely related to our family, so the leader comes to our clan every year to pay his respects during the new year. To the best of my memory, he was quite a handsome man. He gave off a vibe similar to Song Yu or Bannon. He looked to be in his 20s, very youthful. I don't know his name, though. He never revealed it and only went by the title of the 12 righteous leader. Adat Novel bin Adat. Li Juhi, who spoke so quickly, was smiling at me. Her gaze seemed unexpectedly shrewd for her age, causing me to flinch without realizing it. Are you interested in the 12 righteous? I could tell. That's why I shared as much information as I could with you. She must have recognized that I was trying to extract information like an interrogation, given that we had spent nearly 2 to 3 years together. It was evident to her that my question about the 12 righteous was intended as a difficult one since this was my last chance to ask. Embarrassed, I turned my head away. I apologize. Li Juhi smiled brightly. Ihihi, what's there to apologize for? Uncle Cheol-wook knows you didn't come to just settle in Goryeo. It's just that you're not a bad person, and you're helpful to our clan, so we agreed to coexist peacefully. Still, it's a bit disappointing. You could have asked such questions anytime you wanted. A truly sad expression flickered across Li Juhi's face. When I fumbled, unsure of how to react, she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Well then, take care. I'll visit again when I'm bored. Goodbye. I had a wonderful time. Li Juhi didn't come by the next day. She found it stifling to stay within her clan and had been seeking refuge at the Zhang clan's residence. During that time, I had joined the Zhang clan, and she had taken the opportunity to teach me language and literature. Now, as the daughter of the most powerful clan in Gagaiyang, the Li clan, it would be difficult for her to visit. She also had exceptional talent in martial arts. I had taught her martial arts for just over 2 years. However, during that short time, she had developed the ability to easily defeat a second-rate martial artist. She had grasped not only the basic techniques of the Thunderstrike sword art but also its hidden meanings, a stark contrast to my own progress. Eventually, I found myself wondering if I should teach her the 10,000 success sword technique since I'd have nothing left to offer. If she were a part of the martial world, she could have been among the few outstanding female masters of her time. Suddenly feeling gloomy, I began to ponder. Why was I here? If a powerful entity like the 12 righteous leader is protecting Henan, is there really a need for me to delve deeper? Of course, this was just a random thought. Even so, I needed to verify whether Henan was one of the 7 luminaries and ascertain its whereabouts. If not, I might lack the strength to oppose the Golden Guards later on. Yet, despite these thoughts, the idea of spending my time as a bodyguard in a foreign land weighed heavily on me. My gloomy state must have been apparent to Zhang Qiulwook, as about 3 days later, he called me aside and said, I know you're feeling down because you can't see Juhi anymore. However, when you're in such a state, I start to feel uneasy as well. Try to gather your spirits. That's not it. I'm just feeling frustrated because I think I'm not achieving anything at the moment. Not achieving anything? Can't you at least train your martial arts? I shook my head. My martial arts have approached the stage of ascent, and I am currently at a point of gradual improvement. I feel a barrier and find it hard to gain significant achievements through personal training. This was the biggest issue. I had learned most of the advanced martial arts at the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School, but all of them were predicated on achieving a peak stage, thus requiring exceptional comprehension. In simpler terms, while I understood the basics of the 10,000 success sword technique and the Heaven Thunder Infinite Spear, I had yet to reach their unique secret techniques. Li Kuang's frustration and anger toward my talent stemmed from this. It was obvious that mastering the 10,000 success sword technique or the Heaven Thunder Infinite Spear to the level of great success would require decades of practice. He had initially accepted me as a disciple, believing me to be a genius. There was no reason for an extraordinary master like Li Kuang to dedicate decades of his life to nurture me. Thus, I had endured years of bullying at his hands to the extent that I sometimes wished to die. Of course, even now, if I returned to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School and showcased my accomplishments, I might somehow be accepted, surpassing several thresholds of difficulty. However, even if I were accepted, my limitations in talent would become apparent once more. If that happened, Li Kuang might end up doubting how I had acquired the advanced techniques and could very well resort to killing me. As Zhang Qiulwook observed my frustration, he said, "Didn't you go to Heian Temple when you had your leave a while back? How did that go?" "Yes. It was a mental retreat." "That was a lie." After receiving 3 months of leave following the nine-tailed fox incident, I took the opportunity to visit Heian Temple in Hechen under the pretense of relaxation. Although the nine-tailed fox had seemed of little connection to Heian Temple, I felt it necessary to investigate. While I couldn't meet with the temple's abbot, I was able to explore the temple thoroughly. It was undoubtedly an ordinary temple, devoid of any sacred objects or exceptional martial arts practitioners. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Qiulwook said, "Well, how about this? You should learn some medical skills or acupuncture." "Excuse me." It was an unexpected suggestion. When I asked for clarification, Zhang Qiulwook continued. "To be honest, I hadn't mentioned it before, but one of the guests staying in the annex, Elder Hua, is from the Central Plains and skilled in medicine. I often seek his assistance for health-related issues. His medical skills and acupuncture technique are of a very esteemed level, so why don't you consider becoming his student?" "Elder Hua, you say?" "That's right." I had indeed seen Elder Hua a few times during my stay in the annex. The Zhang clan's annex comprised around 20 buildings, which included not only the accommodations for bodyguards but also the guest lodgings for members of the clan. Elder Hua was a white-bearded elderly man in his 60s whom Zhang Qiulwook respected greatly, and it turned out he used to be a physician. Zhang Qiulwook chuckled. "Do you know, learning the art of saving lives can often enhance one's martial skills." It was a plausible point. I had heard that many skilled physicians in the Central Plains had reached peak levels in martial arts themselves. Since medical skills handle the energy and meridians, powerful martial artists sometimes also had potent non-combat abilities. I thought it couldn't hurt to learn medicine or acupuncture but responded cautiously. "I wonder if he would accept me as a disciple." "Don't worry. If you mention my favor to him, he will surely accept you." True to Zhang Qiulwook's words, when I approached Elder Hua the next morning, he first gave me a disapproving glare and then bluntly stated, "Brave warrior Bekong, I owe a debt to the Zhang clan as well, so I'll teach you medical skills and acupuncture. But don't reveal any unnecessary details to the clan leader." He spoke in Mandarin. It seemed he felt no need to speak in Goryeo as he was also from the Central Plains. I felt a strange kinship and replied, understood. He examined my body and let out a hum. Humph. Even upon a second glance, your martial foundation is indeed formidable. One cannot achieve such internal power merely by consuming ordinary elixirs. You must have encountered something extraordinary along the way. Must I disclose that? If you don't want to, you needn't. But if you possess a flaw that could be fatal, I can't offer advice without knowing what it is. Do you think I'd stoop to tasting the dregs of the elixirs you've consumed? Elder Wa's words were quite coarse and confrontational. However, his offer of advice seemed genuine, so I reluctantly replied. I consumed 1,000-year snow ginseng and black and white lotus. 1,000-year snow ginseng? And what's the black and white lotus? There were black and white lotus flowers blooming in the pond next to the 1,000-year snow ginseng. I combined their energies, as the 1,000-year snow ginseng possessed extreme yin energy, balanced with the extreme yang energy of the lotus flowers. Wait, could it be? Elder Wa's complexion suddenly turned pale. He hastily asked, have you kept any roots or stems of the black and white lotus? Why do you ask? Just answer me. Do you have any? I began to understand what the nine-tailed fox had meant. When someone who isn't particularly fond of you starts interrogating you for information like this, it hardly fosters goodwill. I resolved to change my habit of responding curtly moving forward. I don't have any. Why do you need that? It seemed my response had shaken Elder Wa back to reality. He cleared his throat and stated, I misspoke. How about we make a deal? A deal? What kind of deal are you talking about? I was only planning to teach you about the 8 extraordinary vessels and basic medical techniques along with bloodletting methods. However, if you provide me with that root of the black and white lotus or disclose its location, I will teach you my complete knowledge and the secrets of the Hua clan's 108 acupuncture points. What is the 108 acupuncture points? Don't you know the Hua clan? I don't. Elder Wa wore an incredulous expression before quickly turning sad. Once a prestigious clan in Hebei, yet now reduced to such misery by the decline of its power. I'm sorry, but I am young and have little experience in the martial world, so I don't know much. If that was rude, I apologize. No, that is to be expected. Ha. With a long sigh, Elder Wa settled into a chair and spoke. Anyway, you must make a choice. What do you wish to do? I pondered inwardly. I secretly have 2 roots of the black and white lotus hidden in my pack. Should I use them here? Of course, if I were to think of it as a new life, it would be right to simply hand over the roots of the black and white lotus. After all, knowledge once acquired doesn't just disappear. One could even argue that this presents an opportunity to gain more using the black and white lotus. However, the reason for my hesitation was the possibility that Elder Wa might make empty promises, taking only the roots of the black and white lotus and not imparting the secret techniques, instead creating a disciple slave out of me. I had already experienced how thoroughly someone like Li Kuang could hide knowledge when I joined under him. It could be quite perilous to act recklessly in the martial world. But in the end, I made my choice. Please wait a moment. I went to my pack and retrieved the roots of the black and white lotus that I had hidden away for years. Elder Wa accepted the roots and examined them for quite some time before expressing his admiration. Indeed, this is the sacred lotus? Truly. What did you say? I was taken aback by his words. Sacred lotus? It was a special elixir cultivated by the White Lotus sect, granting formidable internal power even to those who were young. The government refrained from meddling with the White Lotus sect, not only because of the power of its leader but also due to the sheer number of peak martial artists who had grown after consuming the sacred lotus. But I had never considered this black and white lotus would be the sacred lotus. While I was still astonished, Elder Wa continued. You seem to know what the sacred lotus is. Please answer me. Is this black and white lotus from the White Lotus sect? Precisely. I've seen it firsthand within the section. You've seen it within the White Lotus sect? You can't be saying you're a member. My question disregarded social niceties, yet it couldn't be helped. The gravity of the matter demanded immediate inquiry. Elder Wa, seemingly understanding my urgency, didn't seem particularly angry and replied, Not quite. However, my clan's decline is indeed due to the White Lotus sect, and to my own actions as well. I'll explain the details later, but I can guarantee, in the name of Wasiomayang, that this is indeed the sacred lotus. The aroma and shape, as well as the unique ecology of black and white flowers growing together all clearly indicate it is the sacred lotus of the White Lotus sect. I didn't care about Wasiomayang's reputation, so I shook my head. That's impossible. Zhang Qinmaang, who faced the experts of the White Lotus sect directly, told me that I do not emit the fragrance of the sacred lotus. How could this be the case if I consumed it? Because of the 1,000-year snow ginseng. If one were to only consume the sacred lotus, it might be different, but since you absorbed its energy in the form of Taijito with the 1,000-year snow ginseng, the extreme yang energy would suppress the fragrance of the sacred lotus. You possess internal power far beyond the White Lotus disciples cultivated with the sacred lotus. The more crucial point is that you extracted the sacred lotus incorrectly. Excuse me. While the roots indeed possess strong power, the true essence lies in the flower. If one could consume both the flowers and the roots, they would gain much greater internal power compared to just consuming the roots alone. This was shocking. I thought it would be convenient to carry only the roots, believing the flowers would wilt quickly, but I never considered that the flowers were the essence. While I was still reeling, Wasiomayang spoke again. I plan to use the roots you gave me to revive my clan. If you promise to assist me after becoming my disciple, I will impart all my knowledge and acupuncture techniques as promised. It seemed he preferred to gain an ally rather than simply bring the Black and White Lotus to the martial world. After all, having a peak martial artist as a disciple would greatly reassure him. Can I trust you? Humph. How dare you doubt me, Wasiomai, who was once one of the 5 great elders of the martial world. Elder Wa's face turned red and blue with indignation. Realizing I had struck a nerve regarding his pride, I quickly attempted to soothe the situation. That's not what I meant. That can't be. Elder Wa is the best. I was merely asking. Is that so? Great. Elder Wa's mood brightened abruptly. As the saying goes, the older one becomes, the simpler they tend to be. He appeared to be somewhat straightforward and passionate. Then Elder Wa declared. The time I spent receiving the basic knowledge of meridian and the essentials for studying medicine from Wasiomai was about a month. During that time, Wasiomai brought thick medical classics and diagrams for me to memorize. Familiar with such tasks, I utilized the Thunder Spirit Classic, which I learned from Mangniang, to aid my memorization. After a month had passed, Wasiomai expressed his astonishment. You have remarkable memorization skills. Most people can't memorize this quickly. Haha. Your study method is excellent, suggesting you are not merely at the level of an average martial artist. Have you studied elsewhere? Recalling my time studying with Mangniang, a bitter smile surfaced on my face. The intense study I had undertaken over the years was proving beneficial in this regard. A little. Regardless, it is fortunate you already knew the basics of the 8 extraordinary vessels and meridians as a martial artist. Now, let us slowly get to the main point. According to him, the understanding martial artists had regarding blood points and the flow of energy was quite limited and simplistic. While martial artists could memorize dozens or hundreds of meridians, it was only to the extent necessary for their own martial arts techniques. Unless one belonged to an orthodox sect like the Wudang sect, the knowledge of meridians between martial artists and physicians would inevitably differ significantly. The knowledge I had memorized over the past month encompassed the vast operations and roles of the meridians, including the basics I had known, requiring me to memorize at least 10 times more. Wasiomai continued. Before that, do you know that Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism each possess their unique breathing techniques? I am aware of Buddhism and Taoism, but this is my first time hearing about Confucianism. The core teachings are quite similar. Confucianism aims for yielding nature through self-cultivation, positing pure principles as a major premise. Although it's difficult to articulate, the ultimate goal is to realize the yang spirit through breathing practices. So, are you saying that Confucian scholars practice breathing related to the Danshan like martial artists? Yes. Although the secret techniques are transmitted quite secretly, they certainly exist. It is because of this secret channel that the school of elegance Dao merging Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism has gained recognition in this land of Goryeo. This revelation was astonishing. The term Confucianism traditionally referred to scholars and students following Confucian teachings, so the existence of a unique martial art related solely to them was unexpected. Furthermore, the depth of such a practice, arguably comparable with the core martial arts of Buddhism or Taoism, was remarkable. After sipping a cup of tea, Wasiomai asked, then do you know what the yang spirit is? From what I have read, I understand it to be the original spirit. There exists a realm where the yin spirit and yang spirit reach their ultimate positions, and that is the original spirit. You studied well. Correct. Although the paths of practitioners from the 3 schools differ, they ultimately converge at the original spirit. From the perspective of a martial artist like you, what do you think the original spirit represents? It was a challenging question, and I pondered deeply. In reality, although I had memorized the basic knowledge from thick medical classics for 3 whole volumes over the past month, it had mostly been rote memorization without time to contemplate such matters. After some time, I finally replied. I believe it is the Heavenly Spirit Pill. Heavenly Spirit Pill? It was likely the ultimate internal energy realm achieved by the 3 guardian Dharma warriors of the White Lotus sect, a state where remarkably potent internal energy flowed continuously. This realm could be attained by opening the middle danshan, yet the only person who seemed to even mention or understand the Heavenly Spirit Pill was Samjiao Li Kuang. The other martial artists had either no concept of the Heavenly Spirit Pill or only a vague understanding of the middle danshan. Wasiomai looked surprised and said, What? The Heavenly Spirit Pill isn't written in any of the medical texts I taught you. How do you know about it? An expert from the sect I've practiced mentioned that realm. My internal energy approaches the Heavenly Spirit Pill, but it is not quite there, I replied. That person is likely connected to the White Lotus sect. Among the countless internal energy practitioners in the martial world, only the White Lotus sect defines that realm with the term Heavenly Spirit Pill. It seems your sect has a significant connection to them. It was indeed a major connection. The Thunder God sect was originally a branch of the White Lotus sect, which had been unfortunate enough to be exiled from the martial world decades ago. It was only natural for Li Kuang, who came from the White Lotus sect, to comprehend and use the concept of the Heavenly Spirit Pill. However, I had no intention of revealing this, so I simply nodded. Ah, I see, Adat Novel bin Adat. Well, if you already understand, it will be easier to explain. As you mentioned, the Heavenly Spirit Pill is a path to the original spirit. However, it is just an intermediate stage. An intermediate stage? Yes. Ultimately, reaching the original spirit means achieving an open mind by unlocking the upper, middle, and lower dantians to obtain infinite power and transcend humanity. It surpasses even the realms known as immortals. It is beyond what it means to be human, that is the original spirit. I was taken aback by a concept I had never considered before. To transcend the immortal level. According to Meng Niang, the Taoist approach viewed immortals and deities as not significantly different from one another. In fact, most practitioners of Taoist studies regarded becoming an immortal as their ultimate goal. To say that the original spirit transcends immortals meant possessing colossal power that could overshadow most deities while still in a human body. I contemplated deeply and organized my thoughts. So, through accumulating internal energy in the lower dantian, one transitions to the middle dantian, which is the heavenly spirit pill, and then surpassing that reaches the realm of the original spirit. Exactly. That is the martial theory of the White Lotus sect leader. No way. Just as you thought. The leader of the White Lotus sect himself has reached the original spirit, which allows him to impart this martial theory to the guardian Dharma warriors and other members of the section. I could only be dumbfounded at this revelation. To think that the path to the original spirit through the heavenly spirit pill was an actual experiential process that existed. It was the moment I truly grasped the monstrous power of the leader of the White Lotus sect, about which I had heard countless tales. However, I quickly came to accept it. Without such strength, the emperor of the Great Ming Empire would not fear him, nor could he possess a level of deterrent force that rendered human military power meaningless. I had a question to ask. Wait a minute. Although I might seem unassuming, I believe I have approached the limits of human internal energy using elixirs. I'm not bragging, but there are hardly any individuals with more internal energy than I possess. Wasiomayang curtly replied, that is indeed bragging. However, I agree that your internal energy has reached an absolute level. Perhaps less than 10 individuals across the east, west, central regions, and even among the White Lotus sect can rival you. Yet I claim I am not at the level of the heavenly spirit pill. Why is my internal energy not at that realm? You have a valid question. And today, you've found the right person to ask. There aren't many who could provide an answer besides myself. With a grin, Wasiomayang continued, as you might suspect, the heavenly spirit pill is not a realm one simply achieves by raising the absolute level of internal energy. I suspect that even the true owner of the heavenly spirit pill may fall short of you purely on the foundation of absolute internal energy. Nevertheless, if your internal energy were to clash with the heavenly spirit pills, you would lose every single time. Why do you think that is? I suddenly recalled the time I clashed with Han Bakrayang in Luoyang. Wasiomayang's words reminded me of that duel. I shook my head. I don't understand. Your internal energy is vast but not infinite, and you cannot freely condense and distort beyond the limits of the meridian. Although you may have the same amount, there is a significant difference in the power you can exert instantaneously, and the endurance level pales in comparison to the boundless heavenly spirit pill. The heavenly spirit pill itself belongs to a dimension of martial arts that is practically different. Condensing and distorting. I recalled when Han Bakrayang seemed to momentarily lag behind my energy but then overwhelmed me with several times that strength. Indeed, it was a force that could not be raised according to the principles of common internal energy. As I murmured, Wasiomayang continued. What I've heard from the guardian Dharma warrior is that the middle dantian is conceptualized as the field of the heart. It is said to regain the prenatal breath and consume the dual energies of yin and yang to open the heaven's gate. This cannot simply be achieved through a common internal energy level. Then what should I do? Wasiomayang chuckled. Well, it's tricky for me to answer that. Do you realize what question you just asked? You inquired about how humanity can become immortal. The only method would be to ask an absolute being who has already attained the heavenly spirit pill. Of course, there exist others who have reached similar realms within Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, but such individuals usually ascend to immortality or have little interest in worldly matters. Hearing Wasiomayang's words, I was able to clarify what needed to be done moving forward. I must meet the guardian Dharma warrior of the White Lotus sect. In truth, I had already vaguely considered this when I first heard about the heavenly spirit pill from Li Kuang, but the current conversation made it clearer. To raise my internal energy level and reach the heavenly spirit pill, I would ultimately need to meet the guardian Dharma warrior of the White Lotus sect. After all, only those who have achieved the heavenly spirit pill know how to reach it. However, simply meeting them to extract information would likely not suffice. Reaching such a level one almost akin to immortality was not something that could be freely shared with outsiders. As I panicked internally at this sudden increase in difficulty, Wasiomayang cleared his throat and said, I seem to have strayed off topic. In any case, the ultimate realm is the original spirit, and reaching there requires cultivation. Pursuing medical skills could aid in that endeavor. How so? Do you know that the human brain ages over time? Taken aback by the abrupt question, I tilted my head. I'm not sure. Does the brain age? Indeed. Since ancient times, humanity has waged wars, slaughtering one another. The lineage I follow, stemming from Huatwo, observed the corpses of dead humans on battlefields, often encapsulating all aspects of human physiology within medical knowledge. As a result, we learned that when the human body ages, the brain ages as well. I readily recognized the brain. I had witnessed the brain fluids spill when a human was killed and had seen the sight of brains oozing at scenes of tragedy several times. I even recalled having washed my hands from the brain fluids. I think it was gray, wrinkled, and bluish. As I mulled over the brain's appearance, Wasiomayong continued. However, the brains of martial artists do not age as readily. Whether they reach their 50s or 60s, they age very slowly, regardless of the wrinkles of the human body. Isn't that fascinating? It is fascinating, but what does that mean? No matter how exceptional a scholar or sage might be, the brain will inevitably age. While you can slightly delay the aging of the brain through mental exercises, that's about it. If you do not practice martial arts, the brain will rapidly decline in function after the 50s. You must learn special techniques that stimulate the brain, including martial arts, to keep it active. After saying this, Wasiomayong took a breath and continued. In other words, the act of stimulating the 8 extraordinary vessels through martial arts and breaking through the lesser circulation and greater circulation directly impacts the potential of the upper danshan. This is because the human soul tends to stay longest in the brain. Do you know where the human spirit and soul escape from when a person dies? The vital energy that has coalesced in the brain escapes through the 6 holes. While we cannot say that the soul is the brain itself, it undoubtedly remains there the longest. Wasiomayong's lineage, stemming from Huatwo, must have dissected human corpses for hundreds or even thousands of years, engaging at the very front line of life and death. In that sense, Wasiomayong appeared to possess a unique theory distinct from conventional medical practices. Now, think about this. Why can't martial artists also become exceptional sorcerers? It's clear that martial arts impact a sorcerer's potential too. Yet, those who can become sorcerers are solely influenced by their own talent. I haven't thought about it, so I'm not sure. Wasiomayong chuckled and replied. That's because it's all about whether one can open the pathways. Pathways. Sorcerers open a completely different door of spiritual communication when mastering their arts, distinct from the 8 extraordinary vessels. In distant lands, they refer to it as the divine tree, a life-giving tree that exists in the heavens. Whether in the east or west, the shapes are quite similar and follow a specific order. Regardless of how much martial artists study and toil over the 8 extraordinary vessels, they cannot become sorcerers. It is fundamentally impossible to open a door that operates under an entirely different system. Wasiomayong clenched his fist. However, if one fully masters the Huashi 108 needles and Hua Tuo's 5 animal play, they could surely open that door. Moreover, they could liberate the innate limitations of the human body and, especially in terms of medical skills, manipulate life and death at will. As I was shocked and floundering with amazement, Wasiomayong patted my shoulder. You have the talent. I will do my utmost to teach you so you can reach that state. Thank you, Wasiomayong said with a smile of satisfaction. However, for that, I'll need a bit more resources. Do you have one more root of sacred lotus to spare? I firmly replied. I do not have any left. Tisk. Wasiomayong clicked his tongue and began to teach me about acupuncture and herbs. I had to study in a suddenly tense atmosphere that starkly contrasted with the previous excited atmosphere. I also realized I needed to be cautious in future conversations with Wasiomayong. About a year had passed since I began studying medicine and acupuncture. I had been evaluated as having excellent overall memorization skills, so I had already managed to apply simple memorized knowledge to practical understanding quite well. However, since medicine requires the application of learned skills to showcase one's own cool-headed and intuitive judgment, I felt a sense of barrier in that regard. Wasiomayong always seemed to hold back his words, as if reluctant. You have a good head, but being foolish is a flaw. What kind of evaluation is this? At a loss for how to respond, I simply stared blankly at him, and Wasiomayong continued speaking. Don't worry. You learn much faster than the average physician. It's just a pity that if your comprehension were a bit better, you could have been an extraordinary genius. Well, that's a relief. Especially your speed in acquiring acupuncture is remarkable. Hearing praise about acupuncture, the only area in which he acknowledged my talent, made me feel pleased. Indeed, among various fields of medicine, I had shown potential specifically in acupuncture. Acupuncture involves very fine adjustments that can alter the flow of qi and the manipulation of acupoints, and I had developed a keen sensitivity to qi, allowing me to read the flow throughout the human body. Additionally, due to my high martial skills, my hands remained stable and undistracted, and physically, I was much stronger than an average physician. Although my results in other medical fields such as herbal medicine, surgery, and treatment techniques were not particularly impressive, I was confident in acupuncture. It seems there is something I'm good at too. Having lamented my lack of talent for so long, a sense of joy arose within me. Observing me, Wasiomayong hesitated before speaking up. I have one question. What is it? Have you ever considered becoming a physician? Rather than engaging in these nightly pursuits, wouldn't you prefer to heal others? After some contemplation, I replied. If I have the means later, I definitely want to become one. Adat novel bin adat. Though I couldn't pursue the path of medicine right now due to pressing obligations, I thought that once I could avert the schemes of the Golden Eagle Guards and regain my life, it would be a worthwhile pursuit. I was able to think this way because I was enjoying my learning process in acupuncture. Wasiomayong, lost in thoughts, suddenly spoke again. For the entire year, I haven't mentioned that the Wa clan, where I resided, was once one of the prominent families in Hebei. Yet, I never told you why it fell from grace. I paused in my organizing of herbs and glanced at him. Wasiomayang remained seated, warming his hands by the fire as he slowly continued. That was entirely my fault. It was because I accepted the offer from the White Lotus sect. What do you mean? Plop. Wasiomayang cast a kindling into the flames, causing the fire to flare up. About 10 years ago, as the head of the esteemed Waklan known for its medical prowess in Hebei, I was acknowledged as one of the 5 great doctors of the world. A statement in the past tense. I still believe my medical skills can match against anyone in the world, except for Dongfang Muju and Zhang Zhuangji. Given that, my pride in my medical abilities was beyond measure. It may have been inevitable for the envoy of the White Lotus sect to approach me. I set down the herbs and moved to sit across from him. As I adopted a serious posture to listen intently, Wasiomayang continued his story. There was a little sect leader of the White Lotus sect. He had a very serious illness. I was asked by the envoy of the White Lotus sect to treat the little sect leader's ailment. What illness is that? At that time, it wasn't revealed to me. However, he offered me a tremendous bribe of 200 pieces of gold along with a promise that the White Lotus sect would provide full support for the future of the Waklan. And, since he provocatively suggested that I wouldn't be able to cure him, I became hooked. Wasiomayang spat those words out bitterly. Indeed, the Dharma Protector came personally to my home, so there was little choice but to accept. The Dharma Protector. Yes. He was the one wearing a grey fox mask. The grey fox mask. As I muttered that phrase, Wasiomayang added. I followed the Dharma Protector to the White Lotus sect. While I couldn't meet the sect leader directly, all the 5 great doctors of the world, including myself, were already present. It seemed they, too, had received invitations from the White Lotus sect to gather all the famous physicians for the little sect leader's treatment then. Yes, this implies how desperate the White Lotus sect was at that time. Hearing such unexpected information struck me with a sense of intrigue. Considered in the context of a decade ago, it didn't feel that far off from my previous life. The thought of a gathering of the 5 great doctors attempting to treat the little sect leader 10 years back was astonishing. As I listened attentively, Wasiomayang bowed his head and continued speaking. However, that day, my pride was shattered into pieces. No one among the 5 great doctors, including myself, could cure the little sect leader's illness. Dongfang Muju discerned the nature of the disease, and I managed to alleviate some of the symptoms with acupuncture, while Zhang Zhuangji stabilized the patient. The other 2 helped as well, but together it was still futile. Even with the precious medicinal herbs supplied through the assistance of the White Lotus sect, curing it remained impossible. I was stunned. Is there truly such an illness? There was. We remained at the White Lotus sect for an entire year unable to cure the illness, and it became a source of grave despair. Since we couldn't save the little sect leader, it seemed he was destined to perish, and the clan faced annihilation. However, he is still alive. As I gazed at Wasiomayang, he offered a faint smile. On the last day, I had the chance to see the leader of the White Lotus sect from a distance. He didn't want to show himself and spoke from behind a great figure, saying, "That can't be helped," and simply let us go. I don't know what the situation was, but it seemed that the sect leader knew from the beginning that we wouldn't be able to cure the little sect leader. He knew it was impossible to cure him. Yet he called us. Why was that? Something doesn't seem like it's just simple desperation. As I pondered this, Wasiomayang spoke again. Then the real trouble began. The fact that the 5 great doctors, including myself, went to cure the little sect leader of the White Lotus sect became known throughout the Jianghu. The martial artists criticized us for colluding with the demonic sect, and suddenly, guests stopped coming to the Waklan. No matter how great a physician one is, if no one comes to seek treatment, there's nothing that can be done. Is it true that this information got out? Could it have been leaked by the White Lotus sect? I can't say for sure, but the timing was too precise for it not to be the White Lotus sect. This was likely their form of punishment. The sect leader probably thought that directly killing the 5 great doctors would not bode well for them, so they deliberately leaked the information in the martial world, branding us as traitors. In this case, the arrows of blame would certainly be directed solely at the 5 great doctors. I couldn't understand and said, "Weren't you concerned about the possibility from the start? Why did you?" I've said it was unavoidable. The Dharma Protector of the White Lotus sect personally came to me with a request. If I had refused, the Dharma Protector could have wiped out my family right there. I had no choice but to accept, whether it be life or death. Wasiomayang gulped down the drink beside him. Upon closer inspection, it seemed not to be water, but rather bamboo leaf tea that had been poured into the cup beforehand. Sipping the tea and letting out a brief sigh, Wasiomayang continued. I felt I could no longer survive in the Central Plains, so I sought a way to live elsewhere. I planned to move my main residence to Goryeo. I thought that in Goryeo, which has no connections to the Central Plains martial world, I could live without being looked down upon. So that's why you joined the Zhang clan as a guest. Exactly. As the personal physician of the clan leader of the Zhang clan, he agreed to naturalize the descendants of the Waklan in Goryeo. Therefore, I can never forget the kindness of the Zhang clan leader, and I can never refuse his requests. As he spoke, Wasiomayang glared at me with a somewhat displeased expression. Given his position, he must have been busy simply serving as the personal physician, and then suddenly having to accept a disciple like me would have been unwelcome. Due to the nature of medicine, which is more closed off than martial arts, he would likely have been reluctant to share his secret teachings. However, my relatives from the Wa clan have not all been able to come to Goryeo yet. Half of them still remain in the Central Plains, living with scorn. Why is that? Because of money. They can't afford it. Waseomayang muttered with a hint of lamentation, downing another cup of bamboo leaf tea. No matter how kind Zhang Qiolwook may be, he isn't the type of person who would support moving the entire clan from the Central Plains to Kaesong financially. I'm currently using all the money I've earned as his personal physician for the naturalization of the Wa clan. Even then, it's still not enough, and it's quite bleak. What do you mean? Are you saying that it costs so much money for someone to travel from Hebei to here via Shandong? That's a foolish thing to say. The lifeblood of a healer is medical texts, and my main residence is filled with invaluable resources, herbs, and knowledge. To relocate all of that to Goryeo would require enough money to set up 2 or 3 trading posts. Are you telling me to give up everything the Wa clan has accumulated over hundreds or thousands of years? Aha. Waseomayang squinted and looked at me. Then you showed up and gave me a root of the sacred lotus. I was able to sell that root over the year, and with that money, I managed to bring 20 members of my clan and medical resources to Goryeo. I owe you a great deal. With the sacred lotus root, your inner power should increase dramatically. Haha, would you have me watch my relatives suffer in the Central Plains for a millennium just to increase my own abilities? I am a physician first and foremost, not a martial artist. Therefore, what matters to me is not my martial prowess. Gulp. This time, Waseomayang downed the bamboo leaf tea in one go. It felt like he was expressing thoughts that would be hard to articulate without a drink. He said, honestly, I had no intention of passing down the Wa clan's 108 acupuncture techniques or the secrets of Hua Tuo's 5 animals. To be frank, what basis do I have to entrust the family's secrets to you? Furthermore, for an ordinary person, just learning the basics can take 10 years, and many fail along the way, so I intended to keep it light. However, during the year we spent together, my mindset changed. It seemed he had truly intended to take advantage. I wasn't surprised, as I had more or less expected this. Giving him the black and white lotus was a sacrifice I was willing to make to learn medicine from a master. I asked casually, what changed? You lack talent. While you do possess extraordinary memorization skills, exceptional endurance, and precision, which allows you to excel above average, it's also true that your understanding has some gaps. As the medical skills become more advanced, it will become increasingly difficult. But you possess sincerity and substance. I appreciate that aspect of you. Having said that, Waseomayang cleared his throat. If you wish it, I would like to formally accept you as my disciple and teach you my medical skills. I want to pass on everything I know to you. Is it because it would help the Wa clan? To say otherwise would be a lie. However, you need to recognize your own value a bit more. There are countless gifted individuals in the world, but who wouldn't salivate at the sight of you? Setting talent aside, even that immense inner power makes you an extraordinary genius. I imagine there will be many who dislike me. I thought of the three-eyed Liang. Waseomayang shook his head. Regardless of which master you trained under, he probably had expectations that were too high. However, a true master-disciple relationship isn't like that. It's built on mutual trust and guidance, and in turn, a look at the path he should take in life. I hope you can become a physician who merely fulfills his role. Expectations. I recalled Liang's gaze. Indeed, when he taught me earnestly, there was a sense of urgency and intensity to him. Looking back, it was clear he had set exceedingly high goals for me, and with such lofty expectations came the potential for great betrayal. I thought to myself, right. If he hadn't set expectations from the start, it wouldn't have come to this. Having thought that much, I asked Waseomayang, is there a way to conceal my energy? Of course there is. You have been contemplating this, haven't you? Waseomayang smiled cheerfully and answered, I can't offer you the level of the reverse energy technique, but by utilizing the Wa clan's 108 acupuncture techniques, you can implement the Heaven Seal Acupointment method to minimize the energy leaking from your exterior. That way, you won't get embroiled in unnecessary disputes. Upon hearing that, I nodded without hesitation. I will become your disciple. Then perform the 9 prostrations ritual. Yes, I executed the 9 prostrations ritual and formally became his disciple. Up until now, we had been engaging in a psychological battle, each waiting for an opportunity, but now we had entered a genuine master-disciple relationship where I would receive his teachings. Thus, 8 years swiftly passed. During that time, I worked as a guard for the Zhang clan, and in my spare time, I went to learn medicine from Waseomayang. Even though I was busy with guard duty, I still found time 3 days out of the week during the 7th week. Over the course of about 8 years, I learned medicine from Waseomayang to a point where he mentioned I had reached a level where I could contribute as a physician. One day, while reading a book under the autumn sky, I muttered, I've lived longer than ever. At that moment, my body had fully matured, and I was in my mid-20s. I had survived much longer than the records indicated. Simultaneously, I realized how well I had managed to evade death in the meantime. The peaceful routine of life had me reminiscing about the chaotic years past. However, my martial skills had not improved much. During this time, I dedicated all my efforts to learning the Wa clan's 108 acupuncture techniques and Hua Tuo's 5 animals, focusing solely on daily practice of the fundamental techniques so as not to forget them. I felt regretful about that, but I also accepted it. Even if I were to die later because of the nine-tailed fox, learning Wasio Maiyang's medical skills was invaluable, and just gaining that knowledge was a fortuitous opportunity. Damn. If I die, I die. Such medical skills could not be learned later. By then, Wasio Maiyang had already received another root of the sacred lotus from me 8 years ago and had successfully relocated his entire clan to Goryeo. With nothing particularly pressing, I had continued my ordinary days of studying medicine. At that moment, Wasio Maiyang opened the door and spoke. Bekong, do you understand the blood seal section of the Waklan's 108 acupuncture techniques well? It's a bit difficult. Understanding 70% of the 108 acupuncture techniques is quite impressive. Strive for more. Yes. I managed a wry smile. I had expected Wasio Maiyang to drain me dry and then dismiss me, but it seemed that there had been sincerity in his confession from 8 years ago. He had genuinely accepted me as his disciple, and I had come to regard him as my master. Then, Wasio Maiyang casually broached the topic. Have you considered marrying my granddaughter? As I mentioned before. It seems your granddaughter greatly dislikes my face. Ahem. A man's appearance isn't everything. What a disgrace, Wasio Maiyang said irritably. My appearance as an adult was certainly lacking. While the depth of my inner power prevented my looks from falling into complete disarray, I was still born with an unappealing face. So, when Wasio Maiyang introduced me to his 15-year-old granddaughter, Hua Yongyang, she looked utterly shocked and seemed about to faint at the sight of my unfortunate looks. Wasio Maiyang remarked, I would like to personally arrange for your appearance to be altered, but are you truly fine with not changing your looks? Yes. Like you said, appearance isn't what's important. If you change your mind later, let me know. Though at your level now, you could handle things by yourself. Sighing, Wasio Maiyang got to the point. Step outside for a moment. There's a guest here looking for you. A guest. I was taken aback. I hadn't engaged with anyone other than my duties as a guard for the Zhang clan and had not formed connections with anyone outside of the people from the Zhang clan, the guards, and the Hua clan. It was hard to fathom that a guest would come to see me now. However, as I stepped outside, a man wearing a black feathered coat was standing there. I recognized that the coat was called a hak jangui, and it was very familiar to me. In fact, it was an unforgettable outfit. After a moment, the man took off his coat and smiled as he said, It's been a while, Bekong. Meng Riang. It was indeed Meng Riang who stood there. Unlike before, he had significantly improved his skills, and confidence radiated from his face. Moreover, behind Meng Riang stood 4 subordinates who appeared quite formidable as well. Glancing at them, I said, You've formed the Counter Heaven Alliance. Haha, I liked that name you mentioned last time so much that I couldn't use anything else. Meng Riang burst into hearty laughter. He looked very different now. In the past, he had been a lazy and carefree free spirit, but now he exuded the dignity of a leader of an organization. As I stared at him, Meng Riang said, I got permission from Zhang Qiulwook, the head of the family. Let's step outside for a talk. All right. I followed Meng Riang to a nearby inn and reserved a room. At the door, Meng Riang commanded his guards. Be on guard at all directions. Yes, sir. With that, they vanished from sight in unison, showcasing first-rate light body technique. I watched them and remarked, Those guys must also be members of the Counter Heaven Alliance. Indeed, they are people gathered here for righteousness. Once we entered the room, silence hung in the air for a moment. I was the first to break the silence. What have you been up to all this time? I've been trying to find out the whereabouts of He-in while staying in Goryeo. I know that. I've grown using the black and white lotus and makya that I received from you, and I've formed the Counter Heaven Alliance to oppose the Imperial family. Has the Golden Eagle Guards gathered the 7 celestial stars to become stronger? At that, Meng Riang lightly shook his head. If we follow the original history you mentioned, they should have done so by now. However, there are no signs of that yet, and they haven't been able to summon a large number of demons or summoners. They likely haven't obtained the 7 celestial stars. Is that true? That's correct. Why was that? Upon hearing Meng Riang's words, I fell into thought. My intention in this life was to find out the whereabouts of the 7 celestial stars, whether I lived or died, so I had somewhat half given up on the turmoil in the Central Plains. It would not be strange if the Golden Eagle Guards had obtained the 7 celestial stars and were causing chaos by now, yet curiously, Meng Riang said that was not the case. Have I unintentionally influenced the Golden Eagle Guards in this life? I pondered but couldn't come up with anything specific. While I was deep in thought, Meng Riang grinned and said, Actually, a few years ago, I asked my master whether He-in is indeed one of the 7 celestial stars. When I asked, my master said that He-in is definitely one of the 7 celestial stars, but obtaining it is the most challenging among them. So, I thought that you wouldn't need to struggle anymore and came to talk to you again. I was speechless. To think that there was such a way? Meng Riang's master doesn't want to meet me, so I had no way to confirm that, but Meng Riang, who treasures me as his disciple, could just approach his master and ask. I let out a deep sigh and said, I feel like I've wasted my efforts. If you knew about that, why didn't you just tell me earlier? Actually, I've been receiving news about you from the members of the Counter Heaven Alliance in Goryeo. There's one in the Zhang clan as well. Really? I thought you were dying too frequently and wanted to give you time to gather your strength. If you rashly got involved in the situation in the Central Plains, the risk of dying would be high. I was astounded by Meng Riang's consideration. At the same time, realizing how much Meng Riang had developed the Counter-Heaven Alliance sent shivers down my spine. He had a vast organization capable of communicating from Goryeo, which was thousands of miles away, and stood in a position to negotiate with the Zhang clan, the most powerful family in Goryeo, with first-rate masters as his guards. I never imagined he could grow into such a significant figure in less than a decade. I said to Meng Riang, "Then you could have just told me to come meet you. Why go to all this trouble?" Meng Riang shook his head. "That would be impolite. You've gifted me such a great opportunity and endured hardships in Goryeo for your purpose, so how could I simply send a messenger to call you to the Central Plains? As friends, it's only right to come see you personally." Feeling a rush of emotion, I glanced away for a moment. Meeting Meng Riang was the greatest fortune of my life. While he appeared laid back, he was a genius with a fiery passion, innate talent, and a strong sense of chivalry. It was no exaggeration to say that if Meng Riang had lived in chaotic times, he could have been a figure like Zhuge Liang or Sima Yi. When I couldn't find the words, Meng Riang spoke. "Actually, that's part of it, but the state of the Central Plains is unusual, and I needed to come to Goryeo for a bit. I feel that if I stay in the Central Plains right now, I might get swept up in something." "What's going on? Don't be alarmed, just listen well." Meng Riang took a deep breath and said, "The White Lotus sect has declared its presence in the Central Plains martial world." White Lotus sect, launches? This was the most extraordinary event I had ever known. Clearly, the White Lotus sect had remained quietly hidden until the emergence of the nine-tailed fox in my first life. While no one among the people of the world disputed that the White Lotus sect was the strongest martial faction, the current order of the martial world continued unbroken because they did not intervene in its affairs. What? Are you saying they have decided to confront the Ming court?" As I asked hesitantly, Meng Riang shook his head. "Not at all. The tension in the martial world is still very taut." "Then what?" "About 3 months ago, for the first time, masters of the White Lotus sect appeared in Qinghai. Until then, they were presumed to be in Xinjiang, but it wasn't long before they also showed up in Guangzhou and Fujian. Guangzhou and Fujian have nothing to do with Xinjiang." "That's right." And those who referred to themselves as White Lotus members immediately purchased a large building and established the Central Plains branch of the White Lotus sect. Although they have not conducted external activities or demonstrations of force so far, the fact that the White Lotus sect has so openly declared their intent to enter the Central Plains has left the martial world in a state of extreme tension. In summary, it meant that the White Lotus sect bought a building and established a branch in the Central Plains. However, even that was enough for the martial world to be plunged into a state of high alert, as the status and power of the White Lotus sect were immense. Especially since it was common knowledge that the internal energy levels of the White Lotus members were extraordinarily high, it was clear that no one would dare to provoke them recklessly. I cautiously asked. "The Ming court must dislike the White Lotus sect, so why aren't they taking action?" "That's the more peculiar point. The White Lotus sect has been assessed to possess enough power to dominate the Central Plains but refrained from acting due to the enmity between the Hongguo Emperor and the leader of the White Lotus sect. Yet, in the current situation, the officials are completely silent, and even when martial artists petition, they merely repeat, 'Let martial matters be resolved by martial artists.' That cannot be." As I replied uncertainly, Meng Riang spoke. "As you think, this is a perfect opportunity for the Ming court to strike the White Lotus sect with a million-strong army. However, both the imperial family and the entire court remain silent regarding the actions of the White Lotus sect. Is this the calm before the storm?" Meng Riang let out a hollow laugh. "Some might think so, but I don't. The best military strategy is to strike when the enemy is even slightly weakened. If the White Lotus sect manages to subjugate and absorb the martial factions of the Central Plains, they will become a force unprecedented, one that even the officials won't be able to control. I see this current behavior of the officials as not a stratagem but an anomaly. I believe that the White Lotus sect has done something that prevents the Golden Eagle Guards and the Dongyang from recklessly moving. In fact, our Counter-Heaven Alliance has found it much easier to operate after the White Lotus sect began to act, as the movements of the Golden Eagle Guards have greatly slowed down." That means you were able to come all the way to Goryeo because of this advantage." "That's right, and the current martial world is like a powder keg. If it ignites, a slaughtering war will unfold, regardless of friend or foe, so I also came here to avoid danger for a while." Through Meng Riang's explanation, I could comprehend the overall situation. After some contemplation, I asked Meng Riang, "So what do you plan to do from here on?" "If there are no particular incidents, I plan to return to the Central Plains with you and carry out activities for the Counter-Heaven Alliance. Now is a prime opportunity, and if you, Bekong, lend me your assistance, we could achieve great success. There's a bit of a troublesome matter." "What is it?" I shared with Meng Riang that I was currently learning medical skills and mentioned that I had little time left on the 10-year contract I made with the nine-tailed fox. Meng Riang let out a lament after hearing my entire story. "If I had known this, I would have told you about He in much earlier. The nine-tailed fox's power is incredibly high. She is a great monster capable of wiping out the elite of the 12 righteous sect." "Perhaps so. If she is the heavenly fox and a nine-tailed fox who was near the Queen Mother of the West, then she is originally a noble being akin to a celestial being. If such a person were to fall and be banished to the mortal realm, she would undoubtedly wield immense power. Is there no way around this?" After some thought, Meng Riang asked, I heard you were instructed to receive the 8-mirror technique from the nine-tailed fox and refine it. Are you doing so? Of course. There's nothing to lose, so I practice meditation with the mirror every morning and evening. Let me see it. As Meng Riang formed a peculiar hand seal, a faint orange circle appeared in the air. This circle approached near my heart and slowly absorbed into me. After closing his eyes and contemplating something, Meng Riang said, "It seems as I thought. Your potential for sorcery has increased significantly." "What do you mean?" "Just as I said. Thanks to steadily absorbing the powers of the 3 divine instruments present in Dongyang over the past 9 years, your upper dantian has resonated and is somewhat open. You have effectively cultivated spiritual perception through acquired means." Spiritual perception. You have been given a very precious treasure by the nine-tailed fox. You can now learn beginner sorcery. I could only be astonished in succession. I had been practicing the 8-mirror technique without much thought, but could it be that this was a means of learning sorcery? When I took out the 8-mirror technique from my bosom to show him, Meng Riang expressed his admiration. Indeed, it is the authentic 3 divine instruments. It seems the rumor that the nine-tailed fox ensnared the heavenly emperor in Dongyang was true. Are you telling me that I can really use sorcery? Meng Riang nodded as if it were a matter of course. Of course. It's not just martial artists who train, sorcerers also consistently refine their abilities. By always carrying the best scripture in Dongyang and practicing a session every day, you have undertaken a path similar to the practice of sorcery, which enhances your previously non-existent talent. This is akin to me obtaining a magical treasure and honing my sorcery skills. Oh, since it has come to this, let me teach you some sorcery. You'll probably learn quickly. Thank you. I felt as if I had unexpectedly struck gold. I had given up on sorcery altogether after a senior sorcerer claimed I had no talent, but now there seemed to be an unexpected road ahead. The mere thought of being able to use sorcery made me feel joyous and exuberant. At novel bin at. Meng Riang remarked in astonishment. Even so, it appears the nine-tailed fox has a considerable fondness for you. Typically, fallen celestial beings that descend to the mortal realm tend to be malicious and malevolent, and the nine-tailed fox is a prime example. Yet, she spared your life, engaged in conversation with you, and even offered her treasure. This is an extraordinary kindness that one wouldn't normally expect. Is it really that remarkable? I didn't think the nine-tailed fox seemed all that bad. I hadn't sensed any deep malevolence during our conversations. However, Meng Riang stated emphatically, "I can assure you, you survived in this life thanks to the blessing of the Queen Mother of the West." The nine-tailed fox harbors guilt and longing towards the Queen Mother, and that emotion has translated into fondness for you. If you encounter the nine-tailed fox in your next reincarnation, you best not expect luck like this again. So it was due to the Queen Mother's blessing. I have heard rumors that the nine-tailed fox has killed thousands of humans in Dongyang. She is undoubtedly a wicked great monster. Meng Riang sighed as he spoke. "Sigh, it seems you won't be able to come to the Central Plains for a while. It's awkward to go because of the nine-tailed fox. She will definitely seek me out in the Central Plains. I believe you will need to calmly persuade her. If you do so, the nine-tailed fox will certainly not kill you. To kill you, who is enveloped in the Queen Mother's blessing, would be akin to denying herself. I'll need to do that. However, be mindful. She is likely to not forgive betrayal. Keeping that in mind will help you achieve a good outcome." And from then, I spent the next 6 months receiving instruction in beginner sorcery from Meng Riang. When I asked if he wouldn't return to the Central Plains, he replied that it wouldn't be too late to go back after the White Lotus sect stirred things up in the martial world. In fact, the very appearance of the White Lotus sect seemed to keep the Golden Eagle guards in check, allowing the Counter-Heaven Alliance to move as if it were a fish in water. Though it was beginner-level sorcery, my rate of learning was rapid. In merely 6 months, I was able to learn 5 different sorceries. Meng Riang was utterly astonished. "Indeed, you have inherited the miraculous powers of the 8-mirror technique. At this rate, you'll soon be able to step into intermediate sorcery. Can I now use barriers? If they're simple ones. What about the earth-shrinking technique? Such advanced sorcery is still beyond your grasp. That is an incredible technique that even renowned sorcerers may take decades to master." I crossed my arms and calmly spoke to Meng Riang. "Meng Riang, it's about time for the nine-tailed fox to come. So if I were to perish, who would be the best sorcery master to take as my mentor in my next reincarnation?" Meng Riang frowned and replied, "My master, Chen Wujin, is of such a high caliber that you wouldn't be able to learn from him. If you truly want to learn sorcery, I would recommend seeking out the mission sect or esoteric teaching. Given your potential, they would gladly accept you. Thank you for the advice. However, do not speak of dying so lightly. How could I bear to watch my friend perish? I wouldn't. I too shall meet the nine-tailed fox," I exclaimed in shock. "That's far too dangerous. The nine-tailed fox is truly formidable. Do not worry. I have a plan." I had no choice but to trust Meng Riang. As I awaited the nine-tailed fox, I continued to learn medical skills from the Hua family and sorcery from Meng Riang each day. Half a year passed like this until one particularly bright night. "Bekong, step forth to the 4 guardian gates." A colossal spirit voice echoed from somewhere. Unlike a normal transmission, a spirit voice is a technique used by sorcerers that can convey one's will to the desired individual from afar. I surmised that the nine-tailed fox had arrived and called for Meng Riang. After preparing myself, I headed to the 4 guardian gates. The 4 guardian gates referred to the 4 massive gates surrounding Gagaiyang, and in this context, it specifically meant Dongdaemun. Tayat. As I evaded the guards using light footwork and reached a quiet alleyway outside Dongdaemun, I heard a familiar voice. It's been 10 years. How have you been? Turning around, I saw the nine-tailed fox, appearing as an enchanting woman. She resembled the breathtaking beauty I had seen in Socheong. Her extraordinarily large chest swayed, momentarily captivating my gaze. She seemed to find it amusing to tease me. Ahaha, are you still a virgin? I answered bluntly, mind your own business. By the way, can you really tell just because I'm a virgin? Of course. Don't underestimate me, I can smell it. Is there really a virgin scent? As I stood there, feeling somewhat jolted awake, she suddenly did a backflip and transformed into the appearance of a beautiful and adorable young girl. With a bright smile, she said, do you prefer this look? Stop teasing me. Let's just talk. Ahahaha. The nine-tailed fox, who found something amusing, laughed for quite a while before saying, have you diligently built up your strength during this time? To be honest, my martial arts haven't progressed much, but I've learned medical skills and, thanks to the 8-mirror technique, I was able to learn sorcery. Oh, sorcery, huh. So you had a teacher. I learned from a friend back in the Central Plains. The nine-tailed fox narrowed her eyes and replied, all right. I'm not entirely satisfied, but I'll judge based on the sorcery you've mastered. Show me what you've learned. Before that, I want to ask something. What is it? What do you want the 7 luminaries to achieve? Are you trying to return to the heavenly realm? Surprisingly, at my question, the nine-tailed fox looked as if she had been hit hard. Unlike her previous relaxed demeanor, she appeared clearly agitated this time and fumbled her words. Why do you need to know that? I casually replied, I'm just curious. You hold power comparable to an emperor on Earth, so I'm wondering why you'd want to return to the heavenly realm. You can enjoy everything here. Baekong, it seems you don't understand what the heavenly realm is. Right. I don't know much, so I'm asking. The nine-tailed fox didn't seem too displeased and readily answered my question. The heavenly realm isn't a material world as humans might think. It can be described as a world of spirits where the essence is half intangible. Therefore, those who exist in the heavenly realm experience a fulfillment that cannot be compared to all the pleasures of the material world. After saying that, the nine-tailed fox managed a wry smile. As a former monster, how much joy can I experience as a human? Luxurious wealth, delicious food, and physical pleasures are secondary. The spiritual fulfillment gained in the heavenly realm cannot be compared to those. So, what do you want to do once you reach the heavenly realm? I wish to beg for forgiveness from the Queen Mother of the West and serve her again. I have longed for this all along. I see. Now, enough idle talk. Show me your sorcery. All right. One by one, I demonstrated the ground folding technique, fire charm, concealment technique, ox tread method, and phantom technique. After presenting all 5 basic sorceries I knew, the nine-tailed fox seemed impressed. Ho ho. Indeed. You've studied diligently. Is this enough to pass? No, not at all. Are you planning to invade the 12 righteous sect with these basic sorceries? Though the nine-tailed fox seemed irritated, she didn't appear particularly angry. As I stood blankly, she waved her hand dismissively. That's enough. Just live your own life. Really. After all, the celestial being in the 12 righteous sect isn't looking to obtain power by force. You would only get in the way, so just leave. While this was the best outcome for me, I felt a strange sense of discomfort. It felt like she was saying my help wasn't needed due to being outside her league. However, it was also true that from the perspective of a great monster like the nine-tailed fox, my strength must seem weak. What will happen to the 8-mirror technique? You can keep it. It's of no use to me anyway. Thank you. The nine-tailed fox's eyes turned slightly sharper, and I felt a sense of killing intent emanating from her. You hear? Huh. I suddenly pulled the nine-tailed fox into an embrace. As she appeared as a young girl, she let out a flustered sound when I hugged her tightly. Yet, I couldn't help but smile broadly and say, thank you. Regardless of human or monster, I wanted to express my gratitude to her. After a moment, the nine-tailed fox struggled with her small hands to push me away from her shoulder. Her face was as red as a tomato. The way she averted her gaze felt far from the powerful enchanting creature she was. In a somewhat haughty tone, she said, it's just because you carry the aura of the Queen Mother. Don't get it twisted, I don't particularly like someone like you. I understand. The nine-tailed fox turned her head and said, by the way, the main base of the 12 righteous sect is located in the Gomi area of Chenbai Mountain. Remember that. I got it. But why are you suddenly telling me this? I just felt like saying it, you fool. Having grown irritated, the nine-tailed fox turned her back and walked away, adding, your friend is quite lucky. Tell him not to get involved in unnecessary matters from now on. Baekong. Take care. Whoosh. The nine-tailed fox disappeared. Simultaneously, I heard a sound from the air, as if something human-shaped had fallen. Running toward the noise of a thud, I found Meng Riang unconscious beneath a tree. I was startled and hurried to shake him awake. Snap out of it. Looking closely, I noticed Meng Riang's bodyguards also laying fainted nearby. They all seemed to be in a similar state of unconsciousness. After a moment, Meng Riang came to his senses and scratched his head. I'm sorry. I was going to help, but I got suppressed by the nine-tailed fox. What are you saying? You mean the nine-tailed fox stood still, and in that time, she noticed and subdued you? That seems to be the case. I didn't even realize what was happening, so indeed, that nine-tailed fox must be a great monster. At that moment, I felt a chill run through me. Could it be that killing intent from just a moment ago? I hadn't sensed any such aura at all, yet when her eyes sharpened and the killing intent was revealed, did I brush against the line between life and death? Even though the nine-tailed fox spoke as if she would spare me, it's possible she had considered ending my life at that moment. The sudden change in her attitude was likely due to my unexpected hug of gratitude. Mang Riang dusted himself off and said, "Let's head back to the Central Plains." "That won't do." "What do you mean?" I declared firmly. "I want to stay here and study medicine further." Mang Riang looked at me in disbelief. "What are you talking about? The movements of the White Lotus sect are becoming more intense. If we delay any longer, they will conquer the martial world within 6 months. Are you really going to watch that happen? From my perspective, that doesn't concern me. After all, the White Lotus sect poses no threat to me, right? Moreover, as the White Lotus sect grows stronger, the Golden Eagle Guards will shrink, so there isn't much for me to do right now in the Central Plains." "That may be true, but I feel that if I don't learn medicine in this life, I might never have the chance again. That's why I want to learn as much as I can." Mang Riang sighed, seemingly unable to do anything about it. "Very well. I will respect your will. If anything serious happens, I will contact you." "Understood." Then Mang Riang and his bodyguards left for Goryeo the next day. I watched as their ship disappeared into the distance. Swish. Wasiomaiyang, who had come with me to see Mang Riang off at the port near Gagaiyang, said, "Are you truly prepared? You could undoubtedly achieve great things in the martial world of the Central Plains, but can you really give all that up to devote yourself to the path of medicine?" Wasiomaiyang had already heard about my journey and Mang Riang. I nodded in response to his question. "Yes, that's right. I detest only learning halfway. I want to learn medicine as best as I can and carve out my own path." Wasiomaiyang seemed moved by my words and paused momentarily, fighting back tears. Then he clenched his fists and declared, "All right, we can do this. Isn't it about time we became independent from the Zhang clan?" I was just thinking the same. The naturalization of our clan has been completed, and I've saved enough money, so there's no longer any need to depend on the Zhang clan. And since you need to become an independent physician, let's talk to Zhang Qiulwook about it. Wasiomaiyang and I went to find Zhang Qiulwook to inform him that we would no longer serve as guests or bodyguards. After hearing our circumstances, Zhang Qiulwook sighed. "Why, old man? And you, Baekong? You two have been the most exceptional among all the guests of the Zhang clan. I truly don't wish to let you go, but do you still feel you must leave?" "I'm sorry, but I want to pursue the path of a physician." Zhang Qiulwook spoke earnestly. "Why, old man, I will grant you the position of royal physician. And for Baekong, I will grant you the title of general. Would that not suffice?" The royal physician position referred to someone who specialized in examining royals, also known as the court physician. It represented the highest position for a physician in Goryeo. Additionally, the title of general meant becoming a significant figure within the military of Goryeo. Either position was a remarkable offer for mere guests, and Zhang Qiulwook had the influence to grant such titles. However, Wa old man shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I will repay the Zhang clan's kindness in other ways." If your resolve is that strong, then I have no choice." Turning to me, Zhang Qiulwook continued, "Baekong, I feel I haven't sufficiently repaid you for everything. Before you leave, is there anything you wish to ask for?" "Well, Caught off guard by the unexpected offer, I pondered for a moment. After organizing my thoughts, I responded, "I want to meet the masters of the 12 righteous and spar with them." "Spar with the masters? Isn't that something you can just request?" "There's a difference between requesting as a wild man and having the official approval of the Zhang clan leader." Zhang Qiulwook smiled broadly. "Ah, I understand now. I will arrange the sparring for you." "Thank you." They won't dare to act rashly seeing my face. I was well aware of how harsh and difficult sparring could be. The importance of honor is no different between the Central Plains and Goryeo, and carelessly requesting a spar might lead to life-threatening consequences. But since it was under Zhang Qiulwook's name, I would be able to safely engage in martial exchanges. I thought to myself, I've been neglecting my martial training for too long. I need to feel a higher level of martial arts. It seemed like it would take too long to reach the pinnacle through gradual improvement alone. Given that I preferred gaining experience through actual combat, I wanted to take the opportunity to increase my martial arts experience by sparring with the peak masters of the 12 righteous now that I was in Goryeo. Opportunities to safely duel with 12 peak masters wouldn't come again. Through Zhang Qiulwook, the sparring manual I sent to the 12 righteous returned after about a month. It stated that all the leaders of the 12 righteous had accepted my request for a spar and that I could come whenever I wanted. As I read the manual delivered by a messenger from the Zhang clan, Wasiomaiyang spoke. "Baekwang, are you really planning to clash with the 12 righteous?" "It's not a clash. It's just an opportunity to hone our skills by testing each other's techniques." "Don't make it sound so nice. I was once a leader of the medical sect in Hebei, so do you think I wouldn't understand the dynamics of the martial world? Right now, they may not be able to act recklessly because of Zhang Qiulwook's influence, but the protection of the Zhang clan has its limits. If Zhang Qiulwuk loses his power, the 12 righteous will not look favorably upon you. I replied calmly, but that would be at least several years from now. Of course, what I'm saying is that the probability is low. The 12 righteous are not merely a gathering of petty individuals. But is it worth taking such risks to improve your martial arts? There was concern in Wasioma eyes. Right now, I was about to receive the medical teachings of the Wa clan, almost like his own son, so my failure would also bring great misfortune to the Wa clan. I closed the medical text I had been reading and answered. I still have a long way to go. There are too many issues that cannot be resolved without elevating my martial arts. And without strength, I can't protect anything. I am doing my utmost, and I believe there will be good results at the end of this path. If you think that way, I won't say anything more. After a moment of thought, Wasioma continued. How well do you understand the concepts of empty foundation, solid foundation, strong foundation, and weak bone? I've been diligently practicing Hui Tao 5 animals play since 7 years ago, so I think I have a decent understanding now. After pondering, Wasioma clenched his fists. Okay, then I will teach you the application methods. Application methods. I tilted my head in confusion. Over the years, I had learned the Wa clan's 108 needles and Hui Tao 5 animals play. However, while the 108 needles definitely possessed enough power to be classified as martial techniques, Hui Tao 5 animals play was more akin to health exercises. It was lacking to qualify as martial arts, and it was at a level that could easily be taught by a local trainer. Still, Wasioma encouraged me to practice it diligently, so I had been practicing Hui Tao 5 animals play every day. Wasioma said, I was going to wait until your level of the 108 needles improved further before sharing this, but it cannot be helped. In fact, Hui Tao 5 animals play contains hidden techniques. Hidden techniques. Wasioma picked up the nearby herbal tea and poured it into a cup. With steam rising from the warm tea held in both hands, he said, What do you think a physician is in the martial world? Well, they are someone who treats the wounded and the ill. That's just the primary aspect. In reality, a physician is like the eye of the storm in the midst of the whirlwind of debts of gratitude and grievances. After taking a sip of tea, Wasioma continued. If a man named A fights against B and suffers a fatal injury while seeking the help of a physician, what happens if the physician saves A? He would go back to fight B again. If A successfully avenges himself against B, who does B blame? That's right. To B, the physician may be even more detestable and blameworthy than A. After all, B was also doing his best to defend himself to save his own life, but the physician's actions saved A, thereby putting his own life and family at risk. There's no grudge like this. At a loss for words, Wasioma said, that's why most physicians tend to avoid getting involved in martial matters. Yet martial artists, having their lives on the line, desperately seek out physicians. If a physician is slightly skilled and reputable, they can't avoid getting involved with martial artists. If you knew how foul the lengths martial artists would go to just to receive proper treatment, you would be astonished. This situation leads to many physicians, entangled in the web of grievances, being unjustly murdered by martial artists wielding swords without mercy. Consequently, physicians currently active in the martial world have developed countermeasures. What are they? The first is to develop self-defense techniques, the second is to find powerful allies for protection, the third is to devise methods of feigning death. Hui Tao 5 animals play incorporates both self-defense techniques and methods of feigning death. The Wa clan has endured as a renowned medical family in Hebei for centuries without suffering significant calamities thanks to the benefits of Hui Tao 5 animals play. I want to teach that to you now. Not fully comprehending, I questioned, methods of feigning death? You mean pretending to be dead? Exactly. In fact, deist techniques and methods of nurturing life are far inferior to those of the medical practitioners. If you can properly control your breathing to regulate all involuntary muscles and internal structures in your body, you can withstand attacks while pretending to be dead with minimal damage. With a gentle smile, Wasioma added, it may look ridiculous, but over the course of hundreds and thousands of years of the Wa clan's history, many have saved their lives using Hui Tao 5 animals play. It can be considered the ultimate life-saving technique. If it's that good, you could have taught me sooner. To cast the hidden techniques of Hui Tao 5 animals play, your level of the 108 needles must reach a certain point. You must understand the principles of energy flow and meridians used in the 108 needles to be able to use them. Therefore, I have been watching you quietly to see if your understanding of medicine would improve. I see. I don't know what result you will achieve in your duel with the 12 righteous. But if you master the hidden techniques of Hui Tao 5 animals play, you will surely return safely without sustaining serious injuries. And for about half a year, I received the hidden techniques of Hui Tao 5 animals play from Wasioma. As he said, without understanding the 108 needles, one could never grasp the hidden techniques at all. It was only after that I was able to challenge the 12 righteous for a spar. The first sparring opponent was the Azure Dragon Gate. Swoosh. On a rainy day, I stood before the large door of the wooden building. Shortly after the gatekeeper of the Azure Dragon Gate received the sparring manual, I was able to head towards the internal sparring arena of the Azure Dragon Gate. Plop. Outside, the sound of cold moisture and water echoed through the windows. Occasionally, the loud chirping of insects could be heard as well. However, the interior was exceedingly quiet, with about 10 disciples of the Azure Dragon Gate sitting cross-legged, surrounding the sparring arena. In front of me stood the leader of the Azure Dragon Gate. He was a middle-aged man with a hearty impression, equipped with a massive saber at his waist. The owner of the Azure Dragon Gate, known for wielding the great saber among the 12 righteous, was standing before me. The Azure Dragon sect leader spoke. I was wondering when you would come, and now you've made me the first target for the 12 righteous spar. It's very moving, Bakwung. I've heard that the Azure Dragon saber technique is unparalleled in the world, so I wanted to witness it for myself. Ha ha ha, who said that? It's embarrassing to receive such flattery. Zhang Jieju said so. At my response, the Azure Dragon sect leader narrowed his eyes slightly. A mix of joy and suspicion passed through his gaze. Is that so? How honorable. I would never lie here to save my skin. Ho ho ho. You're quite thoughtful for your age. I believe that sparring with the Azure Dragon sect leader will be a great blessing for me. As I showed no openings, the Azure Dragon sect leader smirked. Alright, then shall we see the skills of the genius from the central plains that the Flowing Water sect leader praised. King. The Azure Dragon sect leader's saber and my spear both emitted a strange sound as they were drawn almost simultaneously. In reality, the sound of drawing itself was nearly non-existent, but it was a phenomenon created by the clash of our energies. For a moment, a shockwave rippled through the air, causing one of the Azure Dragon Gate disciples to cough up blood. Cough. Oh no, regulate your vital energy. My apologies. As the Azure Dragon sect leader furrowed his brow, his disciples supported the wounded and retreated, moving further away, almost to the edge of the building, where they began to watch under the eaves while getting wet from the rain. The Azure Dragon sect leader rested his saber on his shoulder and said, "Have you reached the realm of counter-reverse vitality? I've heard your internal energy is extraordinary, but it seems tightly packed and dormant within you. Counter-reverse vitality isn't something one can speak of lightly. I'm just sealing it for convenience's sake. Honesty is good. Then let's have some fun." Boom! The clash began. I sensed that the Azure Dragon sect leader was also an exceptional master, so I believed exploring was meaningless. He was certainly more skilled than me, so I had no choice but to go all out from the start to seize the upper hand. In an instant, my spear roared as it unleashed a terrifying spinning attack. The Azure Dragon sect leader tried to easily deflect the attack, but his eyes widened in surprise. Crack! The Azure Dragon sect leader's saber broke in two, and his body was sent flying backward. Though he wasn't significantly injured, he appeared greatly shocked. He landed on the ground through the air with expert lightness. Looking at his broken saber, the Azure Dragon sect leader exclaimed in astonishment. This was made of refined Qing steel. What kind of internal energy is this? Don't be dramatic. You know that if you can't block it, you can just let it flow, right? Well, I suppose, then shall we continue? Was he going to continue fighting with his broken saber? I twitched my eyebrows and attacked again. This time, I incorporated Thunder Shadow Heaven Raising Strike into my assault, thrusting my spear in various directions with multiple curved movements. As the unpredictable attacks continued, the Azure Dragon sect leader swung the broken saber to defend, but he could feel all my attacks flowing past him. Kiki. This guy also has monstrous skills. He can elegantly wield that heavy, clunky saber with such finesse. I marveled internally. Even for a capable fighter, redirecting my spear thrust infused with internal energy would be a challenge. However, the Azure Dragon sect leader precisely grasped the flow of my attacks and effortlessly deflected each one like a willow. This meant he was an exceptional master who could not be undermined solely by the superiority of internal energy. A moment later, the Azure Dragon sect leader launched a counterattack. He swung his saber widely to deflect my thrust and used the rebound to retreat. Then he adopted a crawling stance with his saber resting on his shoulder and began spinning rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of rotation filled the arena, and the air pressure was drawn towards the Azure Dragon sect leader. His body became enveloped by the spinning motion, rendering him nearly invisible, and suddenly, he shot off to the side with tremendous speed. I was cautious enough to anticipate his movement, allowing me to block his attack, but I was startled as 6 fiery slashes of the saber flew toward me in rapid succession. Ugh! Even as I hurriedly deflected the fiery slashes, the Azure Dragon sect leader's spinning force persisted. He kept his balance, pivoting around his left foot and transitioning continuously as if dancing around the arena. I felt a sense of pressure, as though I were trapped by dozens of opponents, and gripped my spear tightly. This time, I decided to try using the Thunder Shadow Heaven Raising Strike in response to the Azure Dragon sect leader's offensive. Bang! However, the result wasn't favorable. While I initially dodged the first strike with the Thunder Shadow Heaven Raising Strike, I ultimately had no way to deal with the slashes that followed in the wake of his rotation. In fact, it was worse than patiently waiting to counterattack, so I touched the wounds on my arm and waist, feeling tense. Is this what they refer to as the rotating blade technique? The spinning moves supposedly known only from the martial arts of the Grand Hall were now unfolding before me with the Azure Dragon sect leader. Although I knew the characteristics of the Azure Dragon Gate's martial arts, experiencing it firsthand was far more overwhelming. The rotating blade technique, which flows from a special internal energy system, automatically launches continuous attacks against the opponent, making it a deadly martial art that ordinary martial artists could not withstand. Don't panic. Adat novel bin adat. If you panic, it's certain defeat. I took a deep breath and thought. Empty foundation. Solid foundation. Strong foundation to weak bone. Hui Tao 5 Animals Play wasn't simply about channeling vital energy, it had the ability to perfectly control the Han Shui Yin heart protecting meridian. It began in the chest, belonged to the heart protection, passed through the diaphragm, and descended into the triple burner. While average martial artists used it just to channel their vital energy, Hui Tao 5 Animals Play could go further, granting the caster special abilities related to each of the 8 meridians. The thumb corresponds to the lungs, the index finger to the large intestine, the middle finger to the heart protecting, the ring finger to the triple burner, the pinky to the heart meridian. As I recited the core principles of Hui Tao 5 Animals Play internally, my insides felt like they were burning. My concentration was melting away like wax from a lit candle. The spirit resides in the liver, and the essence remains in the lungs. The spirit is the pupil, while the essence clings to where we gaze. Boom! Here it comes. I felt the hidden technique of Hui Tao 5 Animals Play activating properly. At the same time, the Azure Dragon Sect leader's rotating technique surged forth, and I nimbly adjusted the spear's tip to counter. I once again employed the Thunder Shadow Heaven-raising strike to meet his assault. The Azure Dragon Sect leader sent a mocking tone. Foolish. True to his words, the Azure Dragon Sect leader's rotating blade technique overwhelmed my defense with a continuous overlap of saber energies. Moreover, he trained in saber flames, allowing him to strike with even greater ease. If I continued to respond as I was now, I would be reduced to a mere pile of shredded flesh. But then, an astonishing event occurred. Boom! Cough! The Azure Dragon Sect leader screamed as he was flung away, crashing through the wall of the wooden building and colliding with the outer wall. The sound of crumbling stone echoed, akin to the roar of cannon fire, causing some Azure Dragon disciples to tumble down here and there. Swoosh! I walked slowly outside, indifferent to being drenched in the rain. Leaning against the crumbled wall was the Azure Dragon Sect leader, blood spilling from his entire body. His saber was reduced to just the hilt remaining, beyond even having broken in half. Indeed, in that final moment, the spear I wielded had utterly shattered the Azure Dragon Sect leader's saber technique. Up until then, the Azure Dragon Sect leader had easily let my formidable energy flow out, but he had been caught off guard by my sudden strike, unable to evade and took the counter hit. While it seemed he was not seriously injured, it was evident he had sustained significant wounds. The Azure Dragon Sect leader, sitting down while wiping the blood from his face, said, "Ha ha ha, this is quite the sight." I was completely toyed with, caught between false and true. I wiped the rainwater from my cheek and replied flatly, "If you had exchanged your weapon for a new one, that might not have been the case." Not at all. I never imagined you could condense that internal energy into a single point. With a bitter smile, the Azure Dragon Sect leader rose from the rubble. What was that final technique? Is it a secret of your sect? That's correct. To hide your last move while feigning a false weakness to draw me in, you must have a great deal of combat experience. The Azure Dragon Sect leader spoke as if in awe. This is my defeat. If it were a real battle, I'd be dead already. Not at all. You still have another move hidden, don't you? Ho ho, how modest. You could have easily expanded the condensed power to crush my upper body had you wished. That wasn't just polite modesty. You've likely endured a chaotic battlefield. I understood that defeating an exceptional master with ordinary martial exchanges was nearly impossible. Without using my transcendent skill, I would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Thus, I deliberately drew him in closely and repelled him using the technique of Hui Tao 5 Animals Play. With Hui Tao 5 Animals Play, I could control my body's meridians and exert unique effects. The condensation of my internal energy was analogous to this. I originally lacked the ability to control my internal energy properly, and concentrating or dispersing it was difficult. However, using Hui Tao 5 Animals Play's principles, I could rapidly concentrate my internal energy into a single point, amplifying it. In other words, those who would typically handle my internal energy could only be helpless against it. Well then, I shall take my leave. Ha ha ha. I thought you were just bragging about facing the 12 righteous, but you clearly have a fighting chance. However, do not hold too high of expectations. In my view, your limit is a maximum of 5 victories. Beyond that, you will die. The Azure Dragon Sect leader said with bitterness. I suspect that the gap in martial prowess among the 12 righteous is quite significant. Particularly the 3 strong, the leader of the 12 righteous, the 4 soul fathers, and the early clothes immortal are on a different level. Do not overreach. When he mentioned overreaching, it seemed to imply that I could provoke them to the extent of angering them and possibly be killed. Understanding the subtext, I asked, "Are you trying to scare me? Would I have any reason to frighten you? I just hope that, at your young age, you won't feel overwhelmed by the challenges ahead. Thank you for the advice. Take care." I exited the Azure Dragon Gate, reflecting. If I devise a strategy without using Thunder Shadow Heaven-raising strike, I can defeat exceptional masters. And I had gained much. Not only had I applied the vision of Hui Tao 5 Animals Play in actual combat, but I had also come to understand what the rotating blade technique truly was. If I were to compete against all of the 12 righteous, I was sure to achieve great results. After all, I never intended to achieve complete victory from the very beginning. The goal itself was to do my utmost in sparring and develop my martial arts. The next place I headed was the National Defense Alliance. Yim Mai-yong, the leader of the National Defense Alliance, was dressed unlike the Azure Dragon Sect leader, in attire befitting a noble from Goryeo. Furthermore, he resided not in a mere martial arts sect building but in the Grand Hall, a place reserved only for Goryeo royalty. Sitting in the Jade Green Palace, Yim Myeyong permitted our meeting and spoke. Baekwang, as you know, our National Defense Alliance serves as the guardians of Goryeo in the shadows. I too am a noble and royal of Goryeo. Therefore, although I received your sparring manual, it would be against national law for me to confront you directly. Members of the royal lineage were not permitted to expose themselves to duels or sparring matches. The royal blood was rare and noble, as dictated by the law. Although Yim Myeyong's martial arts seemed extraordinary, it appeared to be unrelated to matters of his true cultivation. What do you intend to do? I will send a representative in my stead. Coincidentally, that child has been eager for a rematch with you. Swish. From behind Yim Myeyong, a man emerged. He was someone I had seen before. I let out a silent exhale and spoke. J.A. Ryan. It's been a while, Baekwang. Since that day 8 years ago, I've been looking forward to sparring with you again. He was J.A. Ryan, the later rising star of the National Defense Alliance who had faced me the first time I arrived in Goryeo. We hadn't spoken much, but we had also joined forces to suppress the nine-tailed fox in Sojeong. It had been quite some time since then, and J.A. Ryan now appeared to be in his 30s. I looked at him and asked, "Do you hold a grudge against me?" "Not at all. While I felt anger when I was defeated by the young you, that was solely due to my own inadequacies. Afterward, I diligently practiced the secrets of the National Defense Alliance, so you will surely find me satisfactory this time." Yim Myeyong added. J.A. Ryan's skill currently surpasses mine. He can be regarded as the best master of the National Defense Alliance. That seems likely. I nodded in agreement. J.A. Ryan had originally been a prodigy who had reached the pinnacle of mastery at such a young age, holding abilities on par with elders from major sects. If he had been training diligently for nearly a decade seeking retribution, it was not surprising that he could break through to the level of unmatched expertise. Looking back, I regretted not having trained as earnestly during that time. And the duel commenced. I fought against J.A. Ryan for about 700 exchanges before ultimately being defeated. His skill appeared to be a notch above that of the Azure Dragon sect leader, freely wielding sword flame and reaching a level comparable to an illusionary sword mastery. Although I hadn't used Thunder Shadow Heaven Raising Strike, the maximum application of Hui Tao 5 Animals Play still led to my loss, leaving no room for excuses. After winning the duel, J.A. Ryan lowered his sword and said, "I feel relieved after an eternity of resentment. Are you satisfied now?" "Haha, hardly." J.A. Ryan turned his head, and his expression revealed his frustration despite winning. "I've heard news of you as well. I was told you had only focused on medicine while neglecting martial arts, yet to think you've reached this level. Your internal energy is truly astonishing. But be cautious. When we meet again in 10 years, I will overwhelmingly defeat you at that time." Upon hearing this, I thought to myself, 10 years. Had it really come to where I could talk about such long periods? I felt a deep sense of having lived a long life. Was this not what true life felt like? The final duel with the 12 Righteous approached. For the past 6 months, I traveled through the territories of the 12 Righteous, consecutively engaging in sparring matches, and now only the leader of the 12 Righteous remained for me to face. Currently, I was en route to meet the leader of the 12 Righteous in the Chinbei mountain area. Sitting on a quiet mountain path, I sighed and whispered to myself. The Azure Dragon sect leader truly has an eye for talent. I have exactly 5 victories. The victorious sects were Azure Dragon sect, Georeon Department, Punguan Stream, Hyogun Stream, and Flowing Water Gate. The defeated sects were Hedong Milchan, National Defense Alliance, Four Soul Fathers, Early Clothes Immortal, Flame of Buddhism, and North Sea sect. The 5 I defeated from the Azure Dragon sect leader to Flowing Water Gate had similar levels of skill. They were barely on the edge of transcendent mastery, and with my overwhelming internal energy, tactics, and application of Hui Tao 5 Animals Play, I had managed to win. My defeat to J.A. Ryan of the National Defense Alliance was purely because I was outclassed in skill. The leaders of Hedong Milchan and Flame of Buddhism possessed distinct strengths. When they cast their high-level techniques and pressed with their martial arts, I found myself unable to counter them effectively. They were individuals beyond my reach unless I acquired additional magical techniques. However, the heads of the Four Soul Fathers, Early Clothes Immortal, and North Sea sect were currently beyond my capabilities. Merely returning alive from facing them was fortunate, as they were both members of the 12 Righteous and existed at a level of domination in Liaodong. The fact that the North Sea sect was also known as the North Sea Ice Palace spoke volumes about their influence. I reflected on what I had gained from this sparring journey. I became capable of using Hui Tao 5 Animals Play perfectly in practical situations, and on top of that, condensing and expanding my internal energy has become much easier. I had grasped the level of the greatest masters of the 12 Righteous and tested my skills against them. This experience would surely prove valuable as I aimed for the next level of transcendent mastery. Now, competing with the leader of the 12 Righteous, who was regarded as the strongest of the 12 Righteous, would likely conclude this sparring journey. Upon reaching Chinbei Mountain and traversing the treacherous mountain ranges to locate the area believed to be the home of the leader of the 12 Righteous, I arrived at a large village situated at the foot of Chinbei Mountain. This must be the divine altar referred to as the headquarters of the 12 Righteous. Upon entering the divine altar, a man wearing a dog mask approached me with brisk steps and said, "Hey there, nice to see you, Baekwang." It must have been tough getting here. And you are. I am the leader of the 12 righteous. From his introduction while wearing a dog mask and a full-body dog costume, I realized that the ending of this sparring journey would not be smooth. Following the figure who identified himself as the 12th righteous master, I entered Dark Heaven Village. As we walked in, the 12th righteous master spoke. I apologize for the fog. It's due to the formation. True to his words, bridges resembling spider webs connected the cliffs all around, and in the center of the village stood a colossal tree that seemed on the verge of touching the sky. The human presence was almost non-existent, rendering the scene somewhat eerie. Though the 12th righteous master treated me casually, I couldn't muster the thought to respond in kind. He was an absolute being whom even the king of Goryeo could not address lightly. It felt entirely natural for me to use honorific speech. In fact, he was likely older than me. Occasionally, passers-by greeted the 12th righteous master. They wore normal clothing instead of costumes, though some of them did don masks. Time to repay your debt. I don't have it. Is that your way of telling me to go to hell? Hehe. As their cheerful exchanges ended, a woman burst into a giggle. Haha, your outfit looks fabulous today. Haha, thank you. It was probably not a sincere compliment. As I absent-mindedly stared at his dog costume, he turned the mask, hiding his face, toward me and said, "Oh right. Aren't you curious about that enormous tree?" Not particularly curious, but it sure is big. I responded rather curtly, perhaps having my illusions about the 12th righteous master shattered. Indeed, the size of the giant tree in the village center could have easily matched hundreds of spans and appeared incredibly wide. It pierced the sky, and one could say the village was built around its roots. Haha, that tree is called the Divine Altar Tree. There's a legend that it connects to 9 worlds. As you can see, it is as large as an ordinary mountain. I thought for a moment and replied, "That's strange. What is?" I didn't see such a tree while traversing the mountains to come here. Why is it only visible after entering Dark Heaven Village? It's due to the barrier. To ordinary people's eyes, the Divine Altar Tree remains unseen. Only those permitted to enter the Divine Altar can see it. Why do it that way? The 12th righteous master pointed at the Divine Altar Tree with his finger. If that tree were absent, it would cause a real crisis. So, we must protect it with our lives. What kind of crisis? Humans would be unable to exist as humans. It would be truly terrifying. The 12th righteous master spoke of things I couldn't comprehend. He turned to look at me and tilted his head. I thought you would understand since you have clashed with the Sea God's clan. Sea God? Are you talking about those pirates from the sea? When you reach the level of the 12th righteous master, information flows in without notice. I already know you fought against the pirates who worship the Sea God when you first entered Goryeo. Only then did I grasp the meaning of his words and cautiously said, "So the Divine Altar Tree is a divine tree that protects Goryeo's land from the Sea God." Well, that's not all. Don't you have any other questions? The 12th righteous master was quite an unusual person. Contrary to someone who received my sparring manual, it seemed he had no intention of fighting me at all. Moreover, wasn't he hoping I would ask questions to gain information? I felt a twinge of suspicion but continued to inquire nonetheless. The appearance of those pirates seemed more like fish people than humans. Why is that? Those who worship the sea god eventually lose their human forms and transform into such beings. The difference is that the pirate leaders are not innate but acquired. A clan mixed with demons and blood would dominate that area. Isn't it possible to hunt down that sea god? He looks quite like an evil demon beast. Demon beast, calling it a demon beast. Ha ha ha. It's not a presence you can evaluate so easily. As the 12th righteous master leisurely walked across the bridge connecting the cliffs, he said, "Unfortunately, with the strength of our clan, it's only possible to safeguard this land from the sea god and the evil god. To do more than that would require the power of at least the heavenly emperor. Are you a member of the clan?" "Yes, that's right. I am the 12th righteous master and also the guardian of the Divine Altar Tree." Squeak, squeak. An unsettling sound came from the bridge, but I was able to cross without much trouble. It was the consequence of forcibly building a village in a place where humans originally couldn't survive the inhospitable canyon. The 12th righteous master entered a tiny cabin and said, "What are you doing? Come in. This doesn't exactly look like a training ground. Just come in and see." Understood. My opponent was the supreme master of the Eastern martial world, a being of the highest authority. I had heard that even the Zhang clan and the Li clan treated the 12th righteous master with great care. It made sense, as he was the one behind their rise to power. As I removed my shoes and stepped into the cabin, I was taken aback to find an unexpectedly vast space inside. It was bigger inside than out. I was astonished. What appeared from the outside to be a room barely enough for 4 could house thousands of paiyong of space within. Moreover, it was grand and ornate like a palace. This must be a space created by advanced magical techniques. As I looked around in disbelief, the 12th righteous master sat down in a chair and said, "Before we begin the sparring, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the 12th righteous masters you've fought so far. You want to hear my thoughts?" The 12th righteous master poured green tea into a cup. Adat Novel bin Adat. The greatest sword master in Donjung's history, Ichin Il Ryu, also couldn't request a spar from the 12th righteous master. Masters like Sol Abi and Zhou Yisun are truly formidable figures. That's why he is most satisfied being the strongest in Dongyang now. I was aware of that. I thought the strengths of Sol Abi and Zhou Yisun were on par with Ik Guang. Looking up at them, it was impossible to gauge their level. Consequently, my spar with Saul Abbey ended in just 50 seconds as he relentlessly pummeled me, and I fared similarly against Zhou Yisen. They were masters with unfathomable strength. He chuckled lightly. Yet, even with the Zhang clan ensuring your safety, you dare to request a sparring match with all the 12th righteous masters. I've never seen someone with such boldness in the history of the 12th righteous. Don't feel pressured, just speak comfortably. Now, take a seat. I awkwardly took a seat opposite him. The mask he wore completely concealed his face. However, the reason I perceived him as a man was due to his voice and physique, which were typical of a man in his 20s. I cleared my throat and shared my thoughts. There are many exceptionally skilled individuals in Goryeo. It's beyond comprehension. Oh, beyond comprehension, you say. The vast central plains make it hard to find even one peak master, yet there are more than a dozen supreme masters circulating here. Could it be that the 12th righteous masters are sharing their teachings? My observations expressed what I had felt thus far honestly. After all, normally a peak master was akin to the leader of a major sect, and those who could fly were usually of first-rate level. Thus, finding a peak master in the central plains was exceptionally challenging. Yet here, higher than even the leaders of the 9 great sects were the leaders of the 12th righteous, which was utterly surprising. The 12th righteous master chuckled again. Yep, that's right. Our clan takes the lead in teaching the martial arts of the 12th righteous, which greatly aids in cultivating masters. It's not surprising that there are many peak and ultra-peak masters among us. We're transmitting insights that are of a level unattainable by a mere section. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I exclaimed. Could it be that you are planning to invade the central plains? Huh? Why would I do something like that? The 12th righteous master muttered as if in disbelief, shaking his head and pushing the teacup into the mouth of his mask. You've watched too many martial arts novels. Well, it's not like I haven't watched any, but it's hard to view the cultivation of so many masters as anything but suspicious. The 12th righteous master interlaced his fingers. Suspicious, you say? Then let me ask you this, why do martial sects cultivate masters? Well, to expand their influence and showcase their martial arts. You fool. That's merely a secondary objective. Fundamentally, they cultivate masters to pass down the legacy of martial arts. The 12th righteous master, having said that, continued. I'm not thinking about war or conflict with the Central Plains martial world. The foes we've chosen as our archenemies are simply too powerful. We're only training strong martial artists and sorcerers to ensure we can manage any upheaval as best as possible. Who are these archenemies? The 12th righteous master set down his teacup and replied. I've heard that the White Lotus sect has consumed about 40% of the Central Plains martial world. It's already a foregone conclusion that within 3 years, the White Lotus sect will dominate the Central Plains. You've heard of Baekwung, right? Yes. The North Sea sect leader mentioned it before I came here. The North Sea sect, led by the 12th righteous master, was based far north in the frozen lands. In the Central Plains martial world, it was known as the North Sea Ice Palace. Perhaps due to the characteristics of the location, some of their members had the lineage of colorful persons, which might explain why the North Sea sect leader had the appearance of a Western foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes. I clearly remembered losing to the North Sea sect leader in a devastating defeat within just 100 seconds, and during my struggle to rise without injuries, he had shared news about the Central Plains with me. If the White Lotus sect is considered to be on a comparable level to small fry when stacked against the clan's enemies, I was taken aback. The power of the White Lotus sect was terrifying. How could such a comparison be made? It was even more perplexing that these words were coming from the 12th righteous master, who surely understood the might of the White Lotus sect. Seeing my reaction, the 12th righteous master waved his hand dismissively. It's just a saying. Truly, those archenemies will probably never descend into the mortal world. We merely utilize the power of the divine altar tree to obstruct their influence, and our role is to eradicate the cult that worships those evil gods and other malevolent beings. Even managing just that is a daunting challenge. That's hard to believe. Haha, that's just how it is. The true horror would be realizing you have an enemy while being entirely powerless to act. In truth, I thought I roughly understood what the 12th righteous master meant by archenemy. The ancient rulers mentioned by Master Mang Niang? These were mythic entities that had existed long before the rise of humanity or primates. They referred to those evil gods who considered humans as mere insects. The clan was undoubtedly protecting Goryeo and the regions of Liaodong from the ancient rulers' influence with the power of the 7 stars and the divine altar tree. With this kind of defense, perhaps I wouldn't even need to wield the sea god. The critical issue was preventing the Golden Guard from acquiring the 7 stars. However, it seemed unlikely that the Golden Guard could breach the barriers surrounding the divine altar tree and defeat the 12th righteous master, known as the strongest among the 12th righteous, along with the clan members. Such an event would be impossible unless all the guardian beasts of the White Lotus sect stormed in together. As I pondered, the 12th righteous master spoke up. I suppose you are curious why I'm rambling on about all this to you, Baekwung. Yes. I wanted to ask why he was wearing that mask, but I held back. The 12th righteous master shook his cute puppy-shaped head and said, You carry the blessing of the Queen Mother of the West. How did you come to obtain such a blessing? She is a high Taoist deity and doesn't easily bestow blessings of immortality. As I was contemplating based on reports, I concluded that you must have amassed a tremendous amount of merit. And after contacting Master Mang Niang to confirm, I learned that you had offered prayers to the 7 stars. Do you know Master Mang Niang? I oversee Goryeo and Liaodong, while he handles the Central Plains. It's essential for us to help each other, isn't it? I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at the unexpected information. Could it be that Master Mang Niang and the 12th Righteous Master were in contact, sharing information? If they were guardians opposing the evil gods, it made perfect sense. The 12th Righteous Master quietly added, I can guess why you've come to Goryeo. It's probably to seek the 7 stars, right? At this point, there was no longer any need to lie. With the power of the 12th Righteous Master, killing me would be as easy as flipping a hand. Hence, I spoke honestly. That's correct. What's the reason behind your search for the 7 stars? Is it because of the legend that obtaining a legendary artifact blessed by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will grant you immortality? That's not it. I'm trying to monitor their movements because there are wicked beings targeting the 7 stars, and I need to protect them from those threats. The 12th Righteous Master seemed to scrutinize me closely. His mask obscured his face, making it impossible to read his emotions. However, unlike his earlier chattiness, every word he spoke was direct and to the point. He sat calmly, grasping every detail about me, indeed fitting the title of the supreme figure of the Eastern martial world. After a long silence, the 12th Righteous Master spoke again. I also know that those who stole the Earth Star diagram from the Balhae Empire are manipulating the Imperial Court of the Central Plains. He truly seems to have an understanding of everything happening in the East. The rival that both Mang Niang and I had taken as our greatest enemy was the Demon Subduing Hall. Mang Niang was currently forming an alliance against the Demon Subduing Hall in the Central Plains to fight for his life. Suddenly, I felt a surge of frustration and said, then why aren't you controlling them? They are prepared to summon demon beasts or perform human sacrifices at any moment. If you don't stop them, a great disaster will occur. I'm not standing idle because I'm unaware. He crossed his arms. The Central Plains is under Master Mang Niang's jurisdiction. Have you ever wondered why someone as powerful as Master Mang Niang, who surpasses even the Great Immortal, is allowing those forces to remain unchecked? This was a question I had pondered throughout my rebirth. Even his disciple, Chen Wujin, had reached a formidable level as a powerful avatar. Why then was his master, Mang Niang, allowing the Demon Subduing Hall to operate freely? The 12th Righteous Master continued. Master Mang Niang has taken up residence near Luoyang not for any trivial reason. The most malevolent entity in history lurks there, and he's utilizing all his power to keep it in check. The most malevolent entity. I don't know the full details. However, as a guardian of Taoism, Master Mang Niang is supposed to patrol the entire Central Plains and suppress evil gods. The reason he remains in one place is that he must continuously seal this being. If Master Mang Niang ever strays from that location, a tremendous demon will be unleashed. That entity is likely the one pulling the strings behind the evil god's cult. I am already too busy countering the sea god to assist Master Mang Niang. I gulped. Master Mang Niang was appointed by the Jade Emperor or the Great Immortal to protect the earthly realm. According to Mang Niang, no Taoist would dare to cross him on the Central Plains. Just how powerful could the malevolent entity in Luoyang be for even Master Mang Niang, with his immense strength, to struggle to contain it? After this point, the 12th Righteous Master asked, I have one question. Do you intend to continue gathering the 7 stars? Of course. I will uncover the whereabouts of all the 7 stars. Good ambition. It just so happens that we need to engage in some sparring. Nodding, the 12th Righteous Master muttered. How about we try this? With a swift motion, the 12th Righteous Master glided like a ghost and soon found himself on the martial arts platform set at the center. I couldn't even detect how he had moved, his techniques seemed to transcend the physical realm. With a flourish, he brandished a Galaxy 9-section whip in one hand and stated, Baek Wung, if you can withstand 3 moves from this whip, I will reveal the location of the Moon Star. I could not refuse the 12th Rat Lord's proposal. In fact, considering I came here for the martial arts competition, I was even glad that the 12th Rat Lord made such a remark. Moreover, he was even willing to inform me of the whereabouts of the Moon Luminary among the 7 luminaries. I only had to endure for 3 seconds, so there was a possibility if I gave it my all. As I stepped onto the martial arts platform holding a spear, I said, could you share the whereabouts of the other 7 luminaries aside from the Moon Luminary? I would like to, but I don't know anything beyond that. May I ask just a little more? Go ahead. I cautiously inquired. Why were the 7 luminaries scattered across the world in the first place? The fact that they were blessed by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors implies that the Yin dynasty possessed all the 7 luminaries, does it not? The reason the Yin dynasty fell is because of the 7 luminaries. The 12th Rat Lord, draped in the cosmic fragment, continued. I don't know the full details, but I've heard that the Fengshen War broke out because of the 7 luminaries. At the end of the Fengshen War, the Grand Minister of the Yin used his sorcery to scatter the 7 luminaries throughout the world. Thus, they could be tens of thousands of miles away. The Fengshen War. If you want to know more, perhaps you should look into the Dao vein. However, given how ancient it is, there may not be any records left. I have one more question. I swallowed hard and said, if we gather all the 7 luminaries and combine their powers, could we eliminate the entities known as the Sea God or Evil God? Perhaps taken aback by my question, the 12th Rat Lord pondered for a moment. Then, he smiled wryly and replied, I can't say for certain. While it's true that the power of the 7 luminaries is formidable, the might of the gods of death can shake the entire realm of the immortals. We won't know until we gather them all. The 12th Rat Lord spoke resolutely. However, there is a possibility. The blessings bestowed by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors on the 7 luminaries are not inferior to that of the sea god. It is entirely plausible that they could achieve such a feat. From the 12th Rat Lord's words, I realized one crucial fact, that he, too, was someone who earnestly wished for the gathering of the 7 luminaries. After all, as he continued to battle against wicked deities across generations, it was only natural for him to yearn for the 7 luminaries, the only means to defeat his enemies. What property does the sea luminary possess among the 7 luminaries? The 12th Rat Lord let out a sigh. Hey, aren't you asking too many questions? Let's cap this as the last question. It's not good for us to chat like this for 1,000 years after stepping onto the martial arts stage. I apologize. The sea luminary belongs to the wood luminary. It enhances the power of the divine altar tree, strengthening the barrier. Thanks to that, we can shake off the powers of the sea god and evil god. I felt a sense of relief inside. If the sea luminary were actually the moon luminary, it would have been a disastrous blunder, so I had secured a guarantee. I understand. Then shall we begin? Soyu. The 12th Rat Lord's cosmic fragment shimmered. It moved like a living serpent, a phenomenon occurring because the flow of true energy had reached its peak. Its movements, disregarding even gravity and moving of its own accord, were exceedingly threatening. I, too, gripped my spear and considered the 12th Rat Lord's prowess. I should at least think of it as being at the level of a Dharma protector. This was something I'd thought of before coming here. The power of the Soul Father Moon Lord or the Joe's Immortal Lord was immensely strong. If the 12th Rat Lord was said to be even stronger, then among the beings I had encountered, there was no one else to compare except for a Dharma protector. I envisioned the Dharma protector of the White Lotus sect, Han Baekryong, standing before me, and I recalled the previous dual circumstances at that time. Could I endure for 3 seconds? It might be impossible. I sighed inwardly. Han Baekryong hadn't revealed his real strength back then and had merely toyed with me. Even my unique skill, my true energy, had ultimately fallen short. He was an enormous master of martial arts that one could not fathom as human. That power belonged to the leader of the current White Lotus sect's Dharma protector lineage, the Waklan's Fire God sect. I had no choice but to speak to the 12th Rat Lord. 12th Rat Lord, I will do my best in this battle. So please give me a moment to use my secret techniques. I'm looking forward to it. Just let me know when you're ready. I decided to reveal all the hidden depths I had concealed until now. In truth, over the past decade, I had gained a vast amount while in the land of Goryeo. However, I had held back, fearing that revealing everything could put me in danger. Using only the strength I needed was the deed of a wise man. But now, the situation was different. The 12th Rat Lord was willing to inform me of the whereabouts of the moon luminary if I could last for 3 seconds. The process to return here in my next rebirth would obviously take many years, and if I were not fortunate, there was a high probability that I would not even meet the 12th Rat Lord again. This was a trial worth at least 100 years. Swoosh. Now is not the time to hold back. I pulled a needle from my robe. Then, slowly, I controlled the flow of true energy according to the principles of the Waklan's 108 needles, piercing the acupoints in the precise order. After piercing about 23 acupoints, I proceeded to pierce between the joints of my fingers in sequence, completing the casting of the great technique. Waklan's 108 needles. Secret art. Thunder and wind interaction. HAAA. At the same time, I assumed the position of Watao's golden peak and spread my true energy through all the pores of my body. Simultaneously, my suppressed true energy, which I had held back using the Heaven's Blood Sealing technique, surged forth like a flood. The Heaven's Blood Sealing technique allowed me to draw out only the necessary amount of true energy while reducing unnecessary consumption, but once that restraint broke, the energy burst forth like a golden tide. Kawaii. The energy flowing from my body took on a distinct and tangible form, radiating a brilliant golden light. This was a phenomenon I had never experienced, even when unleashing my full true energy. Perhaps it was due to the long duration of using the Heaven's Blood Sealing technique that this impact occurred. The 12th Rat Lord, observing my state, quietly remarked, "In the Book of Changes, it is said that to energize with thunder and lightning is indeed to harmonize between thunder and wind. Could it be that the acupuncture techniques of the medical school have manifested that wonderful essence?" Kyuyu. Regaining my senses quickly, I controlled the massive energy surging within me and then thrust my spear forward, saying, "Your insight is remarkable. You've grasped the principles of the Waklan's 108 needles at a glance. I'm more surprised. Isn't that an act of forcibly opening the 8 gates? Truly impressive medical skills. It was originally created to save patients whose life forces were fading, but it can also be utilized in battle. Today, my horizons are broadening. Indeed, the secret of the Waklan's 108 needles and the thunder and wind interaction? This was a technique I occasionally applied when fighting powerful beings such as the Dragon Lord of the Spear and the 12th Rat Lord, forcibly opening the internal 8 gates to rapidly and robustly boost the flow of true energy. It also activated the involuntary muscles of the body. But that was merely a similar temporary movement of internal energy. The true essence lay in the use of needles in the great technique. When all the acupoints for the thunder and wind interaction were struck with needles, my body would automatically release the heaven's blood sealing technique, allowing me to unleash beyond my original potential. I felt the massive golden aura enveloping my entire being writhe as if alive. Then, in the next moment, my eyes gleamed as I regained my breath. HAAA. Thunder God Sect. Secret of the Final Battle. Thunder Roar. Keeeeeeing. The latent potential raised by the thunder and wind interaction surged again through the thunder roar. I had already tested the overlap of the thunder and wind interaction and thunder roar when I was taught under Wasio Maiyong. The moment the overlapping effect was realized, I could truly harness physical abilities that surpassed those of a mere human. The 12th Rat Lord's eyes flickered as if he had sensed the thunder roar. What is that? An incredible technique. I controlled the thunderous energy flowing through my body and replied. The promise of 3 seconds is still in effect, right? Of course. This will be entertaining. Bam! No sooner had the 12th Rat Lord finished speaking than I initiated the first attack. There was no mention of holding back, so it was only natural for me to take the offensive. Even if my initial strike were to fail, the 12th Rat Lord would use 1 second to defend himself. Simultaneously, the air shattered as my body lightly exceeded the speed of sound. Kawa! I merely blended a spinning strike of the lance, mixing the Lan and Na techniques in just a single thrust. Yet, 3 distinct destructive marks were etched onto the arena, and piles of rubble surged skyward like a storm. Following that, a colossal force crashed down like a tide, causing the entire arena to collapse. In a state where both thunder and wind interaction and thunder roar were activated, I could fully unleash my massive true energy without waste. Boom! It was at that moment I experienced a fraction of time that felt as if both time and space had stopped. The time of distractions. A moment that was less than a fraction of a breath, unable to be expressed through human perception. Yet, the 12th Rat Lord clearly existed in that space. He evaded my attack from a distance and coiled the cosmic fragment. Within that brief moment, even though he shouldn't have been able to speak, strangely, I heard his thoughts. Splendid. Baek Wung, you've showcased your precious secret technique, I shall reciprocate. Energy pulsed from his entire being. Unlike the golden energy I had raised, a silvery light enveloped the 12th Rat Lord. Soon, this silvery aura smoothly enveloped the cosmic fragment, which began to condense into something massive. The lethal river and chaotic strands technique. Kakang! In the next instant, a colossal ice dragon suddenly surged forth from the void. It seemed like an illusion, but it was occurring because the 12th Rat Lord's technique was freezing the area around us with tremendous ice. I was taken aback in that single moment. Impossible, a human is controlling nature? Unable to express the astonishment I felt within that brief moment, the 12th Rat Lord's cosmic fragment moved with an unseen velocity, unleashing hundreds of ice dragons. I could barely discern 3 of the attacks, the rest approached me without any indication of how they would strike. I had no choice but to rely solely on the powers of thunder and wind interaction and thunder roar to evade each of them. Swoosh! Kaboom! As my body crackled with lightning, I utilized the thunder shadow technique to maneuver. Even at several dozen times my usual speed, I was only barely managing to evade the ice dragons launched by the 12th Rat Lord. If I hadn't summoned either thunder and wind interaction or thunder roar, my entire body would have frozen and shattered during this sequence. Once again, I sensed a brief moment. I felt the 12th Rat Lord's intentions. Impressive. Take this next 2 moves. The lethal river and chaotic strands technique. The willow grasp and pull technique. The will of the willow enveloped me, constricting the spatial domain around me, while the pull of the attack dulled my movements, and the grasping and seizing energies seemed to snatch my spear away. The truly terrifying part was that 4 highly advanced techniques were being executed simultaneously, leaving me no means to resist. A decisive attack and renowned technique? It was evidence that he was a supreme master on the level of a legendary figure. Having restrained me with the willow grasp, the 12th Rat Lord then pulled me in with the absorption technique before extracting my energy with the pushing technique. I was overwhelmed with pain as if being beaten by a club, unable to gather my senses. As I was tossed to the ground like a ball, I hastily attempted to rise, but consecutively, the pushing and exploding techniques struck me at the same time. Everything the cosmic fragment brushed past exploded and was sent flying. I managed to keep hold of my spear while soaring backward, but I could not execute a proper landing, crashing to the earth instead. Ugh. Boom! I quickly propelled myself upward, utilizing the divine art of the Thunder God Sect. As my body soared several meters into the air, the manifestations of the 12th Rat Lord's martial arts became starkly visible. It was as if the earth had been engulfed in frost and snow, transforming it into a fog-like haze. The realization that I had been targeted from that space sent a chill down my spine. Ha! With a final desperate flourish, I swung my spear, unleashing a massive spear flame. Dozens of crescent-shaped energy blasts erupted, each one formidable in its own right. No one could underestimate such an attack. The 12th Rat Lord, who had been watching my assault from the ground, suddenly lowered his hand. And then, the attack vanished from sight. Heaven's seamless garment. Kaboom! I felt my body rise even higher, piercing through the ceiling of the building. I had ascended to a height where the divine altar tree was visible. I couldn't even fathom how high I had been propelled, but one thing was certain, I was in no condition to continue fighting. What just happened to me? With a thunderous sound, my body soon plummeted from the air. Wanting to avoid death, I executed a last-minute roll to minimize the impact as I fell. I struggled to my feet, my limbs numb and blood pouring from wounds all over my body. Ugh. Impressive. You managed to endure for 3 seconds. Are you mocking me? I clenched my teeth in frustration. I had thought that by utilizing both thunder and wind interaction alongside thunder roar, I could hold my own even against someone like Li Guang, but that notion had been utterly shattered. The 12th Rat Lord had toyed with me from the very first offensive to the end, leaving me without any effective blows. He chuckled lightly. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have lasted at all. You survived only because you unconsciously activated your self-defense mechanism by using 2 secret techniques simultaneously. You've earned the right to know about the whereabouts of the moon luminary among the 7 luminaries. Adat Novel bin Adat. The self-defense mechanism. Well, it doesn't seem to reflect a true level of self-defense. As the 12th Rat Lord retracted the cosmic fragment, he continued. Thanks to your formidable true energy, acupuncture techniques, and powerful breathing, you have gained a defense that transcends mere self-defense. You have my commendation. I was rendered speechless. He's too strong. While the sect leaders of the Southern Martial Realm and the Eastern Sun Realm were powerful, they were nothing compared to this. The 12th Rat Lord was an unparalleled powerhouse who transcended the boundaries of peak experts. The titles of Supreme Being and Protector of the Eastern Martial Realm were far from empty praises. The 12th Rat Lord remarked. First, we should attend to your injuries. Perhaps that's unnecessary. As he said, my body's superficial scratches had noticeably healed, while various cuts, lacerations, and frostbite swiftly recovered. The synergistic effects of thunder and wind interaction and thunder roar had drastically boosted my vitality. I staggered as I replied. I am a physician myself, so there's no need to worry. Haha, there's spirit in you. I like that. Amused, the 12th Rat Lord soon spoke the words I longed to hear. The secret of the moon luminary is held by the Emperor of the Eastern Sea. The Emperor of the Eastern Sea. Indeed. The 12th Rat Lord continued. The secret of the moon luminary is known as the Heavenly Gathering Cloud Sword, one of the 3 sacred treasures. It had been a month since I left the Divine Altar. Step. After walking about 30 paces from the Divine Altar, I turned back, but there was no trace of the Divine Altar village, nor even the majestic Divine Altar tree in sight. The barrier protecting the Divine Altar concealed its very existence. To breach this barrier, a powerful Grand Sorcerer would be required. The sounds of mountain birds could be heard. The profound silence peculiar to the deep forest enveloped my body. I turned my head, continuing my steps towards Gagaiyang while reflecting. During the past month, I received teachings on the inadequacies of martial arts from the 12th Rat Lord and learned a few more techniques. Adat Novel bin Adat. The 12th Rat Lord had sparred with me a few times, but even in these encounters, it was one-sided, with me taking the brunt of the exchanges. He seemed to have reached a level in body techniques unrivaled by anyone else. It was so remarkable that merely observing his movements allowed me to identify flaws in the thunder shadow step I had been practicing. After the sparring sessions, when I had inquiries, he would occasionally answer my questions. I still recalled my exchange with the 12th Rat Lord. Why didn't I seek the moon luminary? Yes. With your power, it should have been entirely possible. Throughout our encounters, the 12th Rat Lord never once removed his mask. I had no way of confirming the face of the legendary handsome man that Li Juhe had mentioned. He kept his arms crossed, replying while still wearing the dog mask. If we can bring the moon luminary from Dongyang, it will undoubtedly make things easier for us. But the forces of the evil god will go rampant on Dongjung's land. So the Heavenly Gathering Cloud Sword acts like the evil god, suppressing it, does it? Of course, it's not as powerful a barrier as the Divine Altar Tree, but the Heavenly Gathering Cloud Sword does provide a similar kind of barrier. The reason humans can reside on Dongjung's land is because of that sword. There's no need to trouble myself unnecessarily with something that is doing its job well, is there? I concluded my recollection. If what he said is true, then there's no immediate need to acquire the moon luminary. If I carelessly move the moon luminary, it might lead to the emergence of demonic forces in Dongyang again. Perhaps it was more prudent for me to simply ascertain its whereabouts rather than seek to obtain it. Yet, I muttered a concern I hadn't shared with the 12th Rat Lord. It's strange. Miho must have enchanted the so-called Emperor of Dongyang, yet if the Heavenly Gathering Cloud Sword is truly one of the 7 luminaries, why hasn't she ascended? Miho had expressed a strong desire to return to the celestial realm. And since the 7 luminaries possessed such power, she had been striving tirelessly to obtain the 7 luminaries' grand instrument. If the Heavenly Gathering Cloud Sword were indeed one of the 3 sacred treasures, there would be no need for her to come to Goryeo and sever ties with the Dan clan. Clearly, there was some mystery regarding the whereabouts of the moon luminary. To learn more about the moon luminary, I needed to meet Miho again and ask her. However, I was deeply troubled. Would I be able to survive when I met Miho again? When we last parted, it seemed that Miho had sensed that Mang Yang had come to assist me. She might have considered it a betrayal. While she spared my life out of whim, given Miho's unpredictable nature, it was uncertain when she might decide to kill me. Living in a situation where I didn't have to face Miho seemed the most stable option. It should work out somehow. As I pondered, I began my journey of hundreds of li. Since it seemed I had nearly completed what I needed to do in Goryeo, I thought it was time to focus more earnestly on honing my medical skills. Tied it. It took about 3 days to travel from Qinbei Mountain to Gagaiyang. Although on foot it would typically take at least a month, my speed exceeded that of an ordinary human by tenfold, allowing me to cover the distance in such a short time. If I had truly set my mind to it, perhaps I could have made it in just 1 day. Upon entering the gates of Gagaiyang and heading towards the Hua clan, I was taken aback. I was startled to see a group of individuals dressed in white waiting in front of the Hua clan. There were around 10 of them, all appearing to be martial artists. Although the Hua clan's building was intact, the people around seemed to avoid eye contact, as if trying to steer clear of these figures in white. What's going on? I locked eyes with the lead figure in white. He looked to be about my age, a handsome young man with a solid build. Upon assessing my appearance and demeanor, he spoke. Are you Baekwang? This felt ominous. I answered calmly without showing any surprise. Yes, but who might you be? Upon my reply, the young man in white suddenly switched to speaking in Hangul instead of the typical Goryeo dialect, employing a formality I hadn't expected. I had a feeling you would return soon, Baekwang. It's a pleasure to meet you. His demeanor was polite and courteous. I maintained my composure and responded in Hangul. Are you from the Central Plains? To be precise, we are White Lotus members. White Lotus members? I let out a quiet gasp of realization. It was no wonder the prowess of that group of 10 individuals exuded a feeling of overwhelming strength, as if they were peak experts. Moreover, the young white-clad individuals appeared to be mostly in their teens and 20s, indicating they were very young, leaving me with only one possibility. The young experts of the White Lotus sect, nurtured through the Sacred Lotus, are the White Lotus members. It is said that they are at the forefront of the White Lotus sect, which has consumed 4/10 of the martial world in the Central Plains, effortlessly overwhelming countless experts of the region. A number of them, honing their skills in the unique martial arts of the White Lotus sect, can easily battle elders of major sects. I glanced toward the Hua clan and asked, surely, you haven't harmed anyone from the Hua clan, have you? The young man chuckled. We have not done such a thing. Everyone is safe and sound. That is a relief. We have come from afar in the Central Plains because we wish to have a good discussion with you, Baekwang. A good discussion, you say? Oh, I should have introduced myself sooner. I am Li Yeosong, leader of the Wind Spirit team of the White Lotus sect. Again bowing politely, Li Yeosong continued, in fact, not too long ago, the head of the Hua clan, Guangming Divine Dr. Hua Xiaomaiyang, and the Dharma Protector discussed matters separately. They learned that you, Baekwang, are aware of the whereabouts of the Black and White Sacred Lotus. That is why we have been waiting to escort you to the Dharma Protector. I clenched my teeth. The Dharma Protector of the White Lotus sect? One of the individuals possessing the most formidable martial arts in the world was present here. It crossed my mind that it could be one of the other 2 Dharma Protectors as well. What was certain was that the Dharma Protector wanted to speak with me, and there must be some serious conspiracy behind it. When I remained silent, Li Yeosong spoke again. Please come with us. We will escort you respectfully. Wait a moment. I need to confirm with my own eyes that the Hua clan members are indeed unharmed. Then please go inside. We will patiently await your return. The white-clad individuals parted to clear the way. I scanned the members of the Wind Spirit team one by one and couldn't help but think how tremendous their internal energy was. If I were to confront these guys directly, I'd have almost a 90% chance of dying. They were terrifying. Their internal energy seemed to far surpass that of the elders of the Kongnam sect, and they knew how to calmly manage their own essence. It was as if peak experts had gathered at this place. Not to mention, if they were adept in group combat or had trained in coordinated attacks, I would have no chance of handling the Wind Spirit team bare-handed. Surely, those of this caliber wouldn't be aiming to dominate the martial world otherwise. I entered the Hua clan compound to verify the safety of its members. Fortunately, there were no injuries or casualties, everyone was unharmed. They appeared uneasy, possibly aware of the show of force by the white-clad individuals. Upon entering deeper, I found Hua Xiaomaiyang's immediate family seated together. Hua Xiaomaiyang, along with his son and daughter-in-law, and his granddaughter Hua Yongyang. It seemed that the collateral relatives were not present. Under the gazes of those 4, I felt a heavy pressure. Nevertheless, I approached Hua Xiaomaiyang, who was seated, and greeted him. I apologize for being late. I have returned, your disciple Baekwang. Ah, you're here. Sit down, he replied. Yes. As I took my seat, a heavy atmosphere filled the room. Although Hua Xiaomaiyang didn't seem gravely ill, he looked haggard, perhaps due to the seriousness of the situation. He observed me and spoke. Baekwang, you must be aware that White Lotus sect members are here outside your doorstep. They call themselves the Wind Spirit team of the White Lotus sect. Moreover, just yesterday, a Dharma Protector wearing a black tiger mask visited me. He appeared to be different from the one who tried to take me due to that former junior leader. What on earth does the White Lotus sect want with us now? I was taken aback, my frustration rising. In this life, I truly wished to avoid entanglements with the martial world and had come straight to Goryeo through Shandong right after my reincarnation. I had no recollection of being involved with the White Lotus sect. But suddenly, their elite force and a Dharma Protector had arrived. It made no sense. Hua Xiaomaiyang continued. It seems to be related to the Sacred Lotus you provided. What? The Dharma Protector explained the situation to me. I had sold the root of the Black and White Sacred Lotus in the martial world using a method only I knew after receiving it from you. Apparently, the White Lotus Sect's commercial group has purchased it through competitive bidding, and that root must have flowed into the White Lotus Sect. I was speechless, my jaw dropping in disbelief. I heard that the junior leader of the White Lotus Sect was saved by that root. Once the junior leader regained their strength, it seems the leader of the White Lotus Sect immediately decided to venture into the Central Plains. Such a thing. I stammered in astonishment. Isn't the sacred lotus plentiful enough within the White Lotus Sect? Why did the junior leader specifically need that one to recover? Hua Xiaomaiyang sighed. That part was not explained to me, but the Dharma Protector said that our Hua clan has provided significant help to the White Lotus Sect, and they wish to repay. Firstly, they wanted to speak with you. Following that, they have offered to assist our Hua clan in returning to the Central Plains. They promised a century of prosperity and wealth as benefactors of the White Lotus Sect. At that moment, Hua Xiaomaiyang's son, Hua Teibo, who had been listening silently, gazed at me. He was also a skilled physician, having inherited the art of Hua Sabaichim and Hua Tao Jiamhui. In a sincere voice, Hua Teibo said, I've heard from my father that our clan was saved thanks to you. Please make the right choice again and save us. The fate of the Hua clan lies in your hands. Baekwang, I'm counting on you. The plea from Hua Xiaomaiyang's son and daughter-in-law was earnest. Embedded within their words was a sense of urgency urging me to conduct a smooth conversation with the Dharma Protector without any nonsense. Yet, it was also true that the fate of dozens of members of the Hua clan rested in my hands. I gazed gravely at Hua Xiaomaiyang and spoke. Master, may we have a moment alone to talk? Of course. Hua Xiaomaiyang and I stepped further inside, leaving the family behind. This place was the most secret and deep chamber within the Hua clan's estate, serving as Hua Xiaomaiyang's personal space. Shrouded in darkness, light from a single candle flickered as Hua Xiaomaiyang began to speak. I do not trust the White Lotus Sect. They are not evil beings, but they do not easily acknowledge those weaker than themselves. They operate with meticulous calculations, embodying the very essence of martial forces. While the Dharma Protector's enticing words may seem plausible, I suspect it is merely a trap. A trap, you say? Do you think they would send the Dharma Protector and the Wind Spirit team, one of the four martial factions of the White Lotus Sect, just to merely speak with the Hua clan? They are likely prepared to confront the 12 rat lords in Gagaiyang if necessary. What do you mean? It seems you've caught on. If we were to refuse their proposal, they probably intend to wipe out the Hua clan. I let out a low sound of realization. Hua Xiaomaiyang's words rang true. Surely, with the power of the White Lotus Sect at that level, they would not struggle against the 12 rat lords. The Wind Spirit team was composed of beings immensely powerful, but the Dharma Protector likely possessed extraordinary skills. Wiping out the Hua clan overnight would be trivial for them. I said, then why did they leave us unharmed until my return? They likely wanted to manage things as comfortably as possible. To them, it would be better to have us ensnared in a sweet bait and perish aboard a remote ship rather than unnecessarily clash with the 12 rat lords. Moreover, they probably want to ascertain the kind of information you possess. Looks like we're doomed either way. Indeed. My son seems to have a vague sense of this. Teibo is quite sharp. Hua Xiaomaiyang's expression was filled with gloom. Suddenly, I felt a pang of pity for him. The life of Hua Xiaomaiyang, who had been living peacefully in the Central Plains, had been completely turned upside down due to the White Lotus Sect. Now, for reasons unknown, he faced a threat of extermination at their hands. It was truly absurd. After pondering for a moment, I suggested, the most realistic approach would be to contact the 12 rat lords and drive them away. I had thought of that too. But without solid evidence that they would directly attack us, would the experts of the 12 rat lords put their lives on the line against the White Lotus Sect, known as the strongest martial power in the Central Plains? Until there is direct aggression from them, it remains a mere illusion. I'll talk to Zhang Qiuwook. Do not act rashly. They would annihilate our entire family if they felt threatened. Then what exactly are we supposed to do? Suddenly, Hua Xiaomaiyang leaned back against the wall in a dejected manner. I honestly don't know. I feel like I've been struck in the dark. How did it come to this? Just as I was about to say something, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. Backlit by the light, it was Hua Xiaomaiyang's granddaughter, Hua Yongyang. She glared at me with a disapproving look and said, "You really are quite the fool, aren't you? Yongyang, what are you doing? Quickly, get out." Boom! Before I could reprimand her, Hua Xiaomaiyang abruptly collapsed forward. I hurried to check on him. Finding no signs of injury, he had merely succumbed to a charm that had lulled him to sleep. I had never heard of Hua Yongyang possessing such high-level skills. I glared at Hua Yongyang and asked, "Is that you, Miho?" In a flash, the next moment, Hua Yongyang seemed to twirl in midair and transformed into the appearance of an adorable girl. It was the very human form of Miho that I had seen in the past. She had transformed into Hua Yongyang, pretending to be a member of the Hua clan. "You fool! Why did you get entangled with the White Lotus Sect?" Miho scolded me, but I retorted, "How did you pull off the Yongyang act? Don't worry. She's sleeping in the storeroom. But more importantly, what on earth is going on?" Miho continued, her irritation palpable. Even for a nine-tailed fox that had lived for centuries, this situation seemed like a calamity had struck her. How could the Dharma Protector of the White Lotus Sect come searching to kill you? You truly have the unluckiest fate. I can agree with the idea of having a bad fate, but why were you disguised as Hua Yongyang? When I pressed her, Miho hesitated for a moment before responding. That's for my own reasons. In fact, I intended to take you away for some purpose. Some purpose, you say? I'll tell you about that later. For now, we need to resolve this crisis. With that, Miho turned sharply. Follow me. Where are we following you to? Miho spoke bluntly. Of course, you have to escape. What are you waiting for? Do you want to fight the White Lotus members? Are you out of your mind? If I run away alone, then all the Hua clan members will be doomed. As I clenched my fists, Miho slapped her chest in frustration. Oh, you naive fool. Why don't you think for yourself instead of just listening to others? Do you really believe that the words of that incompetent Hua clan physician are completely true? Do you really think the White Lotus sect would resort to such desperate measures as annihilating the Hua clan? The most crucial aspect of this situation is you. It is you who drew the black and white sacred lotus into the central plains. From the perspective of the White Lotus sect, if they don't capture you, they gain nothing. Am I wrong? Why Yuri right? That means the Hua clan will need you as a hostage later, so even if you escape alone, you probably won't die for the time being. However, from that old fool physician's perspective, he cannot guarantee the safety of his clan. That's why even though he considered this option, he hasn't told you about it. Understand now? Miho's reasoning was flawless. I stood there, dazed. Indeed, as Miho said, following the Wind Spirit team to meet the Dharma Protector right now was the worst possible option. If the Dharma Protector decided to do so, he could easily kill or torture me. I had to find a way to escape and buy time, strategizing against the White Lotus sect's next move. This situation was a dead end for Hua Xiaomaiyang, but not necessarily for me. Was my judgment clouded by our teacher-student bond? I followed Miho around to the back of the building. Come out. Then, as Miho chanted a spell, a loud bang echoed as the front and back demons appeared. Miho summoned a few more spiritual puppets using her magic and said, "Let's send these guys out to buy us some time. Follow me closely." Got it. The front and back demons, along with the paper puppets, trotted out. Moments later, a loud explosion reverberated, followed by sounds of combat against the Wind Spirit team. As Miho leaped over the wall, I followed her closely. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a figure appeared before Miho and me. A fierce flame clung to his sword. It was Li Yiosong, who had introduced himself as the leader of the Wind Spirit team earlier. Miho chuckled lightly and mocked him. Such a puppy barking? Shall we see you in hell? Not likely, but you won't escape any longer. Li Yiosong aimed his sword at Miho and lunged forward with a cry. In response, Miho coldly smiled and summoned 9 strands of fox flames around her body, releasing them. Taken by surprise, Li Yiosong hurriedly deflected the flames with his fire but retreated hastily. You have some skills. But die. Boom. Ugh. With a swing of her hand, an immense pressure surged, knocking Li Yiosong back harshly. It seemed as though she had summoned a massive, formless entity to attack. He soared away after several bounces and crashed into a nearby house, no longer moving. Miho scoffed and said, "Mph, what a pathetic fool." I stared at Miho in awe. Just moments ago, Li Yiosong's swordsmanship seemed to rank closely with mine. If we were to compare solely in terms of swordplay, he could have easily led one of the White Lotus sect's martial forces, being a recently advanced expert. Miho's power, capable of dispatching such an opponent in an instant, truly justified her being called a great demon. For now, I need to concentrate. I followed Miho while casting the concealment technique. It was a technique to diminish one's presence and aura. Miho chuckled as she saw me using that skill. Haha, you've grown just a tiny bit. It seems the 12 rat lords taught you something. Yeah, but aren't you planning to head to Chenbei Mountain to target the divine altar? Humph, directly invading the divine altar is impossible. I'll be using a different method. What method? Miho replied, let's talk about that after we get out of Gagaiyang. I can't ignore this massive energy I've sensed since a while ago. I glanced back cautiously and spoke, I feel the same. The enormous energy we both sensed, a tingle crept through me, even from several miles away. That was likely the aura of the Dharma Protector. The power within a mere human body was enough to make even a great demon like a 9-tailed fox wary. Is it correct to say that we've left Gagaiyang? About an hour later, Miho and I rested in an uninhabited alley. With her divine ability and sorcery technique, Miho moved with a speed comparable to mine, and we managed to cover a distance of over 140 li in that time. At that rate, it could confidently be said we had completely left Gagaiyang and entered another region. It was no exaggeration to say that I had never moved at such speed since arriving in Goryeo. Miho spoke. Fool, we can't relax yet. If possible, it's better to move along bodies of water. Why is that? Traveling by waterways leaves fewer traces of chi. It's the basic principle of tracking techniques. But footprints will still remain. Minimize your movement over fallen leaves or on rocks using your lightness skill. Can you not do even that? I can do that. I started moving along the streams and riverbanks as Miho instructed. While I followed her lead, I had no idea where she was going. But there was no other option, so I simply followed. After circling around for a while longer, Miho finally suggested we rest. It was on a mountainside overlooking a village. As I sat down, Miho said, now you have 2 remaining options. You can either flee abroad or hide somewhere in Goryeo. Returning to the Central Plains is not an option. It's obvious that the attention of the White Lotus sect is widespread in the Central Plains, so why do you state the obvious? What about Dongyang? The country located further east in this land of Goryeo, known as Dongyang, was inhabited by a race of dwarfs called Y. They were known for their inclination towards piracy, and there were rumors that the humans there were inherently cruel and had a liking for sword fights. Miho replied. That could be fine, but first we need to grasp the essence of the problem. Essence of the problem. Think carefully. The reason why the White Lotus sect is pursuing you, and their obsession with you. There must be something only you, as the principal party, can understand. Since we've bought some time, think about it until I return. With a swift motion, Miho disappeared down the mountain to the village, likely intending to set some kind of plan in motion. Given her current situation, it seemed too abrupt, and she was asking me to think through it. The reason the White Lotus sect is chasing me. I pondered deeply. The first reason for their pursuit was likely that the root of the black and white sacred lotus, which I had given to Hua Xiaomaiyang, had healed the little sect leader. They had come after me to repay that favor. But as I thought, I shook my head. No, that's not it. There's no way they would mobilize like that just to repay a favor. Let's think a bit more. Their motive wasn't to repay a favor. So pourquoi would they mobilize such a massive army, even risking conflict with the 12 Rat clan? After thinking over this, I finally reached a conclusion. They wanted to know the whereabouts of the black and white sacred lotus. I was likely the only person in existence who knew that secret. I bet the Dharma Protector figured that out when he talked to Hua Xiaomaiyang yesterday. I couldn't discern the reason behind their desire for the black and white sacred lotus, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it carried significant secrets. Otherwise, the symbol of the White Lotus sect's strongest martial force, the Dharma Protector, wouldn't have come all the way to Goryeo across 1,000 li. At the same time, it meant that the White Lotus sect was determined, by any means necessary and regardless of how long it took, to capture me. Miho had mentioned fleeing abroad because she had noticed that obsession. It was clear that hiding clumsily within Goryeo would only ensure I'd be caught by them sooner or later, as this land was far too small compared to the Central Plains. The Dharma Protector of the Black Tiger Mask who had come with the Wind Spirit team. He was a different figure from the Silver Fox Masked Dharma Protector who had previously visited Hua Xiaomaiyang. I kept this fact in mind as I thought deeply. Something feels off. What I had considered so far was something that Miho, as an outsider, could have guessed with just a little information. The fact that Miho asked me to detect something only the principal party could know wasn't without meaning. If I thought deeply enough, there would be something I'd uncover. Then suddenly, a spark flashed through my mind. That's right, yes. I recalled the incident from my past life when I faced the commander of the Golden Eagle Guards and died. Back then, even knowing I was no match for him, I had persisted until the end, and I remembered something the commander had said. It's quite amusing the more I investigate. Pretending to be the Dharma Protector of the White Lotus sect from the Huangshan sect? Ha ha ha. Ha ha, pretending. How do you know whether I'm the Dharma Protector of the White Lotus sect or not? Seems like you don't know anything. Among the 3 Dharma Protectors of the White Lotus sect, one has allied with us. We have substantial information on them. Regardless of your appearance, you resemble none of the Dharma Protectors. I shivered as the memories surged back. Since it had been so long ago, I hadn't recalled it immediately, but it finally came back to me. The commander of the Golden Eagle Guards was quite knowledgeable about the White Lotus sect, and he had allied himself with one of the Dharma Protectors. This meant that one of the 3 Dharma Protectors of the White Lotus sect was a traitor, collaborating with the Golden Eagle Guards. According to the words of the commander of the Golden Eagle Guards at that time, the betrayal didn't happen overnight. It appeared to have occurred at least several years earlier. Otherwise, there would be no way he could have confidently claimed to possess information about the White Lotus sect at that point. As I considered this, my palms became damp with sweat. That's right. There's no guarantee that the Dharma Protector of the White Lotus sect hasn't allied with the Golden Eagle Guards in this life as well. Perhaps the one pursuing me is someone who has colluded with them. I understood that the matter at hand was not whether the White Lotus sect could dominate the Central Plains or not. Unlike the visible Golden Eagle Guards, the existence of the black background known as the Demon Subduing Hall, manipulating the Central Plains behind the scenes, posed a significant hurdle. If the Dharma Protector was aware of that existence, it was highly likely that the White Lotus sect would also have allied with the Golden Eagle Guards in this reincarnation. If that were the case, the narrative would change drastically. I felt that there might be a method available only to me. After pondering for a while, I organized my thoughts and settled down to wait for Miho. Miho returned about half an hour later. She leaped from the trees and said, "I've set up a hideout in that village. Let's rest there." "Miho, I have something to ask." "What is it? Why are you helping me like this? I thought you might be angry because of the incident with my friend last time." "Humph, you're more observant than I thought." Miho sneered and placed her finger on my chin. In an instant, she transformed into a captivating, peerless beauty and brought her face close to mine. Gazing into my eyes with her radiant orbs, she spoke. "I have a very generous heart, so I can overlook such trivial matters. What's important is that you have been helpful to me." "Helpful? This is not a conversation for the mountains. Follow me." I descended the mountainside with Miho toward the village. Strangely, the villagers in this remote place, who would typically be extremely closed off and wary of outsiders, showed no reaction upon seeing us. On the contrary, they completely treated us as if we were air. Seeing this, I realized, she must have cast a charm over the entire village. She likely altered their perception entirely, brainwashing them to ensure they wouldn't notice us at all. It was clear that with such a method, creating a hideout would be a piece of cake. Miho boldly entered a large, wealthy house and confidently commanded the servants, "Cook some rice and stoke the fire in the stove." "Yes, my lord." Ironically, the rightful owner of this wealthy house was also diligently stoking the fire alongside the servants. They were all under the influence of the charm. As I observed this incredible scene, I understood that Miho's charm was at a level that was impossible for humans to replicate. In just half an hour, she had brainwashed the entire village. Miho entered the inner room and casually sat down. Picking up an expensive-looking pipe, she said, "I didn't save you without any cost. You must do something for me." "What kind of thing?" "You must accompany me to the star-observing altar on Mount Muni and face the guardian there." What on earth was she talking about? But sensing something from the word guardian, I quickly responded, "Are you suggesting that there's a luminary there?" "That's merely my speculation. If there's none, I would consider returning to Dongyang." "That's ridiculous. The sea seal of the 7 luminaries is at Mount Gomi." Miho remained silent as she lit her pipe. I instinctively realized that such silence indicated she was hiding a significant secret. Though it shouldn't be possible for the sea seal to exist at Mount Muni, why was she so convinced? Eventually, I grasped a hypothesis. With a trembling voice, I asked, "Could there be another luminary instead of the sea seal?" "You're quite observant in circumstances like this. Try using that brain of yours in other matters as well." Miho lightly chided me while putting the pipe to her mouth. Smoke slowly wafted out, and she transformed into a voluptuous, stunning beauty instead of her youthful appearance. It seemed she preferred this look over that of a young girl. "Yes, it is highly likely that the star-observing altar of Mount Muni serves as the seal of the 7 luminaries. This is information I gathered while you were running around the Goryeo mountains, claiming you were engaging with the 12 Rat clan. I had to cleverly charm the elders of the 12 Rat clan to gather this information. The moon luminary, Chunchongun, is supposed to be in Dongyang. Is that information from the 12 Rat clan leader?" "Ha ha ha." As Miho giggled, she continued, "If that were the case, would I still be in the human realm? That is nothing but a replica, which is why I've come to Goryeo." "A replica?" "Indeed. All the 3 divine tools existing within the royal family of Dongyang are fakes and mere replicas. Even the 8-character mirror I gave you is just a finely crafted treasure, not a genuine 3 divine tool." As Miho leisurely smoked, she waved her hand. The door opened automatically, and the scent of the smoke wafted outside. Miho continued, "The original of the 3 divine tools, Mikusa no Kamutakere, was lost at sea during the Genpei War when the Terra clan was defeated. This is a fact I confirmed by charming the emperor directly, and there is no doubt about it. Thus, the land of Dongyang has been passing down fake 3 divine tools for nearly 500 years. Are you saying that the moon luminary's Chunchongun sword was burned to ashes? That's unlikely. If it had been burned to the extent of vanishing, it would be called a divine tool. It's simply gone missing, and its whereabouts can likely be found nearby." I stared intently at Miho. She chuckled softly. "Looks like you've caught on. So you think the moon luminary's Chunchongun sword is sealed within the star-observing altar on Mount Muni?" I believe that to be the case. I couldn't understand Miho's confident tone. "Why? Why do you think so? Why would the luminary, which disappeared during the Great War of Dongyang 500 years ago, be in Goryeo?" "Hehe, that's the intriguing part." Tap tap. It seemed Miho had almost finished her tobacco. She then tucked it away and leisurely lay on the bed. Her posture seemed to flaunt her figure, indicating she intended to tease me. When I pretended not to notice, she let out a giggle. "You've probably heard the tale of the phoenix that appeared in Sojiang. That was 10 years ago. I became interested in that story later and came to Goryeo with the intention of devouring the evil spirits of Sojiang, but there was a follow-up to that story." "A follow-up?" Miho explained. "In fact, it is said that the sea god's true form attempted to land in Sojiang with his kin." I was taken aback. "Are you telling me that one of the ancient rulers, a powerful demon that the Dan clan risked their lives to prevent, actually led his clan to attack Sojiang?" I had never heard of such a story before. It is said that the 12 Rat clan and the Dan clan desperately tried to stop the sea god's invasion and ultimately summoned the phoenix as a last resort to fend them off. The true form of the phoenix, the guardian deity of the Goryeo lands since Dangan's time, was instrumental in driving away the sea god. I see. The claim of having seen the phoenix was no mere metaphor. The majestic phoenix, which holds a supreme position even in the celestial realm, was summoned directly into the mortal world. But isn't it quite strange? Summoning the phoenix is not a simple sorcery. It involves calling forth a powerful envoy renowned since the mythological era to the surface. It's comparable to the summoning of Chu. No matter how many skilled sorcerers exist in Goryeo, such an extraordinary feat is beyond their capabilities. It's something I wouldn't dare attempt. Is it really that difficult? It would require the lives of dozens of great sorcerers to accomplish. Additionally, considering the timing, it would have been impossible to borrow the strength of the sea seal that is buried in the sacred tree. Miho lay back and spoke softly. Thus, I pondered. Perhaps the 12 Rat clan borrowed the strength of another luminary to avert that disaster. I countered. Are you saying the 12 Rat clan possesses 2 luminaries? That seems likely. And I thought their location wasn't far from Sojiang. As a result, I charmed the key figures of the 12 Rat clan to learn more, leading to suspicion regarding the star-observing altar on Mount Muni. Suspicion. I'm not completely certain, so I plan to investigate further at a leisurely pace, but well, it seems that'll have to wait. Just then, the servants brought in a lavish feast, setting it up in the inner room. Miho leisurely tore into the meat as she spoke. Since it has come to this, let's explore the star-observing altar on Mount Muni together, then go to Dongyang. In Dongyang, you'll find it easier to evade your pursuers. Are you suggesting we go to Dongyang? Why not? You have nowhere else to go, do you? I felt a growing sense of unease as Miho treated me with so much favor. Was there truly a human who could be so nice to a great demon like the nine-tailed fox, who enchants the world? Moreover, if I entered Dongyang, there would be no way to oppose Miho if she decided to enchant me and do as she pleased. Yet, relying on the 12 Rat clan wasn't an option either. If Miho's words held true, the leader of the 12 Rat clan must know that the moon luminary's Chinchongun sword in Dongyang is a fake, yet they casually threw that remark my way. This also indicated that the 12 Rat clan didn't completely trust me. That puppeteer spoke the same words as the enigmatic monk. The 12 Rat clan leader had mentioned feeling a sinister aura from me, leading him to avoid exposing his true form. However, having sent the martial invitation forced him to meet me. Without that invitation, it was highly likely I wouldn't have encountered him, just like with the enigmatic monk. Whether the 12 Rat clan would actually protect me against the powerful White Lotus sect remained dubious. After a moment of contemplation, I let out a resigned sigh. It seems there are no methods left. Good thinking. Tomorrow, let's hide completely as if we were dead until we reach Mount Muni. If we create distractions while moving about, we could buy ourselves another day. I have a quick question. What is it? I asked cautiously. What if you fought with the Dharma Protector with all your strength? It's a trait of men, betting their lives on who is stronger. I find that quite distasteful. Frowning, Miho took a spoonful of rice before answering. That won't happen. The Dharma Protector is at a level akin to a half-immortal. If we were to face him head-on, I wouldn't emerge unscathed either. Although he appears human, he is essentially a being that transcends humanity. You should change your mindset. When your strength is lacking, it's only natural to retreat and grow stronger. Avoiding the Dharma Protector in this situation is an absolute necessity. Understood. I couldn't bring myself to ask, why are you being so nice to me? Asking that would have been too blunt and offered no benefit. It seemed Miho intended to treat me like a servant or a puppet while she searched the star-observing altar on Mount Muni. That night, I lay down and slept next to Miho. She looked at me with a sultry gaze and pulled my head into her ample bosom. I pushed her away and said, "Don't do that." Hihi, are you scared because you're a virgin? From Miho's words, it was clear that she desired intimacy. Being an utterly free-spirited creature and having feelings for me contributed to her boldness. In truth, her seductive gaze radiated the confidence of a predator before its prey. I shook my head. It's not that. Then what is it? You don't want to share emotions with a creature like me. Miho's slightly spiteful tone made me feel the need to respond adequately. So, after clearing my throat, I sat up and said, "On the contrary, I want to ask you something. Do you really like me? What? Is your obsession with me solely because of the blessing of the Queen Mother of the West? Is it truly beneficial for both of us? It seems you only want to embrace her warmth through me." I realized that just embracing a nine-tailed fox wasn't the solution. I sensed her obsession would only grow stronger. Right now, it was merely intense fondness, but I had no idea how fierce it could become in the future. I might have come off a bit harsh, but it felt like I spoke the truth. Upon hearing my words, Miho made an expression as if she were struck by lightning, not from hurt but rather surprise. After some contemplation, she replied, "Not to boast, but this body is that of Donjung's most beautiful woman. Any man would pay a fortune to embrace me, yet you seem so reluctant. Well, if you had just spoken well, you could have easily won over Hua Yongyang, and you could have courted any beauty in Gagaiyang thanks to your reputation. Could it be you've mastered the ways of the young monk?" Miho's words struck a chord. Although my looks weren't the best, my reputation made it easy for me to attract women. In fact, even Wasiomaiyang had proposed giving her beautiful granddaughter to me, which I had been rejecting under the pretext of my appearance. I have things I need to do, and forming a bond with women won't help me at all. My enemies are far too powerful, so I cannot allow anyone close to me to become a weakness. Even if I strive with the resolve to die, I cannot afford to be distracted. I could still vividly recall the death of Mangniang. Memories of my death at the hands of the Golden Eagle guards flooded back. Until I avenged that, I couldn't afford to be distracted by other matters. The resilience that allowed me to withstand 100,000 cuts stemmed solely from that poison. I didn't want to lose that poison now. I was aware of the limits of my resilience. I believed that as soon as I relaxed into reality by embracing a woman, unimaginable chaos would descend upon me. With your abilities, you could probably kill a leader of the Central Plains' 9 great organizations. What kind of enemy do you have? The ones controlling the royal family in the Central Plains. Miho's eyes widened in shock. She then let out a sigh. You're insane, to confront such beings. Do you know them? Drop it. Even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't be worth it. Though Miho might have said that as a figure of speech, I merely smiled and replied, 10 lives would be no loss. I had already died 10 times. Miho looked taken aback and responded, at novel bin at. What? I'd come back 100 times just to achieve this. Miho's expression was as if she had been struck by a hammer, yet she soon reclined on her bed. Not even looking at me, she muttered gruffly. Fool. Sleep well. There was no response. That's how I spent a night beside the nine-tailed fox. The following day, I set out with Miho. The journey to Mount Muni with her was not very long. It wasn't long after we arrived at the island that we found ourselves at the entrance to our target, Mount Muni. Miho said, I can sense a strong aura. Is it a Buddhist monk? I focused my energy and looked towards the peak. Indeed, I could see the shape of a person there. It felt as if they were aware of us too. That must be the guardian Miho referred to. As we took a few more steps inside, suddenly, a voice echoed with a low growl. Stop right there, patrons. You are not allowed to approach the star-observing altar any further. At that, Miho scoffed and countered with a sharp retort. She had already summoned her 9 tails. Who are you to make such decisions? I must see what is sealed within the star-observing altar. The empty monk is Sosan. So what? I already know you are the great demon 9-tailed fox. However, the moment you entered this barrier, the absolute advantage belongs to the empty monk. The Buddhist monk Sosan sent another warning. If you take 10 more steps forward, I will show you no mercy. Leave this island, even now. Miho's face twisted with anger. Damn that monk. She was so furious that her beautiful human features distorted, revealing the countenance of a demon fox. Seeing Miho this angry for the first time made me worried. But I quickly grabbed her shoulder. Stop. Let's leave. This isn't good. Let go. I'll eat that monk's liver. Calm down. If you act like this, you'll die. I can assure you. As I tried to dissuade her, Miho shot me a sidelong glance. Who are you to be so sure about it? If what you say is true, that this is the sealing place of the 7 luminaries and that a selected individual from the 12 rat clan is guarding it, how strong do you think that Sosan monk is? Besides, if there's a barrier present on this island, fighting in the enemy's stronghold is a losing battle. Miho seemed to regain her composure, and her eyes glimmered with intelligence. You're quite an odd one. You seem dull and foolish, yet you appear to sense the brink of death better than any maiden. Well, you are right. Haha. I smiled bitterly. Having faced death many times myself, I had become adept at sensing dangerous situations. Suddenly, Miho turned around, her expression shifting. Are those guys already chasing us? Following her gaze to the beach behind us, I saw a small boat emerging as a dot on the horizon. But soon after, I felt a tremendous energy emanating from that small boat, and I whispered softly. I focused my energy, and the figure became clear. A Dharma Protector swordsman. Indeed, a Dharma Protector swordsman wearing a black tiger mask was standing alone on the small boat with his arms crossed. A rower paddled vigorously beside him. The absence of other Wind Spirit team members indicated that he was coming alone. At that speed, he would arrive in about 1 meal's time. I quickly said to Miho, can I use the magical language too? Why, I have something to say to that monk Sosan. Understood. Miho placed her hand on my back, and a white light began to flow. She indirectly enabled me to use the magical language. I directed the magical language toward the monk seated at the top of the small mountain. The Dharma Protector of the Central Plains is coming to this island. His goal is also to obtain the 7 luminaries, so please assist us. Sosan was momentarily silent, apparently surprised by the sudden message. Then he spoke. I cannot trust your words, patrons. While the barrier might restrict the 9-tailed fox, do you think you can stand against the Dharma Protector alone? I do not believe you possess that kind of power. Sosan's demeanor wavered. I fervently tried to persuade him. Once he lands, it will be too late. Please, let us inside. The Dharma Protector will be stopped by the empty monk. Crack. Out of nowhere, it felt as if an invisible barrier had been formed around the island. Perhaps Sosan was further strengthening the barrier to create an actual physical defense. The reason we were allowed to approach the outskirts of the island seemed to be a warning, as he had to prevent the Dharma Protector. It appeared he was fortifying the barrier for just that purpose. The Dharma Protector swordsman wearing a black tiger mask on the small boat let out a lion's roar. Ha ha ha, is that all you have to stop me? Whoosh. He raised one hand, and suddenly a massive whirlwind erupted above it, transforming into a storm. The Dharma Protector swordsman effortlessly created dozens of powerful whirlwinds, lifting himself off the small boat. I squinted at the sight from a distance. Flying through the air. Is he a monster? It was said that even the celestial emperors would find it difficult to achieve such mastery, yet the legendary level of air movement was unfolding right before my eyes. Soaring high into the sky, the Dharma Protector swordsman extended his other hand to generate another whirlwind. His energy seemed truly limitless. The incredible internal strength required for a human to move even a small bucket of water with their chi was astounding, yet this man was freely controlling the sea and creating whirlwinds. This was an absurd level of skill. That was the ultimate level of internal power known as the Heavenly Spirit Pill. Rumble? The 2 whirlwinds expanded, encircling the Dharma Protector swordsman. He waved his arms. Crack. Cough. The barrier shattered dramatically as Sosan vomited out a groan of pain. The Dharma Protector's strike had effortlessly broken through the barrier. The monk Sosan, shocked yet resolute, addressed us. Come in. Understood. Miho and I quickly ran up to the peak of Mount Muni where Sosan was located. It was possible because Sosan made no effort to block us. What a relief. Seeing the Dharma Protector utilizing incredible air movement gave me chills. I realized he might have simply used the water surface flying technique to ascend by himself, but he was taking his time, enjoying the hunt. The Dharma protector undoubtedly viewed us as trapped mice. Upon reaching the mountain top, we encountered Sosan. He appeared to be in his 40s, supported by a young monk in his 20s. Miho observed Sosan with a cold gaze before speaking. Is the sealing of the 7 luminaries here? Sosan wiped the blood from his mouth and replied with effort. The empty monk does not know. I was only tasked with guarding the star-observing altar by the command of the 12 rat clan. Humph, I don't believe you. Miho's short and dismissive reply was soon punctuated by another powerful strike from the Dharma protector, echoing across the entire island. It seemed to startle Miho, prompting her to speak. Monk, I will lend my power to stop that Dharma protector. However, I will take the 7 luminaries sealed within the star-observing altar. That cannot be allowed. Allowing the Dharma protector entry would be no different. Miho scoffed. Humph, if that's the case, you should have never let us in from the start. If we stay like this, we will be slaughtered, and do you wish for that? Time is running out. Quickly tell me about the barrier ceremony. Then I can blend my power to create the best illusion formation to block him. Understood. Keying. A short while later, as Sosan and Miho combined their powers to manifest the barrier, I noticed the Dharma protector, who had landed on the shore, hesitate. It seemed he recognized that a far more powerful barrier was now blocking him than before. He let out a resonant lion's roar. Ha ha ha. You think you can stop me with this? How amusing. He began to gather the winds again, seemingly aiming to break the barrier. Observing closely, I could decisively identify his school of martial arts. Wind Spirit Sect. A rival of the Thunder God Sect and a branch of the Dharma Protector martial arts of the White Lotus cult? The Dharma Protector was undoubtedly the leader of the Wind Spirit Sect, and his skill transcended that of an ordinary human. I could hardly even imagine a person handling the natural force of wind so effortlessly. Miho glanced at the pale-faced Sosan and demanded, "Tell me where the 7 luminaries are. If I use their power, I can repel a foe like him. Even if I tell you, the empty monk truly knows nothing. This star-observing altar is merely an altar that has endured for thousands of years. If you remain doubtful, then search for yourself." That's preposterous. Miho leaped into the inner sanctum of the star-observing altar. I shot a sidelong glance at Miho, then infused Sosan's body with energy and pulled out a needle to stabilize his condition. Sosan stopped coughing blood and resumed his sitting posture, speaking once more. Much better. Your medical skills are remarkable. I could tell that his energy had returned to normal. Originally, the internal injury he suffered was at a level that could have diminished his life by at least 5 years, but I had managed to restore him with the 8 trigrams needle. The young monk beside him clasped his hands together in gratitude. Feeling a bit awkward, I asked, "You didn't think I would harm you, did you?" "It didn't seem like you would, Master. However, I don't know the circumstances, but it's not wise to associate with such a 9-tailed fox. You should part ways." Sosan somehow seemed to possess an insightful ability to see human nature. He also appeared to be a great monk endowed with formidable powers. Though he could not compare with a great demon like Miho, he certainly had the highest level of martial power amongst humans. Sosan turned to the young monk beside him and said, "Yu Zhong, I will lift your restrictions. Aid in the formation of the barrier." Understood. Whoosh. As the young monk extended his hand, the barrier felt significantly strengthened. I was amazed by the martial power of the young monk named Yu Zhong. Isn't he several times more powerful than his master? His presence alone could be called the embodiment of martial power. It was a kind of mystical ability that one could only find in the likes of Heavenly Void Soul, but I finally understood why Sosan had allowed us to enter so freely. If needed, it seemed the young monk Yu Zhong was capable of subduing Miho. Sosan, while operating his inner technique, said to me, "What is your name, Master?" "I am Baekuang." "Indeed? But how could a renowned martial artist and physician be traveling with such a wicked demon?" It seemed Sosan was also aware of who I was. I felt embarrassed and explained, "There are circumstances. However, it's not something bad, so I hope you can understand." Listen carefully. Thanks to Yu Jiang's assistance, we will be able to hold back that Dharma protector for just 1 hour. Beyond that, it is impossible. If we are to resolve this situation, we have no choice but to perform a ritual at the star-observing altar. "A ritual, you say?" "Indeed." Sosan continued with a solemn tone. "The Dangan created an altar at the beach of Baiyoku and the hills of Mount Muni, offering sacrifices to establish the heaven sacrifice altar. If we conduct the celestial rite here, we will be able to defeat the Dharma protector. And how do we perform this rite? That is the issue." As he spoke, I felt a sense of despair wash over me. That fox seems to doubt us, but that's not the case. We are merely guardians of the star-observing altar and there are no 7 luminaries here. I cannot fathom what offerings should be made for the celestial rite. Could it be true that the 7 luminaries are not here? I said in disbelief. "Master Sosan, you and Yu Zhong possess extraordinary martial powers. Are you saying that individuals like yourselves are stationed on this isolated island without even the 7 luminaries present?" At Novel bin at. Sosan and Yu Jiang's abilities were comparable to the master of Hedong Milchen. No, in Yu Jiang's case, he had far surpassed the heavenly sovereign of Hedong Milchen. That's why Miho was convinced this place was indeed the seal of the 7 luminaries. The stronger the guardian, the more exceptional the treasure within should be. Sosan's expression darkened at my question. Do not utter such nonsense. This star-observing altar has always been regarded as sacred, transcending the notions of territory and national logic in Korean history. It is a pathway to communicate with the heavens, an awe-inspiring place where Dangan offered sacrifices to heaven and earth. Such a place cannot be left vulnerable. I was deep in thought and then asked, what could serve as an offering? Anything is possible, but it must possess sufficient worth. Could a sacred treasure also be used? What kind of sacred treasure? This one. I took out the replica of the 8 trigrams that I carried with me at all times. Although it was a replica of the genuine article, it certainly had the strength to be considered a sacred treasure, otherwise, it would not have been able to enhance my martial talents. As So-san accepted the 8 trigrams and inspected it, he said, I believe this will suffice. However, this alone will not be enough to defeat that man. What then? It may extend the barrier for about 6 hours. That wasn't enough. Since Mount Muni, where the star-observing altar was located, was an island, there would be no chance of retreat like on the mainland. The Dharma protector would surely wait, whether it took hours or days. Is there really nothing we can offer? I pondered for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything substantial. At that moment, Miho returned after surveying the surroundings of the star-observing altar. With a look of despair, Miho said, there's truly nothing, is there? Damn it. The empty monk already told you, I replied. What are we going to do, monk? How in the world will we get out of this? That Dharma protector seems to be taking his anger out on you. What did you say? As Miho's temper flared, I quickly tried to calm her down. Miho appeared cool-headed, yet had a low boiling point, making it challenging to handle her volatile mood. Once she settled down, the young monk Yu Zhong spoke up. In this situation, we have no choice but to conduct a ritual at the star-observing altar to strengthen the barrier. If perhaps the 9-tailed fox possesses a sacred treasure, please assist us. Do you really think I have something like that? Then it seems we'll have to make use of the sacred treasure offered by the master. What? Miho turned to me sharply. I hesitated, revealing the replica of the 8 trigrams I had on me. Realizing the implication, Miho's anger flared again. Oh, for heaven's sake, do you think that's an ordinary treasure? Even if it's a replica, it's one of the top sacred treasures in Dongyang. To use that for some trivial barrier at the star-observing altar is absurd. But we have no other option. Are we just going to sit here and die without a chance to escape? Ugh. Miho narrowed her brows, deep in thought before she said, fine, let's also use my 8-foot jade. But it's a replica. Stop hesitating, we might die. Sorry. After a moment, the 3 shaman, including Miho, ascended to the star-observing altar. They placed the 8 trigrams and the 8-foot jade, which would be used as offerings, at the center of the altar and began to channel their powers, reciting incantations. I wanted to help somehow, but with my mediocre capabilities, I could only stand by and watch lest I disrupt the ritual. Hum 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 hum. The altar resonated with power, gradually turning blue. It was no longer just a simple stone altar, it radiated an otherworldly aura. As I watched the ritual reach its climax, I sensed something strange. I quickly raised my spear, scanning my surroundings, and thrust it toward the north direction. Whoosh! The mysterious figure easily dodged the attack. He laughed heartily and said, haha, just as I heard, you are quite skilled. But you're still far from it. Dharma protector. A bleak despair gripped me. Could he really breach the barrier and come this far? Yet the 3 shamans atop the altar noticed the Dharma protector but remained silent, seemingly preoccupied with their ritual. I felt something click and gripped my spear tightly. Looking more closely, I realized he exuded no overwhelming strength. Then I spoke. It's a clone. Haha, indeed. I split a portion of my power to place in the barrier. This barrier can only prevent living beings, so this was unavoidable. And a clone is easily destroyed if it takes damage. Don't get too cocky. I snarled at him. What the Dharma protector unleashed wasn't a mere magical clone. It was an illusion that could be created with supreme inner power, which skilled practitioners used to distract opponents or launch additional attacks. The key problem was his ability to control the clone so freely from such a distance, but since his true self wasn't here, that was no longer a concern. As I remained on guard, the Dharma protector's clone chuckled and said, even with just 20% of my power, that should be sufficient. Now, let's see if you can block me, Bakwung. And thus, the battle began. The clone of the Dharma protector, wearing a black tiger mask, strode towards me with an unnerving grace that felt entirely different from any technique I had witnessed before. The clone disappears after taking a strong blow just once. It only needed to graze me, even a mere brush would suffice. After all, a clone made of chi is inherently unstable. Therefore, if I could land even a single touch on my opponent here, victory would be mine. However, the Dharma protector's clone came to a stop. Then, in a stiff voice, it spoke. Is it Thunder God sect? Thunder Spirit 8 forms, you say. Do you know the Thunder God sect? Haha, you're pretending not to know. The Wind Spirit sect and the Thunder God sect have been rivals for ages, so it's only natural we know each other's techniques well. Recognizing just a simple chi stance proved his words to be true. Moreover, considering he was the leader of the Wind Spirit sect, he might be more familiar with the Thunder God sect than I was. Kugugugu. The Dharma protector's clone raised its left hand, where a swirling wind bullet had already formed. The potential of that wind bullet was something even I could not measure. It was powerful enough that the space around it visibly distorted to the naked eye. The Dharma protector chuckled coldly. A novice of the Thunder God sect. Let's see what you can do. Tuwum. As he flicked his fingers in succession, terrifyingly fast evil bullets were fired at me. I hurriedly moved my spear to fend off the attack, managing to deflect 4 out of 5 shots. One bullet grazed me and passed by my waist. Just as I was adjusting my stance to counterattack, a figure like a ghost flowed right in front of my eyes, and the Dharma protector's clone unexpectedly threw a one-punch. Quakwang? Ugh. I unleashed my internal energy to absorb the blow from the front, but the heaviness of it dug deep into my bones. Even though it was only 20% of his power, it stole my breath momentarily. With the weight of that single hit, I felt the gap in our strengths vividly. As my breath caught, my feet were dragged backward, pushing me away from my stance. Damn it. He's too strong. I only needed to graze him. If I could just make contact, I could obliterate the Dharma protector's clone. I thought this and unleashed my attacks in dispersing patterns. My spear's fury swept through the air in an instant, but just as the Dharma protector's clone came close to me, it suddenly split apart. Shishishak. Huff. It was an extraordinary technique. The Dharma protector's clone moved with a fluidity that resembled dancing, effortlessly flowing like wind without even brushing against my spear, at a level my current skills couldn't possibly touch. While I dazedly watched the graceful flow, the Dharma protector's clone retreated with a whistle, then chuckled. What are you surprised about? Is it your first time seeing the wind spirit step? My face flushed with embarrassment. He then mischievously grabbed the stance of the wind spirit sect again and said, Little rookie, just watch. Weeing. A buzzing sound reminiscent of a swarm of bees erupted around the Dharma protector's clone. As I remained tense and on guard, he declared, This is the secret technique of the wind spirit sect, wind demon annihilation. Swayzasasa. In that instant, the Dharma protector's clone multiplied, stepping towards my front as if copying itself. Amazingly, instead of fading away, a new clone seemed to emerge with every step it took. The clones circled around me in an orbit, and I didn't dare attack. Each clone exuded an energy so real that I couldn't discern the true body among them. Is there really such a martial art in this world? Only after around 20 clones had formed did they begin their attack in unison. I swung my spear and blocked their bare-handed strikes, yet the clones didn't disappear. Instead, they approached even more powerfully, forcing me to use Thunder Shadow Step to evade. Quakwang. I began to unleash the Heaven Thunder Infinite Spear. The energy coalescing at the spearhead intensified, and the power of Thunder Spirit surged, sending shockwaves that repelled the clones. Clones that couldn't be dealt with by the Thunder Spirit 8 forms were expelled when I unleashed the Heaven Thunder Infinite Spear for a second to the third count, defeating more than half of them. Just then, one of the circling clones began to laugh. Oh haha, the Heaven Thunder Infinite Spear? Looks like you've learned everything. Don't get cocky. I gritted my teeth and concentrated the spear's power into a single thrust. As I channeled my focus, the foundational principles of Ran, Na, and Chal engraved themselves in my mind. My concentration sharpened the technique, making it even more precise and faster, eventually turning the storm of spear flashes into a deadly zone within 5 feet. Each time the clones came into contact with my rotating spear tip, they were shredded apart. Perioc? Huff. I gasped in shock at the sudden attack. A figure that had appeared like a swift specter struck my face. Though I managed to withstand it using my protective talisman, my head spun. If it had been even slightly stronger, my neck might have been broken. At the same time, the clones, moving around me, shouted in chorus, Wind Demon Annihilation Extreme Blood Wind Divine Fist. And, as if on cue, a flurry of strikes, hand chops, kicks, fists, and knee strikes poured down upon me from all sides. Shadow Fist. Kook. Purababarobek. Just as I blocked an attack from one side, a kick came flying in from another, striking me in the abdomen. I swung my spear in response, but there was nothing there to hit. Hosu. Ugh. As I swung my spear, this time a knee strike came flying from below, aiming upward. Perioc. Jangui. Stepping back, I was met with an uppercut followed immediately by a stomp to my lower abdomen. Quajik. Pilbo. As I hunched over, an elbow struck my back as if waiting for that moment. The clones began to attack me in succession, kindly naming their martial arts techniques. They appeared from all directions like goblins, grabbing at my limbs, some even attempting to break them. The astonishing part was that each clone possessed a level of mastery akin to that of a renowned master, and as soon as I allowed them to close in, I found it nearly impossible to escape. If I hadn't bolstered my protective talisman with my crude internal energy, I would have likely been beat to death by now. Biksa. Perioc. A palm strike from below hit my chin, sending me upward. For a brief moment, I lost consciousness. Purababarobek. Owaya. I screamed, unable to regain my wits amidst the relentless barrage of blows. Even as I lifted my protective aura using massive internal energy, I saw stars before my eyes. I finally realized why I was so helpless. Damn it. I can't distinguish between the clone and the real body at all. And they can change their positions freely while passing through my attacks. This was the epitome of clone techniques I had ever seen in my life. While Ilguang could also cast clones, he couldn't match this level of precision, quantity, and skillful manipulation of feints and truths. I finally burst my internal energy using the grand technique of Bal. Kwa Kwa Kwang. Whoa. Simultaneously, I let out a lion's roar. A bright flash erupted from my body, erasing a number of the clones. Once that phase was over, I found myself facing the Dharma Protector's clone again, which casually leaned against a tree with its arms crossed. The Dharma Protector, observing my battered state, spoke with interest. Your skills are indeed sufficient to qualify for the Thunder God's sex license to practice. And that enormous internal energy of yours is intriguing. Ha ha ha. I clenched my teeth as I watched the Dharma Protector laughing leisurely. It was no surprise that Maiho had chosen to evade rather than engage. The difference in their dimensions was apparent. Even though he was only using 20% of his power, the gap in skill felt like that between an adult and a child, rendering me unable to lay a finger on him. The prolonged assault, despite being at half strength, only made my situation worse. Ugh. Why? What do you mean, why? The Dharma Protector tilted his head as I growled. Why come all the way to Goryeo to chase us? I want nothing to do with the White Lotus sect. Haha. Well, that's understandable. The Dharma Protector's clone had slightly thinned out. Even it seemed he had been draining energy from long usage of clones and secret techniques. Yet, he showed no signs of recognizing his disadvantage. The pure essence you've discovered holds the original form. It is essential for achieving great things, so we cannot simply ignore it. The original form, you say? Yes. So come along willingly. If you do, I won't kill you. There are far more miserable fates than death. Ha ha ha, it's probably the same. Why are you struggling so much? The clone, still chuckling, adopted a fighting stance once more. Realizing things were getting serious, I sighed deeply. Phew, this isn't going to work. What do you mean it won't work? I've been too arrogant, trying to conserve my moves in this situation. What? Without answering, I steadied my breathing. Lightning flickered in my eyes. Thunderclap? Boom? The moment I finished speaking, my body moved at tremendous speed, tracing lines across the necks and limbs of the clones. It was likely a speed they could not react to given their strength. The Dharma Protector's clone looked in disbelief at the wounds appearing on its body, then turned to me. Trembling, it said. You can't be using the battle call. Shut up and disappear. Parang. And with that, the Dharma Protector's clone vanished. I sighed, calming the aches throughout my body with Wata's breathing technique. Damn it, he's incredibly strong. He didn't even give me a moment to observe. Knowing it was a clone with only 20% of the Dharma Protector's strength, I aimed to extract information about his techniques rather than obliterating him completely. After all, defeating the clone wouldn't affect the real body. However, due to the overwhelming hits from Wind Demon Annihilation, it felt like I was on the brink of death, forcing me to use one of my two secret techniques, Thunderclap, to quickly bring it down. Starting now, it's going to get serious. The Dharma Protector realized that I could use the Thunderclap technique. Il Guang mentioned that Thunderclap was a very specialized technique, passed down only among a few in the Thunder God sect scattered across the Central Plains. It was often said that having Thunderclap was the reason the Thunder God sect surpassed the Wind Spirit sect. Thus, the enmity the Wind Spirit sect held for Thunderclap would surpass usual animosities. Kugugigung? Sure enough, loud noises of destruction echoed from the perimeter barrier. A tremendous surge of energy unlike anything before was hammering down on the barrier like a sledgehammer. The attack clearly bore signs of anger, indicating the Dharma Protector had become enraged. However, the disappearance of the clone with 20% strength meant he could currently use only 80% of his power. Clones, despite their convenience, weren't commonly used in real combat because destroying the clone resulted in a significant loss of energy. Recuperating the energy lost by the clone was impossible in a short amount of time. After a while, the ceremony at the Chongsong altar concluded, and the barrier grew even stronger. I leaned against a tree, feeling a moment of relief. Maiho, who had come down from the ceremonial altar, spoke. Good job. We were in a life-threatening situation, but you handled it well. Exhausted, I replied while leaning against the tree. That guy is a monster. What if an 80% strength clone gets inside here? Maiho smiled reassuringly at my concern. Don't worry. The barrier we just established can completely block off even a clone. This barrier was created by 3 grand sorcerers sacrificing their sacred objects, so we should be able to withstand at least a day. Is the effect of the barrier really a day? Indeed. We'll need to come up with a plan while we're inside. As Maiho said this, she turned to Great Master Seo-san. Hey, do you have any good ideas? You saw the Dharma Protector's strength just now, how can we deal with that monstrous human? Indeed, the Dharma Protector is a superhuman. If he attacks, none of us here could last more than 50 seconds. Great Master Seo-san's serious expression reflected the gravity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I think we need to go to the ruins beneath the Chongsong altar. Ruins, you say? Follow me? We followed Great Master Seo-san toward a building made of stone heaps behind the Chongsong altar. It looked like it had been built a very long time ago. As we passed through the grassy patches between the stones, Seo-san suddenly stopped at a certain spot and shouted. Ha! Rumbling. At that moment, the ground before us split apart, revealing a massive staircase leading underground. Maiho and I gaped in shock. I never expected something like this to be hidden in the mountain. With a sharp look, Maiho turned to Great Master Seo-san and said, You tricked me. No, the entire Manison mountain is a ruin. This mountain, over 150 layers high, concealed a gigantic hidden space and ruins within. I apologize. However, this secret is far too significant to reveal carelessly. Maiho scoffed. Is that so? You also wish to avoid death, don't you? You ought to be grateful to the Dharma protector. Follow me? Humph. Step by step. The four of us descended slowly. The light was provided by Uiyang summoning flames and Maiho conjuring will-o'-the-wisps, so visibility was not an issue at all. Leading the way, Great Master Seo-san remarked. Just so you know, Binsiang won't be able to tell if the 7 luminaries are here or not. I only know this place is a very ancient ruin, and there's a presence of malignant madness. Madness, you say? I believe it's a ruin that predates the Chongsong altar by a long time. Over the years, the Chongsong altar simply happened to be built on top of it. The form and style of this ruin are quite different from what we know. Stop talking and hurry up. That monster might break the barrier at any moment. Step by step. I was enveloped by a strange sense of déjà vu. Even though this was my first time here, it felt as if I had been here before. After walking for a while along the staircase, I suddenly realized the reason for my surprise. What's wrong? Ah, it's nothing. I settled my startled heart. Now that I thought about it, the staircase and the carvings around me were remarkably similar to those I had seen at the Water Wednesday ruins. Though the location and humidity were completely different, it was clear that this was a ruin designed by the same creator as the Water Wednesday ruins. My thoughts turned to conviction. Soon after, we emerged into a vast cavern filled with ancient-style rooms larger than those in the Water Wednesday ruins. However, the carvings and jars scattered around were all similar to what I had seen before. And Great Master Seo-san stepped up onto an altar. He sighed and said, "This is the end of this ruin. As you can see, nothing of particular value has been discovered. No books or credible relics have been found. If anything, it's that stele." In front of the altar stood a stele. It was inscribed with strange words. In that moment, I felt an even stronger wave of something crashing into me than when I stood before the Water Wednesday ruins. It felt as if a gigantic hand was forcefully rummaging through my brain. I felt something inherent in my humanity being devoured. After a moment of dazedness, I examined the stele. It's readable. Surprisingly, unlike the few words I managed to decipher from the Water Wednesday ruins before, this time I could read more than 2 lines. As I calmly observed, I began to realize something. Before you, the guardian, the one who obtains trials, spill blood on the altar, the room of offerings, the guardian, comes from the moon, having touched filth from the underworld, washed clean by water, the sun, storm, the moon is born, a great oath, bond, a great blood, covenant. I became increasingly certain that the blood must be spilled on the altar, and that a room of offerings exists, likely for undergoing trials to obtain the 7 luminaries. At the same time, I pondered. Could I truly pass this trial? Of course, I could easily pass the Water Wednesday trial now that I was in this country. However, that was due to multiple encounters with the spider's emergence patterns, strengths, and attack methods that I learned through dying several times. If I had to face the Guardian without any information, my chances of survival would undoubtedly plummet. In an unfortunate yet fortunate turn of events, I was accompanied by Maiho and several grand sorcerers at this very place. I took a deep breath and called out to my companions at Novel bin Adat. Please listen to me for a moment. I explained that I had deciphered the contents of the stele, and that spilling blood on the altar would summon the Guardian, who likely protects the 7 luminaries. By the end of my explanation, the 3 of them could not hide their astonishment. Thud. In particular, Great Master Seo-san was so taken aback that he nearly fell over. This ruin has existed since the Gohosian era, and countless scholars have researched it since then. Yet, no one has ever succeeded in interpreting the strange words on this stele. And you, Baek Wong, claim to have deciphered it. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems so. We'll find out if we spill blood on the altar. Just how powerful is this guardian monster? The guardian I faced previously was one I could certainly defeat with my strength. However, I can't say how strong the guardians elsewhere might be. One thing is certain, any ordinary peak practitioner wouldn't last more than 50 seconds against that monster before being devoured. While I spoke, Maiho gazed past the altar and remarked, "It seems you're right. I sense an unsettling magical energy beyond the wall. There's definitely some kind of evil spirit present. But if that's the case, what exactly does the guardian protecting the 7 luminaries entail? What are you trying to say?" Binsiang has also heard whispers regarding the 7 luminaries, so I have some idea. There exists a 7 luminary in this Goryeo land, while another, the 7 luminaries Heavenly Gathering Cloud Sword, is in Dongyang. So then, what 7 luminary is here? That was indeed a peculiar thing. Could it be that another unknown 7 luminary was concealed beneath this Chongsong altar? Yet, it was hard to believe that nobody had ever discovered or even suspected it throughout a millennium. It seemed Maiho was particularly invested in this matter, deep in thought. After a moment, she wore a look of realization and said, "Baek Wong, tell me everything on the stele. There might be a clue." I recounted all that I could interpret from the stele as Maiho requested. Upon hearing it all, she seemed to understand. "Okay, I got it. What's here is the true Moon Guardian. What does that mean?" Maiho chuckled softly. "Are you familiar with the 3 divine characters of the Dongyang creation myth?" "I don't know much about it. It refers to Amaterasu Okamai, Suzano, and Tsukuyomi no Mikoto, and the stele undeniably relates to their birth." Maiho burst into laughter. "Aha, it's strange, isn't it? Why do the celestial beings of Goryeo and the three divine figures of Dongyang seem so alike? Ultimately, the same entity existed in ancient times and the legend passed down through generations, leaving only the 7 luminaries as the central divine weapons. That means, the Moon Guardian Heavenly Gathering Cloud Sword was originally here, not in Dongyang. And even with just its influence radiating from this spot, it has been protecting the Dongyang land. Didn't it disappear during the Genpei War? That was never in Dongyang to begin with. Perhaps the 8 extremes or 8-footed crystal would have been conveniently attached to the Heavenly Gathering Cloud Sword to create an illusion similar to the celestial beings. Otherwise, there's no way the main entity could have reigned beside the Emperor for decades without any trace of the 7 luminaries. Maiho's hypothesis was outrageous, but it seemed like the most plausible explanation given the current circumstances. Above all, no one but Maiho, who had bewitched the Emperor and was closest to the secret of the Dongyang mythology, could have deduced this fact. Maiho continued. In that light, the description of the guardian as one who comes from the moon likely means that this guardian was an ancient being once called the creation deity Izanagi no Mikoto. That explains everything. Ecstatic, Maiho jumped up and down. It was only natural, her dream of obtaining the 7 luminaries and returning to the heavenly realm was now within reach. However, I couldn't allow myself to be swept up in joy and cautiously addressed Maiho. Me, Maiho, what is it? I gulped and continued. I may not know much about the 3 divine characters or Izanagi, but if what you say is true, then does that mean that if we spill blood on this altar, the ancient being, the creation deity Izanagi, will be summoned as the guardian to attack us? The room fell into silence. I trembled in disbelief. So that's why this ruin is many times larger than the ruins of the Media. The scale and power of the guardian about to be summoned would be incomparably intense, far exceeding that of an immense spider. How would one even gauge the strength of an entity revered as a creation deity in ancient times? Now I realized I had a choice to make. Would I attempt to break the seal of the Moon Guardian Heavenly Gathering Cloud Sword and fight the Guardian to win, or would I find another way? Dark Heaven Village. Great Master Seo-san spoke. Binsiang cannot agree to awaken the Guardian. If what you say is true, then the Guardian's power must exceed the level that mere mortals can contend with. How can the 4 of us here possibly subdue it? Moreover, it is concerning that the Dharma Protector swordsman will soon break through the barrier. Great Master Seo-san's words were logical. However, hearing this, Maiho crossed her arms and abruptly spoke. Are you suggesting we just sit here and wait for death? Surely you don't believe that the Dharma Protector won't return here if he fails to find the ruins on the surface. Well, that is, if he gets angry, he's likely to destroy a mountain or 2. We are definitely not in a safe position. What we need to think about now isn't whether we should give up, but rather how we can survive. You're right. That was indeed the case. From a rational standpoint, it made no sense for a human to destroy a mountain that spans over 150 ridges alone, but if the Dharma Protector used natural energies, it wouldn't be impossible. Furthermore, considering the nature of Mount Muni, which had ruins within, if a massive shock were to come from above, there was a possibility of the ruins collapsing entirely. We could easily become buried alive without even being able to retaliate. At that moment, Yu Zhong, the young monk who had been quietly listening, spoke. How about this? Do you have a plan? It's using barbarians to control barbarians. Maiho frowned. It's the only choice we have. However, there's no guarantee it will go according to our plan. We must prepare a solid strategy. I listened to their conversation and asked Yu Zhong, are you suggesting we pit the Dharma Protector against the Guardian? Yes. If we do, we can aim for mutual destruction, and whoever survives will be weakened, making it easier for us to attack. It seems to align with Maiho's assertion. But it looks challenging. I let out a sigh. To make the Dharma Protector and the Guardian fight each other? That was the best situation for us, but creating that scenario was the issue. It would be possible to lure the Dharma Protector here and make him confront the Guardian by spilling blood on the altar, but there was also a chance that the Dharma Protector might return to the surface leisurely without engaging in battle with the Guardian. Moreover, he could easily disregard the Guardian and simply choose to kill us instead. In either case, there was no guarantee that the Dharma Protector would comply with our notion of engaging the Guardian. While silently chanting, Great Master Seo-san spoke. I'd like to confirm one thing, Nine-tailed fox. What is it? If you were to acquire the Moon Luminary, what would you intend to do? What do you think I should do? This is important, so please answer. Great Master Seo-san seemed to have a serious intent behind his question. Realizing this, Maiho contemplated for a moment before responding. I was originally in service to the Queen Mother of the West. I plan to ascend to the heavens using the power of the Moon Luminary. I have no other ambitions. Indeed. Then there might be a way. What do you mean? Let's do it this way. And thus, the operation began. I was sitting cross-legged in the darkness, focusing my energy, with my gaze fixed steadily ahead. This space was comfortable enough to sit in, allowing me to concentrate solely on gathering my strength. Silence enveloped the area. Thud, thud. Footsteps echoed from within the ruins. However, those footsteps were deliberately made, instilling fear in anyone who heard them. In reality, the owner of those steps could make no sound even if they ran through 100 yards. They possessed exceptional lightness in their martial arts. After a long while, the owner of the footsteps seemed to be inspecting the surroundings. Then a murmuring voice reached my ears. Are they hiding? Worthless fools. It appeared he had already realized we were hiding. Yet, perhaps thinking he could withstand any ambush, he began to examine the altar of the ruins with great interest. This ruin seemed rather unique to him, and he was meticulously observing it. Interesting. Is that all? Enjoy yourself then. At that moment, Maiho's illusion materialized from the shadows. As soon as the Dharma protector detected it was an illusion, he seemed to recognize it and did not attack but glared instead. Do you think hiding will save you? You're already caught in a trap. That might be the case. But before that, I have something to ask. What is it? Do you know the legend of the 7 luminaries? At Maiho's question, the Dharma protector fell silent. Then, as if realizing something, he wore a shocked expression. He glanced briefly at the altar and spoke. Indeed, so this is where the 7 luminaries are. Yes. It is a treasure sealed since the divine era. I will kill you all and obtain the 7 luminaries. I doubt it will go as smoothly as you think, but ahahaha. Laughing heartily, Maiho replied. Try to enjoy yourself. Swish. It was at that moment. A vessel that Maiho had transported through her teleportation technique poured forth in midair. Shortly after, a clanging sound echoed followed by a splash of thick blood flowing onto the altar. The Dharma protector, standing right in front of the altar, felt a massive tremor beneath his feet and was taken aback. Rumble? No. Kaboom? Darkness surged upward from beneath. The overwhelming darkness that rose endlessly suddenly released hundreds, thousands of spirits, swirling through the air, and the souls flew toward the nearby Dharma protector. Though the Dharma protector used his skills to repel the spirits with ease, it seemed he began to sense the magnitude of the being that was about to be summoned to this place. Boom! The darkness, which had been rising wide enough to almost engulf the underground ruins, eventually broke through the ceiling of the ruins. Then it soared into the sky, as if alive. The mist of darkness began to take shape. The majestic darkness, illuminated by the moonlight, quivered as it came to life. The Dharma protector attempted to leap into the sky to escape the ruins, but at that moment, it seemed the darkness itself recognized him as an enemy. Tendril-like appendages from the veil of darkness shot toward the Dharma protector, attacking him. Boom! Ugh! You beast! Recognizing that the dark entity was attacking him, the Dharma protector grew furious. But regaining his composure, he thundered loudly, shaking Mount Muni. You fools are too transparent? Do you really think I would engage in battle with such a being? Before that, I will kill you all and leave this island. No response came in return. It appeared the Dharma protector was avoiding collision with the entity of darkness as he soared into the sky using his lightness technique and once more activated his celestial flight method. But suddenly, he maneuvered midair and landed back on the ground. He looked supremely disoriented. What? Who are you? Why are you speaking to me? Then he shouted as if illuminated. Silence! Do not attempt to dominate me. I will not be swallowed by you. Kaboom! In the next moment, a tremendous whirlwind and gale erupted from the Dharma protector's whole body, creating a powerful dragon circle wind. Then, he began to attack the being of darkness that loomed before him, a figure so immense it could be hundreds of sizes larger than him. The clash seemed like a battle of monsters, leaving even me, who was observing from afar, holding my breath. A deafening roar echoed as the dark entity began to unveil itself from the mist, slowly taking form. It was a creature from an otherworldly realm I had never seen before, and it felt the most alien among all the monsters I had encountered in my life. The creatures summoned by the Golden Guard in the past looked almost refined in comparison to this grotesque and hideous being. Kuu? It seemed as if a black tree rooted itself into the ground. However, the trunk and leaves each bore multiple eyes. Most terrifying was the gigantic eye at the center of the tree, sending chills down my spine, accompanied by ominous voices swirling alongside the dark tentacles. The moonlight was devoured by the darkness, creating a flickering effect. Oh, the Guardian reacted to the Dharma protector's attack and began to respond in kind. The space warped. The essence of dark magic poured into the world. From all corners of the heavens, an unknown divine power gathered and suddenly unleashed beams of light towards the ground. Explosions and bursts of heat erupted one after another, with shockwaves continuously resonating. It seemed the Dharma protector was engaging in direct combat against the Guardian. Maiho, observing this escalation, called her tail back. She trembled, likely in fear. What sort of being is that? The Dharma protector is truly formidable. To harness natural energy like that. As I evaluated the situation, Maiho turned pale and exclaimed, "What are you saying? I'm referring to that as an Agano Mikato? How can such a creature exist? Can you not feel its power?" I glanced around, realizing that it wasn't just Maiho who felt this way. Both Great Master Seo-san and Yu Zhang wore looks of horror on their faces. They too seemed overwhelmed by the power of the Guardian, is an Agano Mikato, rather than the Dharma protector. It seemed there existed a force that only practitioners could truly sense. Our strategy was as follows: we would purposely open the entrance to the ruins to lure in the Dharma protector, confirm that he had fully entered the ruins, and then combine the powers of the 3 practitioners to use teleportation technique to escape outside the ruins. Maiho would create a clone using her tail and drop a vessel containing my blood onto the altar. Of course, the pivotal point was whether the Dharma protector would indeed fight the Guardian. Nonetheless, even if he didn't, we were hidden within the protective barrier on Great Master Seo-san's premises nearby. Even the Dharma protector would struggle to locate us quickly. Currently, we were connecting through the technique of celestial vision, eagerly observing the bloodbath between the Dharma protector and the guardian. This brought forth a question. While I was entertained by the unfolding drama, Maiho and the others were engulfed in sheer terror just watching it unfold. Why is that? Though this wasn't my first encounter with a creature from another realm, I realized just how much of a nightmare it could be for those unaccustomed to such monsters. Yet, it was not only Maiho who appeared pale. Yu Zhong said to me with a ghostly expression, "You truly are a strange individual. How can you remain unbothered while feeling such intense dark energy?" Something felt off. Looking at their reactions, it seemed normal people would lose their minds or even die in such a setting. Instead of fear, my mind was occupied with thoughts on how to defeat that being from the moon, Izanagi no Mikoto. I even felt a slight sense of glee at the idea of the Dharma protector being in a tough spot. But amidst this fear, I remained calm. While even the powerful practitioners were shaken, it definitely felt odd. I was convinced I was the only rational one in this situation. So, I spoke up. "Calm down. For now, we just need to keep watching. That's the only option we have. I don't even dare to think of leaving this barrier." Can the Dharma protector defeat that creature? My gaze shifted upwards. The size of Izanagi no Mikoto was so immense that I could see it clearly even without using celestial vision. I could also make out the Dharma protector unleashing wind energy in a titanic clash. As we observed, Maiho spoke. "I really can't tell. They're both monsters, so I'm at a loss. But we might need to help the Dharma protector." "What? Are you serious? Leaving the guardian of the moon luminary unchecked feels like it would lead to total annihilation. We can't just stand by." Upon hearing Maiho's words, Great Master Seo-san nodded in agreement. "Let's keep observing the situation." I felt a mix of confusion and concern. Just how terrifying was this Izanagi no Mikoto? This wasn't merely a question of my courage, but it seemed the terror emanating from this otherworldly being was significantly intense for everyone else. Kaboom! Suddenly, explosions reverberated across the sky, accompanied by brilliant flashes of destruction. The Dharma protector, seemingly exhausting every ounce of strength he had, conjured dozens of whirlwinds while soaring towards Izanagi no Mikoto. The dark entity in the heavens let out a roar as it spewed forth black blood from its main body. Ku! The roar of the Dharma protector echoed. Aarg! Wind spirit sex wind king heaven blade. Swish! At that moment, the Dharma protector unleashed a titan-sized blade with a fiercely gathered wind energy. This blade, radiating an ethereal light, represented an unparalleled realm of mastery. I gasped in shock. True power realm. The ultimate achievement attainable only by supreme martial artists? Moreover, to blend pure energy and manifest a form based on the elemental force of wind was something beyond my imagination. As the Dharma protector wielding the Wind King Heaven blade descended upon Izanagi no Mikoto, an immense shockwave erupted. Quah! Ugh! Gulp! This explosion seemed to be the largest yet, causing the ground to shake and a light tremor to ripple through. The Wind King Heaven blade crashed directly into the massive eye of Izanagi no Mikoto, shattering it and splattering crimson blood across the land, all while Izanagi no Mikoto appeared to gather its raging tentacles to create something spherical in the air. Vreek! Vreek! Moments later, as something burst forth from the darkness, a creature unlike any I had ever seen before emerged. It bore a shape reminiscent of a mix between a dog and a bee. These creatures charged en masse towards the Dharma protector, who, in a desperate attempt, expelled his energy once more. Quah! As I watched, I felt a wave of dread wash over me. Was that truly human? I instinctively realized that defeating Izanagi no Mikoto in my next life wouldn't be accomplished through ordinary means. Much less so, with even the Dharma protector needing alternative methods to confront such a divine-grade monster. About half a time period passed. The celestial clash intensified, while Izanagi no Mikoto began to weaken, spilling black blood onto the ground. Remarkably, the Dharma protector seemed tireless, continuously utilizing techniques from the wind spirit sect to attack. With the power of the heavenly gathering cloud sword, he could maintain a form of everlasting energy, allowing him to hover above continuously. And then the end was approaching. Wind spirit sect's final art, divine wind. The Dharma protector seemed to be ready to finish things, using the final art of the Wind Spirit sect. Unlike the Thunder God sect, the final art of the Wind Spirit sect summoned tangible clones, seemingly multiplying their power exponentially. The divine wind, both real and illusory, struck the attack of the true power realm simultaneously. Take this, the heavenly arrival of the wind god. Kwashik! The darkness erupted. This attack seemed to inflict a critical wound. Kra, Izanagi no Mikoto let out a horrific scream. A white light began to bubble around its body, and soon the entire form of the one from the moon started to explode alongside the bubbles. Everyone watching turned away to shield their eyes from the blinding flash. Kwang? At novel bin at. The explosion of white light washed over the area, and despite having moved to a safe distance, we nearly fell within the blast radius. I hurriedly grabbed Yu Zhong, Great Master Seo-san, and Maiho, pulling them away as we fled. The explosion we felt behind us was terrifying. Kugugugugu. Thud. As the aftermath of the explosion settled, I turned to Maiho, whom I had held tightly. Are you okay? Ugh. I was just thinking, could that human really have hunted down Izanagi no Mikoto all by himself? It seemed that the devastation of Mount Muni was less concerning to Maiho than that. Yu Zhong and Great Master Seo-san appeared similarly troubled. Great Master Seo-san sighed deeply. To think a human could be that strong, it feels like I've been enlightened. Do you think he was killed in the explosion? There's no way to know. We need to investigate. Moments later, Maiho and Great Master Seo-san summoned their spirit beasts and magic to scout the area. After about half a time period, they concluded that the creature's presence had vanished from this vicinity. Since remaining idle wouldn't help, we decided to return to the ruins. In the ruins, now in ruins themselves, we discovered traces of Izanagi no Mikato's passage. The essence of dark magic still flowed ominously. As we crossing the debris further inside, it was strange that the area where the altar had been remained completely unharmed. Could it be that Izanagi no Mikato intentionally spared the altar room? The wall had already been breached. Rather than just being broken down, it seemed to have opened upon the Guardian's defeat. We all attempted to cross the bridge beyond the wall, which appeared to be a narrow one. Suddenly, I felt a sense of foreboding and halted right before the bridge. Wait. What? Just wait a moment. Quakwang? A giant spider suddenly erupted from the abyss. I recognized it well, feeling a mix of disbelief. What? Are you telling me that this guy was merely a surprise minion appearing at the end of trials? If that were the case, it implied that there had originally been a guardian present in the ruins. For some unknown reason, it had not revealed itself, and I had instead dealt with this surprise minion, that giant spider, all along. As I was feeling exasperated, Maiho confidently declared, I can handle that. Let's get rid of it quickly. But considering I could defeat the giant spider on my own, it was impossible for our group to fail. Maiho utilized her magic while Great Master Seo-san and Yu Zhong trapped the spider using the techniques of the Orthodox sect. Finally, I rushed in and struck the spider down with my thunder call. Keith! Wait. As the giant spider fell, leaving its webs floating in the air, Maiho used her teleportation technique to cross over to the other side and returned. In her hand was an ancient sword emanating a bright radiance, and in the other, a mirror and a jade. I found it strange and asked, what is that? Wasn't there just the heavenly gathering cloud sword? It seems that these three collectively refer to the moon luminary. In other words, it meant that the entire three divine tools of Dongyang was being referred to as the moon luminary. The heavenly gathering cloud sword was likely called such because it was considered the most powerful among them. While putting away the treasures of the moon luminary into her arms, Maiho smiled brightly. Haha, then let's get out of here. I replied curtly. Sounds nice. Let's head back to heaven. Hehe, then wouldn't that be lovely? As Maiho exited the ruins, she added. Once we return to heaven, this time, I will serve the Queen Mother of the West without committing any malevolence. And I'll reflect on everything that happened and live righteously. Just then, Kiwoong! A sudden bolt of wind shot through Maiho's chest. With disbelief in her eyes, Maiho gazed down at her chest and slowly collapsed to the side. Great Master Seo-san and Yu Zhong immediately cast spells to block the wind, but I stood there in shock, watching. No. I ran to Maiho and embraced her. A large hole had punched through her chest, and even a great immortal could not revive her now. Maiho coughed up blood as she spoke. Ha, ha, don't worry. I have 9 lives. I won't die from this. Damn it. I grit my teeth, glancing at the remains of the ruins. There stood the Dharma protector of the Wind Spirit sect. With burns covering his body except for his face, he looked pitiful, and one arm was missing. Plus, the black fox mask he wore was gone, revealing a face that would be forever etched in my memory, a handsome middle-aged man with a cross-shaped scar right in the center of his face. The Dharma protector, with a contorted expression, spoke. Thanks for doing the hassle for me. Now everyone shall die. I could feel sparks flying from my eyes. It was clear he was not in his right mind. Don't make me laugh. You're a half-corpse. I'm the one who's going to kill you. Hehe, half-corpse, huh. Well, perhaps. Kugugugu, you will all become corpses soon. As I looked at the gigantic wind bullet floating above his palm, I inhaled sharply. He still had such power left? Both Great Master Seo-san and Yu Zhong turned pale, their faces white with shock. There was simply no way to survive against such a massive force of nature. Even using the thunder call would be too late. Soon, the wind bullet came rushing toward us. There was no channel left, and everyone squeezed their eyes shut. I could hardly believe my eyes. The true form of the silver fox emerged and faced the incoming wind bullet head-on. Yet, the spells and barriers were being torn apart in a devastating manner. Eventually, Maiho fell to the ground, covered in blood. No, please. Please don't. Though Maiho had managed to fend off the wind bullet, her life was running out. Having used up all 8 of her remaining lives, she managed to keep her form intact, but now there was no escaping death. As I rushed to hold Maiho, she spoke in a fading voice. Baekwang. Maiho. It seemed Maiho was smiling. It was fun. And with that, the silver 9-tailed fox ceased to move. At the spot where Maiho had fallen lay the moon luminary, creating a profound silence. I don't understand. Why did Maiho save us? Even if she had escaped on her own with her teleportation, she could have survived somehow using the power of the moon luminary. Why not? No, it can't be that she died because of me. Even if that's the only way I can think, I should not think that way. I can't. I already have too many burdens to bear. I haven't paid off those debts yet, and now a new one has arisen. No, I can't accept that, no matter how I think about it. Tears streamed down from my empty eyes. Tears that wouldn't fall even as hundreds of humans died before me now flowed down my cheeks. As I knelt down, dazed, holding my ho's corpse, the Dharma protector grimaced. Monsters like you keep interfering with my work. I don't have much energy left, so I'll just kill you all myself. Kill us. I felt like I was losing my mind at what the Dharma protector said. My head felt like it would burst. That bastard. I staggered to my feet. Wiping my tears, I said, "You want to kill me? Fine. Fine. What would it matter if a nobody like me dies?" A self-deprecating laugh escaped my lips. Ugaha. Ha ha ha. That's the problem. It should be enough if I die. If I die, it just starts over. Yet there are those who stake their lives to protect someone like me. They shouldn't find any value in doing so, but they go ahead and do. I think of Mangryang and my ho's corpse. I might be the only one suffering in my own endless memories. But I can't describe this feeling in any other language. Surviving is nice. I've decided to live long in this life. To live long and build up power to achieve my goals. But, what use is that now? The one who tried to protect me lies before me, dead. It wasn't rational, it was her emotions that led to my ho's death. So from now on, I will die. If I don't repay this grudge with my life, then I am not a man. I pull out a hairpin, and place a separate needle on the great law that had been pre-prepared. The extraordinary secret needle technique of the Radiant Divine's Firehouse, the ultimate secret of the 8 halls in the Huaxi school, transmitted only to the head and direct descendants. I will execute the great law of complete destruction. At the same time, my thunder call was consumed with an intensity I had never witnessed before. The gates opened. My body transformed like a ray of light. Crack! My fist, transcending the speed of sound several times over, struck the Dharma protector's chest. The Dharma protector flew away, spitting blood like an arrow, and it was no mere clone. In an instant, I shattered his protective energy and caused blood to spurt from all over his body. I had no intention of using any weapon. I just wanted to beat him to death like a dog. If I was to die anyway, I wanted to humiliate him. Kukwang? Cough? You bastard. The great law of complete destruction is also known as the eternal light of obliteration. It creates a single light for a brief moment in exchange for one's life itself. The light begins with the opening of all 8 gates of the body. The second and third gates opened simultaneously. My chi surged, and the speed of my vital energy greatly accelerated. Huom! The Dharma protector shook off dozens of clones that rushed in to perform the extreme bloodwind divine punch, just like before. But all that seemed slow to me. I became able to perceive the more intricate qualities beyond chi with the human eye. I see it. Illusions didn't penetrate. I stood still and used my thundercloud soft fist to crush the throats of each of the clones. My serpent-like strike shattered the air in an instant. No, the 4th, 5th, and 6th gates opened all at once. Blood flowed from my nose. I spat blood from my mouth. With no thought of survival, my chi surged like never before. Golden energy pooled in my right hand, bursting forth with a dragon-like force that illuminated the heavens and earth. Kwakwang? The Dharma protector's whole body turned black, and he seemed to faint momentarily. Given the thunderous surge that crashed down upon him, it was only natural. This was with the 7th gate opened, allowing the synchronized flow of chi throughout the world. I could feel blood tears streaming from my eyes as I clenched my fists. I needed to hold on a little longer. My energy was rapidly depleting, nearing exhaustion. The combination of the great law of complete destruction and thunder call greatly empowered me but devoured my chi terrifyingly. I could feel my nails and toenails being ripped off. My body was breaking apart under the overwhelming pressure of the 8 gates, unable to maintain its life force as it crumbled. Yet, amidst this pain, I felt a sense of relief. I finally felt some semblance of atonement towards my ho. I coughed up blood. Ugh. The Dharma protector awakened and took a step back, but I dashed forward even faster to deliver the final blow. 8th gate. Open. Thunder God sex straight punch. Blood exploded everywhere. I annihilated the Dharma protector with a speed and certainty that was almost silent. His body shattered into hundreds of fragments, scattering droplets of blood into the air. Even at the moment of his death, he still seemed incredulous, his mouth agape. Kwakwang? The delayed sound reverberated. In the distance, a colossal hill was completely obliterated. I remained in the stance of the straight punch, unable to move any longer. I stood there, drenched in blood rain, contemplating. Am I really a fool? There was no need to go this far. It would have been better to merge the needle technique I had prepared earlier with the thunder call and stubbornly fight to understand the wind spirit sex techniques. But because of my ho's death, my mind had spiraled out of control, and I had ended up using the great law of complete destruction that would guarantee my demise. But it couldn't be helped. I felt as if my soul would perish, leaving me no choice but to sacrifice my body instead. That might be the way someone like me, a reincarnate, has to live. I opened my eyes faintly and looked at Great Master Xiao-san and Yuzhong. Then I said, "Next time, let's have a better fate." Great Master Xiao-san and Yuzhong, their expressions grave as they watched my bloody battle, clasped their hands together upon hearing my words. They recited a prayer while in that position. Amitba. I closed my eyes. My life force was dimming. That would be my 10th death.